Chapter 1. Apprenticeship with Master Wu Taidou. On Earth, in the southern hemisphere, lies a natural valley encircled by an unbroken chain of mountains. The dense forest flourishes, with verdant foliage saturating the landscape, exuding an abundance of vitality and life. The scene is one of resplendent exuberance, where the beauty of nature is vividly displayed in all its glory. In this serene setting, Wu Feng reclines on a patch of green at the valley's entrance, feeling particularly refreshed and at ease, basking in the warmth of the sun. After stretching languidly, he shifts from a side-leaning position to lie flat, his body forming a large letter T as he sinks into the grass. Gazing quietly at the pristine blue sky and fluffy white clouds reminiscent of his childhood memories before his journey, Wu Feng gradually drifts into a state of blissful oblivion, commonly referred to as nearing the realm of dreams. However, the tranquility is abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar filled with fury. Wu Feng. You rascal are hiding here again, slacking off and sleeping. Are you itching for a beating? Turning towards the voice, Wu Feng sees a burly man, wielding a massive iron club resembling a wolf's tooth, which must weigh several hundred kilograms. In mere seconds, the man dashes from the depths of the valley, covering nearly 100 meters to stand before Wu Feng, and without a word, he slams the club down onto the ground. Nearby, boom! With a deafening crash, the earth reveals a crater roughly a meter in diameter and depth, sending dust swirling and enveloping Wu Feng in a cloud of dirt and scattered grass. Startled by the unexpected assault, Wu Feng jolts awake, instinctively rolling on the ground and springing to his feet, hands raised defensively as he scans the area, exclaiming, "Who dares to disturb my morning slumber?" Before he can finish, he spots his irate second uncle, Wu Shan, standing nearby, holding the club with one hand while tapping his palm with the other, his face a picture of fury. His pupils dilate in alarm, and he instinctively swallows hard, followed by an awkward chuckle. Without waiting for Wu Shan to make a move, Wu Feng bolts towards the depths of the valley where his second aunt is, shouting for help. "Help! Murder! Second aunt, come quickly! Your husband has gone mad again! Stop running, you little rascal! Don't you dare run! Stand still! Fine, I won't hit you today, so just stop!" Wu Shan, a few meters behind Wu Feng, calls out with a mix of exasperation and amusement, somewhat speechless at the situation. "Really? Is this true? Uncle, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" Wu Feng hesitates, slowing his pace as he turns back, looking at Wu Shan with a mixture of doubt and hope. "Absolutely, I wouldn't deceive you. Just think about it. When have I ever lied to you since you were a child? Well, except for that one time your parents passed away." Seeing Wu Feng's hesitation, Wu Shan responds with an exasperated tone. "Enough of the idle chatter, come with me at once. Today, your long-lost uncle has finally returned from his travels. It's time for you to meet him, and by the way, to discern whether you possess the innate talent for the profound martial arts." With that, Wu Shan seized Wu Feng, effortlessly lifting him with a single arm, and without allowing Wu Feng a moment to voice his thoughts, he propelled himself forward with a powerful stride. Racing to the grand training arena situated at the heart of the valley, he halted abruptly, a mere meter from his elder brother, Wu Taidou. With a nonchalant flick, he cast aside the nearly dazed Wu Feng, who was as if struck by golden stars, and turned his expressionless gaze upon Wu Taidou, his hands cracking ominously as they clenched. In the next instant, without a word of warning, he unleashed a fierce punch aimed squarely at Wu Taidou, who stood at the center of the arena. Faced with the swift, aggressive strike that bore the semblance of a surprise attack, Wu Taidou remained utterly unperturbed. Observers would note that his hands, previously resting behind his back, moved with astonishing speed to intercept the colossal fist, stopping at mere inches from his face. "Umph! After all these years without a trace, you finally deigned to return?" Wu Shan scoffed, retracting his fist with a hint of derision after realizing his ambush had failed to land. "I apologize, Xiao Shan, regarding the plight of the Xiao family. Wu Taidou began, filled with remorse and ready to offer an explanation to his younger brother. However, Wu Shan, displaying evident impatience, interrupted him sharply. "Enough. You need not explain anything to me. If you truly wish to clarify, speak to your nephew." With that, Wu Shan gestured dismissively toward Wu Feng, who sat nearby, awestruck and incredulous, before turning on his heel and striding away, disappearing from Wu Taidou's sight within mere seconds. "Sai child, what is your name?" Wu Taidou inquired gently, after a moment of contemplation, watching Wu Shan's retreating figure. "Me? I am Wu Feng. Greetings, uncle. It is an honor to meet you." "You are indeed impressive. May I follow you?" Wu Feng, snapping back to reality, responded without hesitation, addressing the formidable uncle with a warm familiarity. Not only that, but he also expressed his earnest desire to learn martial arts from him. Yet, Wu Taidou did not immediately acknowledge Wu Feng's request. Instead, he focused intently on the boy's name. Wu Feng, is it? A splendid name indeed. The peak of martial arts, how fitting. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall train under me. With that, after a brief examination of Wu Feng, Wu Taidou swiftly made his way towards his residence without uttering another word. Only Wu Feng remained, seated in astonishment. In excitement, murmuring to himself, "It's moving, it's finally moving. What a struggle it has been." Having spent over a year in this world, the mysterious progress bar, visible only to him and reminiscent of a game boss's health gauge, had unexpectedly advanced a fraction. It is worth noting that prior to this moment, Wu Feng had tried countless methods to no avail, but at the instant Wu Taidou accepted him as a disciple, the bar surged from 1% to 10%. Moreover, he could distinctly observe that the progress bar continued to advance, albeit slowly yet steadily. I could see this moment. Wu Feng had ample reason to believe that if he maintained this pace, it would not be long before it reached its fullness, achieving 100%. At that juncture, he would be able to glean information about the next world he was destined to traverse, flooding his mind with knowledge. Then he could finally depart from this newly confirmed, perilous realm, where the Earth Lord whimsically toyed with explosions in the Dragon Ball universe. The following day dawned clear and bright, with the sun shining radiantly over a modest peak in the Chilean mountains, standing at an altitude of approximately 400 to 500 meters. At this moment, Wu Taidou was guiding Wu Feng through the most fundamental of training, mountain climbing, incessantly traversing from the summit to the foot of the hill, relentlessly exhausting Wu Feng until he could no longer continue. Due to the overwhelming difficulty, on the very first day of basic training, the 12-year-old Wu Feng managed only a single round trip before succumbing completely. Ultimately, he was hoisted down the mountain by his uncle, Wu Taidou, who unceremoniously tossed him into a bathtub already prepared with the perfect water temperature and infused with a delicate floral aroma. Ignoring Wu Feng's reasonable suggestion that training should be progressive, the powerless Wu Feng could do nothing but silently endure his uncle's relentless torment. It was only after some time, upon feeling a noticeable improvement in his physical condition, that his initial laziness and resistance gradually transformed into a sense of enjoyment and excitement, tinged with a hint of masochism. On this day, after yet another exhausting session, Wu Feng lay in the bathtub, gazing at the progress bar hovering before him, which had advanced yet again since yesterday. A smile broke across his face, but due to the utter fatigue coursing through him, the smile twisted into a grimace as pain shot through him, leaving him in a state of bewildered laughter. Throughout this rigorous period of training, although it was incredibly harsh, almost a hellish enjoyment every time Wu Feng witnessed the progress bar steadily advancing with his increasing strength, coupled with the tangible growth in his physical prowess, he felt that every bit of hardship and effort was indeed worthwhile. His toil had not been in vain. It is worth mentioning that as time gradually flows by, Wu Feng slowly falls in love with the exhilarating sensation of becoming increasingly powerful. Subsequently, during his cultivation, he unconsciously exerts even more effort, striving with all his might to exceed the daily training tasks assigned by his esteemed uncle Wu Taidou, in a relentless pursuit to strengthen himself in preparation for the impending new world of traversal. For both from the profound insights of his past life and the knowledge, education, and experiences he has garnered in this existence, Wu Feng has come to a profound understanding. If one wishes to live a life devoid of regrets, one must cultivate sufficient strength until one is powerful enough to rectify all wrongs. After all, weakness is the original sin of all. Chapter 2. 3 years. It must be said that the passage of time is relentless, and the years slip by like a swift shuttle. Unbeknownst to him, 3 springs and autumns have already elapsed since Wu Feng became a disciple of Master Wu Tai. Over the past 3 years, through relentless diligence and perseverance, Wu Feng has finally lived up to the expectations set forth by his uncle, achieving the initial stage of cultivation that was anticipated. On this day, due to the admirable habits cultivated over the years, Wu Feng rose early, engaging in his customary morning exercises, which he has diligently performed since the beginning of his training, preparing himself for the day's rigorous practice. After completing a series of familiar movements, Wu Feng instinctively waved towards the door, only to be quite astonished to find that his uncle did not appear punctually as he usually did. This anomaly struck Wu Feng as strange and perplexing for his uncle, who remained an enigmatic figure in his life, had never once been late or absent in the past 3 years. As Wu Feng pondered this unexpected circumstance and was about to rush over to his uncle's residence to inquire, he unexpectedly encountered his second uncle, whom he had not seen for quite some time, approaching him rapidly. Without hesitation, his second uncle launched a swift punch toward him, a blow so rapid that, prior to his training, Wu Feng would have been utterly unable to withstand it, perhaps even unable to perceive it. Yet, in this moment, he effortlessly raised his hand to block it, securing his position against the forceful strike. Well done, young lad. In just a few short years, you have acquired such formidable strength. It seems it won't be long before you comprehend the essence of Qi, a higher realm of martial arts, surpassing even your second uncle. Wu Shan remarked, a mix of pride and wistfulness filling his heart as he observed Wu Feng's effortless defense against his punch. Hee, dear uncle, you flatter me. My current abilities are merely passable, just enough for self-preservation, Wu Feng replied playfully, a hint of humility in his tone. Enough of this pretense in front of me. I know exactly what you're like. I suspect you are quite pleased with yourself at this moment, Wu Shan retorted, unable to conceal his irritation at Wu Feng's mock seriousness. Without allowing Wu Feng to interject further, he continued, you were in such a hurry to leave. Were you planning to visit your uncle's residence? Ah, uncle, how did you know I was going to see him? Oh, right, I haven't completed my training for today. I must hurry. Goodbye, uncle, Wu Feng exclaimed, initially astonished at his uncle's insight. Then quickly realizing he had yet to fulfill his training obligations, he bid farewell in haste. In an instant, as Wu Feng was about to rush towards the highest peak, he was unexpectedly seized by the shoulder by his quick-witted second uncle. What's the rush? Young man, can't you let someone finish their words? I'm telling you, you need not climb the mountain today. Moreover, your eldest uncle left last night in a hurry due to urgent matters, and before he departed, he entrusted me with your training regimen. What? Uncle has left? Was it so urgent that he couldn't spare a moment to inform me? Wu Feng was initially taken aback, followed by a wave of sadness and disappointment, his demeanor dimming considerably. Come now, what's with that expression? It's not a life or death farewell, you'll see him again. Your uncle mentioned he'd be back in as little as 2 to 3 months, or at most, half a year, Wu Shan observed, thinking that since it had been so long since they last met, he hadn't seen how much Wu Feng had grown. Rolling his eyes while stifling a chuckle, he added, oh, is that so? Well then, let us quickly commence your new training. I can hardly wait. At this, Wu Feng's mood shifted from gloomy to bright, reigniting his fervor to embrace the upcoming rigorous training. All right, follow me. By the way, from today onward, your training ground will be the circular arena located in the center of the valley. After a swift run, Wu Shan brought Wu Feng to the circular arena. Isn't this the place where the adults of the valley usually train and spar? Wu Feng inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. Absolutely, no need for doubt. Because, my young lad, your upcoming training will be all about combat. Constant combat, understand? Wu Shan replied, his gaze unyielding and his expression serious. I understand, but, if I may boast a little, aside from you, my second uncle, it seems that no one else in the valley can truly provide me with a challenge, right? Even if I were to engage in combat, Uncle Wu Yan, the second strongest in the valley, doesn't he quite measure up, does he? After all, my reaction speed is considerably superior, Wu Feng said, twirling his right hand around the back of his neck, a hint of pride in his demeanor as he shyly admitted his confidence. About that, you needn't worry. Your eldest uncle has already arranged something for you. Now, take a look behind you. Wu Shan's lips curled slightly as he explained. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng turned to see his cousin from the martial arts clan trudging towards him, bearing a massive tortoise shell on his back. With a heavy thud, the enormous shell landed in front of Wu Feng, sending a spray of pebbles and a cloud of dust into the air. Here you go, little cousin. I've brought you what you need. No need to thank me, his cousin said, a hint of sincerity in his voice as he dropped the shell before Wu Feng. Wu Feng, turning stiffly to face his second uncle, wore a rigid smile and asked, with a glimmer of hope, this shell isn't meant for me to carry during training, is it? Of course not. How could one train while carrying it? Wu Shan replied, really? Fortunately. I knew it all along, Wu Feng said with a relieved expression as he patted his chest. One must wear it. Without proper attire, how can one maintain stability and achieve the desired training effect? Now, hurry up, stop dawdling, and let's don our gear for today as practice. Before Wu Feng could revel in his good fortune, Wu Shan, with an impassive demeanor, continued speaking. In that instant, Wu Feng was rendered speechless. The following day dawned clear and refreshing, with the sun shining brightly, marking a splendid season of rejuvenation. Today, my dear cousin Fei, I must tell you, One should always leave a margin in their endeavors for future encounters. Draped in a colossal shell weighing thousands of pounds, Wu Feng earnestly addressed his first opponent of the day. Is that so? However, Uncle Deshan has stated that no mercy should be shown, as long as one does not end up crippled. After a brief moment of doubt, Wu Xiaofei recalled Uncle Deshan's words and resolutely reaffirmed her determination. Ignoring whatever Wu Feng said next, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. As Wu Feng instinctively attempted to sidestep the slow-moving punch aimed at him, he discovered, to his dismay, that he had only managed to shift a minuscule distance, narrowly avoiding the sluggish blow. Just as a flicker of relief crossed his mind, Wu Xiaofei's subsequent punch landed squarely on him, and with a thud, Wu Feng fell to the ground. A minute later, struggling to rise again, Wu Feng was about to plead for a reprieve from further blows to his face when another punch swiftly followed, striking his unblemished side. Thud! Wu Feng crumpled once more, and lay there motionless. In a state of confusion, Wu Xiaofei stepped closer and noticed that Wu Feng was frothing at the mouth, his eyes swirling with stars. Uncle Deshan, come quickly. Cousin Feng is in dire straits. Alarmed by Wu Feng's plight, Wu Xiaofei hurriedly raced toward Wu Shan, her voice tinged with panic as she called out. Meanwhile, Wu Feng remained sprawled on the ground, his head swollen and resembling that of a pig, eyes spinning in circles for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 3. The initial trial of transcendence. On this day, the valley's central disk reverberated with a continuous series of thuds, echoing through the air. From a distance, two figures could be seen intertwining and moving, appearing and vanishing intermittently. As time gradually passed, the intensity of their duel increased, rendering the spectators unable to discern their movements with the naked eye. They could only glean the fierce nature of the conflict through the fleeting afterimages left in the wake of their combat. With a resounding thud, yet another punch collided with a solid counter, and the two high-speed figures abruptly separated. Wu Feng stood resolutely in place, while Wu Shan staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. Uncle, I concede, Wu Feng declared with a hint of pride as he observed Wu Shan steady himself. Oh, indeed. You, young lad, have proven me right. You are a martial arts prodigy. In just 6 short years, you have completely surpassed me. Rivaling the talents of your elder uncle, Wu Shan responded, admiration clear in his voice as he regarded Wu Feng, adorned in a grand tortoise shell. Well then, since Xiao Feng has emerged victorious, this phase of training comes to a close. Xiao Feng, prepare yourself. Starting tomorrow, I shall guide you in the cultivation of the higher realm of martial energy, Wu Taidou interjected, effectively halting the customary exchange of flattery between the two. Understood, uncle, Wu Feng replied, foregoing their usual mutual praise in favor of a decisive response. Very well, tomorrow morning at the peak of Qilian Mountain. Remember, punctuality is paramount. Tardiness bears consequences. With that, Wu Taidou turned and strode towards his dwelling, moving with an air of purpose, soon vanishing from Wu Feng's sight. A night of silence ensued. The following morning, as dawn broke and the skies were adorned with wispy white clouds, a refreshing autumn breeze heralded a clear day. The crimson sun barely peeked over the horizon. At that moment, Wu Feng was already at the summit of Qilian Mountain, attentively absorbing his uncle's teachings, diligently executing a series of peculiar movements as instructed. Only when the sun fully emerged from the horizon did Wu Taidou call for a halt. Uncle, what should I do next? Wu Feng inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face as he regarded his uncle, who today seemed somewhat unorthodox. In response to Wu Feng's bewilderment, Wu Taidou calmly inquired, has your mind settled? My apologies, uncle. I was mistaken. Wu Feng, initially taken aback, soon comprehended that his excitement over the prospect of cultivating the qi he longed for had stirred his emotions, leading him to inadvertently transgress the cardinal rule of martial arts, to avoid arrogance and impatience. It is inevitable, and I must admit my fault for having prematurely disclosed today's training agenda. Well, enough of this trivial talk. Let us commence in earnest. Wu Taidou refrained from reproaching Wu Feng, instead engaging in self-reflection before speaking in a calm manner. Meanwhile, Wu Feng exhaled softly, clearing his mind of all distractions, and began his cultivation of qi as dictated by his uncle. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he focused all his mental faculties, gradually attuning himself to the presence of qi within the cells of his physical body as instructed. As time flowed gently by and the sun reached its zenith, Wu Feng's consciousness finally transcended a barrier, or rather, a constraint, enabling him to perceive the qi described by his uncle, his own qi. In an instant, upon sensing the qi, Wu Feng instinctively began to summon it, and fortunately, he was not let down. With a mere thought, the qi within his cellular structure surged forth. The outward manifestation of this was that Wu Feng, seated cross-legged, began to radiate light, enveloped in a lustrous white glow akin to that of mutton-fat jade. After a moment, Wu Feng, emerging from a profound enlightenment, involuntarily exhaled a breath of turbid air. The expelled breath surged forth like a sword of qi, crashing against the rock wall and leaving a hole the size of an infant's fingertip. Had he succeeded? Had he finally grasped the essence of qi? At this moment, the anxiety that had plagued Wu Feng since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world began to dissipate, granting him a sense of relief. Uncle, I have succeeded. With keen awareness, he felt the abundant qi coursing through his bodily cells, transforming his physique as if reborn. Wu Feng could hardly contain his excitement. Indeed, very well. Now, take the time to thoroughly experience this, striving to master every ounce of power within your body. That will be all for today's training. Wu Taidou noted that everything unfolded as he had anticipated, and though his expression remained unchanged, he secretly felt a surge of joy. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months had elapsed since Wu Feng's enlightenment of qi. On this day, atop the highest peak of the Qilian Mountains, 2 figures darted through the air like lightning, continuously intertwining and colliding. The sounds of their clashes resonated, bang, 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 echoing in the crisp air. Gradually, as the two engaged in combat, their speed intensified. In an instant, the summit was filled with the fleeting afterimages of their exchanges, with each preceding shadow barely dissipating before the next emerged. The day gradually slipped away amidst their fierce battle, which only ceased when one of them could no longer endure the exertion. Breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, and with every inch of his body soaked, Wu Feng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Feeling utterly drained and devoid of energy, Wu Feng found himself in a state of complete exhaustion, his body becoming a mere shadow of its former self. As his consciousness began to fade, he was suddenly lifted by a familiar force, only to succumb to a deep slumber. When he finally awoke, an entire day and night had slipped away. Roused by hunger, Wu Feng ventured to a nearby mountain, where he casually hunted a hapless wild boar. After a brief cleansing, he commenced his cherished ritual of barbecuing. Not long thereafter, having indulged in a hearty meal, Wu Feng returned to his rest. Just before surrendering to sleep, he instinctively glanced at the progress bar hovering before him, only to be astonished to discover that it was now completely filled, a mere 5% short before. This unexpected revelation instantly extinguished his drowsiness, for it signified that the long-anticipated journey of transcendence was finally at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Feng activated the crossing function, following the detailed instructions imprinted in his mind. Notably, he had gleaned from the sudden influx of information that there existed a significant disparity in the flow of time between the realms of his current existence and the one he was about to enter. With no concerns of being detected by his loved ones, Wu Feng meticulously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring he was alone, and thus embarked upon his journey. In that moment, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from his being, and as if evaporating into thin air, the figure of Wu Feng vanished from the bed. Chapter 4. The dragon awakens in the present-day Song dynasty, at the summit of Mount Leigu, where the newly established residence of the Xiaoyao sect is situated. 2 strikingly handsome young individuals, adorned in white garments, stand facing each other atop a steep peak. Sister, must you insist on challenging me at this moment? Having devoted nearly a decade to mastering the 3 divine arts of the Xiaoyao sect, the Lesser Wuxiang skill, the 8 Desolations, and 6 Harmonies supreme skill, and the Northern Darkness divine skill, Wu Feng now gazes at his younger sister, Wang Yuyan, who appears eager to engage in combat. He cannot help but feel a wave of exasperation. It is indeed a testament to his inadequate teaching abilities. Witnessing her fervent obsession with martial arts, always yearning for a duel upon encountering a skilled opponent, fills him with a sense of profound guilt. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from sharing so many fantastical tales of chivalry and heroism. Yet now, regret comes too late, and the course cannot be altered. Reflecting on the tumultuous years past, Wu Feng finds himself wishing to chastise his own foolishness. Yearning for a good cry, he has been relentlessly dragged into countless sparring matches under the pretext of seeking guidance, hardly experiencing a moment of tranquility. Faced with the dilemma of neither being able to strike back, fearing the repercussions of inflicting harm, nor scolding the Xiaoyao sect's little princess, Wu Feng finds himself at a loss. After enduring these trials, he had finally managed to assist her in attaining sufficient insight to enter seclusion and break through her cultivation barrier. He had hoped for a period of peace and respite, but little did he know that the magnitude of his assistance, coupled with her extraordinary talent, would lead her to breakthrough within a mere 3 months. With her newfound strength and unyielding spirit, the Xiaoyao sect's princess, Wang Yuyan, After taking some time to solidify her realm, swiftly sought out Wufeng, who was lazily basking in the warm sunlight. Without uttering a word, she unleashed a swift strike, the Tianshan Six-Yang palm, directly aimed at the seemingly oblivious Wufeng. Realizing that his ruse of feigning sleep had been unraveled, Wufeng had no choice but to shift his entire body 10 meters away in the nick of time, narrowly evading the fiery palm that radiated a formidable aura. Nearly 3 zhang in size. With a deafening roar, the spot where he had been standing was left with a colossal handprint, approximately 10 meters wide and 1 meter deep, exuding a palpable heat reminiscent of a miniature meteorite crater. Witnessing the failure of her probing attack, Wang Yuyan showed no sign of surprise. In a flash, she continued to press the assault, launching a flurry of strikes at Wufeng, each one faster and more powerful than the last, each unique in its execution. It must be said that after breaking through to the realm of unity with the heavens, Wang Yuyan's ability to assimilate various martial arts techniques reached unprecedented heights. From a distance, one could see her movements were entirely effortless, resembling a dance of celestial grace. One moment, she executed the fatal palm of the Shaolin Temple, and the next, she unleashed the merging finger of the Murong clan, with each transition flowing seamlessly, as if they were inherently one. Faced with Wang Yuyan's unpredictable and traceless combination of strikes, Wufeng found himself unable to counter her moves in a traditional manner. Instead, he resorted to creating an all-encompassing 360-degree energy shield, infused with the essence of the Dragon Ball, to withstand her increasingly powerful assaults, which surpassed the limitations of any original technique. The collisions of their potent energies sent shockwaves rippling through the air, causing dust to swirl as if a cataclysmic event had unfolded. Villagers residing nearby mistook the commotion for the wrath of a mountain deity, and they fervently knelt in prayer for calm. This seemingly fierce duel continued from morning until dusk before finally concluding. Unlike past battles that lasted 3 days and nights, Wang Yuyan, upon realizing that no matter how she augmented her strength, she could not breach Wufeng's impenetrable defenses, felt weary and disinterested in futile endeavors. She resolved to retreat into seclusion once more, contemplating the creation of even more formidable techniques before returning to challenge her senior brother again. However, with renewed determination, Wang Yuyan insisted she would indeed break through Wufeng's defenses. After all, she had come so close this time. With a little more effort, success seemed imminent. Even if she were to fail again, it mattered not, as she could use Wufeng as a sparring partner to better master her surging powers. As the duel came to an end, Wang Yuyan suddenly remembered that she had not enjoyed a sumptuous meal all day. Without hesitation, she activated her lightness skill and swiftly soared to the Xiaoyao sect's dining hall. In truth, for Wang Yuyan at this moment, going without food or drink for 10 days or even half a month would not have much impact. Yet, the gluttonous Wang could not forsake her love for martial arts and exquisite cuisine. Observing her graceful figure swiftly departing, Wufeng shook his head slightly, a wry smile gracing his lips as he lamented, "What a pity. She bears no resemblance to the ethereal goddess of my childhood memories. She has completely gone astray." With a sigh, Wufeng wasted no time and followed suit to the dining hall. It is noteworthy that throughout this entire episode, neither of the two martial masters paid any mind to the hurried return of Kong Guangling, who lingered momentarily before ambulating away in a leisurely manner. Thus, time flowed gently as Wang Yuyan once again retreated to cultivate her more powerful martial techniques, and before one knew it, nearly 3 months had elapsed. At this moment, less than 3 days remained until the fateful meeting of the ethereal fairy and the sweeping monk at Shaolin, as foretold by Kong Guangling. On this day, not long after her departure from the confines of her training, Wang Yuyan once again sought out Wufeng, confronting him atop the highest peak of Drumbeat Mountain. She was eager to test whether her painstakingly developed new technique could breach her senior brother's impenetrable defense. "Junior sister, my dear Yuyan, I implore you, could you refrain from seeking me out for sparring so frequently?" Wufeng said with a sigh of resignation. "Absolutely not, and do not ever call me Yuyan again," Wang Yuyan firmly retorted, her tone resolute. Without allowing Wufeng to respond, she swiftly initiated her attack, exclaiming, "Enough chatter, behold my move, Nine Suns Radiant Palm." With that, Wang Yuyan's hands moved along an arcane trajectory, and in an instant, she conjured a massive hand engulfed in blazing flames, measuring 10 zhang in size. As her intent surged, she gently pushed her delicate palm forward, sending the fiery hand hurtling towards Wufeng, cloaking him in a searing heat that must have been in the hundreds of degrees Celsius, akin to molten lava. Seeing this, Wufeng sighed helplessly, then summoned his indomitable chi shield, which immediately enveloped him in a protective barrier radiating with a pearlescent glow, leaving no crevice exposed. With a thunderous clash, the flaming hand collided with the invincible Qi shield, unleashing a resounding explosion that reverberated for miles. The echo lingering in the air. The ferocious shockwave shook the very ground, causing landslides and the shattering of boulders, creating a scene reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, save for the absence of molten lava and billowing smoke. Fortunately, Drumbeat Mountain was neither a dormant nor an active volcano. Otherwise, the cataclysmic aftermath of their battle would have triggered a catastrophic eruption. Undeterred by the failure of her initial strike, Wang Yiyan pressed on, launching a series of successive attacks, each showcasing her unique techniques. In a fleeting moment, the air above the summit of Drumbeat Mountain illuminated with two figures, one radiating a brilliant white light, the other a fiery red, as they soared and intertwined in a breathtaking display of martial prowess. Notably, the figure glowing with pearly light remained mostly stationary, while the fiery figure darted around, ceaselessly launching assaults. Just moments prior, she had unleashed a colossal fiery palm at Wu Feng, only to pivot and deliver a dazzling golden punch from above in the next instant. As Wang Yiyan's speed and frequency of attacks escalated, she inadvertently caused a momentary disorientation among the observing disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, creating an optical illusion that made it seem as though hundreds, if not thousands, of Wang Yiyans were simultaneously assaulting their leader, Wu Feng, from all directions. Chapter 5. The battle of heaven and man faced with an incessant barrage of attacks from all directions. Wu Feng furrowed his brow slightly and discreetly channeled a portion of his pure internal energy to reinforce his invincible energy shield. In the next moment, it erupted forth with a tremendous force. With a deafening roar, silence enveloped the surroundings for miles. After a brief pause, as the thick clouds of black smoke dissipated into the ether and the dust settled, the victor and vanquished had become apparent in that fleeting instant. It was in the moment of their clash that Wu Feng unleashed his formidable energy, overwhelming and shattering Wang Yiyan's ultimate technique with ease. Humph, yet again defeated. Stinking senior brother, you wait and see. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a girl in her youth. Frustrated by the obliteration of her powerful move, Wang Yiyan, well-versed in her retorts, hurled out the words that left Wu Feng both exasperated and speechless. Following her outburst, she intended to return to indulge in a lavish meal as a means of venting her emotions before retreating once more to refine an even more formidable technique. Observing his little junior sister's habitual eagerness to feast, Wu Feng, eager to enjoy a period of tranquility in the limited time they had left, earnestly deceived her, saying, "Junior sister, you will never defeat me this way, for your worldly experience is insufficient and your exposure is far too limited. If you wish to make greater strides and develop more powerful techniques, you must seek out the other masters of the world and gain insight into the natural wonders of heaven and earth. Is that so?" Wang Yiyan paused, her face a mask of skepticism. Seeing that his ruse was on the verge of success, Wu Feng pressed on with even greater fervor. "Of course. Have you forgotten? Do you not recall the tales I shared of the valiant female warriors who shattered the void? The naturalist Lang Fengyun, who traversed the earth barefoot, and the unparalleled masterling Dong Yu who triumphed over all in battle? Oh, I nearly forgot. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." At that moment, Wang Yiyan, feeling a sudden clarity, feigned gratitude before swiftly soaring down the mountain, eager to verify the efficacy of the methods espoused by the legendary heroines of yore. Is it truly necessary to rush so? Her impatience remains unchanged. Wu Feng sighed, realizing he still had more to say. "Junior sister, do not forget the important matter. Remember to visit the nameless monk at Shaolin Temple in 3 days." With a tinge of regret, he summoned his internal energy to transmit a message across the distance, reminding the already distant Wang Yiyan not to neglect her duties. Understood. Having already flown beyond the borders of Legu Mountain, Wang Yiyan responded through the same method of distant transmission. At Legu Mountain, where the Tianlong chessboard had been positioned 5 years prior, now stood the open-air conference hall of the Xianyao sect, designated for discussions of significant matters. So, have all preliminary arrangements been properly made? At this moment, seated at the highest point of the conference hall, Wu Feng gazed at the 8 individuals positioned on either side and inquired, "Rest assured, Master, all necessary notifications have been duly communicated. Furthermore, each individual has assured their absolute presence. You may relax and await the outcome." Although he did not comprehend why his master insisted on gathering all the prominent figures from the 9 provinces at the Shaolin Temple in Songshan a month later to witness the contest between his junior uncle and the revered Shaolin monk, Kong Guangling and the other members of the 8 friends from Hanggu had diligently completed the tasks assigned by Wu Feng. Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction and rewarded them, saying, Excellent. Well done. Later, each of you may go to the third floor of the Martial Pavilion to collect a manual. And take this opportunity to pay a visit to Brother Su, who currently serves as the guardian and elder of the Martial Pavilion in our sect. Thank you, Master, for your generous reward. We shall take our leave now to visit our teacher. The 8 members, filled with excitement, quickly rose and expressed their gratitude to Wu Feng. Very well, go ahead, and please extend my regards to Brother Su. Wu Feng said with a faint smile as he observed the eager demeanor of Kong Guangling and the others. In the next moment, upon receiving permission, the 8 of them feigned seriousness as they stepped out of the conference hall. However, the instant they reached outside, they unleashed the exclusive lightness technique of the current Xiaoyao sect, the Lingbo Weibu, with all their might. Each of them moved gracefully, racing towards the martial pavilion, as if fearing that a moment's delay would prevent them from seeing their master again. Witnessing this scene, Wu Feng did not mock or reproach them. Instead, he smiled in understanding. After all, the third floor of the martial pavilion housed the most formidable manual, a seamless advancement of their foundational technique. The Zhao Wuxiang Gong, the Dou Wuxiang Gong at the return to truth level. As for paying respects to their master, there was no rush. He was always there, not going anywhere. However, each manual at the return to truth level was singular, and according to the new Master S regulations, aside from the original kept in the martial pavilion, all others were to be destroyed to prevent leaks and potential targeting. Thus, Kong Guangling and the others were eager to reach the martial pavilion first to obtain the coveted Dou Wuxiang Gong, which had been refined and created by their junior uncle during his seclusion. After all, whether due to Kong Guangling's cultivation being rooted in the Zhao Wuxiang Gong or the awe-inspiring prowess exhibited by his junior uncle, their preference was clear. Thus, after a spirited race, the 7th sister among the Hanggu 8 friends, Shi Qinglu, utilizing her advantage of being the sole female with a slender physique, emerged victorious, reaching the martial pavilion first. However, it is regrettable that before Shi Qinglu could ascend to the 3rd level of the Wu Pavilion, she was gently halted by Su Xinghe, who sat at the center of the 1st floor. Not only did he stop her, but he also reprimanded her loudly on the spot. This is a crucial place, and you all rush in without even reporting. What are you trying to accomplish? What a disgrace. Have you all grown wings and no longer regard me, your master, with respect? With a surge of his profound and refined internal energy, Su Xinghe swept Shi Qinglu and the others outside the Wu Pavilion, his voice filled with anger. Master, forgive us. We recognize our error. The 8 friends of Hanggu humbly pleaded in unison to the furious Su Xinghe. What can I say to you? Do you not understand the significance of this place? Are you unaware that the precious martial arts manuals stored on the 4th level were painstakingly created by your forebears? Do you not realize that this repository holds the foundation of the eternal legacy of the Xiaoyao sect? Su Xinghe admonished them sternly, his demeanor serious. Enough, senior brother. There is no need to scold them so loudly. I instructed them to come and collect a copy of the Return to Truth level manual as a reward. Furthermore, there is no need to amplify my words to such an extent. Even using distant sound transmission is excessive. Very well, I concede to you. Regarding your earlier request for 2 attendant disciples, I will comply. Let this matter end here, Wu Feng said, employing distant sound transmission, expressing his acquiescence and resignation. Cough, cough. All right, let us proceed. Which of you has come to the Wu Pavilion to claim the Return to Truth level manual? Upon receiving Wu Feng's message, Su Xinghe's expression shifted from dark to bright. After a slight cough to clear the awkwardness, he inquired with a kind demeanor. The 8 friends of Hanggu, having witnessed their master's swift change of temperament, stared at Su Xinghe in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words and engulfed in self-doubt, questioning whether this master before them was indeed the genuine one. Chapter 6. Internal Energy and Breath Master. What I truly desire is the great no-form skill. Might you allow your disciple to exchange for it? Holding a tome he had never encountered before, adorned with the title Heavenly Dragon's 8 Sounds, Kong Guangling cautiously approached Su Xinghe, seeking to ingratiate himself. Indeed, master, I too wish for the great no-form skill, and have no interest in this one Yafeho that I've never even heard of, added Shi Qinglu, the sole female among the 8, her voice laced with a hint of playful coaxing. However, their pleas fell on deaf ears. Ultimately, only the youngest, known as the theater enthusiast, succeeded in acquiring the coveted great no-form skill. Su Xinghe disregarded the requests of the other disciples, resolutely denying them all. Observing the dejected expressions of the 7 disciples who were left wanting, Su Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. You little rascals, do you think your master would harm you? Pay close attention to the manuals you hold. After a quarter of an hour, if anyone still wishes to make an exchange, I will, despite my old face, approach the sect leader to secure the great no-form skill for all of you. Is that satisfactory? With their teacher's words, the 8 students, save for the youngest, instinctively focused their attention and diligently immersed themselves in their respective manuals. This earnest reading soon became an obsession. Each of the 7 became utterly captivated, losing track of time as they delved deeper into their texts. As their understanding deepened, they unconsciously retrieved their dining utensils and began to practice the techniques outlined in the manuals right there. In an instant, the open space outside the martial pavilion was alive with the sounds of 7 individuals, each engrossed in their own pursuits, some playing the lute, others engaged in chess, painting, or reading, lost in a trance-like state of fervent practice. Meanwhile, let us not overlook how the 8 friends of Hanggu, with their teacher's guidance, each discovered the martial arts that best suited their abilities, wholly absorbed in their cultivation. At this moment, Wu Feng sat cross-legged within a modest stone cave atop Drum Mountain, diligently cultivating his internal energy, preparing to break through his current realm. Moments later, a series of crisp sounds akin to crackling beans echoed from Wu Feng's body, accompanied by the gentle murmur of flowing water. Gradually, he opened his eyes, and the previously dark chamber illuminated as brightly as day. Wu Feng had successfully advanced to the minor completion stage of his everlasting cultivation technique, causing a release of energy that filled the room with a radiant glow. Feeling the rejuvenating effects of this breakthrough in his internal energy realm, Wu Feng was overjoyed, for it signified a resurgence in his progress after having previously encountered stagnation due to the limitations of his earthly lineage. It was reminiscent of the time when he first grasped the essence of qi, and this was one of the key reasons Wu Feng was so fervently dedicated to his internal cultivation. Moreover, even without the unexpected yet entirely reasonable enhancement of the essence of life that transcends the boundaries of the physical body, the cultivation of the so-called qi from Dragon Ball serves as an exceptional auxiliary ability. Wu Feng would still diligently practice his internal martial arts, for the mere fact that one could attain eternal vitality through inner strength is worthy of his time and effort, not to mention the myriad capabilities of internal energy, such as detoxification, healing, longevity, and the alteration of one's innate qualities, render it a veritable panacea. After solidifying his newly achieved level of internal power, Wu Feng commenced his unwavering practice of the Dragon Ball martial arts, a pursuit he had diligently maintained since his arrival in this realm. Experiencing the overwhelming surge of energy within his cells, now nearly tenfold stronger than before, a smile involuntarily spread across Wu Feng's face. Although the energy within him, potent enough to cleave mountains and part seas, could not be unleashed due to the differing rules of this world, it could still be harnessed to fortify his physical defenses. Initially, after a series of attempts upon his arrival, Wu Feng discovered that as long as the threshold of his attacks did not exceed the limits of his internal energy's capacity, he could not sustain any significant harm. This revelation brought him considerable relief, as he felt assured of his safety within this realm. His defenses were undoubtedly invincible, impervious to any assault. Furthermore, after encountering several renowned figures from his memories and engaging in sparring matches with them, Wu Feng concluded that even if he could not utilize the energy within his cells, there were perhaps only 1 or 1.5 individuals in the entire martial world who could keep pace with him. The reason for the half individual was his uncertainty regarding whether the founder of the Sunflower Scripture was also present in this era or had, like the carefree master of the Xiaoyao sect, already passed away. In summary, after preliminary confirmations and subsequent reassurances, Wu Feng firmly established the fact that he faced virtually no rivals in this realm. With this realization of his nearly invincible status, he promptly began to devise his initial plans and strategies. First, he sought out Ding Chuanxiu, who had established the Starry Sky sect in the western regions and wielded considerable influence. After engaging in a fierce battle that served as a test, Wu Feng, armed with ample data, delivered a decisive blow that felled Ding Chuanxiu in an instant. With a single strike, he vanquished the formidable master of the Starry Sky sect and simultaneously eradicated the various toxic elements associated with it, save for the mischievous little Azzy, whom he had incapacitated at the outset. Having single-handedly dismantled the renowned Starry Sky sect of the western regions, Wu Feng wasted no time in bringing the seemingly pitiful little Azzy with him to the residence of the enigmatic Wuyazi at Drum Mountain. Before Suxingha, he swiftly deciphered the intricate pieces of the Jianlong chessboard with just a few words. As for why he chose to elucidate rather than engage in a game of Go himself, it is because Wu Feng expressed that he is, in every sense, a novice among novices when it comes to the game of Go. Expecting himself to decipher the intricacies of the Tianlong chess game through play would be an unreasonable demand. Furthermore, Wu Feng remarked that since he could convincingly persuade, or perhaps deceive, Su Xinghe with mere words, there was no need to undertake such an endeavor. It is noteworthy that at that time, Wu Feng was holding a redwood coffin containing the body of Ding Chuanxiu with one hand. Thus, having unveiled the critical aspects of the Tianlong chess game, and having dispatched Ding Chuanxiu, everything that transpired thereafter seemed entirely logical. He became a disciple of Wuyazi, mastering the pinnacle internal cultivation techniques of the Xiaoyao sect, and upon Wuyazi's passing, he seamlessly assumed the role of the sect's leader. It is also worth mentioning that during this period, a series of significant events unfolded, including Wu Feng having obtained Wuyazi's consent, bringing back Li Qingluo and the young girl Wang Yuyan to the Xiaoyao sect. Moreover, in pursuit of mastering the profound techniques of Zaiyozi, he made a special journey to the Tianshan Piamiao Palace and the Western Xia Imperial Palace to retrieve all martial arts knowledge belonging to the Xiaoyao sect. This collection naturally encompassed the diverse martial arts amassed by Wuyazi and others over the years. Additionally, it is significant to note that on the day of Wuyazi's demise, Wu Feng chose not to accept his internal energy, but instead allowed the young Wang Yuyan to inherit all of it. This decision laid the groundwork for Wang Yuyan's meteoric rise to prominence, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the rankings within a remarkably short span of time. The combination of Wuyazi's meticulously refined internal energy, cultivated over more than 70 years, along with Wang Yuyan's own nearly 20 years of rigorous training, resulted in what could be considered the youngest female grandmaster in the realm of the True Return, comparable to the monk who achieved his breakthrough only after receiving a beating from Wu Feng. Time passes swiftly, and as the moment for Wu Feng's anticipated return draws near, he remains acutely aware of the urgency of his situation. Having resided in this realm for almost a decade, he understands that he cannot afford to delay. If he were to return late and his secret were to be discovered by his uncle Taidou and others, it would certainly lead to complications. Although he believes that as long as he does not disclose anything, Taidou and the others would not press him, Wu Feng feels it is prudent to exercise caution. After all, the world of Dragon Balls is not to be taken lightly. Should the whimsical angel Weiss uncover his secret, it would spell disaster. Therefore, to eliminate any possibility of premature exposure, Wu Feng must adhere strictly to his plans, ensuring that no one besides himself is privy to his secret. Only when he deems that this secret has lost its significance and is unconcerned with its exposure will he share it in detail with Taidou and the others. As the deadline for his return approaches, Wu Feng is not in a rush to bid farewell to his friends and family in this realm. Rather, he intends to prepare meticulously for any potential future visit. For instance, 3 years ago, the esteemed rankings of the martial arts world, heaven, earth, and man, were unveiled, epitomizing the pinnacle of martial prowess. Furthermore, there is the diligent cultivation of the next leader of the carefree sect, the young disciple Wang Yuyan, who also bears the mantle of guardian. Moreover, there has been an unwavering effort behind the scenes to propel the grand development of the martial arts community, striving to gradually elevate this realm to heights of extraordinary martial prowess and even divine martial mastery in the years to come after one's departure. Chapter 7. The 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity in the illustrious city of Hangzhou, within the Great Song Dynasty. There exists a grand establishment known as the Yulai Inn. At this moment, the inn is teeming with a multitude of visitors from all corners of the realm, particularly those of the martial arts community. Upon closer inspection, one would discern a mingling of renowned heroes, affluent merchants, and influential figures from various walks of life, gathering in a harmonious assembly. Despite the bustling atmosphere, the scene is remarkably orderly, as each individual dutifully finds their designated place. Nevertheless, there are occasionally a few impetuous newcomers, brimming with youthful zeal and a fervent desire to uphold justice, who recklessly engage in brawls within the inn, attempting to enact their so-called righteous crusades. Yet, without exception, these young champions and martial miscreants alike are swiftly apprehended by the seasoned experts stationed at the inn. Subsequently, they face appropriate reparations and penalties based on the severity of their actions. While no fatalities have occurred thus far, this has effectively instilled a profound sense of caution among the martial arts community. 3 years prior, when the Yulai Inn first opened its doors, it made a formidable statement by punishing the notorious figures Hu Zhongtian and Yun Zhanghe, the latter infamous for his nefarious deeds, who was stripped of his garments, his vital points sealed, and he was suspended in the bustling streets for 3 days and nights. Meanwhile, Yun Zhanghe, having succumbed to his own reckless abandon, was confined in a completely sealed stone chamber for 10 days and nights after being administered a concoction to enhance his experience. Thus, under the exemplary enforcement of these two miscreants, the past 3 years have largely unfolded in tranquility, save for a few minor disturbances likely due to the slow dissemination of information in ancient times. Now, without further ado, we arrive at the annual occasion for the announcement of the 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity. Since the inaugural release of the martial prowess rankings 3 years ago, the Yulai initially faced ridicule and derision due to a lack of credibility, attracting the ire of certain disgruntled individuals, such as Jiuding Ji, who sought to challenge the rankings. However, these provocateurs were swiftly subdued by Kong Guangling, one of the esteemed disciples of Su Xinghe, who had recently gained significant power under the new leadership of the Xianjian sect, serving as a deterrent to any further insubordination. Yet, this merely established the inn's reputation as a venue not to be trifled with. Skepticism and disdain persisted regarding the rankings displayed within the inn, with some seasoned veterans of the martial world publicly declaring that the Yulai merely sought to attract attention and invite humiliation upon itself. This adverse situation persisted until, over time, a number of defiant and indignant young heroes from the martial world began to challenge those at the top of the rankings, both renowned and obscure. Their subsequent defeats finally drew the attention and partial acknowledgement of several prominent figures within the martial arts community. However, it was the challenge undertaken by the enchanting and naturally beautiful heroine, Wang Yiyin, who possessed an elegant demeanor, skin as smooth as cream, draped in flowing white garments and proficient in various martial arts, that truly established the authenticity of this ranking. To this day, she remains the foremost figure atop the leaderboard. Known as the Celestial Fairy, Wang Yiyin. At last, you have arrived, Manager Kong. It has truly been a challenge waiting for your appearance. At this moment, Kong Guangling approached, holding 3 sealed scrolls, and was playfully greeted by his friend, the wealthy Qian Wanqian. Haha, my friends, I beg your forgiveness. I have been entangled in trivial matters. Just before my departure, an esteemed guest arrived unexpectedly, and I simply had to attend to them. My sincerest apologies. After offering a brief explanation, Kong Guangling clasped his hands in respect and bowed to the guests from all directions. Not at all, not at all. We merely waited a short while. It is no trouble at all. As long as the unveiling of the rankings is not delayed, all is well. Fellow martial artists, do you not agree? At this moment, Bai Shijing, an elder of the prestigious beggars sect, adorned in tattered garments with 9 pockets sewn onto his attire, stepped forward and proclaimed loudly. Indeed, indeed. It should be so, as it ought to be. The assembly of martial heroes readily concurred, showing great deference. However, amidst the chorus of agreement, a sharp and sarcastic voice suddenly interjected. Nay, nay, your words are utterly nonsensical, merely the ramblings of sycophants. I disdain to engage with such a crowd. At this instant, the assembly of proud martial heroes felt insulted and were instantly enraged, turning towards the source of the voice. To their dismay, it was none other than the notorious Bao Badong, one of the 4 great generals of the Murong clan from Suzhou, whose audacity had once again surfaced. Bao, you speak nonsense. You cannot produce pearls from your mouth. In their fury, many of the martial heroes retorted angrily, with some even brandishing their weapons, prepared to dismember Bao Batong at the slightest provocation. Humph, what do you intend to do? Have you forgotten where you are? Kong Guangling, summoning his profound inner strength, let out a heavy snort to remind the impassioned crowd of their precarious situation. In the next moment, the tension was abruptly shattered by a thunderous noise, silencing the once belligerent assembly of heroes. It was only when Master Xuanku, representing the Shaolin Temple, spoke up to mediate, providing a way out for everyone, that the awkwardness of the situation was finally alleviated. In the next moment, the assembly of martial heroes swiftly retracted their drawn weapons, filling the Yulai Inn with the incessant sound of sheathing blades. This cacophony continued until, after a brief interlude, everyone resumed their original positions, and silence finally descended. Simultaneously, having achieved his intended purpose, Kong Guangling ceased to exhibit his usual pretentiousness. He directed a surge of internal energy to launch one of the scrolls in his possession, which soared to the hook on the beam of the inn, already prepared for its arrival. In the next instant, under the influence of gravity, the scroll unfurled, revealing its contents. An eager voice broke the silence. First on the list, the esteemed Murong Fu of Suzhou, who has mastered the martial arts of various schools. Second, the unparalleled Zhuo Bufan, who claims the title of Sword God, the last disciple of the Wisdom Sword sect, and who once encountered fortuitous events on Changbai Mountain, mastering the ultimate sword technique. Third, Jiuding Ji, a fifth-generation disciple of the wandering sect. Fourth, Xianjian, the abbot of the Dharma Academy at Shaolin Temple. Proficient in 3 of the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin. 108th, Quan Guanqing, the leader of the Beggars sect. Known for his cunning rhetoric and modest martial prowess. Thus, time flowed gently as the martial heroes engrossed themselves in the reading. After a while, having completed their perusal, their curiosity could no longer be contained, leading to the customary session of inquiries. Master Kong, Sir Kong, I must clarify that my skepticism is not a reflection of distrust towards you, but rather an unquenchable curiosity within me, spoke a wandering practitioner, unable to restrain himself. Haha, no offense taken. Please voice your doubts freely, and I shall endeavor to provide answers, Kong Guangling replied with an indifferent smile. The young practitioner slightly cupped his fist in a gesture of respect, and said, I beg your pardon for my impertinence. I am somewhat perplexed about the second-ranked sword god Zhua, for as far as I know, he appears to be around 40 or 50 years of age. How is it that he still holds a position on the list? Chapter 8. The 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity. Is this what has perplexed you? Indeed. It is partly my fault for failing to elucidate the criteria required for those to be listed, which may have led to some misunderstandings on your part. Upon hearing this, Kong Guangling pondered for a moment, and suddenly, a look of enlightenment crossed his face as he spoke. Without waiting for the others to inquire about the specific misunderstandings, he continued, it seems that the previous 2 rankings, which featured predominantly young individuals on the human list, have subconsciously led you to believe that age is a requisite for all 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity. Alas, you are mistaken, my friends. The rankings at the ULIN are solely based on the strength of the individual, irrespective of age. Now I see. Thank you for clarifying, esteemed elder. I have learned much, the youthful loose cultivator said, although still harboring other doubts. He recognized the need to refrain from further impudence, and promptly expressed his gratitude before stepping back. Very well, since you have no further doubts. Is there anyone else who wishes to pose a question? Speak freely, Kong Guangling said, stroking his thick, dark beard with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, and in silent accord, they selected Bai Shijing, the representative of the current foremost sect. Without pretense, Bai stepped forward and clasped his hands in respect, asking, Master Kong, since the rankings are based on strength, could you enlighten us about this newly listed Xiao sect? How is it that their disciples occupy such a significant portion of the human list? Is this the collective doubt you all share? Very well, at this moment, I shall disclose this much. Regarding the Xiaoyao sect, I can simply tell you this. I am the 4th-generation chief disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Upon hearing Bai Shijing's inquiry, Kong Guangling's expression flickered momentarily, and then he spoke with a tone that conveyed both nostalgia and pride. What? How can this be? How is it possible? Upon reflection, perhaps this is indeed the only explanation for the formidable prowess of the ULIN. The crowd was initially stunned, then incredulous, before awakening as if from a dream. They quickly combined this revelation with various pieces of information they had gathered, resulting in an answer that was difficult to believe, yet perfectly aligned with the reality before them. Well then, concerning the Xiaoyao sect, due to the sect's regulations, I can only say this much. Now, do any of you have further questions? Kong Guangling continued once he noticed the crowd recovering from their astonishment. I have none. And even if I had previously, I possess none now. I am without doubt, came the chorus of voices from the hall. However, amidst the collective expressions of clarity, an incongruous, somewhat sardonic voice interjected, I have doubts. I am not convinced. Why is it that the leader of the Beggars sect, Quan Qing, is able to be listed, while I cannot? In terms of martial prowess, I am his equal, if not superior. In response to the abrupt and provocatively accusatory question, before Kong Guangling could articulate a reply, a voice sneered. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the infamous Nanhai crocodile god, Yu Laosan. What grievances do you harbor? You speak nonsense. Listen carefully, I am Yu Laer. Upon hearing himself referred to as Yu Laosan, the Nanhai crocodile god erupted in fury. Yes, you are indeed correct. You have now been elevated to Yu Laer. How forgetful of me to neglect the fact that, among the 4 great villains, you and Duan Yanqing are the only ones remaining. At this juncture, one of the helmsmen accompanying Bai Shijing audaciously jested. How infuriating. You little pretty boy. Step forward. I seek to engage you in a life-and-death battle. The notoriously slow-witted Yu Laer, realizing he had been mocked, bellowed in outrage. Enough, Laosan, return. You can settle your score with the Beggars sect later. For now, let us allow Manager Kong to unveil the remaining 2 rankings. Observing that his subordinate was on the verge of an all-out brawl, Duan Yangshen employed ventriloquism, his voice hoarse yet stern. Oh, I understand, little pretty boy. Consider yourself fortunate this time. After this concludes, I shall seek you out for retribution. In his life, the only person he feared was Duan Laoda. Upon hearing this, Yu Laosen promptly sheathed his weapon, the crocodile scissors, and obediently returned to Duan Laoda's side. Just as the threatened helmsman of the beggars' sect was about to retort, he was abruptly interrupted by Kong Guangling. Enough, everyone. Let us maintain decorum. Do not bring your personal grievances into this space. It is time to reveal the rankings. If you wish to settle any disputes, you may do so after the assembly. As long as it is outside the ULIN, feel free to resolve matters as you see fit. That is all I have to say. What are your thoughts? A young helmsman, receiving a nod from the law elder by Shijing, clasped his fists and bowed. I have no objections and shall follow the elder's words. I have no objections either. Let us proceed as Manager Kong suggests. Yu Laosan, having received a warning from his leader, reluctantly consented. Kong Guangling nodded slightly, visibly pleased. Since you all are willing to grant me a modicum of respect, let us proceed thusly. Next, I shall address the question posed by Yu Laer regarding why the helmsman has been placed at the bottom of the human rankings. This decision was made personally by our third sect leader. As for the specific reasons, I am not privy to them, and can only speculate that there may be deeper intricacies at play. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, and an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Seeing this, Kong Guangling, with a sense of resignation, continued, Gentlemen, overthinking serves no purpose. Let us instead turn our attention to the 72 innate masters listed in the Earth rankings. As he spoke, Kong Guangling tossed the scroll in his right hand into the air, and instantly, the scroll representing the Earth ranking unfurled and descended, revealing its contents. At the pinnacle of the Earth ranking stood the ethereal Tianshan Tonglao, Xingchenbian, the master of Lingjiu Palace atop the Miao Miao Peak. In second place was Li Qiushui, the Empress Dowager of Xixia and the head of the Yipentang. The third position was claimed by Qiao Feng, the leader of the beggars' sect, whose innate talent and valor rendered him a true-born god of war. The sixth place was occupied by the formidable Jimozi, the national master of Tubo and the head of the Nyingma sect of the western regions. The seventh spot was held by the venerable Kuroi Zen master, the former abbot of Tianlong Temple. Following him was Su Xinghe, the third-generation disciple of the Shaoyao sect, in the eighth position. In 16th place was Duan Yangshen, the chief of the four great evildoers, a former prince of the Dali kingdom. The 23rd spot went to Xuanzi, the abbot of Shaolin, known as the Fuhu Arhut. The 27th position was held by the Huangmei monk from the Dharma Lower Academy in Putian, Fujian. In the 33rd place stood the abbot of Qingliang Temple on Wutai Mountain, known as the Jianlong Arhut. The 36th position was claimed by Duan Zhengming, the emperor of Baoding in Dali, from 37th to 72nd on the Earth ranking. All positions remained vacant, awaiting selection. It must be said that the time for perusal flew by astonishingly fast. Before long, the guests had all completed their readings and began to engage in hushed discussions, each expressing their opinions. Observing that none of the guests had posed any questions amidst their quiet conversations, Kong Guangling felt compelled to speak aloud. Esteemed guests, if you have any inquiries regarding the rankings on the Earth ranking, now is the time to voice them. Upon hearing this, the assembly halted their discussions and collectively turned their gazes towards Kong Guangling. After several breaths of hesitation, they began to speak in unison. We harbor no significant objections or queries regarding the Earth ranking, yet we are puzzled as to why the illustrious Fairy Wang, the former number 1, is absent. Is that truly the only question? Kong Guangling inquired. Do you have no inquiries regarding anyone else apart from the fairy? This, I must say, leaves me at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Alas, what a great loss it is. I have gone to such lengths to prepare for the Earth ranking, memorizing copious amounts of information, only to find, the world is deteriorating, and the hearts of men have grown cold. Seeing that the guests showed little interest in the other individuals on the Earth ranking and were solely fixated on their own enchanting junior master, Kong Guangling could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. Witnessing his demeanor, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter, creating a harmonious scene of camaraderie. Chapter 9. The Three Lists of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Master Kong, do not take offense. It is not our intention to be so, but the individuals listed on the Earth list are indeed renowned figures within the martial world, celebrated and distinguished. Each possesses their own remarkable achievements, universally acknowledged and recognized. Thus, aside from a few who may raise some doubts, we hold no significant objections regarding the others. At this moment, an elder, long absent from the martial realm and rumored to have retreated into seclusion, Zhaoqian's son, spoke up in a resonant voice to clarify the sentiments of the assembly. Indeed, indeed. Elder Zhao has articulated our thoughts perfectly. We truly harbor no substantial disagreements about the rankings on the Earth list. After all, more than 2 years ago, the meteoric rise of the celestial fairy, the renowned heroine, served as a testament to us all, did it not? A fervent young man, newly initiated into the martial arena, added with admiration in his voice, absolutely. Isn't that so? It is entirely reasonable. The gathering of martial practitioners from across the 9 provinces, upon recalling that ethereal figure, nodded in heartfelt agreement. Very well. Then, since this is the case, I shall not delay further, as it is a matter of goodwill. With a resigned sigh, Kong Guangling raised his left hand and deftly tossed the final scroll representing the heaven list to its designated position. In the next instant, the scroll descended and rapidly unfurled, revealing the contents of the heaven list within mere moments. The assembly, unable to contain their curiosity, wondered not about the whereabouts of the heroine, but rather why the final list was being unveiled so suddenly. Could it be that the heroine had achieved a breakthrough, reaching a realm comparable to that of the esteemed elders, and secured her place on the heaven list? Yet, how could this be possible? After all, the heroine was still in her prime, hardly out of her youth. Thus, with a hint of hesitation, the crowd turned their gaze to the illustrious heaven list. And in the next heartbeat, they beheld heaven list first. At the turn of the seasons, the white ape transmitted the sword, a figure of celestial grace, single-handedly overcoming 3,000 armors. Heaven list second. During the Southern Liang era, the teachings of Buddhism began to spread. The I Ching purified the essence, unbreakable as diamond, Shakyamuni. Heaven list third. In the era of the Great Tang, poetry and swordsmanship proclaimed immortality, the supreme profound art, the azure lotus scholar. Heaven list fourth. In the Great Song era, the ancestor of carefree existence, eternal as the heavens and earth, unaging and ever-spring. Heaven list fifth. The leader of the carefree sect, a deity descended upon the world, the pinnacle of martial arts, unparalleled among mortals. Heaven list sixth. At Mount Song, the guardian of scriptures, exuding 3 feet of righteous aura, the sweeping monk. Heaven list seventh. The elder of the carefree sect, a being of celestial transformation, harmonizing myriad teachings, ethereal as a spirit. Heaven list eighth to heaven list 36, currently left vacant, awaiting determination. Barely a moment after the list was revealed, the crowd had already perused it, for they had previously examined it twice. Thus, they merely glanced at the 4 esteemed predecessors who had long since passed, quickly shifting their attention to the 5th position, and soon completed their review. Indeed, is it still the case? Aside from the addition of 1 individual, there appears to be no other alterations. However, this newly introduced figure, as described, seems somewhat familiar. The crowd, after perusing the information, was engulfed in a trifecta of wonder, skepticism, and disbelief, accompanied by an indescribable complexity of emotions, murmuring to themselves. In an instant, the once boisterous Yulei Kexuan fell into an involuntary silence, as the audience found themselves rendered speechless by the shocking revelations, silently processing the unparalleled astonishment that enveloped them. It was then that a devoted fan, a little sister of the celestial heroine, broke the peculiar silence with her enthusiastic inquiry directed at Kong Guangling, Senior Kong. The newly ranked 7th on the heavenly list must be the ethereal fairy who has been removed from the earthly rankings, correct? Indeed, it must be so, she continued, already answering her own question with excitement. This would explain why the celestial heroine is no longer on the earthly list. Without waiting for Kong Guangling's response, the little fan exuberantly proclaimed, "Haha, yes, I knew it. It must be my idol, the goddess." Kong Guangling, with a sense of pride and satisfaction, responded with hearty laughter, affirming, "You are absolutely correct, young lady. The newly ranked individual is none other than Wang Tianxian, who has ascended to become an unparalleled master, a consummate expert in the realm of unity with the divine. Indeed, she is the heroine you speak of. To be candid, it was only through the assistance of our sect leader, the martial arts master, that she recently achieved this breakthrough. Yea, I knew it. She truly deserves the title of my #1 idol, my goddess." The little fan rejoiced, as if she herself were the one who had ascended to the heavenly list. However, every situation possesses its duality. Where there are those who wholeheartedly believe, there are also skeptics harboring doubts. In the midst of the gathering, a venerable elder of the martial world, Su Chongxiao, immediately voiced his skepticism. "Kong, this news is indeed shocking, akin to the first on the heavenly list. It is simply incredible. It feels almost like a myth." Elder Su, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that our Xiaoyao sect's rankings might be fabricated? Su Chongxiao hastily waved his hand in denial, softly explaining, No, 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 that is not my intention. It is just that without witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed difficult to accept, is it not? Nonetheless, it is only natural for you to doubt. Even I was incredulous when I first received the notification. It was only upon my personal visit to the mountain and witnessing the little masteress' every move, each infused with the abundant energy of heaven and earth, that I was left without question. The sheer power that alters the very heavens with every gesture is simply beyond the realm of forgery. Kong Guangling spoke slowly, as if reliving the profound experience he had encountered. Having spoken, and before the crowd could voice further doubts or inquiries, he unveiled a truly earth-shattering announcement, exclaiming, Esteemed guests, I am aware that no matter how vividly I present my words, regardless of how fantastical they may sound, those who choose not to believe will remain unconvinced. After all, seeing is believing, and hearing may often deceive, is it not? Therefore, I shall not elaborate further at this moment. Let everything be revealed on the 9th day of next month, which coincides with the double 9th festival. On that day, the ethereal fairy of our carefree sect shall visit the nameless sweeping monk of Shaolin to engage in profound discussions. By then, all will be made clear. Thus, I declare that I have conveyed all that needs to be said at this assembly. Therefore, I officially conclude this gathering of the 3 rankings in Hangzhou. Farewell, esteemed guests. I shall take my leave first. No need for formalities. With that, as his words echoed, Kong Guangling sprang into action, leaping gracefully towards the vacant, intricately carved ceiling, and, after a few deft maneuvers, his figure swiftly vanished from the astonished gaze of the onlookers. Is this truly necessary for Kong Guangling? We are not ferocious beasts. Must he always flee with such urgency? The next moment, coming to his senses, the highest-ranking elder of the martial world, Su Chongxiao, gently shook his head and chuckled reproachfully. Indeed, Kong, the steward, is rather impulsive. I had not yet had the chance to inquire about the specifics of the ethereal fairy's visit to our temple's sweeping monk, lamented Master Xianbei, who represented Shaolin at this assembly. Quite so. That old fellow Kong has been a friend for so long, yet after unleashing such momentous news, he departs without a word of detail, hastily making his exit. It is truly regrettable that he did not clarify the location of the visit, or whether we might be fortunate enough to witness it, among other crucial questions. Alas, it seems I have chosen my acquaintances poorly, lamented the renowned and wealthy merchant, Qian Wanchong, as he strolled towards the interior of the Yueli Inn, shaking his head in dismay. As the 3 prominent figures departed one after another, the inn was soon filled with individuals who had journeyed from distant, remote mountains, or those representing various factions eager to secure first-hand information, individuals of significant stature and influence, who promptly followed suit in their departure. Thus, within a short span, the once bustling Yueli Inn transformed into a desolate space. Apart from a few local regulars, only a handful of wandering guests remained, engaged in animated discussions regarding the newly released rankings and the momentous news Kong Guangling had just proclaimed. Chapter 10. The gathering storm time flows like light, and youth fades swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the 9th day of the 9th month, the double 9th festival, has arrived. Traditionally, this day would see people climbing to lofty heights, enjoying the gardens, and admiring chrysanthemums. However, this year is markedly different. On this day, talents and beauties from across the land, renowned heroes, seasoned wanderers, wealthy merchants, dignitaries, and even members of the royal family have all converged at the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song. They gather to witness the legendary duel of celestial beings, rumored for ages, to see if the tales of earth-shattering combat, where mountains shake and the sun and moon are obscured, are indeed true. Of course, this is merely one faction of the onlookers. Another, perhaps more significant, group seeks enlightenment from these 2 celestial beings, hoping to uncover the secrets of immortality. Before delving into the thoughts of the multitude gathered from all corners of the realm, let us recount a series of intriguing events within the martial world. Recently, the Jianghu Daily published by the Yueli and reported on the first major gang in the martial arts world, detailing the coercion of its leader to step down and the revelation of the beggar-s sect leader's past, along with the subsequent quest for redemption. There was also the romantic and sibling recognition journey of Duan Yu, son of Prince Duan of Dali, and the captivating tale involving the esteemed Master Xuanzi of Shaolin and Yi Ernyang, one of the 4 notorious figures. Moreover, the most significant news, occupying much of the narrative, revolves around the establishment of the Baichuan Academy, a true embodiment of the principle of inclusive education supported by the Xiaoyao sect throughout the realm. In stark contrast to the typically sparse attendance at the Shaolin Temple's gathering during past Double Ninth festivals, this year the venue was teeming with people. A veritable sea of humanity, with not a single inch of space to spare, save for the area reserved for the two celestial beings to engage in discourse. An hour later, as the scorching sun reached its zenith, the anticipated celestial beings had yet to arrive. Although the crowd grew increasingly impatient and agitated, not a soul dared to voice their discontent. This silence was not born of fear, but rather the understanding among those of stature and privilege who were aware of the underlying circumstances, choosing to remain discreet for their own benefit. A quarter of an hour later, as the crowd's tension threatened to boil over due to the prolonged absence of the two figures, a gentle, refreshing breeze suddenly swept through the assembly, enveloping them in a soothing embrace, providing relief from the sweltering heat. Just as the attendees pondered the origin of this unexpected coolness in the dry, warm season, dark clouds began to gather ominously from all directions. Eclipsing the blinding rays of the sun, the sky abruptly dimmed, and a gentle breeze began to intensify, soon becoming a force that compelled the onlookers to shield their eyes with their hands. Within a quarter of an hour, those with lesser abilities were already swayed by the gusts, unable to maintain their balance. In the next moment, as the raging wind threatened to sweep them away, a resonant voice echoed, infused with profound inner strength that dispersed the tempest. "Ba, noble lady, your arrival is most welcome. Why not reveal yourself?" The old monk replied, "There is no need for me to appear. This place is too confined for my abilities. I shall await you at the pinnacle of Mount Song." Wang Yuyan, with a spirit of grandeur, transmitted her response before soaring towards the highest peak of the 72 summits of Mount Song. It was only at this moment that the crowd caught a glimpse of the legendary ethereal figure of the renowned fairy of the Jianghu. "Ba, your words, noble lady, are commendable." Upon uttering these words, a kindly old monk, clad in coarse robes, gently set down his broom and leapt into the air, vanishing completely from sight within a few graceful movements. This spectacle left the assembly of martial artists astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Some who had previously prided themselves on their agility felt particularly disheartened, recalling their past boasts and wishing to find a hole to hide in, embarrassed to face others. In this moment, while the self-proclaimed masters of lightness felt a profound sense of shame, they nonetheless displayed their finest skills, hastening towards the location of the impending clash, eager not to miss a once-in-a-millennium battle. Meanwhile, atop the highest peak of Mount Song, Wang Yuyan had already engaged in combat with the recently arrived nameless monk. From a distance, the spectators witnessed a deafening explosion, dispersing the vast clouds that enveloped the summit and revealing the towering peak, which was now resonating with the immense energy released from the clashes of the two celestial beings. Waves of energy, half crimson and half gold, seemed ready to engulf the entire sky above Mount Song. With each passing second, the intensity of the combatant strikes escalated, transitioning from tentative exchanges to powerful blows. After a tense standoff, the two began to unleash their most formidable techniques, captivating the onlookers, nobles who could not wield martial arts and the lower echelons of the Jianghu alike, as if they were spectators at a celestial battle. The enormous golden Buddha figures that periodically emerged, accompanied by the blazing sun, were so dazzling that they rendered the act of looking away impossible. After a quarter of an hour, amidst another fierce clash and rapid collision, neither Wang Yuyan nor the nameless monk could determine a victor, and they both gracefully descended onto the summit of a towering peak. Engaged in a silent standoff while discreetly regulating their breathing, the old monk remarked, "A battle without intention is futile. Let us settle this with a single decisive move. Ba, as the lady wishes, please." The nameless monk contemplated that this confrontation had lingered long enough and must have fulfilled the demands of Master Wu. "Very well, then, esteemed monk. Brace yourself for my newly devised ultimate technique. Be cautious." As his words faded, Wang Yuyan, with a mere thought, unleashed her innovative move. From afar, one could observe the tempestuous winds swirling around Wang Yuyan, as the elemental energies of the five phases coalesced from the very fabric of the heavens and earth. With her gestures and mental focus, these energies rapidly converged into a magnificent Tianlong depiction of the five elements in harmonious convergence. It resembled a relentlessly rotating cosmic grinding wheel of the five elements, advancing directly towards the nameless monk. This, the confluence of celestial beings, the merging of dualities, the unity of Tai Chi, how could it be? He mused, realizing that the lady had already reached the pinnacle of celestial attainment, merely a step away from the Bodhisattva realm. Ba, this martial contest need not proceed further. I concede, esteemed lady, I implore you to cease." The nameless monk, taken aback, resigned himself to defeat. Wang Yuyuan, however, bore an expression of disappointment. "Alas, how dreary, truly dreary. I had such high hopes for you, old monk." Despite her disillusionment, it did not hinder her in the next moment. With a mere thought, she redirected her formidable strike, initially aimed at the nameless monk, towards a desolate mountain peak to his left. In an instant, that towering mountain, standing at least 500 or 600 meters high, erupted dramatically, sending debris cascading downward. Moments later, as the dense clouds of dust gradually dispersed, what lay revealed before the spectators was a mountain that had been reduced to nearly half its original height. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed continuously, as the assembly of martial artists found themselves profoundly shaken by the spectacle before them. Notably, the crowd, once vibrant with animated discussions and lively chatter, fell into a stunned silence. The atmosphere transformed into one where even the faintest sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 11. The Gathering Storm. Is this truly within the realm of martial prowess? If so, have all my years of training been mere illusions? Could it genuinely be that such feats are achievable through martial arts? Are these two not ancient practitioners of Qi? The contemporary master of Longhu Mountain murmured to himself. Martial arts, it appears, can indeed reach such astonishing heights, rivaling the legendary powers of celestial beings. If I could attain such a level, would not the grand endeavor of restoring my nation be within easy reach? Deeply shaken, Morong Fu momentarily lost himself in thought, as if he had discovered a new purpose for his life. Could the martial path truly lead one to such transcendence? No wonder my brother in arms insisted I witness this celestial duel, expressing hopes of one day witnessing the dragon subduing palms, even the 3 palms of dragon subduing. Oh, now I understand. My brother sought to convey that if I could elevate my martial skills to the level of these 2 celestial beings, I could undoubtedly avert the impending conflict between the Song and Liao states that has plagued my mind. With these thoughts, as if the mist had cleared to reveal the moon, Xiao Feng burst into laughter and strode purposefully toward Drum Mountain. Enlightened by his realizations, he intended to take Ah Zhu to the free and easy sect, adhering to the wager made with Wu Feng, accepting his defeat and joining their ranks. Martial arts, can they truly achieve such heights? Should I break through to the realm of unity between heaven and man, what place in this vast world would be beyond my reach? What vendetta could remain unavenged? What endeavor could I not undertake? Ambitious glimmers ignited in the eyes of some spectators, their aspirations soaring. Following the celestial clash, the onlookers vividly displayed the myriad facets of human nature. Each person, consumed by their own ambitions, inadvertently overlooked the outcome of this extraordinary battle, lost in reveries of what they might accomplish if they, too, could attain the prowess of the 2 celestial beings. Ahem, esteemed guests, the 2 celestial beings have departed, and this monumental battle has concluded. The newly appointed Master Xuanxing of the Shaolin Temple gently reminded, noticing the crowd's reluctance to leave. Awakened from their reverie, the guests, realizing their utter lack of decorum, quickly gathered their composure, offered their apologies to the host, and hastily departed. Only a select few ambitious nobles, royal scions, and enterprising merchants lingered, hoping to gain an audience with the enigmatic monk, revered as a living arhat. Regrettably, they were informed by Master Xuanxing that the monk, having achieved significant insights today, was currently in seclusion to contemplate and assimilate his newfound understandings and would not be emerging anytime soon. Reluctantly, and unwilling to offend the formidable presence of the Shaolin Temple, the ambitious individuals and investors presented a generous offering of incense money before bidding a reluctant farewell. At the foot of Ligashan, in the conference hall, Wu Feng listened intently as the 8 hall masters reported on the series of events that unfolded after the departure of the spectators from that celestial battle. After a while, realizing that the situation aligned closely with his expectations, Wu Feng felt a sense of relief. He dismissed the 8 hall masters, instructing them to remain vigilant and discreetly observe the developments. He emphasized the necessity of ensuring that the situation did not deviate from their predictions. Subsequently, he ventured alone to the training grounds on the back mountain to continue his martial arts cultivation in the Dragon Ball world. Wu Feng aimed to enhance the qi within his body as much as possible during this final stretch, preparing for the impending calamity that might strike upon his return to the Dragon Ball universe. Although he was confident in his ability to confront Demon King Piccolo, he remained uncertain about the potential arrival of other extraterrestrial beings or the enigmatic figures from the Dark Demon realm, such as Carrick or Carrick II. Thus, he could not afford to squander any valuable time that could fortify his strength. Previously, he had been hindered by a bottleneck, but having broken through the limits of his bloodline potential, he had re-entered a peak phase of cultivation. How could he refrain from exerting every effort to seize every moment for training? Wu Feng was acutely aware that he did not belong to the extraordinary cohort of protagonists in the Dragon Ball saga, who could achieve miraculous breakthroughs in dire situations and dramatically reverse the tide of battle. With this self-awareness, he prioritized stability in all matters. Even though he recognized that he could easily manage the calamities brought forth by Demon King Piccolo with his current strength, he was also cognizant of the various formidable talents, superpowers, and peculiar martial arts that existed within the Dragon Ball narrative, which could unexpectedly influence the outcome of a confrontation. Therefore, Wu Feng resolved to avoid engaging in close combat with unfamiliar foes unless absolutely necessary. After all, if he could defeat his opponents from a distance, why would he risk the uncertainties of close-quarters combat? Wasn't the notion of remote control appealing? Why not embody the elegance and charm of a sophisticated sorcerer? Thus, he established a guiding principle for himself: to dominate his adversaries through overwhelming superiority, eliminating any unexpected reversals in fortune. Panting heavily, Wu Feng removed the weighted gear he had donned during his training, placing it in the designated area before retreating to the prepared medicinal bath. There, he indulged in the soothing aftermath of his rigorous practice. Lying back with closed eyes, he gradually relaxed his mind, entering a meditative state to contemplate the cultivation of his spirit. In this moment, as the vision of the Azure Lotus platform became increasingly vivid, nearly indistinguishable from reality, Wu Feng was filled with a profound sense of achievement and pride. This visualization could be deemed one of Wu Feng's most significant gains since his arrival in this realm. A creation born from the synthesis of Taoist and Western esoteric spiritual practices. Although constrained by the rudimentary nature of spiritual cultivation in this world and his own limited experience, the creation of this Azure Lotus visualization remained in its nascent stages, merely achieving a rudimentary form of the technique. Nevertheless, it has provided immense benefits to both Wu Feng and Wang Yuyan, the two practitioners. It is noteworthy that it was through this visualization that Wu Feng and Wang Yuyan managed to elevate their mental prowess to the pinnacle of mortal limits, reaching the realm of the Grandmaster in less than a decade. This laid a solid foundation for their subsequent serendipitous breakthrough into the state of unity between heaven and man, the Taoist realm of unity with nature, akin to the Buddhist state of the earthly arhat where self and Buddha are one, represents a transcendent achievement. It signifies the transcendence beyond the limitations of ordinary existence, resulting in a significant enhancement of life essence and longevity, allowing one to live for 3 centuries as an extraordinary martial sage. Thus, to attain such a transcendent state, one must first elevate their essence, energy, and spirit to the limits of ordinary humanity, namely the pinnacle of the Grand Master stage. Furthermore, one must comprehend the natural order of the cosmos, identify the point of resonance within oneself, and then seize and integrate that understanding until mastery is achieved, thus completing the metamorphosis and breakthrough. Perhaps it is precisely because of the formidable challenge of reaching this state that historically, the number of individuals who have attained it remains exceedingly rare. Wu Feng could clearly identify only those figures listed on the celestial rankings. Many others, though less certain, include the founders of Taoism, Laozi and Zhuangzi, the Confucian luminaries such as Confucius and Mencius, as well as other notable philosophers and historical figures. In modern times, there are also founders of notable practices like the Dragon Elephant Prajna and the Supreme Yoga Secret Transmission among a series of potential candidates. However, Wu Feng did not intend to classify these ambiguous figures on the celestial rankings. Instead, he planned to establish a new list entitled the Extraordinary Individuals and Events List, awaiting future evidence to validate their claims before considering their inclusion in the celestial rankings. Oh, and regarding the celestial rankings, it is important to clarify that the order within this list reflects only the chronological sequence of time, devoid of specific rankings of strength. Unless 2 individuals exist within the same era and have engaged in combat, resulting in a discernible victor, there will be no alterations or adjustments to their standing. Chapter 12. Beyond Yinmen Pass. Facing the enemy nation, time swiftly passed, and several months later, as Yel Dahan awaited in vain for the return of the great king from the southern courtyard, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Summoning his subordinates, he mustered an army of over 100,000 and marched directly towards Yinmen Pass. At that moment, outside Yinmen Pass, the Liao army advanced with grandeur, embodying an overwhelming momentum, determined to seize the pass in one decisive strike. The soldiers of the Liao army relentlessly set up ladders, engaging in fierce combat with the defending Song troops, displaying an unwavering resolve to achieve their objective. as dusk fell and darkness enveloped the land. The incessant sound of horns signaled the end of the day-long siege, momentarily drawing the curtain on the assault. The following day, as dawn broke with a hazy light, the Liao soldiers were already organized and ready to charge once more at Yinmen Pass, intent on securing victory. The vast army appeared at a distance of 1 li from the pass, pausing briefly before launching a similar assault with ladders. However, before the Liao soldiers could reach the city gates, several agile figures leapt down from the walls, some wielding weapons, others unarmed. Utilizing the advantage of their descent, they delivered powerful strikes, annihilating numerous Liao soldiers in an instant. After swiftly dispatching a dozen foes, they charged headlong into the advancing Liao forces. "Kill!" shouted the prominent disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, including Xiao Feng, Jiuding Ji, and Zi, harnessing their profound internal energy. In that moment, they cut through the Liao army like a sharp blade, leaving chaos in their wake as bodies fell to the ground. With their formidable palm strikes and indomitable sword energy unleashed without restraint, Xiao Feng and the others became an unstoppable force, rapidly closing in on the Liao flag. Yet, in the next moment, they were completely obstructed by a wall of Liao soldiers fiercely defending their standard. As time ticked away amidst the fierce battle, the group gradually began to feel the strain of both internal energy and physical strength. Just as it seemed that one among them would meet a tragic end at the hands of enraged Liao commanders, Zi, facing a life-threatening crisis, suddenly cried out to the heavens, "Master, if you do not intervene, your beloved and adorable disciple shall perish." No sooner had her words echoed than a powerful surge of energy manifested, forming a massive protective barrier that enveloped the besieged disciples, sparing them from a grim fate. Simultaneously, a striking figure clad in azure appeared, a handsome young man, the current leader of the Xiaoyao sect, the enigmatic Tianren Wufeng, known for his mysterious prowess. "Little Az, how do you feel now? Are you still convinced of your own prowess?" The teasing words of Wu Feng, directed at his well-behaved apprentice whom he had rescued from the Xingchenbian sect a decade ago, resonated through the air. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, completely disregarding the surrounding Liao army soldiers, as if he were merely a carefree traveler enjoying the springtime. "Humph, you insufferable master." Az, the mischievous little tyrant of the Xiaoyao sect, turned her head away in embarrassment and indignation. "Ah, you still have the audacity to act aloof. Do you not realize that your reckless behavior just now has entangled your brother-in-law and your junior brother, Jiuding Ji, necessitating my timely intervention?" Wu Feng seemed to intentionally provoke Az, chastising her. "Master, please do not blame my sister anymore. Az is merely..." "Be silent. Have I not already imparted to you the profound wisdom that those who incessantly flatter others end up with nothing?" Wu Feng brutally interrupted Jiuding Ji before he could defend his beloved Az. Jiuding Ji lowered his head. "Master, I apologize. It is not that I cannot remember, but rather that it slips my mind unconsciously." "Enough. I shall leave your fate in your own hands." Wu Feng sighed, realizing that the crux of the matter lay in whether Jiuding Ji could come to terms with it. Sect leader, could we perhaps cease the chatter? The Liao army outside seems to be on the verge of madness, recklessly assaulting your protective barrier," the newly accepted disciple of Su Xinghe quietly urged. Glancing at the frenzied soldiers outside, their eyes ablaze with fury. "Who is that person? That madman who dares to disregard my 100,000-strong army, openly laughing and joking with his companions? Such audacity is unparalleled. Dispatch orders. Whoever can slay that reckless fool shall be promoted 3 ranks, rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces, and granted 100 beautiful maidens." Yilu Hongji bellowed in rage. The wrath of the sovereign swiftly spread among the already furious Liao soldiers, inciting them to attack Wu Feng's impenetrable barrier with reckless abandon, as if fueled by the fervor of battle. Meanwhile, at Yinmen Pass, the leaders of the Song army inquired amongst themselves, their gazes filled with admiration for Wu Feng's figure. Who is this extraordinary hero that dares to engage in light-hearted banter amidst the encirclement of 100,000 enemies? How can this be possible? What formidable internal strength does he possess? Could it be that the legendary celestial beings of the martial world have descended? Yet, despite not having witnessed the monumental battle of the Chongyang festival in person, they all understood that it involved a celestial maiden and a master. A martial hero, yearning to serve his country faithfully, marveled in disbelief. "Very well. Let us cease our discussions and afford a modicum of respect to the 100,000 soldiers of the Liao army. I shall hasten to conclude this senseless battle." At this moment, Wu Feng, interrupted from his idle chatter by his disciples, smiled faintly. As his words lingered in the air, he focused his will, channeling the surging true energy within him into the protective barrier, which erupted with a thunderous roar. With a deafening crash, the tightly packed ranks of Liao soldiers surrounding Wu Feng and his companions were sent flying. The Liao troops were thrown into disarray, cries of distress echoing through the chaos. Casting a glance at the devastating spectacle wrought by his casual strike, Wu Feng then proceeded to lead several of his juniors forward, strolling towards the central tent of the Liao army as if on a leisurely outing. At the forefront, Wu Feng effortlessly dispatched the Liao soldiers blocking their path while imparting wisdom to his disciples and nephews. Look closely. This is the true method. Learn from it and avoid charging recklessly, for such folly will only lead to encirclement. Of course, if you were to attain the realm of unity between man and nature, then such concerns would be trivial. But why would it be trivial to reach the realm of unity between man and nature, Master? Azi inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. There are 3 reasons. First, in such an expansive arena, once one ascends to the celestial realm, the ability to take flight allows for devastating aerial bombardment that could annihilate 100,000 troops. Second, those in the celestial realm rarely face exhaustion, especially not against foes of the same level. Third, below the celestial realm, all are but ants. Against the might of the celestial, sheer numbers hold no value. Having shared this, let me elucidate why I assert that numbers are of no consequence to those in the celestial realm. Upon hearing Az's timely question, Wu Feng elaborated. With that, Wu Feng, who had been walking steadily without pause, suddenly came to a halt. Drawing in his breath, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a sound akin to the roar of a tiger or the chant of a dragon, manifesting visible sound waves that fanned out towards the oncoming storm of arrows. Empowered by his pure inner strength and the forces of nature, the sound waves met the deluge of arrows, shattering them into dust upon contact. The unparalleled force of the sound waves obliterated the rain of arrows, and their residual power continued to reverberate, leaving thousands of Liao soldiers forming an iron shield wall dazed and bloodied, flailing in disarray. Chapter 13. Outside Yinmen Pass. All our enemies protect the Khan. Quickly, all soldiers, come to the defense. The commanding general of the Liao army, disoriented by a sudden gust of wind, staggered and whirled about. After regaining his composure, he promptly positioned himself in front of Hongji, shouting fervently, "Kill! For the emperor, for our families. May the heavens bestow their blessings. Kill!" A Liao general bellowed this rallying cry, a testament to his conviction as he charged towards Wu Feng. His fervent words served to embolden himself and to stir the blood of the terrified Liao soldiers around him. Clearly, this general's strategy to rally the troops was successful. He ignited the courage and ferocity within the hearts of his fellow warriors. Temporarily casting aside their fear of death, the soldiers, led by their courageous general, pressed forward once more towards the demon they perceived as Wu Feng. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were once again gripped by the terror of the malevolent force before them. But it was too late. Wu Feng, harnessing the essence of the 6-yang palm of Tianshan, coupled with an amalgamation of various palm techniques, unleashed his formidable pure yang palm, sending them to their eternal rest. With a single, effortless strike, Wu Feng cleared the final obstacle in his path. He then transformed his outstretched palm into a claw-like shape, effortlessly capturing Hongji and his fleeing commanders from nearly 100 meters away. Growing weary of the tedious game of eagle-catching chicks, Wu Feng resolved to conclude this lackluster encounter swiftly, employing his upgraded dragon seizing and crane controlling technique. Well then, I have captured all the high-ranking officials of the Liao army. Now, I shall simply hand them over to the garrison commander of the Song dynasty, and that will be the end of it. As for what happens next, whether they are executed or spared, it is of no concern to my Xiaoyao sect. If you have no other business, you may return with me to the Xiaoyao sect. Seeing that he had accomplished his objective, preventing the devastation wrought by the war between the Song and Liao, thereby alleviating the suffering of the people, Wu Feng aimed to eradicate any potential threats to his plans for ascension and the revival of the era of high martial arts and the celestial age. He also sought to reaffirm the significance of martial prowess to the world. Brother Wu. No, master, I implore you, spare Yelda. Khan. Xiao Feng pleaded, unable to bear the thought of the fate that awaited their prisoner. This is unacceptable. He is the root cause of this war. Releasing him would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains. Indeed, we cannot let him go. It is absolutely out of the question. I concur. Anyone else might be spared, but Hongji must not be released. The wise and principled Jiuding and others voiced their immediate objections upon hearing Xiao Feng's words. Enough. Silence, all of you. Rest assured, I have no intention of releasing him. Wu Feng thundered, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Master, I, Xiao Feng, am willing to exchange my life for Enough. Can you allow me to finish my words? Although we cannot release him, I believe we can ensure his life remains unharmed, which should grant me a modicum of respect. Wu Feng, who had interrupted Xiao Feng's desperate bargain, never intended for Yelhongji to meet his demise so swiftly. He had at least 3 years' worth of plans for him. With a hint of resignation on his face, he continued, without waiting for anyone to respond. Wu Feng leapt into the air, hovering at an altitude of nearly 100 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed his formidable energy towards the nearest mountain, where the Liao army was currently in disarray, retreating in utter chaos. With a near full-force strike, he summoned the vast powers of heaven and earth, combining them with the tremendous inner strength and martial will within him. In an instant, he obliterated the towering peak, estimated to be around 300 to 400 meters high. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, leaving everyone below, whether in the city or atop its walls, utterly speechless, exchanging bewildered glances as they questioned their very existence. The scene that had just unfolded was so astonishing that it shattered their understanding of reality. At this moment, they collectively wore expressions of disbelief, as if they were still trapped in a dream. It was not entirely unfounded for them to be taken aback. After all, such a magnificent spectacle was unprecedented for many of the border soldiers and high-ranking officials of the Liao army, who had no prior preparation for witnessing a celestial being's might. Even those from the Xiaoyao sect, who had previously observed a battle involving one, were unable to escape the profound shock, their perceptions of martial prowess being irrevocably transformed once more. Thus, as they stood, mesmerized by the collapsing mountain not far away, much like gazing upon their own shattered beliefs, they completely disregarded the potential danger posed by the rapidly flying debris. Wu Feng, feeling invigorated after unleashing his power, had no choice but to intervene, deflecting the incoming stones that threatened to strike the onlookers. It was only when the members of the Xiaoyao sect regained their senses and urged everyone to retreat into the city that he ceased his protective actions. As the debris continued to scatter chaotically, he quietly reveled in the scene, contemplating whether he should leave behind some marks of his existence during this final stretch of time. For humanity is often forgetful, particularly the ancient minds yet to awaken. With this thought in mind, Wu Feng ultimately resolved to emulate the revered sages, intending to practice diligently while leaving his imprint upon the entire landscape. He even contemplated the possibility of creating opportunities and planting surprises along his journey. Guided by his own interests, time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained before a decade would have elapsed since Wu Feng's arrival in this realm, with 3 months having passed since that solitary battle against the nation outside Yamingwen. After the battle where one man faced an entire nation, Wu Feng did not return to the Xiaoyao sect. Instead, after entrusting certain matters to his disciple for preparation, he followed his heart's desire and embarked on a journey to explore the vast landscapes of the 9 provinces. During this time, he refrained from inquiring about any happenings, fully immersing himself in the leisurely enjoyment of his final adventures. It was only after traversing the Great Wall, the last destination he had envisioned, that Wu Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction, believing he had no regrets. He then returned to his residence at Lega Mountain within the Xiaoyao sect to review the series of events regarding his grand plans that had unfolded during his travels, ensuring that everything was on track and that no errors had occurred, striving to secure the smooth continuation of his plans before his departure. Fortunately, during Wu Feng's period of detachment, everything had proceeded as anticipated, with only minor deviations that were inconsequential. After all, Wu Feng understood that perfection is an unrealistic expectation. Achieving a state of near perfection is already an extraordinary accomplishment. After spending 2 hours reviewing the accumulated information from the past 3 months, Wu Feng summoned his senior sister, Li Qingluo, inquiring, "Sister, how are you progressing with the tasks I asked Z to bring back for you?" "Everything is ready, so you need not worry," she replied. "However, must you truly leave? Cannot you stay a little longer?" Witnessing all that Wu Feng had accomplished since his arrival in this realm, Li Qingluo felt a deep-seated regret for not having encountered her junior brother sooner. With a heavy heart and a wistful gaze, she softly asked, filled with reluctance. Chapter 14. The brightness of sun and moon, the darkness of the void. Senior sister, please, do not weep. Did we not agree upon this beforehand? Furthermore, if Xiao Yuyan were to witness you in such distress, she might mistakenly believe I have wronged you and seek retribution. Wu Feng observed the tears welling in Li Qingluo's eyes, her expression poised on the brink of sorrow, and he felt a mix of helplessness and awkwardness. In that moment, he was acutely aware of the years of meticulous care she had bestowed upon him. To claim he was entirely oblivious to the circumstances would be a lie, both to her and to himself. Yet, Even with this knowledge, he dared not respond in any meaningful way. Time and again, he resorted to mentioning Xiao Yuyan as a diversion, a subtle shift in conversation. The reason for his reticence lay in Wu Feng's profound understanding that his journey would eventually lead him away from this world. To those who inhabited it, he was merely a transient figure. Fully cognizant of this truth, Wu Feng refrained from engaging in matters of the heart. He would not dare touch upon them, even in the slightest. He comprehended that the path he was destined to tread would be fraught with tumultuous trials and tribulations, a quest shrouded in uncertainty, where the specter of failure loomed ever-present. Thus, to spare himself the agony of unnecessary farewells, and to prevent the women in his life from enduring a lifetime of regret and solitude, squandering their radiant youth in the process, Wu Feng resolved. From the very moment he traversed into the world of Dragon Ball and grasped the nature of his abilities to shield himself from emotional entanglements. He understood he might experience familial bonds or friendships, yet romantic love would remain elusive. This decision did not stem from a vow to sever all emotional ties. Rather, it was a conscious choice to cloak his heart. He aimed to minimize any excessive interactions with alluring women, maintaining an elusive presence, visible yet untouchable, ensuring that no woman could ever draw near. He believed this would effectively eradicate any unnecessary feelings, unless, by some extraordinary chance, he encountered that fabled instant attraction. However, he considered such occurrences rare and did not fret over their potentiality. Have you heard? In 3 days, the current leader of the Xiaoyao sect, Wu Feng, the 5th ranked on the heavenly list, celebrated as the unparalleled celestial being, shall ascend at the peak of Mount Hua. At the moment of day and night's convergence, shattering the void and transcending to a higher realm. Inside a tavern named Songhe Tower in the Song dynasty, an assembly of individuals from all corners of the realm filled the establishment, savoring dishes and wine, engaged in lively discourse, their cups raised in joyous camaraderie, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Yet, at that moment, one of the 4 seated at the northernmost table, by the window, suddenly spoke in a loud voice, drawing the attention of all present. There is no need for you to mention it. This news had already spread throughout the Yulake 3 months ago. By now, it is likely that everyone, from the high-ranking officials to the frail and vulnerable, and indeed every living soul across the entire realm, should be aware of it. Even those secluded in remote mountains or deep forests, nearly cut off from the world, must surely have heard the whispers of this event by now. Wouldn't you agree? A man with a face marred by scars, exuding an unmistakable aura of danger, disdainfully remarked. Of course, I am aware that the entire realm knows of this matter. There is no need for your reminder. However, what I am about to disclose bears significant relevance to the protagonist of this affair. Would you be interested to know, Scarface? The diminutive figure clad in grayish-white linen, with a sharp, monkey-like visage, took a sip of his drink, casting a playful glance at the scarred man opposite him. Enough. 4th brother, stop toying with your elder brother. Pray tell, what is truly going on? What connection does it hold with the renowned hero Wu Daxia? The ever-curious 3rd brother, unable to contain his impatience, interjected before the scarred man could respond. Indeed, 4th brother, do enlighten us. Are you not aware that I detest half-finished tales? The eldest brother, whose connection to the martial arts world was significant, also urged him on, adopting an expression that suggested dire consequences if he failed to complete his tale. Very well, I shall speak. But before I do, I must clarify that I am not entirely certain of the veracity of this information, as I stumbled upon it quite by chance. The diminutive middle-aged man, sensing the pressure from both the 3rd and eldest brothers, quickly offered a disclaimer. Regardless of whether it turns out to be true or false, we shall not hold it against you. Do proceed. Even if you are mistaken, we shall regard it as mere entertainment to pass the time, the eldest brother declared, feigning wisdom and generosity, his tone reassuring. Then, I shall share it. However, before I proceed, I must ask if you are aware of the recent incident concerning the Jinchong sect being wiped out overnight in Yi County? The small man inquired mysteriously. Of course. How could I not know? I was resting in an inn in Yi County at the time, and the very next day, I went to witness the aftermath. What a tragic sight it was. The 3rd brother exclaimed upon hearing the query. I have also heard of this, but 4th brother, what does it have to do with what you wish to reveal? The eldest brother, following the 3rd's lead, inquired with genuine curiosity. There is indeed a significant connection. According to what I have gathered, the Jinchong sect was vanquished by a simple country lad, who couldn't even read a few characters, single-handedly. It is said that this was done in the name of vengeance, the diminutive man continued, revealing the startling information. Old 4, are you jesting with me? I concede that the rural lad possesses formidable martial skills. After all, I cannot single-handedly eradicate over 100 members of the Golden Spear sect. However, this matter has no bearing on the esteemed warrior Wu, the impatient elder brother exclaimed with a raised voice. Ah, do not be so hasty, my dear leader. For the crux of the matter is yet to be unveiled. What if I were to tell you that this rural lad, a mere villager devoid of any martial prowess, transformed within a month into a peerless master of the martial world? The slender man spoke with an air of mystery, his words astonishing. How can that be possible? Old four, if you are to deceive me, at least concoct a tale of greater substance. It is preposterous to suggest that a simpleton could evolve from a man of little strength to a top-tier martial artist in just a month, especially one who can barely read. Is truly ludicrous, laughed the scar-faced man, who had been silent, merely serving as background. Old two, do not dismiss this lightly. When I first heard this news, I was as incredulous as you are now. But what if I told you that this rural lad stumbled upon a fortunate encounter, a legendary manual of martial arts left behind by the esteemed warrior Wu? Is that not worthy of your belief? What? Is this true? The three brothers exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Simultaneously, the entire assembly of martial artists within the tavern paused, as if time itself had momentarily stilled. Yet, as quickly as it had halted, life resumed, with patrons returning to their previous activities. Nevertheless, the slight flush on their faces and the deepening breaths they took spoke volumes. How would I know if it is true? Did I not mention earlier that I am uncertain of its authenticity? You, too, suggested we treat it as mere entertainment, the slender man replied, a look of innocence adorning his face. Indeed, you are correct. It is merely a source of amusement. With that, the four brothers resumed their revelries, drinking and dining as they exchanged boastful tales, maintaining their usual demeanor. However, unbeknownst to them, while they continued their indulgence, the once lively patrons of the tavern began to settle their accounts and depart one by one. Before long, the Pine Crane Pavilion was left almost deserted, save for the elderly man fervently performing on the eru and the four brothers, still engaged in their convivial toasts. It is noteworthy that amidst this gathering, no one seemed to notice the strikingly vivid azure lotus patterns gracing the palms of the four brothers, each identical and remarkably lifelike. Chapter 15, Shattered Void. Ascension to immortality. On this day in the Great Song Dynasty, at Mount Hua, one of the 5 great mountains, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly, heralding a time of rejuvenation for all living things. This day also marked the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, a day celebrated as the dragon raises its head. In addition, it was the most splendid and bustling time recorded in history for the towns, villages, and counties surrounding Mount Hua. People from all corners of the realm flocked here in droves, transforming the area into a veritable sea of humanity, a sight of unparalleled magnificence. The influx of individuals from various regions, with diverse identities, significantly weakened the Song dynasty's control and security in this area, bringing it to an unprecedented low. Had it not been for the numerous experts from the Xiaoyao sect and Shaolin Temple who maintained order, chaos would have surely erupted. While throngs of people gathered at the foot of Mount Hua, many prominent figures convened at its summit. A careful observation would reveal that these illustrious individuals included the 4th prince, representing the emperor of the Song dynasty, the esteemed prime minister of Qin, symbolizing the powerful aristocracy, the affluent merchant boss, who enjoyed a favorable relationship with the Xiaoyao sect, as well as the leaders of various martial arts factions and renowned wandering heroes from the martial world. These influential figures, capable of shaking the very foundations of the realm with a mere stamp of their feet, now congregated in silence, their expressions a blend of solemnity, anticipation, and yearning as they gazed towards the peak. At that pinnacle sat Wu Feng, the legendary hero acclaimed throughout the realm, cross-legged in the air, 3 feet above the ground, eyes closed in meditation. As time trickled by, a full 12 hours had elapsed since Wu Feng began his meditative state. He quietly absorbed the emerging rays of the morning sun, which gradually illuminated the skies. With less than 4 hours remaining until the moment he had designated to shatter the void, Wu Feng found himself unable to remain still. The monotony of merely sitting without cultivating left him exceedingly bored. However, he knew he could not move, for the appointed time to impart his teachings was still a bit distant. Reluctantly, Wu Feng maintained his posture, enduring the wait until the anticipated moment arrived. As the time approached, he finally turned around, opening his eyes to regard the esteemed representatives from various strata of society and his own sect. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, "I shall grant you 3 hours. Within this time, I will fulfill your wishes. Feel free to express yourselves freely." The crowd, initially taken aback by Wu Feng's sudden turn, quickly transitioned from astonishment to a fervent excitement. their bodies trembling and faces flushed. Although everyone present was eager to inquire, none dared to be the first to break the silence. It was not until a melodious voice resonated among them. Senior brother, no, master. This may be the last time Yu Yan addresses you as master. Master, I wish to know if you will return after you leave this time. Ah, Xiaoyaner, you are finally willing to call me master again. How delightful, truly delightful. I find myself without regrets in this realm, Wu Feng replied with a smile of contentment. Albeit a hint of confusion clouded his expression as he continued. As for your question regarding my return, I can only say that I do not know. Perhaps I will. Perhaps I will not. Who can say? Then, how can I attain the level you currently possess, breaking through the void and ascending to the upper realm? Wang Yuyan, upon hearing his response, closed her eyes to calm her turbulent emotions before opening them again, her demeanor earnest and resolute as she pressed on. Alas, why must you burden yourself so, Xiaoyaner? Very well, I shall tell you. With your current realm, advancing 2 steps would suffice. Wu Feng sighed with a wry smile, wishing to dissuade her, but ultimately relenting under the weight of her steadfast gaze. He knew he was not a true master of void breaking and could only speculate, hoping to placate her with his words. Is that so? I understand now. Very well. I have no further questions. Please, continue, Wang Yuyan declared, her spirit suddenly ignited with determination after taking a deep breath. Amidst this, I, a humble monk, wish to pose a question to the immortal Wu, and I hope for your enlightenment. The nameless monk interjected after Wang Yuyan's inquiries ceased. Please, speak, Wu Feng beckoned. I wish to ask, what is Buddha? The nameless monk inquired, catching everyone off guard with a question so simple that any ordained individual would know the answer. Old monk, are you intentionally trying to perplex me with such a query? Wu Feng remarked, a peculiar expression crossing his face. I do not dare. It is simply that I have struggled to comprehend this question, and, to be honest, it has troubled me for quite some time. I hope immortal Wu can provide clarity. The nameless monk replied, quickly offering his apologies before earnestly seeking an answer. Old monk, are you not navigating the sea of suffering and questioning your heart's tribulations? Huh. However, if you seek my assistance to overcome this trial, you have chosen the wrong person. One must traverse their own tribulations. How can one rely on another's hand? Others can only assist from the sidelines. The essence lies within you. At this moment, I can impart but one truth. You are Buddha, I am Buddha, he is Buddha. All sentient beings are Buddha. I hope you will remember this. Now, you may withdraw, Wu Feng advised with a dispassionate expression. The esteemed martial hero and celestial warrior. The solitary prince inquired, might one attain longevity through the martial path? After the 2 heavenly beings had posed their questions, the 4th prince, who had been holding back for quite some time, eagerly interjected. Indeed, the martial way can bestow longevity, provided one cultivates appropriately. Upon breaking through the innate stage, one may live for over 150 years. Upon transcending to the true return stage, one may reach over 210 years. And upon achieving the celestial stage, one may exist for 330 years, Marshal Peak explained with a serene demeanor, finally addressing the core inquiry. Dare I ask, great celestial warrior, is there a method for resurrection? Just as the 4th prince was poised to further inquire about the longevity associated with the heavenly realms, he was abruptly interrupted by a rather rude foreign visitor from the western regions. Is there a method for resurrection? One could say there is, yet one could also say there is not. You must understand that the laws of life and death are among the most significant principles of the universe. To transcend them is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Initially inclined to give the intruder a minor reprimand, Marshal Peak, upon hearing such a profound question, decided to show mercy and graciously provided an answer. May I inquire, great celestial warrior, what becomes of the literary path while the martial path flourishes? The Prime Minister, a representative of the Confucian scholars, seized an opening to pose his question swiftly. The literary path, huh? You mean the Confucian way, do you not? The flourishing of martial arts in the world poses little obstruction. I recall that during the spring and autumn period until the end of the Han Dynasty, scholars of that era possessed remarkable skills in archery and horsemanship, not unlike the martial practitioners you speak of, Marshal Peak scoffed, offering an illustrative explanation. O great celestial warrior, may I ask about the path of commerce for us merchants? Finally, seizing an opportunity, Qian Wanqian quickly voiced his lingering curiosity. As merchants, you should conduct yourselves accordingly. However, since you have posed a question, allow me to impart 8 words of wisdom. Integrity is fundamental, and benevolence should be cherished. Oh, and let me offer you a small gift, a token of appreciation for your years of steadfast investment, Marshal Peak replied with a gentle smile. With that, he performed a transmission of power through sheer thought, directing his index and middle fingers towards Qian Wanxian's forehead, lightly tapping it, and then ceased all further action. Though the onlookers felt a sense of bewilderment, they refrained from questioning him further, instead preparing to either seize the opportunity to ask their own inquiries or attentively listen to the dialogues unfolding. Consequently, perhaps sensing a glimmer of hope, the subsequent questions from the crowd transformed into veiled requests for favors, such as, "O celestial warrior, I implore you, have mercy upon me, and impart a set of divine skills. I have an elderly mother of 80, and below me. O great celestial warrior, please take me as your disciple. I am exceptionally gifted, having spoken at 1 year, recognized characters at 2, and read fluently at 3. I shall never bring disgrace. The extraordinary martial arts master, I would willingly exchange my next 3 lifetimes for." Thus, during the ensuing period, Wu Feng tirelessly and tactfully declined one after another of the whimsical and bizarre inquiries posed by the infatuated and eccentric. After 3 hours, upon answering the final question, Wu Feng felt utterly exhausted, more so than after an all-out battle. Consequently, he inwardly vowed never again to feign the role of a transcendent sage, for it was exceedingly taxing. Chapter 16. The Broken Void. Ascension. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, the evening finally arrived. At this moment, the sun had set beyond the horizon, leaving only a lingering glow that continued to bestow a semblance of light and warmth upon the creatures of the earth. Time, impervious to pleas, slipped away steadily, second by second, never pausing even for an instant. Thus, before long, the majestic Mount Hua was shrouded in darkness once more, as night enveloped the land. Prepared for this eventuality, the disciples of the Xianyao sect ignited coal lamps and torches throughout Mount Hua, creating a serpentine trail of fire that encircled almost the entire mountain, illuminating it as if it were still day. Just as the onlookers began to marvel at this spectacle, a sliver of silver radiance gradually emerged, cascading down upon the assembly gathered at the summit. The newcomers, experiencing the pinnacle of Mount Hua for the first time, were awestruck by the enchanting sight, while Wu Feng, who sat quietly atop the peak, began to stir. As the silver light made contact with Wu Feng, an extraordinary reaction seemed to occur, causing him to emanate a silvery brilliance from within. With each passing second, the luminosity surrounding him intensified until, in a matter of moments, he became an unrecognizable silhouette, obscured by the dazzling light. Wu Feng then began to ascend vertically, his movement appearing both deliberate and swift. In mere moments, he reached a height that aligned him with the newly risen moon, creating an unprecedented spectacle of 2 moons gracing the night sky. The gathered spectators, now fully aware of the extraordinary event, were left with their heads tilted skyward, mouths agape, and their minds blank with astonishment. It was no surprise that they displayed such expressions. Even the 2 celestial beings present, well prepared for the occasion, found themselves enveloped in profound shock, reluctant to return to reality. Meanwhile, high above, Wu Feng sensed the temperature around him plummeting. As he ascended further, the chill became so severe that he had to summon his internal energy to dispel the thin layer of frost forming around his body. Realizing that he had reached an adequate height for his final performance, Wu Feng prepared himself. In an instant, he abruptly ceased the radiant glow emanating from him. In the following moment, he concentrated his entire internal force, coalescing it into a sound wave that adhered to the principles of physics. Gathering the energy from within his cells, he amplified his voice to resonate throughout the vast expanse of the land, proclaiming with a volume that could potentially echo across the entire realm of Jiuzhou. Today, atop the majestic Mount Huashan, Wu Feng stood at the precipice, breaking through the void and gazing upon the world with a sense of shared determination. As his voice resonated in the air, he relinquished all attachments, allowing himself to be expelled from the world by the spontaneous force of rejection that he had invoked through his own strength. In the fleeting moment before his return, he cast a gentle farewell towards the ethereal figure in white, uttering a soft farewell, until we meet again. In an instant, he vanished into the vast heights. Just as he had arrived, though Wu Feng had departed, his powerful voice echoed through the air, gradually descending from the heights after a considerable delay. It transformed into a thunderous sound that reverberated in the ears of those below, akin to a clap of thunder, resonating across thousands of miles around Mount Huashan. The earth trembled as all who were within earshot realized that on this day, the first individual to break through the void and ascend to immortality, witnessed by countless eyes, had been born. Silence enveloped the crowd, each person struck by awe, lingering in a state of disbelief for what felt like an eternity. It was not until inquisitive and innocent children posed questions to their bewildered parents that the stillness was broken. The adult guardians, roused from their reverie, offered brief explanations before hastily retreating to their homes, mindful that life must continue with the dawn of another day and the toil that awaited them. Simultaneously, as if stirred by a ripple effect, numerous martial artists and notable figures who had gathered to witness the event began to awaken from their stupor. They exchanged uneasy farewells, departing the realm of Mount Huashan under the cover of night, returning to their respective factions or homes to recuperate, processing the profound revelations they had encountered and preparing for the impending tides of martial prowess. Unbeknownst to the departing dignitaries, just as they left the summit, the elusive celestial being, Wang Yuyan, who had been silently observing, materialized at the very spot where Wu Feng had once meditated. Standing amidst the chilling winds that billowed her white robes, she gazed upward towards the vast expanse where Wu Feng had vanished. After a prolonged silence, she murmured to herself, "Has he truly departed?" Quickly, that young lad, the fortunate country boy who has serendipitously encountered the legacy left by the immortal Wu, is currently engaged in combat within the dilapidated temple ahead. According to our informant, he is entangled with the master of the 36 caves and will be unable to escape for some time. We must hurry, proclaimed the contemporary leader of the formidable Shindao sect as he led his disciples in a frantic rush, his voice echoing with urgency. Meanwhile, wielding a wooden spear and recently renaming himself Li Ruahai, formerly known as Li Godin, this young rustic lad in his 20s was currently engaged in a fierce battle, skillfully wielding his wooden spear against numerous foes, enveloping them in a flurry of spear shadows. The initially arrogant leader of the 36 caves found himself in a state of despair, struggling to defend against the elusive strikes of the spear, fearing that it might pierce through him at any moment. However, as the saying goes, a prolonged defense will inevitably lead to a breach, and indeed, one of the leaders of the 36 caves, distracted for just an instant, met his demise, shattering the tenuous formation they had maintained. This led to several others falling shortly thereafter, sending the remaining leaders, each bearing varying degrees of injury, scattering in panic. Only Li Ruahai, formerly Li Godin, who fortuitously acquired the blazing spear technique, a profound skill inscribed by the legendary Wu Feng during his travels across the 9 provinces, remained steadfast, quietly recuperating. Once he sensed that his internal energy had sufficiently replenished, he hastened towards a vast mountain range, soon disappearing from sight. Not long after, the enraged master of the Divine Blade sect, who had arrived a moment too late, bellowed in fury, "What a bunch of incompetent fools, these 36 cave leaders. They couldn't even hold back a mere country bumpkin. Useless trash." Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed since Wu Feng shattered the void. Now, at the Uli Inn, which dotted the landscape of the 9 provinces, it was once again time for the unveiling of the latest rankings of the 3 lists. Hurry up, if you've finished. Could you please make way for us who haven't seen it yet?" exclaimed a voice. Finally, the left master of the Infinite Sword sect has qualified to enter the human list. Indeed, it wasn't easy. But speaking of which, who is this newcomer at the top of the human list? De Gufeng. Great. Our beggar's sect has someone in the earth list, and not just that, but also in the top 10. That's nothing. Have you seen the current head of the Morong family from Suzhou? He ranks second on the earth list as a formidable master. Uft. So what? The number 1 rank on the earth list still belongs to our Shaolin Temple's current abbot, Master Xuanqing. Look quickly, everyone. The celestial list has added another being of transcendent caliber. At this proclamation, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, all eyes turning to the bottom of the celestial list, where they beheld, 9th on the celestial list, during the Song dynasty, the innate battle body, master of the dragon subduing 3 palms, disciple of the carefree sect. Chapter 17. The conclusion and return of the Eightfold Dragon. Journeying through the world of Dragon Balls in the North Galaxy, within the solar system on Earth, nestled in the Qilian Mountains and the serene Lianshan Valley, the spring day dawned bright and fresh, with the morning air crisp and pure as ever. As the skies began to brighten with the soft light of dawn, an unexpected figure materialized within a previously empty wooden cabin in the valley. This individual was none other than Wu Feng, who had been cast into the chaotic currents of space by the dragon world, only to return to the realm of Dragon Balls through the mystical guidance of his mind. Just as before his journey, Wu Feng sat cross-legged upon his bed, gradually opening his eyes. He shook his head gently from side to side, taking a moment to center himself. After alleviating the dizziness caused by his temporal displacement, he began to attune himself to the profound internal energy coursing through his body. To his delight, he discovered that, unlike in the dragon world, he could not release this energy externally. Rising to his feet, he stepped into the courtyard, familiar yet foreign. and commenced a series of intricate, esoteric movements. After a brief interval, as he completed the final motion, a resounding crack echoed through his body, as if firecrackers were detonating in unison. Experiencing the manifestation of the supreme yoga techniques he had developed in the dragon world, a subtle smile graced Wu Feng's lips. In that moment, he confirmed his hypothesis. Despite the disparate rules governing each world, which gave rise to myriad energy systems and their distinct evolutions, they could not coexist perfectly. At least, they had not reached a level of adaptability that would allow for seamless integration. However, Wu Feng believed there were two fundamental points likely to be universally applicable across realms. Wherever sentient beings exist, there remains an unchanging essence, the physical body and the soul, or consciousness, which are indispensable characteristics of material life. Based on this premise, Wu Feng postulated that the powers of the body and soul are interchangeable and universally applicable. At that instant, he validated one aspect of his theory: a purely physical training regimen, devoid of any extraordinary energy, would retain its efficacy regardless of the realm, with only the manifestation of its effects varying. With this insight into the physical realm confirmed, Wu Feng intended to swiftly return indoors and test whether his meditative techniques for cultivating the spirit would similarly remain unaffected. Yet, he suddenly realized that daylight had fully arrived. Aware that he must conceal his extraordinary abilities, Wu Feng set aside his eager desire to validate his spiritual training methods. In a fleeting moment, he vanished, reappearing atop the peak where he had trained with his uncle on the day before his journey. Upon arriving at his usual training ground, he noticed that his uncle had yet to arrive. Wu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that, had his current strength not exceeded his previous capabilities by nearly tenfold, boasting an approximate combat power of 1,000, he might not have made it here before his uncle. As usual, after a mere minute or two, Wu Feng sensed the presence of his uncle, Wu Taidou, swiftly approaching. Within a span of 3 minutes, Wu Taidou stood before him. As was customary, he scrutinized Wu Feng intently, noting a subtle yet perceptible change in his demeanor compared to the previous day, though it was indistinguishable in essence. Despite his intrigue, Wu Taidou dismissed the thought, for he knew that his nephew's innate and untainted aura could not deceive him. Uncle, after today's training, I wish to embark on a journey starting tomorrow. To broaden my horizons, Wu Feng, wary of his uncle's scrutiny, hastily voiced his intentions, which he had initially planned to reveal post-training, in an effort to divert attention. Judging by your expression, you have made up your mind. Pray, enlighten me as to the rationale behind this decision, Wu Taidou replied, his interest piqued. Candidly, uncle, I sense that my progress has reached an impasse. My recent advancements have dwindled to naught. I believe I have encountered a bottleneck, hence my desire to venture out and seek enlightenment to transcend this plateau in martial arts. Wu Feng feigned modesty, bowing his head slightly before divulging his premeditated excuse in a rush. Is that so? Have you encountered a bottleneck so soon? It appears my estimations were somewhat off, Wu Taidou remarked, slightly exhaling. Very well, since you have decided to embark on this journey earlier than anticipated, you shall set forth tomorrow morning to experience and cultivate your skills. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng felt a surge of relief, but before he could fully rejoice, Wu Taidou continued, in that case, for today's final lesson, I shall impart to you the notion that there are realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals. This way, you will not venture forth with unwarranted arrogance, risking a fall that could jeopardize your very existence. At this moment, Wu Feng felt both a warmth in his heart and a sense of helplessness, entangled in a web of contradiction. He wanted to assure his uncle that he was overly cautious, that he understood the vastness of the world better than anyone, and that merely refraining from acting like an arrogant ostrich was a commendable feat in itself. However, to quell any doubts in his uncle's mind, he maintained a demeanor of earnest attentiveness, responding, Please, uncle, guide me thus, as Wu Feng engaged in what he perceived as his uncle's slow-paced teachings. He feigned ignorance while simultaneously compelling himself to endure his uncle's punches at opportune moments. Fortunately, this arduous training session proved to be a trial of both body and spirit for Wu Feng, lasting only until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of twilight. As dusk descended, the session came to a close. The night passed in silence, and on the following morning, as dawn broke and the sun revealed a faint crimson glow, Wu Feng, having engaged in a night of meditation and contemplation of his spiritual essence, slowly opened his eyes. A hint of perplexity crossing his features, he sensed a dissonance with his prior assumptions regarding the nature of the soul, feeling somewhat chastened by the realization that his expectations were misguided. After a night spent visualizing the essence of his spirit, he found that, although the image of the azure lotus in his mind appeared more vivid, there was not the slightest enhancement in his spiritual energy. With this in mind, Wu Feng meticulously recalled the entirety of his training from the previous night, discovering that the soul cultivation techniques he had devised in the dragon-taming world were utterly ineffective in harnessing the energy of the Dragon Ball universe. Upon further reflection, he identified the specific cause of this dilemma and, drawing upon his memories of the Dragon Ball realm, understood that to address this pressing issue, he had two options: to consult the mages or deities of this world, or to gather the 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish. However, lacking a Dragon Ball radar or any earthling capable of crafting one, the latter solution was rendered temporarily impractical. Thus, Wu Feng was left with no choice but to seek guidance from experts. He had already devised a concrete plan of action, and, after bidding farewell to his relatives and friends in the valley, he intended to embark on this quest without delay. Having meticulously planned every detail, Wu Feng prepared himself, shouldering a heavy bundle of belongings as he exited the home he had inhabited for several years, striding purposefully towards the valley's mouth. Upon reaching his destination, he could not escape the heartfelt words of his awaiting family and friends, filled with reluctance, concern, and pleas to stay. In response to their sentiments, Wu Feng, albeit reluctantly, offered reassurances and promises, ultimately departing with an air of nonchalance, leaving only after his uncle's final words of advice resonated in his ears. Chapter 18. Corinta. In a lush and bustling forest, on this particular morning, the sun shone brightly, casting soft rays upon Wu Feng, who was engaged in a journey of both hiking and weight-bearing training. Time flowed like water, and unbeknownst to him, it had already been a week since he bid farewell to his loved ones in the Chilean Valley. The large and small bags filled with provisions and farewell gifts had been entirely consumed by Wu Feng just the day prior. Left with no choice, and due to the intense physical demands of cultivation in the Dragon Ball world, he was compelled to pursue his predetermined goal while simultaneously hunting and preparing barbecues from various carnivorous creatures reminiscent of dinosaurs, rich in energy essence. Today, perhaps a twist of fate, Wu Feng found himself, weary and famished after a day of strenuous practice, face to face with a corpulent Tyrannosaurus Rex, whose size promised a substantial meal. Without further ado, the moment these two hungry beings crossed paths, their eyes ignited with hunger, and saliva dripped as they opened their menacing jaws and extended their wicked claws. An intense battle was imminent, and in the instant of their clash, the victor was evident. With a singular, effortless punch, Wu Feng dispatched his unwelcome dinner, dragging his prize to a nearby riverbank. He then commenced a series of preparatory tasks for barbecuing, tasks he had become exceedingly adept at. Having swiftly completed all necessary preparations, Wu Feng indulged in a self-serve barbecue feast. The rich, enticing aroma wafted through the air, permeating half the primordial forest, attracting a multitude of potential desserts and additional provisions for Wu Feng to choose from. Accompanied by a casual white energy blast, Wu Feng marked the night as a cataclysm for all large carnivorous creatures within this ancient forest. Every large predator that rushed to witness the spectacle was either slain on the spot to become part of his reserves or tamed by Wu Feng, destined to serve as mounts or future meals. With his immediate concerns for sustenance temporarily alleviated, Wu Feng continued his steadfast training, akin to a wandering ascetic, steadily making his way towards his envisioned first destination, the kindergarten mentioned in the original text by Yulong. Although Wu Feng was acutely aware that following the original text locations might yield little success, given that over 300 years had elapsed since the events of the narrative, a considerable span during which anything could have transpired, be it a relocation in a certain year or the potential non-existence of the place, he clung to a glimmer of hope. Or perhaps a fantasy. He ventured forth with the mindset of preferring to err on the side of caution, attempting to investigate nonetheless. After all, what if fortune smiled upon him, and he stumbled upon it? Such a discovery could instantly resolve his concerns regarding his spiritual cultivation. With unwavering focus on his fantasies, Wu Feng neglected, or rather, never considered, the fundamental question of why someone unrelated to him would impart knowledge without reason. However, his disregard for this crucial issue stemmed not from a lack of awareness, but from an unwavering confidence in his own abilities and methods. After all, the strategy of courtesy before aggression had become increasingly refined during his training in the Tianlong realm. Time, as always, slipped away unnoticed, and over a month had passed. Throughout this period of relentless training and travel, aided by the kindness of several passers-by, Wu Feng finally arrived at the entrance of what seemed to be the predecessor of the metamorphic kindergarten, or rather, the original form of the ability practitioner's martial arts academy. As he gazed upon this quaint and somewhat excessive establishment, he sensed only 3 auras through his spiritual perception, an elderly figure and 2 feeble youths, instilling in him a sense of foreboding. As anticipated, during his subsequent visit for discussions, Wu Feng's ominous premonition was confirmed. The academy, once thought to be a precursor to the metamorphic kindergarten, was now in a nascent state. The elderly, naturally gifted individual within the academy appeared to Wu Feng as a likely ancestor of a future metamorphic kindergarten's founder, the first principal known locally as the ever-changing Master Yuer. Having tentatively verified Master Yuer's true identity, Wu Feng decided to stay for a while, engaging in daily discussions with the master regarding all matters related to mental strength. After extensive exchanges, Wu Feng realized that Master Yuer's various transformation abilities and the series of supportive skills he had developed offered only limited assistance. Besides enriching his experiences and foundational knowledge of mental power research in this realm, the benefits were negligible. Recognizing that further time spent there would yield no substantial help, Wu Feng resolved to leave. After proposing some suggestions for the future development of the Ability Practitioners Martial Arts Academy and leaving behind a modest sum of funds, he bid farewell. Disappointed by his unmet expectations, Wu Feng quickly composed himself and set his sights on his second choice, the revered martial arts sanctuary on Earth, Corinta. He intended to consult the cat sage residing there about the specific methods of cultivating mental strength in this realm and to exchange some heavenly beings, essential for emergencies. Although he believed that, given his current strength, no one on Earth could threaten his life, Wu Feng felt it prudent to exercise caution, as it never hurts to be prepared. Thus, having resolved his determination, Wu Feng no longer hesitated. After ascertaining the location of Corinta, he continued along the path of his long-standing cultivation, advancing steadily toward his destination. Along the way, he traversed mountains and crossed rivers, maintaining a direct course. After nearly 3 months of travel, Wu Feng finally beheld Corinta, soaring into the heavens, appearing almost identical to its depiction in the anime of his previous life. In that moment, fully aware that he was nearing his destination, Wu Feng gazed at the towering Corinta for a while, but did not hasten his pace. Instead, he chose to rest, intending to approach it by daylight the following day. The reason for his delay was the evening hour. Had he not paused, his arrival at the foot of Corinta would have been shrouded in darkness. Although the distinction between day and night held little significance for him at that moment, Wu Feng felt no urgency. After all, he had journeyed for many days already, and he did not mind postponing for one more night. Moreover, the burden of his cultivation had been taxing, and a night's rest to rejuvenate his spirit would surely be more advantageous for his ascent. Consequently, Wu Feng decided against haste and spent a delightful night filled with the aromas of roasted meat and the remnants of a bloody feast. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke the next day, Wu Feng, fully revitalized, prepared himself as usual and set forth. Not long into his journey, as he approached Corinta, he was intercepted by a tribe akin to guardians of a sacred land, reminiscent of Native Americans. Upon encountering them, Wu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to disregard their presence. With a leap, he soared into the sky, swiftly reaching the foot of Corinta. Without pausing for the tribe behind him, who were clamoring in disarray at his intrusion, Wu Feng ascended directly up the tower. He continued to soar until, after half an hour of high-speed flight, he gradually caught sight of the oval-shaped summit. Upon this realization, Wu Feng felt a surge of exhilaration and quickened his pace. Enveloped by a torrent of heat and the resounding echoes of sonic booms. In the next moment, he officially arrived atop Corinta, where he encountered the seemingly flustered cat sage, who struggled to steady his staff amidst the commotion caused by Wu Feng's arrival. Chapter 19. Encounter with the celestial being Who are you? What brings you here? The revered Carlin sage, sensing the formidable aura of Wu Feng, struggled to suppress his fear, trembling with every word as he stammered his inquiry. Greetings. Might you be the legendary Carlin sage? Wu Feng, noticing his demeanor, chose not to expose the sage's efforts to disguise himself as an otherworldly entity, despite the apparent flaws in his act. Instead, he approached with a benevolent expression and inquired kindly. I am indeed. Do you have something to discuss? The sage, perhaps reassured by Wu Feng's amiable demeanor and the absence of any malevolent energy emanating from him, cautiously relaxed his guard and returned the question with a hint of uncertainty. It is you. Greetings. I have come to seek your wisdom regarding martial arts. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed sage. Though Wu Feng was already convinced that the upright white cat before him was the cat sage he had been searching for, he felt it necessary to adhere to the customary formalities, both out of politeness and to avoid startling the sage. Thus, Wu Feng followed the appropriate conversational protocol before revealing one of the purposes of his visit. Well, given your current prowess, I fear there is little I can impart to you. Perhaps you should directly visit the Celestial Palace? The Carlin sage, aware of his own limitations, suggested with a wry smile. Oh, esteemed sage, you flatter me. To be candid, while I may appear formidable, my understanding of martial arts and mastery over energy is still far from what my potential suggests. Wu Feng, possessing a profound self-awareness, promptly articulated his difficulties in response. I see. Then, why not suppress your strength to match my level and engage in a spar? Let me discern where your shortcomings lie. The sage proposed after a moment of contemplation. Very well, sage. Please allow me a moment to adjust my energy to your level. With that, Wu Feng commenced the necessary actions, swiftly sealing his aura to align with that of the Carlin sage. Ready, sage. We may begin, Wu Feng announced, fully prepared. Meow. Then let us commence, the Carlin sage responded. His dormant battle spirit ignited in an instant, his tail swaying wildly in excitement. With an instinctive call, he lunged forward while simultaneously issuing a warning. In that instant, as the Carlin sage made the first move, the battle erupted, and two formidable auras, each approximately 160 in energy, clashed within the confines of the Carlin Tower. In a moment, as the duel between a man and a cat escalated, the scene became a flurry of striking figures, each increasingly rapid in their movements. As the intensity of the conflict surged, both combatants found it increasingly difficult to restrain themselves, their energies creating a turbulent wave that rippled throughout the Corinta, causing the towering structure to tremble slightly. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, both Wu Feng and the immortal Corinta understood that they could no longer continue their battle atop the Corinta. Consequently, with a synchronized clash, they propelled themselves beyond the confines of the tower, floating alongside it. After a brief moment of mutual confrontation in midair, they each began to gather the energy residing within their cells, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques, the Qigong Cannon and the Qigong Wave. In an instant, two brilliant spheres of white light erupted from their hands, colliding in the air with a fierce determination, neither yielding to the other. It was only when the fervor of battle began to wane and reason returned that they exchanged a glance, realizing the true purpose of their encounter. With that shared understanding, they both ceased their attacks and turned back toward the Corinta. The two energy waves, now deprived of their source, gradually dissipated in the air, leaving behind only a wisp of radiant smoke drifting among the clouds. Coughing gently, the immortal Corinta, who had languished in boredom for centuries, addressed Wu Feng with a hint of embarrassment. Apologies for my unrestrained actions. It has been a while since I engaged in combat, and I almost forgot the matter at hand. Wu Feng chuckled. Not at all. It was quite the thrill. Besides, this allows you to observe me more clearly, which will help me identify my shortcomings more swiftly. Indeed, the immortal conceded. From our recent exchange, your command over energy is nearly on par with mine. In fact, there are aspects where you have inspired me. Thus, I fear I cannot offer you much assistance in refining your control over energy. Only through advanced training at the temple might you find the guidance you seek. As for you, it appears you remain in the foundational stage of energy application, having yet to grasp the nuances of its properties. This is both perplexing and intriguing to me. I cannot fathom how you have cultivated such a formidable energy without understanding its inherent transformations, especially considering that Mr. Bobo has spent centuries honing his abilities to achieve his current prowess. The immortal Corinta regarded Wu Feng with a mix of astonishment and contemplation. Rest assured, my strength is indeed the result of my gradual cultivation. There is no doubt about that. As for my lack of understanding regarding the mysteries of energy, it stems from my singular focus on becoming stronger during my training. I did not take the time to truly experience the energy within me. Moreover, the most significant obstacle was that, in the other realm, I sought to understand it, yet found no guidance available. Upon hearing these words, Wu Feng could only force a smile and offer a reluctant explanation. After finishing his words, he silently acknowledged the most crucial reason within his heart. Is that so? Very well, let us dispense with the trivialities and commence formally. You must pay close attention, as I will demonstrate my progressive understanding of Qi, with the hope of liberating you from the shackles of martial arts. Although Master Carlin felt a lingering doubt, he recognized the depth of the situation and refrained from further probing, instead diving directly into the subject matter. Wu Feng, understanding the gravity of the moment, ceased his words and concentrated his mind, fully absorbed in the intricate demonstrations of Qi that Master Carlin was imparting. Time, as it is wont to do, flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, Wu Feng had devoted an entire year to the study of Qi atop the Carlin Tower. Throughout this year, with the unwavering assistance of Master Carlin, Wu Feng's comprehension of qi reached a level where even Master Carlin found himself bereft of further teachings, thereby achieving his anticipated goal. Notably, during this period, despite his intense focus on the mysteries of qi, Wu Feng did not neglect his rigorous training regimen. He dedicated fixed hours daily to his cultivation. Moreover, in gratitude for Master Carlin's selfless aid, he imparted the simplified version of his own internal cultivation technique, the Everlasting Youth Technique, to Master Carlin. This enabled Master Carlin, after much contemplation, to adapt it into a beastly version of the Everlasting Youth Technique, which ultimately shattered the physical limitations that had impeded his martial journey for over a century. As a result, this kind-hearted and altruistic sage experienced a remarkable surge in his cultivation of qi, now rivaling that of the divine being within the celestial temple. This was contingent upon Master Carlin's contentment with his current state, for Wu Feng believed that if Master Carlin were to continue his training, it would not be long before he surpassed the divine being, reaching a level comparable to the esteemed servant Bobo. At this very moment, witnessing Master Carlin transcend the confines of the original narrative through his assistance, Wu Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and elation. This unfolding scene confirmed and illuminated many truths for him, revealing that there exists no fixed storyline or predetermined fate, nor is there an unseen hand orchestrating every detail. He realized that he possessed the agency to effect any change in accordance with his desires. Naturally, all transformations were predicated upon Wu Feng's prudence in avoiding perilous situations or obvious anomalies. Thus, having reconciled these thoughts, Wu Feng began to contemplate his future plans and the long-cherished vision of revitalizing martial arts on Earth. Of course, all of this hinges on Wu Feng's subsequent journey to the celestial realm, where he must meet the divine beings and acquire what he desires before he can put his plans into action. Chapter 20. The Temple Training Immortal Carlin. I am profoundly grateful for your generous guidance over the past year. With a respectful bow, Wu Feng bid farewell to Immortal Carlin. Without hesitation, he swiftly took flight towards the celestial realm, following the method he had just learned to reach the divine temple situated on Earth within the Carlin Tower. As Wu Feng ascended directly into the sky, he soon found himself amidst a tempest of thunder and lightning before ultimately arriving at the heavenly domain. There, he was greeted by the Earth God Bic and his dark-skinned assistant, Bobo, who had been anticipating Wu Feng's arrival. "Welcome, esteemed Wu Feng, the mightiest of mortals," Bic said, his demeanor warm and inviting, his eyes radiating kindness. "Greetings, your divine excellency. It seems you were already aware of my arrival and purpose," Wu Feng replied, momentarily taken aback by the presence of the celestial beings awaiting him. "Indeed, Mr. Wu Feng. Immortal Carlin has already briefed me regarding your visit to the temple," the Earth God replied with a gentle smile. "Now, without further ado, let us delve into the matter at hand. I have instructed my assistant, Mr. Bobo, to prepare everything for your upcoming studies in the heavenly realm. Would you prefer to commence immediately, or would you rather rest for a day before beginning? Perhaps it would be best to start after I have had a chance to recuperate and gather my strength." Wu Feng contemplated before responding slowly. "Very well, as you wish. We shall commence tomorrow. In the meantime, you are free to arrange your time as you see fit. Or I can have Bobo guide you through the surroundings of the celestial realm. What do you think?" Bic suggested amiably, maintaining his composed demeanor. "Yes, I believe it would be prudent to familiarize myself with this environment first. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Bobo," Wu Feng replied, aware that he would soon be residing in this unfamiliar territory. He preferred to understand his surroundings to avoid inadvertently trespassing into a forbidden area of the heavenly realm, which could lead to perilous consequences. "Very well, then. Bobo, please take Mr. Wu Feng on a tour and provide him with an overview of the celestial realm. I have pressing matters to attend to and must excuse myself," Bic instructed, before departing to resume his duties. "Now, Mr. Wu Feng, let us proceed. Please follow me as I introduce you to your new surroundings," Bobo said with an even expression, ready to guide Wu Feng through the wonders of the heavenly domain. "Thank you, Bobo. I appreciate your assistance," Wu Feng replied. Wu Feng politely responded and soon followed the unhurriedly leading Bobo, walking side by side. During the ensuing time, they strolled leisurely while listening to Bobo's introductions. As Wu Feng's interest peaked, he occasionally interjected with questions and insights, resulting in a delightful and unique experience. A rare moment of leisure before the arduous training ahead. Unfortunately, blissful moments are often fleeting. Even the vast heavens must come to an end. Indeed, within less than half a day, Bobo had guided Wu Feng through the celestial realm, returning them to the entrance of the divine palace. After arranging Wu Feng's accommodations, Bobo departed. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Wu Feng accompanied Bobo to a training ground specifically prepared for him. Upon arrival, he beheld an open space the size of a basketball court, surrounded by a haphazard array of bells strung together by a single line. Instantly, Wu Feng recalled the training scenes of the protagonist from the original narrative and grasped the essence of the forthcoming training, which likely focused on enhancing the tranquility of the mind akin to the vast sky and developing the sixth sense within martial arts. As if to confirm Wu Feng's suspicion, Bobo produced a black cloth and handed it to him, instructing him to blindfold himself to facilitate the ensuing training. Though Wu Feng felt a twinge of skepticism, he did not resist or delay, adopting a playful spirit as he covered his eyes and embarked on the first step of his celestial training. This entailed identifying the singular bell amidst the myriad of sounds, one that resonated differently and could interchange positions with the others, imbued with divine power. After the first day of training, Wu Feng sat on the ground, panting and exhausted, yet filled with an extraordinary sense of exhilaration. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly simple exercise could be so demanding. Indeed, it was no surprise that it was a tailored and enhanced version designed specifically for him. That concludes today's training. You may return to rest now. We shall continue tomorrow, Bobo stated, his expression as inscrutable as ever, while privately marveling at Wu Feng's martial prowess. Little did Bobo expect that on the very first day, Wu Feng would come remarkably close to grasping the divine bell several times, successfully completing this training task, a testament to his status as the strongest among Earth's warriors throughout the ages. For the time being, let us not dwell on the day that witnessed the astonishing progress of Wu Feng's formidable cultivation, as Bobo had already anticipated that this endeavor would be conquered entirely within a month. Meanwhile, Wu Feng had returned to his dwelling in the temple, his expression grave, silently contemplating. To his astonishment, despite utilizing the advantages conferred by his celestial realm internal energy, he had repeatedly failed to grasp the divine artifact bell, hindering his completion of the preliminary stage of this initial training. It seemed that he had underestimated the martial arts realm of the Dragon Ball world and overestimated his own capabilities. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Wu Feng had cultivated the habit of introspection after each day's practice, reflecting on the day's training outcomes. This moment of self-awareness led him to recognize his shortcomings and decisively adjust his approach to the martial arts realm of Dragon Ball. With unwavering determination, he immersed himself in his training, diligently seizing every moment to comprehend the tranquility akin to the sky that Bobo had described, a state remarkably reminiscent of the Taoist ideal of a heart like still water. Perhaps it was the extraordinary effect of Wu Feng's internal energy, or perhaps his innate talent truly belonged to an exceptional caliber. Through his wholehearted dedication, he grasped that wondrous state in less than a month, completing the first step of his training even days earlier than Bobo had anticipated, eliciting a fleeting expression of surprise from Bobo upon receiving this definitive answer. Although Bobo's astonishment was but a momentary flicker, Wu Feng, keenly observant of Bobo's demeanor, recognized this and reaffirmed his belief in his remarkable talent. As time flowed by, over a year had passed since Wu Feng began his training in the celestial realm. On this day, within a closed space filled with thunder and lightning, a figure, charred and emanating smoke, continually shifted positions. With a resounding boom, a sudden, rapid movement allowed Wu Feng, whose senses were sealed, to narrowly evade a bolt of lightning. However, before he could relish his fortune, he was met with a simultaneous barrage of lightning strikes. At that moment, Wu Feng, paralyzed by the electric shock, found his previously agile body rendered immobile. Observing Wu Feng on the brink of unconsciousness, Bobo, stationed by the spatial gateway, promptly activated the teleportation function. He swiftly transported the severely injured Wu Feng to safety and administered a Xingchenbian. Once Wu Feng had fully recovered, without hesitation, Bobo reactivated the teleportation function, sending the rejuvenated Wu Feng back in to continue his rigorous training aimed at enhancing his sixth sense. At last, when Wu Feng had been electrocuted for the 100th time, resembling a charred piece of charcoal, Bobo finally ceased the torment. Instead of subjecting the disfigured Wu Feng to another round of punishment, he unsealed the 5 senses that had been bound, allowing Wu Feng the opportunity to recuperate for a while before returning. Chapter 21. The emergence of the phantom in a confined space. The air crackled with the power of thunder, as streaks of lightning descended from the clouds above without warning, incessantly striking down. Within the realm enveloped by this tempest, Wu Feng darted and maneuvered, not daring to pause even for a heartbeat. Each bolt of lightning seemed to target him, yet, remarkably, he evaded them all as if foreseeing their approach. After a brief interval of seemingly fruitless strikes, the thunderclouds grew furious, as if provoked by their failure to connect. In an instant, the sky erupted with frenzied sparks of electricity. transforming from isolated bolts into a cacophony of simultaneous strikes, compressing Wu Feng's evasive space and significantly heightening the likelihood of being struck. With a resounding crash, 3 bolts of lightning descended in a triangular formation, aiming to ensnare Wu Feng in a single, decisive blow. Yet, in a display of uncanny foresight, he sidestepped the onslaught with ease. However, before he could revel in his success, 4 additional bolts followed in a square formation, encircling him from all sides in an attempt to obliterate him. Alas, by a mere fraction, he managed to escape unscathed once more. The fury of the thunder grew with each failure, leading to a relentless barrage of 5, 6, 7, and ultimately 10 strikes in a relentless wave, all aimed at reducing Wu Feng to mere fragments. Nevertheless, he remained composed, consistently evading the lethal strikes by a hair's breadth, creating the illusion that the lightning was in pursuit of his very shadow. This astonishing spectacle left the deities, Bic and Bobo, who observed from outside the storm, utterly astounded and shaken, their expressions reflecting disbelief. After exchanging incredulous glances, the divine being and his attendant murmured in awe, acknowledging that they had never anticipated he would achieve what few among Earth's past deities could accomplish. It was indeed remarkable to witness a prodigious talent, one that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest of celestial beings throughout history. Unlike Bic, who had recently ascended to his divine role and experienced a profound shock from the revelations of the celestial legacy, Bobo, having served under various deities, grasped the true significance of this moment. It could be said that apart from the inaugural deity and the one who established the spirit time chamber, no other celestial being's strength could rival that of Wu Feng at this juncture. Moreover, considering Wu Feng's youth, it was likely that even the first deity and the most exceptional among them could not be compared to him. Let us momentarily set aside the profound astonishment experienced by the celestial beings, Bic and Popo, at the remarkable prowess displayed by Wu Feng. In the southern hemisphere of Earth, amidst a vast and seldom trodden mountain range, an ominous creature is brewing, one that threatens to unleash chaos upon humanity and poison the lives of countless beings. Deep within this nameless range, obscured by lush, dense forests, lies a naturally formed cave. This dim and eerie cavern is filled with the remnants of various creatures, their bones haphazardly strewn about, and a palpable black mist pervades every inch of the cave's interior. Suddenly, a peculiar change transpires within the once silent cave. The dense black fog, which enveloped the cavern, begins to recede and thin, gradually contracting towards a particular point deep within the cave that glows with a green luminescence. Notably, as each second passes, the speed at which the black mist converges intensifies. Concurrently, as more and more black mist is absorbed, the green light grows ever brighter and larger. In a brief moment, as the black fog vanishes completely, leaving no trace behind, the glowing point transforms into a dark green orb the size of a soccer ball. This orb, having absorbed all the malevolent energy within the cave, does not cease its movement. Instead, it pulsates with an eerie green glow. As time flows gently onward, its luminosity increases until the entire cavern is bathed in a deep green hue. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonates through the cave, reminiscent of a terrifying eggshell shattering, echoing throughout the cavern. In the next moment, as the dark green shell fragments completely, it reveals an alien infant, adorned with green skin and horns sprouting from its head. This extraterrestrial being, floating serenely in midair, gradually opens its eyes, glowing with an eerie green light, and stretches its small form. Seemingly disoriented by its newfound corporeal existence, it furrows its brow, recalling the malevolent force that has transformed it into this state. A surge of uncontainable rage and hatred flickers across its fierce countenance. That night, chaos erupted in the nameless mountain range as a sudden inferno engulfed the forest. The once dormant creatures of the mountains were roused from their slumber, frantically fleeing downhill to escape the rapidly spreading flames and the pursuit of the alien infant, King Bic. It is noteworthy that the instigator of this turmoil is none other than the being that emerged from the dark cave, the wicked entity known as Bic, formed from the malevolent thoughts expelled by the celestial Bic, now recognized as the Demon King by Wu Feng. As the embodiment of pure malice and dark energy, King Piccolo, born from the fusion of these sinister forces, relentlessly sought to augment his power and attain a state of complete maturity. In his fervor, he unleashed a torrent of carnage, absorbing the lingering resentments and malevolence of the fallen. Following a deafening explosion, the aftermath revealed a landscape strewn with corpses and engulfed in raging flames. With each wave of energy he casually dispatched, the now significantly more formidable Piccolo caused countless lives to extinguish igniting fires across vast expanses. After a night of slaughter, the following day unveiled the once vibrant expanse of this nameless mountain range, now eerily silent, devoid of the animals that once scurried and chirped in abundance. The only sounds that pierced the stillness were the crackling of trees still ablaze, rendering the entire mountain range a graveyard of desolation, stripped of all vitality. The architect of this abhorrent spectacle, the demon Piccolo, having absorbed the malevolent essence of nearly all creatures within the mountain, had officially transformed into a complete and youthful incarnation of King Piccolo. Yet, rather than renounce his destructive ways, he became even more voracious. As if ensnared by an insatiable addiction, every living entity he encountered on his path was met with a devastating energy wave, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Wherever the malevolent King Piccolo traversed, not a soul remained unscathed, and chaos reigned supreme. Notably, during this rampage, he faced concerted efforts from martial arts masters and the armies of several nations, eager to thwart his reign of terror. Alas, without exception, both the supposed martial experts and the vast legions, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, fell before the overwhelming might of King Piccolo, whose power eclipsed the limits of earthly weaponry. Once he had annihilated all who dared oppose him, King Piccolo, still seething with wrath, deliberately ventured into the realms of those who had conspired against him. He unleashed an unbridled wave of slaughter, obliterating several feudal kingdoms in less than a month. This carnage wrought immense chaos and unrelenting disaster, directly or indirectly displacing millions of innocent civilians, leaving them homeless and destitute. Chapter 22. The Demon Slayer. Since the initial nations had been obliterated by the hands of the great demon King Piccolo, the world has been reverberating with violent explosions at every moment. The reason for this turmoil lies in Piccolo's disdain for the slow pace at which he alone could bring about the world's destruction. Thus, he recently created a legion of demonic minions, scattered across the globe, to expedite the ruin of the world. On this day, as usual, reveling in the pleasure of annihilating the world, Piccolo unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating all obstacles before him. In that instant, a cruel yet ecstatic expression emerged on his face. Filled with delight, he observed the terrified masses fleeing in disarray at his approach, a wicked amusement igniting within him. "Run! Flee without pause!" he cackled. "Ah, hasten your escape, the demon king approaches. Woe is me, mother! Where are you? I am frightened. Go! Run! Do not mind me! Save yourselves! Child! My dear child, curse you, demon king! I shall fight you!" After dispatching a foolish insect that dared to charge at him, Piccolo indulged in a brief game of cat and mouse, thoroughly exterminating his prey. Just as he contemplated moving to another location to continue his rampage, he suddenly heard the cries of a child, no more than 5 or 6 years old. Unexpectedly, a stray survivor caught Piccolo's attention. With a slight frown, he instinctively prepared to unleash another wave of energy to silence the last remnant of noise. However, sensing the impending danger from afar, the formidable fighter Wutai hurriedly rushed to intervene, just in time to intercept the energy wave and save the sole surviving child. Rather than engaging Piccolo in a desperate battle, Wutai swiftly embraced the still-crying child and dashed back along his path. It was only upon encountering his 2 disciples racing towards him that he paused, entrusting the now slumbering child to his second disciple, Wutian, for safekeeping. Without hesitation, Wutai turned back, his face alight with rage and murderous intent, charging towards the demon king who lingered just behind him. Fueled by boundless fury, Wutai, now unencumbered by concern, unleashed his pent-up wrath without restraint. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a fierce assault, aiming to strike down the very architect of the chaos that had engulfed the world. Yet, destiny often defies one's desires, and Wutai's furious punch fell short of achieving the desired outcome, merely having repelled the formidable Majin Bu by a few meters, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. The confrontation had scarcely inflicted any significant harm. At most, it had resulted in a minor abrasion and a trickle of blood. This unexpected turn of events profoundly astonished Taidou, who instantly realized that a grueling battle lay ahead, one that could very well culminate in a life-or-death struggle. Rather than succumbing to the fear of mortality, Taidou's resolve to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness only intensified. Preparing himself to sacrifice his life for the cessation of this apocalyptic calamity, in a flash of determination, having resolutely decided to fight to the bitter end, Taidou seized the opportunity presented by Majin Bu's momentary disarray following his surprise attack, launching a full-scale assault to capitalize on this fleeting advantage, aiming to decisively tilt the balance of victory in his favor. Alas, the vast disparity in their powers rendered Taidou's aspirations futile. In a moment of frustration and desperation, Jiuding, gritting his teeth, endured Wu Taidou's powerful blow at the cost of a shattered arm. Forcibly extricating himself from the increasingly precarious situation and breaking free from Wu Taidou's relentless barrage. Observing Jiuding's audacious resilience, Wu Taidou felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Yet, he took solace in the fact that at least Jiuding had incurred some cost, preventing the ensuing battle from becoming a mere one-sided affair. However, Wu Taidou's fleeting acceptance shattered as he witnessed a scene both terrifying and bewildering. Jiuding, now free from Wu Taidou's relentless assault, was glaring at him with fiery, wrathful eyes, and without a moment's hesitation. He ripped off his damaged right arm with his unscathed left hand. Before Wu Taidou could grasp the gravity of this surreal moment, he beheld, in disbelief, the rapid regeneration of a brand-new, flawless right arm. How could this be possible? Wu Taidou, caught in a state of incredulity, could only stare in astonishment. Ha! Such a triviality for an ignorant creature. Nothing is beyond the realm of possibility for the supreme demon lord of this world. A mere ability to regenerate a severed limb is hardly surprising. Yet, I must commend you. Your capacity to inflict injury upon me is indeed remarkable. Now, have you contemplated how you shall meet your end? With a nonchalant sigh, Jiuding continued, Enough games. Let me decide your fate. Perish, demon destruction sphere. As his words echoed ominously, a massive energy wave, shimmering with a dangerous light, surged forth from his palm, hurtling swiftly towards Wu Taidou. Upon sensing the terrifying energy wave that heralded a life-threatening crisis, Mutaito felt compelled to abandon any semblance of nonchalance. Realizing that he had been irrevocably locked onto by the malevolent presence, he understood that evasion was no longer an option. With a sense of resignation, he summoned every ounce of his strength to unleash his most formidable energy wave. The collision of their energies produced a resounding explosion, sending plumes of dust swirling into the air before dissipating into the atmosphere. Witnessing this spectacle, Mutaito's heart sank as he comprehended the insurmountable disparity between himself and the Dark King. The impending battle promised to be fraught with difficulties. As anticipated, in the ensuing moments, Mutaito found himself thoroughly outmatched, enduring relentless assaults without any capacity to counterattack. Under the unrestrained might of the Dark King, a single punch sent Mutaito careening through the air, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. Subsequently, he was subjected to a merciless flurry of strikes, resembling a ping-pong ball being batted back and forth in midair. Eventually, it seemed that the Dark King had either grown weary or bored, culminating in a final, decisive blow, a downward kick that sent Mutaito, dazed and battered, crashing into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Standing at a short distance from the deep crater created by Mutaito's fall, the Dark King reveled in cruel laughter as he gathered a tremendous amount of energy in his hands. He intended to unleash his second most powerful technique, the explosive magic beam, to obliterate Mutaito, a mere insect possessing just enough prowess to engage in a fleeting contest, thereby demonstrating a semblance of respect. Just as Mutaito, gravely injured and unable to rise, was about to meet his demise at the hands of the Dark King, Wu Tian and Tao Baiya, who had been observing from the sidelines, sprang into action. Each concentrated their energy into a wave aimed at the Dark King's gathering right hand and the large boulder before him. Simultaneously, sensing the incoming ambush, the Dark King swiftly retracted his right hand and sidestepped to evade the unexpected energy waves. The boulder, measuring 10 meters on each side, was obliterated by one of the energy waves, creating a mesmerizing cloud of dust that enveloped the scene. This diversion afforded Wu Tian and Tao Baiya precious seconds to rescue the incapacitated Mutaito, who was buried several meters deep in the earth. They hoisted him onto their shoulders and fled a considerable distance. Regrettably, their efforts proved to be short-lived. As the dust began to settle, the Dark King, regaining his composure, leaped forward with remarkable speed, swiftly overtaking the fleeing Wu Tian and Tao Baiya. Chapter 23. Exorcising Demons. Junior brother, I entrust Master to you. Quickly take him away. I will buy you some time. Upon seeing the formidable Demon King Piccolo closing in rapidly and blocking their path, Wu Tian realized the slim chances of their trio escaping unscathed were almost negligible. In an instant, his thoughts raced, and he resolved to sacrifice himself to afford Junior brother he and Master the precious time needed to evade the relentless pursuit of the Demon King. Upon hearing this, Tao Baiya was taken aback for a moment, then immediately filled with rage, his voice dripping with scorn. Wu Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you been kicked in the head by a mule? Besides, do you possess greater strength than I? Have you ever bested me in any of our contests over the years? No, not once. Therefore, If anyone is to remain and confront the Demon King, it certainly should not be you, as you lack the qualifications. Do you understand? Enough of this futile talk. You must take master and leave at once, for I cannot delay for long. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and go. After his thunderous outburst, Tao Baihe resolutely turned away, deciding to disregard his foolish and naive senior brother Wu Tian, and in the next moment, he charged directly towards the imposing figure of the Demon King. Witnessing this, Wu Tian cast a lingering glance at Tao Baihe's retreating back, hesitating momentarily in inner turmoil, before he stormed away with an expression of indignation, carrying Master Wu Taidou away at great speed. Unbeknownst to the furious Wu Tian, at the very moment Tao Baihe turned to confront the Demon King Piccolo, his expression was a tumultuous mix of emotions. Fear, trepidation, and dread flickered across his face, and his heart was besieged by a myriad of conflicting thoughts, leaving him in a state of profound internal struggle. Yet, fortuitously, perhaps spurred by a sudden recollection of a cherished memory, the chaos in his heart coalesced into clarity, and the struggle etched on his face dissipated, replaced by a sweet smile and a resolute spirit that embraced death without fear. With his indecision vanquished, Tao Baihe leaped forward, charging towards the looming threat of Demon King Piccolo with reckless abandon. Unfortunately, due to the vast disparity in their strengths, it was almost inevitable that the merciless Demon King, adorned with a cruel and disdainful grin, would effortlessly send him crashing to the ground with a single punch. Following this, Piccolo seized Tao Baihe by the neck, lifting him as one would a mere sack of sand, delivering punishing blows while callously disregarding Tao Baihe's desperate yet futile attempts to struggle free. This brutal torment continued until the Demon King sensed that the fight had completely drained from his captive. With a face filled with disdain and a sense of unfulfilled satisfaction, he finally ceased his assault, carelessly discarding the battered form of Tao Baihe, who now resembled a lifeless doll, onto the ground. However, he raised his right hand, directing a powerful energy wave at Tao Baihe, intending to annihilate the evidence and fully implement his long-held policy of total destruction. The relentless force of the demon light cannon, conjured by Piccolo in a fleeting moment, was unleashed in the next instant. Just as it was about to strike the seemingly lifeless Tao Baihe, it was intercepted by Wu Tian, who had hurried back after concealing Wu Taidou. In a moment of desperation, he endured severe injuries to dissipate the attack just in time, saving Tao Baihe, who was barely clinging to life, though Wu Tian himself was left gravely wounded, struggling to move. It appeared almost inevitable that he would meet his demise alongside his junior brother. Nevertheless, Wu Tian believed that every moment was precious and invaluable. Living even a second longer was a tremendous gain. Each additional second represented a chance to hope for miracles and possibilities. Although Wu Tian understood that the likelihood of a true miracle was negligible, he had no choice but to take the gamble. The next moment, facing another horrific energy wave from the Demon King, Wu Tian, half kneeling, summoned all his remaining strength to shield his nearly breathless junior brother, the proud and sharp-tongued Tao Baihe. He intended to use his own body to buy his junior brother that minuscule sliver of time where hope and miracles might still occur. With unwavering resolve, Wu Tian positioned himself in the final moments of life and death, staring defiantly at the impending fate. Enough. It has come to this. You should be satisfied now. You may strike now, or else you will truly be joining your two disciples in the underworld. As he witnessed his two apprentices on the brink of being obliterated by Piccolo's energy cannon, Wu Taidou, who had been saved by a magical being and was observing alongside Wu Feng, could not contain his urgency and snapped at Wu Feng. Calm down, uncle. Even if I am a moment too late to save them directly, I will seek the help of the divine to revive them afterward. Please, just be a little more patient. Wu Feng, pressed by his uncle, reluctantly explained and promised with a blend of emotion and reason. Is this how my life ends? I have so many regrets I never even got to confess to Feng Feng. I hope I have a chance to make amends in my next life. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Wu Tian's thoughts scattered, reflecting on a multitude of memories and emotions. As time seemed to slow for Wu Tian, he felt as though even the terrifying energy wave before him was gradually coming to a standstill. What is happening? It truly appears to be frozen. At that moment, sensing something amiss, Wu Tian snapped back to reality, gazing incredulously at the energy wave suspended before him. Ah, you're finally back to your senses. Isn't it quite astonishing? Wu Feng, who had managed to halt the energy wave unleashed by the formidable Piccolo, teased his younger disciple upon witnessing Wu Tian's regained focus. Enough of teasing your junior brother. Let us swiftly deal with the root cause of this chaos. Wu Taidou interjected, his expression rife with dissatisfaction as he stepped forward. issuing an order to Wu Feng without hesitation. "Very well, I shall comply. I will handle this matter, ensuring your satisfaction," Wu Feng replied with a smile, producing 2 magical beans to present to Wu Taidou. "Now, dear uncle, please allow your 2 disciples to rest for a moment. Oh, and do feed these beans to them personally." Having appeased his irate and displeased uncle, Wu Feng turned his attention to the ominous Piccolo, who was now engulfed in the overwhelming pressure Wu Feng had exerted since his arrival, his face a mask of uncertainty. "Who are you? When did Earth acquire another master such as yourself?" Piccolo exclaimed, struggling under the weight of Wu Feng's aura, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "You need not concern yourself with that, for a dying man has no need for such knowledge," Wu Feng replied with indifference. "Now, let us proceed to let you experience the 4-course meal I have prepared for you, as recompense for the countless souls who have perished by your hand or due to your actions." Wu Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, his tone devoid of warmth. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Let us see, the first course should be lightning." No sooner had he spoken than he concentrated his energy into his upright right palm, executing a gentle forward motion. A brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, striking the immobile Piccolo, before Piccolo could utter a cry of anguish. A relentless barrage of subsequent bolts, 2, 3, 4, up to 10, rained down upon him. Notably, each successive strike grew in both magnitude and intensity. As Wu Feng completed the 9th wave of electric fury, the brilliant lightning dissipated, revealing a charred and barely conscious Piccolo, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices. His visage contorted in agony. Without immediately attending to the dismal plight and lamentations of Xingchenbian, Wu Feng first immersed himself in a meticulous contemplation of the nature, intricacies, and entirety of this transformative energy. Only after this profound reflection did he raise his gaze once more, directing it towards the still flickering remnants of life within Xingchenbian, who, despite his dire condition, was rapidly mending his myriad injuries through his innate regenerative prowess. Observing that Bu's regenerative capabilities aligned closely with his own expectations, a hint of innocent delight unfurled upon Wu Feng's countenance. Chapter 24. The Descent of Demons. It must be acknowledged that the Namekians are indeed a remarkably gifted race, with nearly every individual possessing an extraordinary and innate talent. Among them, the Dragon Clan and the Warriors stand out as the most exceptional. Although the emergence of these 2 clans is sparse in comparison to the entire Namekian populace, akin to the rarity of giant pandas, each member born into these clans enjoys privileges akin to those of dragons among men, achieving feats that ordinary individuals might never attain in a lifetime, often with little exertion. For instance, during this tumultuous period, the calamity that has befallen Earth is largely attributed to the formidable King Piccolo, a captive and prisoner in the hands of Wu Feng. His innate advantages have allowed him to easily surpass martial artists and masters who have devoted decades, if not centuries, to their craft. At this moment, blessed with an extraordinary regenerative ability, King Piccolo, prior to his encounter with Wu Feng, would have undoubtedly reveled in the pride and superiority that his gifts afforded him, perhaps even unwittingly harboring a sense of elitism, viewing himself as a demigod. However, one must ponder, how often do we encounter such hypotheticals? Just as there exists no remedy for regret in this world, there are few alternatives to reality. Not long ago, King Piccolo, benefiting from his regenerative prowess, was swiftly restored after sustaining damage, now experiencing a lavish 2nd course meticulously prepared by Wu Feng. In this moment, as he endures the excruciating cycle of relentless repair and destruction, King Piccolo is overwhelmed with self-loathing, questioning the very nature of his grotesque regenerative ability, which now renders even the act of fainting an arduous challenge. Currently, within a colossal furnace, conjured from pure flame by Wu Feng, King Piccolo is subjected to an unyielding heat, akin to the alchemical process of refining elixirs. The fierce flames, under Wu Feng's precise control, fluctuate in temperature with each passing second. Just moments ago, Piccolo had barely acclimatized to the searing heat, only for Wu Feng to elevate the temperature once more, ensuring that while Piccolo would not be incinerated outright, he would continuously encounter an exhilaratingly torturous experience. As for the agonizing wails that involuntarily escape King Piccolo's lips, they are met with resolute indifference from Wu Feng and the multitude of onlookers, invited by Wu Feng, who are enthusiastically applauding the spectacle. The fiery feast, the 2nd course of Wu Feng's grand design, unfolded in a manner that slightly surpassed his expectations. It commenced with the dawn's first light and persisted until the sun dipped below the horizon, culminating only when Wu Feng, overwhelmed by boredom and mental exhaustion, chose to conclude the ordeal. Initially, he had intended to adhere to his meticulously crafted plan, envisioning merely half a day's worth of torment. However, as the celebrated adage of the illustrious Mr. Su suggests, plans often falter in the face of reality. At the moment Wu Feng prepared to extricate the comatose King Piccolo from the flames, his mind already teetering on the brink of oblivion, he was met with the vehement disapproval of the surrounding crowd, who expressed their disdain with clenched teeth and faces twisted in anger. This unforeseen resistance compelled Wu Feng to alter his strategy on the fly, extending the duration of the fiery feast. With considerable reluctance, he revived the unconscious King Piccolo, forcibly awakening him from his stupor. The following day, having learned from the previous day's unexpected developments and after a night of rest, Wu Feng opted not to make a direct appearance at the execution site as he had the day before. Instead, he levitated approximately 100 meters above ground, ready to remotely orchestrate the third course of his torment, aptly named the punishment of 1,000 blades, intended for the now fully recuperated King Piccolo. To ensure that his carefully prepared spectacle did not go to waste, Wu Feng refrained from rushing the proceedings. After a brief wait, he commenced the third course, observing as an even larger throng of onlookers gathered. In an instant, the once suspended King Piccolo, hanging 10 meters above ground, was engulfed by a whirlwind composed of countless visible wind blades, seemingly emerging from nowhere. Helpless to move, King Piccolo could only watch in horror as he was drawn into the vortex formed by the razor-sharp blades. In the next moment, he experienced an overwhelming surge of pain that enveloped him entirely, drowning out the remnants of his already weakened consciousness, causing him to lose consciousness once more. Shortly thereafter, his innate regenerative abilities jolted him awake, and thus began a relentless cycle of agony, oscillating between consciousness and unconsciousness. This wind-inflicted feast continued for over an hour until Wu Feng sensed that King Piccolo's life force had dwindled to a mere flicker. Recognizing that he had reached the limits of his endurance, Wu Feng willed the tempest of blades to dissipate, allowing the incapacitated King Piccolo to plummet to the desolate ground that Wu Feng had thoughtfully selected for him at dawn. With a swift motion, Wu Feng accomplished everything required, and upon witnessing the demon King Piccolo land steadily, he resolved not to linger any longer. He promptly summoned the fourth earthen punishment, directing it towards the demon king. In the ensuing seconds, the few remaining martial artists among the onlookers gazed from afar, only to see Wu Feng, with a sudden flourish, appear above a towering mountain reaching 100 meters in height. With a subtle gesture of his hand, he traced outlines in the air around the mountain, and subsequently unleashed a series of energy blades, each extending approximately 10 feet, slicing through the connections between the mountain and its surrounding peaks. Having severed the colossal mountain with a mere flick of his wrist, Wu Feng, under the astonished gaze of the spectators, effortlessly lifted the 100-meter mountain above his head. Without a glance, he casually hurled it towards the location of the demon King Piccolo, as though it bore no weight or strain. A thunderous crash resonated as the mountain struck the ground, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, fog, and a chaotic spray of soil and grass. After a moment, as the dust settled, Wu Feng surveyed the scene, nodding to himself with satisfaction, remarking, "Indeed, it is just right." Glancing at the demon King Piccolo, now pinned beneath the mountain, he mused quietly, "In this manner, I have honored the reputation of this world-destroying demon king. After all, he shares a fate reminiscent of my revered hero, the great sage who battled against the heavens and the earth. Well then, everyone, you may disperse. The punishment for the demon King Piccolo concludes here. Due to prior instructions from the divine, I am unable to execute him directly. However, to prevent his potential resurgence, I have chosen to seal him here permanently. Firstly, to avert further tragedies, and secondly, as a warning for posterity, lest they forget the calamities wrought by this world-destroying demon." Wu Feng solemnly addressed the still-stunned crowd. With that, he paid no further heed to the spectators and strode away towards the direction of the Chilean mountains, his steps both graceful and swift. Wu Feng's parting words left the crowd in a contemplative silence. After a brief exchange of glances, about a quarter of the onlookers, their expressions filled with resentment as they glanced at the demon King Piccolo, whose head was the only part visible beneath the mountain, slowly turned away and chose to depart in silence. In contrast to the majority of individuals who possess the ability to regulate their emotions, a subsequent group, comprising approximately half, opted to unleash their frustrations through a vigorous display of punches and kicks upon the exposed head of the Dark Lord Bick. Only after this cathartic release did they attain a sense of calm, departing with heavy hearts. As for the final segment, which consists of less than a quarter of the total, those who have suffered the loss of family and home, or simply reside in the vicinity, They refrained from engaging in any further acts of violence against the now nearly unrecognizable visage of the Dark Lord. Instead, following thorough deliberation, they chose to establish a new settlement in the surrounding area. This decision not only facilitates the vigilant guardianship of the vanquished Dark Lord for generations to come, but also serves as a preventive measure against future threats. Chapter 25. Half a year time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months have elapsed. At this moment, it has been half a year since Wu Feng subdued the great demon King Baika and returned to his hometown, Lianshan Valley, to rest. During this period, upon his return, Wu Feng inevitably faced a barrage of reproaches and grievances from his family. This was mainly due to his prolonged absence. He had completely lost track of time, having wandered for 3 years without a single visit home, evidently forgetting the promises and commitments made before his departure. Had it been merely a matter of absence, it would have been bearable, but even now, Wu Feng continues to be the subject of his family's occasional blame and lamentations. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that Wu Feng's behavior was indeed quite inappropriate. Throughout his 3-year journey, he was nearly untraceable, as if he had vanished without a trace. His family, particularly Wu Taidou and others, were left deeply worried, having searched extensively for any sign of him, yet finding nothing but fragmented rumors of dubious authenticity. With no words to defend himself and fully aware of his shortcomings, Wu Feng faced the criticisms of his relatives and friends with sincerity, repeatedly acknowledging his faults and adopting a posture of humility, listening intently to the concerns and complaints of those who had worried most for him during his absence. Fortunately, his family was not excessively harsh. They merely expressed their frustrations in the heat of the moment, venting their feelings rather than demanding retribution. The unexpected eruption of long-held grievances upon his reunion took Wu Feng by surprise. As a result, for the first month after his return, he accomplished little, merely enduring the lengthy discourse of complaints from his uncles and aunts. It was not until a month later, perhaps after they had exhausted their pent-up worries, that Wu Feng found the energy to proceed with the martial arts cultivation plan he had previously discussed and meticulously planned with his elder uncle. It is worth noting that Wu Taidou's 2 esteemed disciples chose not to return to the dojo, but rather accompanied Wu Feng to Lianshan Valley. Thus, they became the most faithful witnesses to Wu Feng's month of tribulations and misfortunes. Due to his own circumstances, the plan had been delayed by a month. In a state of frustration and helplessness, Wu Feng, for the sake of the greater goal, reluctantly sacrificed some of the leisure time of his beloved elder brothers and sisters, as well as younger siblings, in a bid to make up for the lost month. Wu Taidou, fully aware of the implications of Wu Feng's somewhat dark and vindictive approach, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in firm agreement. Moreover, not only that, but in a moment of spontaneity, he also expressed his fervent support for Wu Feng by giving a thumbs up to the proposal, leaving Wu Feng momentarily astonished. However, he quickly regained his composure, instinctively drawing in a sharp breath. Thus, under the tacit agreement of 2 old coins, it led to a period where the endearing brothers and sisters in the valley, as perceived by Wu Feng at that moment, lived a life of tumultuous happiness. Time flows relentlessly, never pausing for anyone. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had elapsed since Wu Feng's return, and the preliminary plan for the martial arts sanctuary, meticulously devised in collaboration with his uncle, had been in effect for 2 months. Come on, hurry up. Each of you, stop acting like delicate flowers, all right? On this day, it was once again Wu Feng's turn to serve as the martial arts coach for the valley's children, ranging from 6 to 12 years old. As usual, whenever he noticed someone slacking off, he would deliver a motivational remark to spur these mischievous youths. Remarkably, his words proved effective, consistently igniting their strong sense of pride and competitive spirit, allowing them to unwittingly complete another day of training. Though Wu Feng couldn't fathom why he always felt a sudden chill on his back after uttering such words, or why the meals, seemingly identical to previous ones, inexplicably tasted peculiar, he consistently reassured himself that these were merely illusions. As long as he faced his challenges bravely and overcame them, everything would be fine. After all, such sacrifices were trivial when considering the brighter futures of the children. What did a small price to pay matter in that context? Whenever this thought crossed his mind, he would feel an involuntary surge of comfort and satisfaction, leading him to unreservedly leave all of his meals for his beloved uncle to enjoy. Subsequently, he would tirelessly venture into the mountains at night to hunt for wild game, preparing his own barbecue. What's with the staring? I'm talking about you, Wu Shaoshan. Hurry up and get moving, stop acting like a girl. Little Xiang, you performed splendidly today. Here is a little red flower and a candied hawthorn as a reward. In that moment, Wu Feng had clearly become a figure both adored and despised by the valley's younger siblings, unwavering in his impartiality and clear in his rewards and punishments. Time sped by, and before they knew it, 3 more months had passed. Half a year had gone by since Wu Feng's return, and at this moment, the mischievous children of the valley had, with the foresight of their parents, gradually adapted to a grueling 12-hour training regimen, showcasing an atmosphere of spirited enthusiasm and positivity. At this juncture, it can be said that everything is progressing in a slow yet steady manner, precisely as Wu Feng had envisioned, without any significant deviations. Given this, Wu Feng, having persuaded his elder uncle, who had just returned from the dojo, to stay, felt a deep sense of relief and prepared to embark on the second phase of his plan. As 6 months elapsed, Wu Feng was confident that the initial group of onlookers, who had gathered from all corners of the world, had adequately propagated the heroic image and deeds he sought to embody. In fact, the suffering spectators did not disappoint Wu Feng's expectations. Over the subsequent year, whether on his chivalrous journey of vanquishing demons or during his global travels and discreet promotions, he received the adulation and recognition befitting a savior. Moreover, Wu Feng further enjoyed the warm hospitality and insistence of nearly every citizen and monarch across various nations. Undoubtedly, during this period, all invitations to stay were met with Wu Feng's unwavering smile and polite refusals, regardless of the high-ranking positions and generous stipends promised by numerous kings. While Wu Feng resolutely declined all royal offers, he made a pragmatic compromise to ensure that his arduous efforts in promotion and advocacy would not go to waste. He accepted the nominal title of National Master, a position devoid of real power, thus assuaging the concerns of the anxious kings. It must be noted that after this reluctant concession, Wu Feng discovered that his ambitions became markedly simpler. Instead of tirelessly traveling to promote his cause, he merely needed to mention his intentions to the local monarchs, then wait a day or two, appearing at a designated time. This newfound approach allowed Wu Feng to accomplish the second phase of his plan, spreading martial arts, within a mere fraction of the anticipated time. To clarify, the dissemination of martial arts involved openly sharing foundational training methods across nations, making them widely accessible. Notably, each document detailing these fundamental techniques concluded with a note stating that should one seek further advancement after mastering the basics, they must study at the Wu Taidou dojo. Thus, after a year of traversing the globe, Wu Feng finally arrived at the last stop of his journey. After enduring yet another round of repetitive social engagements and dialogues, Wu Feng finally arrived at the last kingdom. The following day, in a grand event that had been meticulously arranged beforehand, he captured a demon from the depths of the mountains before the watchful eyes of the multitude. Without a moment's hesitation after subduing the demon, Wu Feng unleashed a tremendously powerful energy wave, vanquishing the last of the demon race created by the great demon king Bic. With the intent of showcasing his prowess, Wu Feng released a spectacular energy wave and then paid it no further mind. The wave, having obliterated its target, continued unabated, piercing through several mountains until its energy was fully expended, dissipating into the ether. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chapter 26. The beginning of the sacred land. You have returned so swiftly. It is truly miraculous that you did not indulge in the pleasures of the outside world for a longer duration. Not only have you returned sooner than I anticipated, but it appears you have arrived much earlier than expected. I had thought we would have to wait another year or so. After nearly a year apart, as Wu Feng stepped back into the Lianshan Valley, he was greeted with playful banter from Wu Taidou, who had long awaited his arrival at the valley's entrance. Alas, dear uncle, you are unaware of the intricate circumstances. This journey is truly beyond words. In summary, if I am faced with such a laborious task again, I would sooner refuse than endure it once more. It has been exceedingly difficult, and my heart is utterly weary. To speak candidly, had I not wished to avoid squandering the fruits of my long preparation, I would have long since rolled up my sleeves and abandoned the endeavor. Wu Feng wore a dejected expression, pouring forth the frustrations and burdens he had long suppressed, akin to a river unburdening itself to his uncle. Enough of your complaints. Come inside. Your second aunt has already prepared a welcoming banquet for you. If you dawdle any longer, the food will grow cold, Wu Taidou stated bluntly, shifting the focus to the matter at hand. Oh, really? Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. It has been nearly a year since I last savored the exquisite dishes prepared by my second aunt. Wu Feng's demeanor transformed dramatically, a spark of eagerness illuminating his expression. The following day, at the break of dawn, Wu Feng stood atop the mountain, gazing at the ever-clear and radiant sky before him. His spirits soared, and he felt invigorated, his energy surging even more robustly than before. With this newfound vitality, he contemplated the arduous day of training ahead, believing it would be manageable. Unlike any other pursuit, Wu Feng was unwaveringly dedicated to his cultivation, treating it with the utmost seriousness and diligence. For 10 years, he had persevered without faltering, fully aware of the significance of strength, recognizing that formidable power is the foundation and prerequisite for all endeavors. Thus, even as he sensed his abilities nearing a bottleneck, he remained steadfast in his rigorous practice. Wu Feng understood that unless he could break through to a higher realm of internal mastery, further training would yield no enhancement to the energy inherent within his cells. Nonetheless, he refused to relinquish his daily regimen of hard work. He was acutely aware that in the path of martial arts, one must either forge ahead against the current or be swept backward. Failure to persist would not only lead to unfulfilled aspirations but also squander precious time and squander innate talent. Thus, deeply aware of the cautionary tales exemplified by the experiences of Yebi Fan and Yakalope, Wu Feng was certainly not one to let his guard down. He frequently used the deeds of these two individuals as a constant source of warning and motivation for himself. Time flew by swiftly, and before he knew it, another year had passed. On this day, the central circular training ground nestled within the valley was filled to capacity with all the inhabitants of the valley. At this moment, several hundred individuals stood in an orderly fashion around the perimeter of the training area, effectively encircling the central disk and leaving a clear space of approximately 50 meters for the annual year-end assessment competition that was about to commence. Ahem, quiet. Everyone please settle down, Wu Feng called out. Very well, from this point forward, anyone whose name I mention must respond affirmatively before stepping forward for the test. Do you understand? He addressed the group of young trainees arrayed before him with utmost seriousness during the inaugural annual year-end assessment he had advocated and successfully initiated. Understood. The group of spirited children, who had undergone a remarkable transformation through rigorous training, responded in unison, their voices ringing with enthusiasm. Good, that was a resounding reply. Without further ado, I shall begin the roll call. Wuxian. After nodding in satisfaction, Wu Feng proceeded without hesitation to commence the year-end evaluation. Upon hearing his name, Wuxian stepped out of the line and marched confidently toward Wu Feng, maintaining unwavering eye contact, awaiting the next instruction. Noticing this, Wu Feng wasted no time and pointed towards 3 stone mills of varying sizes positioned on the training ground, explaining to Wuxian, "Do you see the 3 stone mills before you? Your task is to exert all your strength to determine which one you can move. Do you comprehend?" Understood, Wuxian replied, realizing the simplicity of the task, and promptly approached the largest stone mill. After taking a moment to gather his strength, he suddenly exerted himself, attempting to push the massive stone mill, weighing over 10 tons, which had been crafted with divine assistance. Thud! Ouch! Ah, that hurts. Wuxian, having chosen the heaviest stone mill without a proper gauge of his abilities, found himself not only unable to budge it, but also fell backward due to the force of the reaction. The witnesses, parents, relatives, and fellow trainees could not help but burst into laughter at his comical predicament. Upon closer observation, one might notice the usually serious Wu Feng, who momentarily raised the corners of his mouth. All right, everyone, let's settle down. Stop laughing and maintain a serious demeanor. The test is still ongoing. Wu Feng declared as he saw Wu Xiaoshan spring up from the ground, attempting to restore order. The crowd stifled their laughter, all eyes fixed on Wu Xiaoshan, who was positioned before the central stone mill among the 3 arranged in a row. Ah, move for me, huh? Having learned from his previous experience, Wu Xiaoshan opted to gradually increase his strength, aiming to slowly push the second largest stone mill. Unfortunately, despite his noble intentions, his physical prowess proved insufficient. And even after exerting every ounce of his strength, indeed, even the strength of a newborn, he was unable to budge the stone mill in the slightest. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Wu Xiaoshan reluctantly relinquished his aspirations after a brief respite and approached the smallest stone mill. After a momentary buildup of energy, he pushed against it with his hand. This time, he did not disappoint. At last, there was movement. As Wu Xiaoshan gradually exerted more force, the previously motionless stone mill began to tremble and rotate. It continued to turn until it reached an approximate 90-degree angle, coming to a halt as Wu Xiaoshan reached his physical limit. Well, that is acceptable. At least you've passed. 26 tons, Wu Xiaoshan, an average score. You may step down now. Next, Wu Xiaoshi. Ah, quite good. 45 tons, an above average score. Next, Wu Xiaofei. Well done. Cousin Xiaofei, 73 tons. A commendable result, but do strive for further improvement. Clears throat. Next up is Wu Xiaoxiang. Good indeed. As expected from the diligent Captain Xiaoxiang, 82 tons. An excellent score. Next, Wu Xiaoyan. Very impressive. 89 tons, a remarkable achievement. Next, Wu Xiaoyu. 63 tons, a satisfactory score. Next, Wu Xiaofeng. 49 tons, an above-average performance. Next, Wu Xiaoyan. 97 tons, an outstanding score, very well done. Next, Wu Xiaofeng. 38 tons. Result. That concludes the results of your diligent training thus far. Overall, it is quite acceptable. Although we still fall short of the goals I envisioned, it is understandable, as we are merely at the inception of our journey. In summary, how shall we proceed? In any case, I encourage everyone to continue striving for excellence. Finally, aside from the top 3 who will remain to receive their awards, the rest may disperse. Wu Feng, while gazing at the bar chart documenting all the results, wore a gentle smile and spoke slowly. Chapter 27. Development and prototype time flows gently, and a year has swiftly passed. As Wu Feng quietly observed the ongoing second annual test of the bear children in the training grounds, presided over by his uncle, the esteemed martial artist Wu Taidou, a knowing smile crept across his face. After a brief moment of amusement, Wu Feng, without a trace of hesitation, turned away and departed leisurely, fully at ease with leaving the stage to his uncle's free rein, adopting a laid-back attitude irrespective of the outcome of his uncle's hosting skills. Thus, even though Wu Feng recognized that his uncle's performance was somewhat lacking in smoothness and appeared rather flustered, he refrained from stepping in to assist, allowing his uncle the liberty to manage the event as he pleased. At this moment, after confirming that everything within the valley was progressing as he had envisioned, Wu Feng finally laid to rest the lingering worries in his heart. He then gathered his thoughts, preparing to embark on the long-awaited retreat that he had meticulously planned. During this upcoming lengthy period of seclusion, he aimed to address 2 long-standing issues that had been pressing on his mind, to meticulously organize the vast, chaotic, and ever-expanding knowledge of martial arts occupying his thoughts, and subsequently, to devise a technique akin to the Kaioken that would enhance his combat prowess, serving as a decisive advantage in the Dragon Ball world. The night passed without incident. At dawn the following day, after exchanging final words of advice with his uncle regarding the significant matters he had long been contemplating, Wu Feng fully embraced the role of a detached overseer and entered into seclusion. He no longer squandered a single thought on external affairs, immersing himself wholly in his training. Entering a state of focused dedication, oblivious to the world outside, he rapidly and efficiently sorted through the mountain of martial knowledge in his mind. Time slipped away unnoticed during Wu Feng's retreat, and before he realized it, 6 months had elapsed. At this juncture, he had finally shattered and digested all the martial knowledge in his mind, thoroughly integrating it until it truly became a part of him. With the long-pressing issues resolved, Wu Feng felt a refreshing clarity and profound satisfaction. The assimilation of the vast martial knowledge had significantly elevated both his martial foundation and his state of mind. After a moment of carefully reflecting on his transformations, Wu Feng confidently acknowledged that he could undoubtedly surpass the version of himself that had entered seclusion. Even though he sensed no substantial change in the energy within his body compared to before his retreat, he remained steadfast in his belief of his advancement. The unwavering conviction held by Wu Feng stems from the fact that he has seamlessly integrated all the techniques he has mastered. He has truly reached a level where his movements flow effortlessly, akin to a natural expression of his will, thus attaining a new pinnacle in his martial arts journey. This signifies that he has entered a realm of transcendent mastery, capable of exerting his full potential to a degree that rivals the zenith of martial prowess exemplified by the great masters of the past. Henceforth, Wu Feng can rightfully be regarded as a martial arts sage within the Dragon Ball universe. However, it must be noted that while achieving new heights in technique is indeed a remarkable accomplishment during his period of seclusion, the true magnitude of his gains extends far beyond this singular achievement. Throughout 6 months of continuous introspection and training, Wu Feng initially focused on cultivating the power of his spirit through the visualization of the Azure Lotus. After skillfully adapting the spiritual cultivation methods imparted by the celestial beings, he embarked on a series of training endeavors. To his astonishment, he discovered that the vital energy within the Dragon Ball universe could be assimilated directly by his spiritual power without the need for any intermediary techniques. This revelation left Wu Feng in a state of disbelief, akin to a dream, as he grappled with the realization that the elusive aspect of the human trinity, known as the spirit, could be so effortlessly enhanced in this world. Despite his initial skepticism and self-doubt, questioning whether he was still dreaming, Wu Feng now perceives the fully formed and tangible Azure Lotus within his spiritual sea, radiating a gentle luminescence. This undeniable evidence compels him to acknowledge that the fundamental vital energy inherent in the Dragon Ball universe serves as an unparalleled boon for his spiritual cultivation. Realizing this, Wu Feng is overwhelmed with joy, simultaneously understanding that his life is poised for an extraordinary ascent. After all, if one cannot soar even with the aid of extraordinary gifts, he muses that existence would be a mere waste of resources and time, leading him to contemplate more drastic measures. It is worth noting that moments of joy often fade with the passage of time. Once the initial euphoria subsided, Wu Feng took a moment to calm the ripples in his heart and subsequently delved into the martial arts experiences documented by the celestial beings throughout Earth's history. He dedicated a significant amount of time to scrutinizing, experiencing, and ultimately digesting these varied martial arts insights. As he absorbed the wealth of knowledge from the chronicles of Earth's celestial guardians, his perspective broadened, and he was suddenly inspired by numerous flashes of insight and creativity. It is worth mentioning that, at this moment, the inspiration that occasionally flickers from the depths of one's heart has indirectly expedited Wu Feng's endeavor to assimilate and master the myriad martial arts techniques that would otherwise have consumed considerable time. Simultaneously, it is also thanks to this sudden spark of creativity that, as Wu Feng adeptly grasps his final technique and integrates it seamlessly, a fleeting thought unexpectedly shatters the long-standing bottleneck that has troubled him for quite some time. After half a year of seclusion, Wu Feng, having garnered immense insights, chose not to emerge immediately as initially planned. Instead, seizing this moment of heightened inspiration, he exerted himself to create a martial art akin to the King's Fist. This newly devised enhancement technique ensures that when faced with opponents or adversaries of superior combat prowess, he is not left defenseless or resigned to fate. It must be said that in this state of inspired creativity, Wu Feng experiences a remarkable alignment of thought and action, as if aided by divine intervention. Matters that previously eluded his understanding, despite prolonged contemplation, now present themselves with clarity. Thus, in less than an hour, Wu Feng began to outline the framework of a technique designed to amplify his combat capabilities. He continued to experiment, dissect, and synthesize rapidly, striving to discover the optimal and most suitable form. However, it is regrettable that fortune did not favor him. Just as the insights seemed within reach of fruition, they abruptly vanished without explanation, leaving Wu Feng, who had just begun to outline a nascent martial art, in a state of disquiet and frustration. Chapter 28. Initial success and wishes. The rapid progression of the martial arts technique was abruptly interrupted, leaving behind only a partially evolved, half-finished prototype. In an expression of exasperation, Wu Feng, after collecting his disheartened thoughts, began to painstakingly experiment with the existing prototype, step by step, slowly attempting to refine the technique, hoping to eventually achieve its successful creation. Time flowed swiftly during Wu Feng's prolonged seclusion as he meticulously worked on the technique, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. On this day, it had already been a full fortnight since the successful conclusion of the third test competition, presided over by Wu Feng's second uncle within the valley. The relentless efforts of Wu Feng over the past 6 months were now reaching their culmination. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the technique he was crafting also approached its final stages, on the verge of completion. In the next moment, with the freshly minted technique that would enhance combat prowess, Wu Feng, after a gratifying smile, found it impossible to maintain the tension he had held for so long. He was instantly overwhelmed by the fatigue and drowsiness that surged within him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. This profound sleep lasted until the evening 5 days later, when he finally stirred awake. Upon awakening, Wu Feng stretched contentedly and yawned, feeling a renewed surge of vigor and spirit coursing through him. Sensing his revitalized energy, he did not linger in his secluded space. After testing the power of his newly created technique, he promptly exited the confines of his retreat and ventured into the familiar depths of the expansive forest. Embarking on another hunting expedition, Wu Feng unleashed a wave of energy, and the first creature to cross his path, the majestic tiger, often referred to as the king of the forest, would graciously become one of his culinary delights for the evening. The night passed in silence. The following morning, eager to validate the fruits of his secluded training, Wu Feng sought out his uncle, who was engaged in his morning exercises. Upon finding him, Wu Feng wasted no time in conveying his intentions directly. He wished to spar with his uncle to assess the gains from his recent seclusion. Without hesitation, Taidou, his uncle and chief disciple, readily agreed to the request. Without further ado, they made their way to the central training arena within the valley. As they entered, Taidou immediately centered himself, adopting a poised stance, his expression solemn as he regarded Wu Feng, who was equally prepared. Both uncle and nephew, having readied themselves, chose not to strike immediately. Instead, they stood in a state of mutual anticipation, gathering their energies for the impending confrontation. As a leaf, carried by the wind from an unknown origin, gently descended to the point where the gazes of the two individuals intersected, both bodies moved with the swiftness of lightning. In that fleeting moment, they transitioned from the periphery of the training ground to its center, executing nearly 100 exchanges in the blink of an eye before swiftly retreating to their original positions. As the leaf touched the ground, they resumed their initial standoff. This renewed confrontation did not linger as long as the previous one. Shortly after, the astonished gasps of the spectators in the valley echoed around them. From the outset, Wu Feng had suppressed his combat prowess to match that of Wu Taidou, but now he took the initiative. With a slight shift, he unleashed a flurry of afterimages, akin to multiple shadow clones, that danced unpredictably around the alert figure of his uncle, who stood vigilant and ready to counterattack. After a brief period of passively withstanding Wu Feng's relentless assaults, Wu Taidou realized that he could not afford to remain on the defensive any longer. The consequences could be dire. In the next instant, after successfully parrying Wu Feng's strike, he harnessed the momentum to escape the tightly woven circle of illusions and re-established a confrontational stance with Wu Feng. Moments later, the tension of their standoff dissipated as both figures surged forward once more. In a flash, they moved with such velocity that each strike generated a powerful gust of wind. Within a fraction of a second, they exchanged blows, colliding fiercely, their movements a blur, resulting in the completion of several hundred techniques in the blink of an eye. It is noteworthy that throughout this relentless, high-speed clash, the intensity of their strikes did not diminish. Rather, as time progressed, their speed escalated, rendering the onlookers utterly bewildered. Unable to discern the positions of the combatants, they could only infer the ongoing battle state through the myriad of afterimages that sporadically appeared across the training ground, each depicting the intensity of their exchanges. After a quarter of an hour, this fierce struggle reached its climax when Wu Feng, having attained the answers he sought, unleashed a surge of power that sent Wu Taidou hurtling out of the training ground, thereby concluding this sparring match aimed at testing his own evolution. Goodness! Your retreat into seclusion has propelled your strength to astonishing heights. Wu Taidou exclaimed, momentarily stunned. I always knew this challenge would not deter you. For you, a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. Yet, I never anticipated it would occur so soon, truly beyond my expectations. At this rate, you have undoubtedly surpassed me, your teacher, in every aspect. I am old indeed. The era ahead truly belongs to the youth. Having been forcefully ejected from the arena by Wu Feng, Wu Taidou marveled in astonishment at the unexpected turn of events. Uncle, please spare me your jesting. In the end, I managed to counter your move. And I cannot believe you failed to perceive the additional force I discreetly exerted. Wu Feng, wearing an expression of helplessness, replied in silence. I am well aware of that. But my point extends beyond just this. What I am referring to is, never mind, it's not worth discussing. You, my dear nephew, may continue to feign ignorance. It is time for me to return. I have been away from the dojo for far too long. Wu Taidou remarked with a playful scold, his enthusiasm waning as he waved his hand dismissively, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Having said this, Wu Taidou chose to disregard Wu Feng, whose face bore an expression of innocence, as if he had been wronged. With a heart full of complex emotions, he strode toward the valley's entrance. In a short while, the once upright figure, now appearing slightly stooped, vanished completely from the sight of the onlookers. Meanwhile, observing his uncle's dejected departure, Wu Feng felt a fleeting pang of guilt, which he promptly dismissed from his mind. After all, he understood his uncle's character well after years of acquaintance. Comforting him was unnecessary and, in fact, superfluous. At that moment, Wu Feng firmly believed that his uncle's open-minded nature would allow him to come to terms with his feelings in no time, inevitably revealing a smile of contentment thereafter. With no concern for his uncle's potential distress, Wu Feng greeted his second uncle present and swiftly departed toward the direction of the heavenly temple. As he soared through the air, Wu Feng reached Master Karen's presence in a mere quarter of an hour. Upon arrival, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Master Karen, he hastily requested the 10 or so magical beans and proceeded towards the temple above. Notably, unlike before, the transformed Wu Feng, now significantly more powerful, traversed the distance from Karen Tower to the heavenly temple in just a few minutes. Upon his return to the temple, he was met not with the special treatment of his first visit, but by the solitary figure of Bobo, who had been waiting at the temple's entrance. Bobo, it has been quite some time. Wu Feng greeted warmly upon seeing Bobo. Hello, Wu Feng. Please follow me. The celestial god is aware of your arrival, Bobo replied politely. His expression unchanged as he got straight to the point. With that, he turned on his heel and began to walk toward the celestial god's location at a measured pace. Wu Feng, unfazed by this turn of events, donned an expression that indicated he had anticipated such a response and followed Bobo's lead, soon arriving before the celestial god. Greetings, Wu Feng. Might I inquire if your visit to the celestial temple bears any pressing matters? Without awaiting Wu Feng's response, the celestial deity promptly addressed the issue at hand. The truth is, I have come primarily to ask if you are aware of the precise locations of the 7 Dragon Balls on Earth at this moment. Wu Feng, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and spoke softly. Chapter 29. Wish and Teleportation. The Dragon Balls. How could I possibly be unaware of something I have created? So, Mr. Wu Feng, your purpose in visiting the temple is to acquire information regarding the current locations of the Dragon Balls, is it not? The deity Piccolo sighed momentarily before fixing a serious gaze upon Wu Feng and inquired. Indeed, you are correct. Due to certain peculiar reasons that I cannot disclose at this moment, I require the use of the wish-granting Dragon Balls, and I humbly ask for your guidance, O Divine One. Wu Feng implored with a boldness that bordered on audacity. Is that so? Well then, very well. Please be patient for a moment. I shall need some time to sense the precise locations of the 7 Dragon Balls I recently scattered. The deity Piccolo hesitated briefly, grappling with the predicament at hand, when a realization struck him. Reflecting on his observations of Wu Feng's character over time, he concluded that Wu Feng was not a malevolent being. Even if he were to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish, it would likely not pose any significant threat to the world. Gradually, he nodded in agreement. Very well, take your time to sense their locations. Rest assured, I am not in haste. Wu Feng sighed in relief and expressed his gratitude. It must be said, the trustworthiness of the divine is indeed commendable compared to that of mortals. After conceding to Wu Feng's request, the deity Piccolo promptly commenced his actions before Wu Feng's very eyes. With a mere thought, he employed the unique abilities granted to him as a deity, allowing him to perceive or gaze upon the entire earth. At that moment, Wu Feng stood by, witnessing as Piccolo closed his eyes gently. A soft golden radiance began to emanate from his entire being. This golden glow lasted less than a quarter of an hour, gradually fading as the divine being opened his eyes once more. It is noteworthy that while Wu Feng perceived Piccolo's actions as simple, merely closing his eyes for a brief period, the reality was far more complex. In that fleeting quarter of an hour, Piccolo, utilizing the authority bestowed upon him as the guardian of Earth, along with his unique connection to the Dragon Balls, accurately pinpointed the precise locations of all 7 Dragon Balls. Having discerned their locations in such a brief span, the deity Piccolo wasted no time. The moment his eyes fluttered open, he regained his composure and addressed Wu Feng directly. I have ascertained the specific locations of the 7 Dragon Balls. I will now draw out their precise locations for you. Please bear with me for just a moment longer. Understood. I appreciate your diligence. Please take your time. I truly am not in a rush. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. This is an immense help. And should you ever find yourself in need or facing an insurmountable challenge, do not hesitate to seek me out. I assure you, I shall not refuse. Wu Feng felt a surge of excitement, and in a gesture of gratitude, made a solemn promise. Mr. Wu Feng, there is no need for such formality. The reason I extend my assistance is due to my unwavering trust in your character and morals. Thus, it is my inherent duty to aid you in any endeavor within my capacity. The divine being, Piccolo, maintained a calm demeanor while diligently illustrating the precise locations of the Dragon Balls, his eyes twinkling with a smile as he earnestly regarded Mr. Wu Feng. Upon completing his task, Piccolo promptly handed over the meticulously crafted map detailing the route to locate the 7 Dragon Balls, just as Wu Feng opened his mouth to express further gratitude. This unexpected gesture compelled Wu Feng to swallow the words he had intended to say, and he naturally raised his hand to accept the map, with the route map in hand. Which interrupted Wu Feng's forthcoming words. Piccolo, with a composed smile, continued, Very well, Mr. Wu Feng, I have fulfilled your request. If you have no other matters to attend to, you may commence your quest for the 7 wish-granting Dragon Balls. Indeed, then I shall take my leave. Farewell. Wu Feng initially paused in surprise, then smiled gently, waving his hand as he departed. In the year 465 of the Age of the Gods, precisely 4 years since the defeat of the Demon King Piccolo by Wu Feng, a small village named Mingji, nestled within a mountainous enclave, found itself enveloped in a sense of impending doom. The village, home to over 100 inhabitants who had long adhered to a philosophy of peaceful coexistence, now sensed the encroaching threat of notorious bandits. The villagers braced themselves for the impending onslaught of these marauders, whose faces bore expressions of malevolence as they prepared to wreak havoc and bloodshed. Run, everyone flee. The bandits are coming. They've arrived in our village. Oh, what are we to do? Village chief, cease your lamentations and run. Quickly, we must escape. Delay could cost us our lives. Indeed, do not hesitate, flee. Mother, I am frightened. Dear child, do not fear. Hide here and remember. No matter what sounds you hear, do not emerge or make a sound. Do you understand? Do not pull me. I will not leave. I wish to stay and fight alongside Uncle Dazhuang and protect our village. Oh, may the gods protect us. May the gods ensure our safety. Village chief, you must leave quickly. We shall resist those vile bandits to the end. In the midst of the frantic escape, the villagers of Mingji found themselves in a state of utter chaos, each reacting in their own way, creating a tumultuous scene within the village. The chaotic scene persisted until a quarter of an hour later, when a group of fervent farmers, unable to bear the situation any longer, stepped forth with resolute determination to guard the village entrance and confront the vicious mountain bandits. Moments later, at the village entrance, witnessing this assembly of farmers whose faces were etched with a fierce resolve to risk their lives, the third in command of the bandits erupted in derisive laughter. Haha, with your meager skills and rustic prowess, you dare to pose as heroes defending the village? Engaging with us of the hidden tiger stronghold. You truly know not the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth. How utterly foolish. Upon seeing the farmers, armed with various tools typically used for agricultural labor, brimming with youthful bravado, the third in command could not suppress his scornful mockery. After his taunts, wielding a massive axe, he wasted no time and leaped forward, executing a powerful downward strike aimed directly at the group of farmers standing guard at the village entrance. The tremendous impact of the axe striking the ground sent a cloud of dust swirling into the air, scattering dirt and stones in all directions. The force of the blow knocked the assembled farmers to the ground, each clutching their wounds, moaning and writhing in pain. Ha ha ha. To call it underestimating oneself is an understatement. All bluster and no substance, and yet you thought you could impede our entry into the village. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it was rather comical. What was expected to be an amusing encounter turned out to be so feeble, haha. Yet, on another note, it is surprising how after all these years, the third in command remains so formidable. Truly, he is aging like fine wine. Indeed, to maintain his position as the third in command of our hidden tiger stronghold, one must possess such prowess. Actually, I meant to say the third in command seems even stronger than before. Haha, that is certainly true. The reason for his enhanced might can be credited to our great savior, the selfless teachings of the heroic Wu. Indeed, we owe him our heartfelt gratitude. The mountain bandits, following their third in command, laughed and engaged in shameless flattery. Oh, is that so? You wish to express your gratitude to me? Well, I truly appreciate your sentiments. Now, allow me to convey my profound feelings of satisfaction at this moment. Suddenly, a dispassionate voice, seemingly from nowhere, interrupted the banter and mockery of the bandits. Pursuing the divine route bestowed by the heavens, Wu Feng, after a month of relentless searching and traveling, finally located the last 4-star Dragon Ball, worn around the neck of a small girl of about 5 or 6 years. After Wu Feng discovered the little girl named Nan Nan, who had been quietly hiding in the rice jar, he skillfully coaxed her out with 2 candied hawthorn skewers, successfully negotiating for the final 4-star Dragon Ball. However, just as the transaction concluded and he intended to set the girl down and depart, he suddenly sensed the swift approach of a group emanating an ominous aura. Considering the current desolation of the village, nearly devoid of inhabitants, along with the fact that the little girl, whom he had just rescued, and who was now savoring the candied hawthorns he had prepared, Wu Feng experienced a moment of clarity. Resolute in his newfound understanding, he chose not to release the adorable child from his embrace, but instead, with a chill in his gaze, strode purposefully toward the village entrance, cradling her. At that moment, Wu Feng, who had been fortunate enough to witness the unfolding events, felt a surge of anger ignited by the demeanor and words of the bandits. Thus, before the bandits could express their confusion or raise their voices in inquiry, Wu Feng, with an impassive countenance, unleashed a powerful energy wave. This formidable attack obliterated the bandits along with the undulating mountains behind them, leaving not a trace in its wake. Chapter 30. Wishes and instant teleportation. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the air, the scene left in its wake was one of utter devastation. Accompanied by a dozen farmers who were so astonished that they momentarily overlooked their own injuries. Alas, although I had anticipated such occurrences when I initially resolved to disseminate my teachings to the world, I had steeled myself for this eventuality. After all, I understood well that enduring prolonged pain is far worse than a swift suffering. Yet, witnessing this event unfold before my eyes, I could not help but feel an overwhelming surge of wrath rise within me, rendering it impossible to maintain a calm demeanor in light of such chaos. Having decisively vanquished the bandits, I chose not to depart immediately, but instead stood rooted in contemplation, my mind racing with thoughts I had previously neglected. Lost in reverie for an extended period, it was only when a clear, melodious voice broke the silence that I snapped back to reality. Wow, Uncle, you're amazing. You just made all the bad guys and that huge mountain disappear. From my furrowed brow of deep thought, I was jolted back to the present, instinctively glancing down to see my adorable little companion, Nuan, gazing up at me with a face full of joy and admiration. Huh, Nuan, is that how you see it? I mused, realizing that my own thoughts had spiraled into unnecessary worry. So, do you wish to learn how to make the bad guys vanish as well? The interruption from my little darling broke my somber musings, and upon coming to clarity, I playfully teased her. I want to learn. I want to learn. I want to be as powerful as Uncle, so I can make all the bad guys disappear. Nuan exclaimed eagerly, nodding her adorable little head with delight and longing. Oh, you wish to be as formidable as I am. That is no simple feat. It requires immense effort and dedication to attain such prowess. Furthermore, once you embark on this path, there shall be no respite along the way, I said, raising an eyebrow and feigning a serious expression as I warned her. Nuan is not afraid. I will work hard to train, she declared resolutely. I want to protect Mama and the uncles, aunts, and grandparents in our village. And my brother. In response to my intimidating words, rather than feeling deterred, Nuan's chubby little face radiated determination and diligence. She spoke with a maturity that belied her years. Ha! Well done, little Nuan. Your response has truly pleased me. Henceforth, you shall be my first little disciple in this world. Wu Feng revealed a satisfied smile as he accepted the little girl, who could be considered his fated apprentice. After taking her under his wing, he had no intention of lingering. He exchanged greetings with a farmer at the village entrance, briefly explaining the matter of the little girl following him. In an instant, he and his adorable new disciple soared into the sky, and after approximately 15 minutes of flight, they descended into a desolate wilderness, far removed from civilization. It is worth noting that Wu Feng chose this barren land not for any particular reason, but rather to avoid unnecessary delays, fearing that prolonged waiting might lead to unforeseen complications. He resolved to summon the divine dragon and make a wish for the object of his long-held desire. As Wu Feng slowly descended from a height of 100 meters, he did not immediately retrieve the Dragon Balls to make his wish. Instead, he carefully surveyed the area for several miles, ensuring that no humans or animals were present. Once assured of the solitude, he gently placed the peacefully sleeping little girl on the soft grass and took out the 7 Dragon Balls from his pockets, arranging them on the ground. After preparing everything meticulously, Wu Feng called out to the 7 Dragon Balls, "Come forth, divine dragon." As soon as he spoke, the Dragon Balls underwent a remarkable transformation. Amidst a brilliant flash of light, the sky shifted, and a colossal azure dragon, approximately 100 meters long, materialized before Wu Feng. State your wish. I can grant any wish, but it is limited to one. Without allowing Wu Feng to express his astonishment at the series of events, the majestic wish-granting dragon spoke with an air of authority as soon as it appeared. Ah, indeed, it is only one wish, Wu Feng thought, realizing that he should not have harbored unrealistic hopes that the divine being would grant him an additional wish out of familiarity. In that case, divine dragon, please fulfill my desire. I wish to master the ability of instantaneous movement. Without hesitation, Wu Feng articulated his long-considered wish. This wish is quite simple. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Upon hearing Wu Feng's wish, the dragon wasted no time. It emitted a dazzling beam of light from its enormous eyes, enveloping Wu Feng and instantly fulfilling his desire. Then, without a moment's delay, the dragon transformed back into the 7 petrified Dragon Balls. In the next moment, the stone-like Dragon Balls scattered rapidly in all directions. Observing this, Wu Feng could no longer afford to delay in experiencing his newfound ability of instantaneous movement. In a flash, he leapt forward, swiftly positioning himself before one of the spinning petrified Dragon Balls that was about to disperse into the sky. In a swift motion, he grasped the petrified Dragon Ball that had yet to escape his reach. Without sparing a glance at the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, Wu Feng secured the one in his possession close to him, then promptly settled into a meditative position, immersing himself in the teleportation abilities just imparted by the divine dragon. After a brief interval, feeling he had fully mastered the essence of the skill he had wished for, Wu Feng rose, and began to conduct experiments. Focusing on the aura of his beloved disciple, who was merely inches away, he concentrated his thoughts, activated the skill, and in an instant, his form appeared beside the little girl, effortlessly lifting her once more. He then released his perception, targeting the essence of various animals or people, continuously experimenting and familiarizing himself with his newly acquired ability. Thus, during the following period, Wu Feng, holding the little girl, alternated between vanishing and reappearing. For instance, one moment he stood upon the desolate plains, and the next, he materialized in the bustling heart of the town. After indulging in this playful escapade for a while, the novelty began to fade. Wu Feng, along with the little girl, who had awakened midway, felt they had sufficiently enjoyed themselves. Eventually remembering the more pressing matters at hand, Wu Feng executed his final teleportation of the day and arrived at the home of his disciple in Ming Village, where he met her parents. Upon encountering Wu Feng, who had suddenly appeared in their home, the little girl's parents were momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted the situation with calmness and composure. Realizing Wu Feng's identity, they considered his extraordinary ability as quite normal. With the impression that Wu Feng was an invincible hero who had vanquished the world-destroying Demon King, they naturally embraced everything related to him and engaged in amicable discussions with him. While it could be termed a discussion, it was predominantly Wu Feng speaking, while the little girl's parents nodded along like attentive parrots. Thanks to this interaction, everything proceeded smoothly, and Wu Feng officially secured his apprenticeship with the little girl's parents. They agreed that during future holidays, the little girl would return to reunite with her family. Having lingered for a while and feeling somewhat restless, Wu Feng bid farewell. With a mere thought, he vanished before her parents, only to reappear beside the training grounds of the central great disk within the valley. The following morning, having arranged the little girl's training schedule and entrusted her care to his second uncle, Wu Feng executed a teleportation to the summit of the highest peak of the Chilean mountains. Yet, was it truly insufficient? Alas, his strength was still far from adequate. It was woefully lacking. At dawn, Wu Feng ascended to the pinnacle of the summit, not for any other purpose, but to validate the hypothesis he had contemplated earlier that day. Unfortunately, after a series of earnest attempts and experiments, he had to concede that he had been somewhat presumptuous. He had overlooked, either consciously or unconsciously, a crucial element: his own strength. It is noteworthy that following his unsuccessful endeavor, Wu Feng did not succumb to regret. Rather, he promptly identified the primary reason for his failure within the original narrative. To embark on interstellar travel through instantaneous movement, it was not merely sufficient to possess the extraordinary combat prowess akin to a super scion, with power levels exceeding 1 billion. At the very least, it was beyond the capabilities of Wu Feng, who at that moment possessed a mere combat power of around 600. In reality, given his current strength, even if he exerted every ounce of his energy to activate instantaneous movement, he could only manage to teleport from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. Thus, it is evident that Wu Feng's present abilities were far from adequate for achieving instantaneous transitions between planets. Chapter 31. Getting back on track at this moment, Wu Feng clearly realized that with his current capabilities, he was far from achieving the interstellar journey he envisioned. After a brief period of disappointment, he managed to regain his composure and return to a state of tranquil resolve. Calming his mind, Wu Feng chose to abandon thoughts of his recent failure and instead, with clarity, began to devise a plan to address the shortcomings in his initial strategy, ensuring that his aspirations could continue to unfold. After a moment of deep contemplation, Wu Feng, having considered numerous possibilities, ultimately arrived at 2 methods that seemed most likely to expedite his interstellar voyage. The first was to locate the spacecraft that the celestial being had used upon arriving on Earth during its youth. Indeed, there existed a spacecraft on Earth, long hidden away by the celestial being in a secluded area of the Yunza Bit Heights, gathering dust. Wu Feng's knowledge of this was derived from memories of the original narrative. Notably, this spacecraft was the very vessel that the protagonist of the original story had taken to planet Namek. Although Wu Feng had previously entertained this idea, he had dismissed it out of concern. He recalled that the original narrative suggested the spacecraft had certain malfunctions, and it was only after modifications by Dr. Brief, Bulma's father, that it was deemed safe for use. The mere thought of this critical detail had led Wu Feng to resolutely abandon the idea. He was not willing to gamble with his life by recklessly using a flawed spacecraft, risking the possibility of a catastrophic failure during his cosmic endeavors. Furthermore, even if he wished to employ the spacecraft, he would only consider one that was unequivocally reliable. Regrettably, at this juncture, Wu Feng could not find a scientist of Dr. Brief's caliber someone capable of fully understanding and appropriately modifying a spacecraft he had never encountered before within a short span of time. Thus, it was evident that this method was impractical for Wu Feng in the immediate future. However, despite recognizing its implausibility, Wu Feng revisited this approach not out of folly or a reckless desire to test the limits of his survival in the vacuum of space. Nor had he suddenly found someone capable of repairing the spacecraft. Rather, he had an epiphany. He could utilize the Dragon Balls to wish for the restoration of the spacecraft. This revelation prompted Wu Feng to reconsider the method, viewing it as a viable option, with the intention of waiting a year to make another wish and see if it could indeed come to fruition. In addition to the aforementioned primary method, Wu Feng contemplated a second highly feasible approach, striving to enhance his aura, commonly referred to as combat power, which is the most straightforward and direct solution. Although this method is currently the simplest, most cost-effective, and most secure option, it is also the most challenging to realize. The reason lies in the fact that, at this moment, Wu Feng's optimal route to swiftly augment his combat prowess would be to transcend his current internal cultivation barrier and ascend to the next grand realm. This would enable him to undergo a comprehensive transformation from within, thereby shattering the limitations of his physical potential and elevating the meager bloodline potential of an ordinary human being. In other words, the essence of the second method ultimately distills to Wu Feng achieving the swiftest breakthrough into the realm of unity between heaven and humanity, formally reaching the dimension of transcending the void. However, for Wu Feng at this juncture, surpassing the internal cultivation level poses a significant challenge and a formidable dilemma, as his comprehension of the void-breaking realm remains insufficient. The specific manifestation of this situation is that, in recent times, Wu Feng has consistently felt as if he were on the cusp, merely a thin membrane away from the next level. It seemed as if a slight exertion would allow him to pierce through and attain that higher realm. Yet, in reality, Wu Feng reluctantly discovered that no matter how hard he strived, he still lacked that final ounce of strength. In light of this, after numerous unsuccessful attempts, Wu Feng ultimately relinquished the notion of forcibly breaking through the internal cultivation barrier based solely on his current understanding. Having failed in his forceful attempt, he did not succumb to despondency or self-pity. Instead, after his final unsuccessful endeavor, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Since he could not transcend the realm through personal insight alone, why not leverage external means to stimulate his progress? In that instant of realization, Wu Feng instinctively glanced at the golden finger he had instinctively overlooked since his return to the dragon world, the progress bar, which had thus far remained singular in function. Upon this observation, he was astonished to discover that the progress bar had, unbeknownst to him, been completely filled. It was only due to his habitual oversight that he had failed to notice it in a timely manner. Time flew by, and before long, another year had elapsed. Recently, with the selfless assistance of the deity Bic, Wu Feng had once again gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon, making a long-anticipated wish. However, to his dismay, when he wished to fully restore the spaceship he had discovered in the Yunza Bit Highlands, he was informed by the dragon that this desire could not be fulfilled, as it exceeded the creative capacities of its creator, the deity. In that moment of being told that his wish had failed, Wu Feng could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of disappointment. However, ultimately, in a state of resignation, he chose to accept it quietly. Subsequently, in order not to squander this precious wish, Wu Feng made a wish concerning the past events that had transpired in Mingji village, declaring, henceforth, only those who harbor a sense of justice may fully master the martial arts techniques I impart. The dragon did not again leave Wu Feng in disappointment. Rather, with an air of grandeur, it remarked that this wish was simple and promptly fulfilled it. After the wish was granted, the dragon, as always, bid farewell and transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering swiftly into the ether, vanishing without a trace. It is worth mentioning that during this interval, Wu Feng, much like the last time, managed to seize one of the petrified Dragon Balls in a flash as they burst forth, stowing it in his pocket. At that moment, Wu Feng, who had returned with a sense of disappointment, did not dwell on regrets for long. Merely a night passed before he resumed his normal state. The following morning, after adjusting his mindset, Wu Feng instantaneously appeared before his uncle. He intended to discuss with Wu Taidou how to effectively prevent and respond to encounters similar to those that had occurred in Mingji village. Uncle, I plan to commence the next phase of our originally devised plans sooner than scheduled. After a pleasant discussion, Wu Feng suddenly adopted a serious expression and spoke earnestly. Is it truly necessary to rush? Everything has been progressing normally and steadily as we envisioned, has it not? Moreover, there remains less than 3 years until the implementation of the next phase. does there not? Upon hearing Wu Feng's intention to expedite the plan, Wu Taidou, who had been attentively observing the situation, furrowed his brow and questioned him with evident disapproval, considering the grander scheme ahead. Uncle, times have changed. No plan, however well conceived, can keep pace with the rapidity of change. Of course, the primary reason for this lies with me. My previous considerations were insufficiently thorough and comprehensive, otherwise we would not have endured the distressing events of Mingji village. Alas now, uncle, before you hastily counter my thoughts, allow me to elaborate on what I have witnessed and learned over the past year, if you will. I believe that once you hear my account, you will naturally comprehend why I insist on taking this course of action. Let me ponder where to begin. I shall start with my experiences in the capital of the Rice Kingdom. Wu Feng recounted in detail the harrowing personal experiences he had encountered over the past year. Seeking to persuade his uncle, had the situation truly deteriorated to such a dire extent? Alas, it appears that a change of plans is indeed necessary. Let us proceed in this manner. I shall first instruct the disciples within the dojo to take the lead and observe the outcomes. What do you think of this approach? After listening to Wu Feng's alarming account, Wu Taidou pondered for a brief moment before ultimately acquiescing to Wu Feng's proposal. Furthermore, he conceived a compromise that would satisfy both parties. I find this entirely agreeable. There is no issue at all. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. It is truly commendable how thorough you are, dear uncle. Upon hearing of the compromise devised by Wu Taidou, Wu Feng immediately assented without hesitation, as if fearful that his esteemed uncle might suddenly retract his agreement. Not only that, but he also took a moment to express his admiration with a subtle flattery. Thus, within the dojo, under the unknowing gaze of the disciples, their respected master and elder brother had, through a brief exchange, arranged for a remarkably pleasant journey of cultivation in the time to come. Chapter 32. The initial momentum. The following day, in the early morning, the dojo of Wu Taidou was bustling with all the disciples gathered under its roof. At this moment, the disciples who had arrived early were solemnly kneeling around the dojo, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their master while engaging in hushed whispers amongst themselves. Fourth senior brother, do you have any idea why our master has summoned us here so suddenly? A lively disciple, around 15 or 16 years of age, could no longer bear the oppressive silence and, noticing that their master had yet to arrive, leaned towards the fourth senior brother, who sat upright beside him, and inquired softly. Before the fourth senior brother could respond, another curious voice chimed in. Indeed, fourth senior brother, do enlighten us. Have you already caught wind of some inside information? It's worth noting that the master has even canceled our usual morning training sessions, which he has always insisted upon without fail. Yes, fourth senior brother. Do not keep us in suspense. Please share with us. Is there some significant announcement from the master? I distinctly recall the last time such a gathering occurred was a few years ago when the formidable Demon King appeared. Yet, before the fourth senior brother could utter a word, yet another voice, filled with curiosity, interjected. Enough with the questions. This time, I truly know nothing. You shall find out when the master arrives. Despite his role as the omniscient fourth senior brother, he was acutely aware that he did not possess any insider knowledge as the younger disciples presumed. Nevertheless, in order to maintain the carefully cultivated persona he had worked so hard to establish, he feigned an expression of enigmatic hesitation that was both alluring and thought-provoking. It must be said that his portrayal of an indecisive yet intriguing demeanor was remarkably effective. Upon observing his expression, one of the younger disciples, quick to grasp the situation, ventured to guess, could it be that the master instructed you not to speak freely, fourth senior brother? I see. That must be it. What could possibly be of significance in the dojo that the all-knowing fourth senior brother would be unaware of, especially on such an evidently momentous occasion? Surely the master forewarned you to refrain from divulging information prematurely. In that instant, a devoted admirer of the fourth senior brother suddenly had an epiphany and eagerly added, right. That must be the case. Am I correct, fourth senior brother? At this moment, as the inquiry from the eager disciple faded into silence, the assembly of disciples in the dojo, with the exception of Wu Tian and Tao by he who had been forewarned by the esteemed master Wu Taidou, turned their attention towards the fourth senior brother, Wan Shitong, who was currently grappling with unspoken frustrations. They collectively wore expressions of eager anticipation, yearning for enlightenment on the matter at hand. The spotlight now cast upon him, the fourth senior brother felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, trapped in a predicament that left him at a loss for words. Reluctantly, he began to hesitate, stalling for time while his mind raced in search of a way to artfully navigate the conversation, aiming to evade any revelation of his uncertainty and to prevent an awkward situation after the master's formal announcement. All right, everyone, Please quiet down and take your seats. The master is about to arrive. Fortunately, at that moment, Wu Tian, one of the leaders within the dojo, spoke up, providing a small yet timely reprieve for Wan Shitong, alleviating the impending awkwardness he was to face. With the announcement of the master's imminent arrival, the disciples immediately adjusted their posture, sitting upright in anticipation, ready to listen intently. As the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, the atmosphere in the dojo fell silent, save for the rhythmic cadence of Wu Taidou's advance. Today, I have convened this morning assembly to formally announce the primary focus of your forthcoming training. Slowly making his way to his designated spot in the dojo, Wu Taidou wasted no time in revealing the purpose of the gathering. Upon finishing his statement, he surveyed the assembly, noting that none of the disciples voiced any objections. They all leaned in attentively, eager for his next words. He then gradually withdrew his gaze and continued. After a thorough discussion with your senior brother, I have decided to allow some of you, whose abilities meet my standards, to undertake the trial of apprenticeship ahead of schedule, thereby completing the final task I have prepared for you. The disciples were initially taken aback by this revelation, but soon, a faction among them, confident in their own abilities, displayed expressions of eager anticipation, ready to embrace the challenge. Conversely, another group, acutely aware of their shortcomings, manifested expressions of dejection and envy. May we inquire what the standards are, Master? The assembled disciples, led by Wu Tian and Tao Baihe, rose in unison, bowing respectfully to Wu Taidou, their voices harmonizing in inquiry. Enough. Please be seated. Your senior brother has already procured the instruments needed to assess your capabilities against the established standards. Here, behold. As he responded to the disciples' questions, Wu Taidou swiftly retrieved the testing apparatus, meticulously prepared by his nephew, Wu Feng. With a resounding thud, the disciples beheld a large stone mill, for meters square, placed at the center of the dojo in an instant by Master Wu. After a brief moment for the disciples to observe and discuss, Master Wu commenced his introduction. This stone mill will serve as the instrument to gauge your strength and determine if you meet the required standards. Enough of the preamble. I shall personally demonstrate the process. Pay close attention, it is quite straightforward. Essentially, as long as one possesses a modicum of intelligence, I am confident that no one will struggle to replicate the action after witnessing it once. With that, and before the disciples could pose any inquiries, Master Wu proceeded with the demonstration. After a moment of preparation, he forcefully pushed the stone mill, setting it into motion until it completed a half-turn, or 180 degrees, before coming to a steady halt. 50,000 tons, not too shabby, a slight improvement from the last attempt, he remarked, a flicker of satisfaction passing through him. Now, you shall each take your turn to replicate the motion I just demonstrated. As long as you can make the stone mill rotate to 1/50th of a circle, you will have met the qualification standards. Is that clear? Understood, Master. The disciples replied in unison. Very well, let us begin the testing in descending order of size. Wu Tian, you shall go first. Master Wu nodded slightly and proceeded with his predetermined method. Yes, Master, Wu Tian responded without hesitation, immediately adopting the stance of his instructor for the test. Oh, 2,500 tons. Well done, you are qualified. Next, Tao Baihe, 2,600 tons. Very good. On to the next. After a quarter of an hour, the tense testing phase came to an end. Only a select few disciples, who successfully passed the test and were deemed worthy to participate in the forthcoming trial of mastery, emerged from the entire dojo, a true rarity among their peers. The following morning, early at dawn, the entrance of Master Wu's dojo was bustling with disciples gathered in anticipation. The reason for this gathering was not for any other purpose but to bid farewell to the 14 senior brothers and junior brothers who had successfully passed the test and received their tasks for the trial of mastery. Ah, run. Brothers, quickly run. The infernal being, the one who recently obliterated 18 brigand strongholds, is approaching our village. Everyone flee. Swiftly. On this fateful day, a bandit, from a distance, spotted Wu Tianho, who had departed from the Wutai fighting arena over a month ago, now gradually nearing the location of his own stronghold. In an instant, terror seized him, causing him to lose all composure as he urgently warned his fellow bandits to escape, while he himself hastily dashed towards the escape tunnel he had prepared at the rear mountain. Boom. Regrettably, despite the bandits' early warning of Wu Tian's impending arrival for his trial mission, he could not avert the grim fate that awaited him and his bandit lair, which would soon be annihilated by a powerful energy blast. Ah, another stronghold has been eradicated, bringing Wu Tian one step closer to completing his final mission. Yet, he pondered, what of his fellow disciple Ahe? After fully demolishing the last bandit hideout in the mountain range, Wu Tian reflexively thought of Ahe, who had long tormented him, murmuring to himself, brothers, charge. He is but one man. With our numbers, we need not fear. We can outlast him. A small-time gang leader, witnessing the prowess of the individual before him, sought to rally the troops and stem the tide of despair with an impassioned call to arms. However, all was in vain. Boom. In the wake of a thunderous explosion, chaos reigned, accompanied by fleeting cries of anguish. Bored with the endless skirmish, Tao Baihe decided to put an end to the delay. With a decisive strike, he unleashed a wave of energy that swiftly eradicated all gang members on the scene, thereby obliterating this nefarious syndicate. Young man, thank you. I am immensely grateful, had it not been for your assistance in driving away so many monsters from our village. An elderly man from a remote and impoverished mountain village, having lived there for generations, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Wu Taidou's fourth disciple, the ever-resourceful Luot. Big brother, thank you for rescuing my sister and vanquishing that tyrant. A child, around 11 or 12 years old, from a small border town in Shilin, joyfully held his sister's hand while sincerely thanking the 13th disciple of Wu Taidou, Ryan, the one who had vanquished the town's notorious bully. Uncle, having witnessed so much, are you now fully reassured about your disciples? Wu Feng, observing his uncle, who had been secretly watching, teased him after witnessing the actions of the last disciple. Yes, I am at ease now. Let us return. Wu Taidou chose to disregard the teasing remarks of Wu Feng, instead exhaling gently and smiling warmly as he addressed him. The following morning, after meticulously arranging a day of training for his apprentice, the little girl, Wu Feng instantly transported himself to the location where his elder uncle was. Uncle, I entrust everything to you for the time being, Wu Feng stated as they met. All right. Remember to return early and don't linger too long, understood? I can't quite fathom what you're thinking, wanting to venture into the cosmos at this moment. Wu Taidou remarked, his expression one of bewilderment. I shall take my leave now. I rely on you for everything that follows. Uncle, Wu Feng replied, bidding a final farewell to Wu Taidou. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed another instant teleportation, arriving in a forest at the southernmost tip of the western continent. Upon his arrival in the depths of the pristine forest, Wu Feng surveyed the serene and tranquil surroundings before decisively opting to embark on his second journey through time and space. With his mind made up, he refrained from activating his extraordinary ability immediately. Instead, he extended his senses to meticulously examine the area within a radius of several dozen miles, ensuring there were no suspicious entities that could compromise his secret. Once he confirmed the absence of any potential threats, he focused his thoughts and activated his ability, vanishing into thin air. Chapter 33. The world in turmoil begins with the flooding of the great Buddha's knees and the burning of the Fengyun cave in the vast expanse of Shenzhou. At the confluence of the Min River, the Qingyi River, and the Taidou River, there lies a magnificent mountain known as Leshan. Within Leshan, two remarkable wonders can be found. One is the Fengyun cave, a deep and intricately complex abyss, and the other, located beside the Fengyun cave, is a colossal statue of a Buddha, meticulously carved from a sheer cliff face. This grand statue, commissioned by the local villagers during the Tang dynasty for the purpose of instilling awe and reverence, has come to be known as the Leshan Giant Buddha, enduring through the ages. On this particular day, a father and son unexpectedly arrived at this site. After exchanging a few words with his child, the father leapt gracefully onto the broad hand of the great Buddha. Without pausing, he utilized his momentum and soared effortlessly to the top of the statue. Simultaneously, as Nye Wang, bearing the snow drinking blade, ascended to the pinnacle of the great Buddha with his lightness skill, a figure suddenly emerged in the air above the river, hovering less than 10 meters above the turbulent waters. To my astonishment, I had found myself transported into the void above the river, an occurrence so improbable that it left me in disbelief. Fortunately, as a practitioner of celestial levels of internal energy, I possessed the ability to traverse the air, otherwise I might have faced dire consequences. Having crossed over from the realm of Dragon Ball, Wu Feng snapped back from the mesmerizing spectacle of endless time and boundless chaos that he had just witnessed, only to discover that he had arrived in a world brimming with advanced martial arts, exactly as he had envisioned. Moreover, to his surprise and bewilderment, Wu Feng realized he had been inexplicably transported by a mysterious power to an unknown space above the river. At that moment, gazing down at the turbulent, murky waters swirling beneath him, the first thought that crossed his mind was a sage piece of advice. Crossing over carries risks, and rebirth requires caution. A profound saying attributed to a famous figure from the past. After a moment of reflection on the unreliability of his newfound power, Wu Feng composed himself, and, before the two astonished children, began to demonstrate the art of walking on air, a quintessential skill of those at the celestial level. As the youth, resembling a legendary deity, gracefully traversed the void, Xiao Duanlong and Xiao Niefeng erupted in delighted exclamations. Wow! A celestial being. Are you a celestial, uncle? Ah, a celestial being? I cannot truly claim such a title, Wu Feng chuckled lightly. I am but a cultivator of the path. Nevertheless, why bother explaining this to you two little ones? You wouldn't comprehend it anyway. Now, allow me to pose a few questions. What are your names? Do you know where this place is? And who are those two engaged in a quarrel? In just a few steps, Wu Feng found himself before the charming young Niefeng and the spirited Duanlang. After briefly clarifying that he was not a celestial being, he promptly posed his inquiries to the two seemingly adorable youngsters. Uncle Celestial, my name is Niefeng, and this is Leshan. That person engaged in combat is my father. The kind-hearted and helpful Niefeng, having heard Wu Feng's question, immediately blurted out his introduction without a moment's hesitation. Uncle Celestial, I am Duanlang, the son of the renowned South Lin sword master in the martial world. We are at the Linyun cave in Leshan, and I am currently measuring the water level, Duanlang added, seamlessly continuing from Niefeng's introduction with a hint of elaboration. Leshan, the colossal stone Buddha, the Linyun cave, along with the young Niefeng and Duanlang. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng felt an inexplicable familiarity with the scene, as if he had encountered it before. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The two combatants were none other than the newly established leaders of the Tianxia society, Xiongba and Nierin Wang, the father of Niefeng. As Wu Feng connected the dots between the boy's words and the weapon wielded by one of the fighters, he swiftly comprehended the realm in which he currently resided. Just as Wu Feng grasped his surroundings, the water level began to rise dramatically, swiftly engulfing the knees of the great Buddha. Simultaneously, the duel reached a pivotal moment. In a fit of rage seeking vengeance for his wife, Nierin Wang unleashed a powerful strike, the splitting of Mount Hua. Bolstered by the might of his enchanted weapon, he cleaved a formidable blade of energy, spanning several meters, directly toward Xiongba. Facing the onslaught of the colossal blade, Xiongba did not remain passive. With a mighty shout, he countered with an attack that summoned a massive water sphere, coalesced from the surrounding river, to meet the blade head-on. Upon impact, the energy of the blade split the water sphere in two, dissipating its strength, yet the remnants of the water sphere surged forth, striking the unsuspecting Nierin Wang and knocking him to the ground, inflicting grievous injury and causing him to spurt crimson blood. Father, are you all right? Young Niefeng exclaimed in alarm, having witnessed the turmoil. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the fallen Nierin Wang at the entrance of the Linyun cave. However, just as Niefeng was about to reach his father, an unforeseen event transpired. The fire demon, or the fire qilin that had long resided in the Linyun cave, suddenly lunged forth, seizing the unsuspecting Nierin Wang in its jaws. Without hesitation, it retraced its steps with the swiftness of a master assassin, striking true and vanishing into the distance with remarkable agility. Ah, is this the legendary divine beast, the fire qilin? Truly, seeing is believing. Indeed, splendid. Now, please cease your actions. Upon witnessing the fiery qilin's appearance, Wu Feng was profoundly captivated, irresistibly drawn to its magnificent essence that radiated with a grandiose vitality. In that fleeting moment, his thoughts raced, and he resolved that the fiery qilin would be his coveted prey, no longer a mere bystander. He swiftly willed his form to move, propelling himself with remarkable speed to stand before the qilin, effectively halting its advance while simultaneously rescuing Nierin Wang. With a decisive wave of his hand, he returned Nierin Wang to the location where Xiao Niefeng awaited outside the cave. Roaring in fury, the qilin was incensed to find its prize snatched away by Wu Feng. Without hesitation, it lunged at him with a fierce charge. However, with a thunderous crash, the oncoming qilin collided with Wu Feng's invincible barrier of energy, causing it to rebound violently, slamming into the surrounding stone walls and leaving a spiderweb of cracks in its wake. Rising once more from the ground, the qilin shook off its dazed state and, consumed by rage, intensified the flames enveloping its body, igniting them into a more fervent blaze. In mere moments, the temperature within the cavern surged dramatically. Chapter 34. Joining the Heavenly Society. Roar. 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 The fire qilin seemed to convey its fury or perhaps engage in intimidation as it unleashed a series of furious roars directed at Wu Feng. Simultaneously, it was quietly gathering its own strength. Within mere moments, the fire qilin had prepared its formidable attack and, without further ado, unleashed a torrent of flames akin to molten lava towards Wu Feng, who stood a mere 10 feet away, observing with ill intent. The colossal column of searing fire engulfed Wu Feng and the area within a meter around him, continuing unabated for over 10 minutes before finally subsiding. After an uninterrupted barrage of flames, the fire Qilin, depleted of its energy, was compelled to cease its onslaught. In that moment of abrupt stillness, the fire Qilin panted heavily while fixating its large eyes on Wu Feng, who was still surrounded by flames after being roasted for such an extended period. 15 minutes later, due to its diminished strength, the intense flames encircling Wu Feng gradually dissipated, vanishing into the air and revealing Wu Feng's satisfied expression, shielded by his indomitable qi barrier. Oh, splendid. It seems my efforts were not in vain, Wu Feng mused. The defense of the indomitable qi indeed aligned with his earlier expectations, growing increasingly formidable with the enhancement of his qi or true energy. It was a fitting tribute to the name he had bestowed upon it. With these thoughts lingering, Wu Feng leisurely pursued the fire Qilin, which had already distanced itself significantly. The fire Qilin, upon witnessing Wu Feng's unscathed demeanor after enduring such relentless flames, quickly realized it was once again confronted by an exceptionally powerful adversary. Haunted by the indelible memories of being ruthlessly defeated by earlier foes, the fire Qilin was struck with a profound psychological shadow. Thus, it refrained from repeating its previous foolishness. Upon recognizing that its mighty attack had borne no fruit, it wasted no time in fleeing towards its lair within the Fengyun cave, swiftly disappearing from sight. It is noteworthy that Wu Feng had numerous opportunities to intercept the fire Qilin during this period, yet he ultimately chose to let it escape. He refrained from any obstruction, not out of sudden benevolence, but because he realized that capturing the fire Qilin would hold little significance until he devised a method to consume its essence without succumbing to the malevolent energy it harbored. Wu Feng decided to temporarily spare the fire Qilin, allowing it to frolic freely for a while longer. He resolved to capture and consume it once he had discovered an effective method to dispel the demonic aura. After a thorough contemplation within his heart, Wu Feng came to a halt, ceasing his pursuit of the fleeing fire Qilin. After all, the creature would not wander far, its activities confined to the vicinity of Fengyun Cave. He could seize it whenever he wished. Thus, it was this very consideration that led Wu Feng to watch the fire Qilin escape without taking any action. Instead, he roamed the depths of Fengyun Cave alone, tapping and probing, aimlessly searching for one of the 3 treasures within, the mural depicting the profound martial arts left by the invincible Wu. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance of Fengyun Cave, a fierce battle was unfolding. Nie Renwang, wielding the snow drink blade, was locked in a desperate struggle against Xiongba, his eyes ablaze with fury. The reason for Nie Renwang's frenzied state was his determination to rescue his son, Xiao Niefeng, who had fallen into Xiongba's clutches. To reclaim his child, Nie Renwang unleashed the fiery essence of the fire Qilin embedded within his bloodline, entering a state akin to madness, which dramatically amplified his power. As a result, he managed to force Xiongba into a defensive position, leaving him unable to counterattack. However, despite his overwhelming advantage, Nie Renwang's lack of reason prevented him from delivering a decisive blow at critical moments. He recklessly swung his blade, missing several opportunities that could have determined the outcome of the battle. As time passed, Xiongba gradually adapted to the onslaught, and when Nie Renwang, fatigued and drained, momentarily exited his frenzied state, Xiongba seized the opportunity to strike back, sending Nie Renwang flying several meters away. Upon landing, Nie Renwang coughed up a torrent of blood, appearing on the verge of death. Just as he seemed destined to perish under Xiongba's crushing grip, a figure as swift as lightning appeared before him, effortlessly sending Xiongba tumbling back 3 zhang with a mere wave of his hand. The tremendous force compelled Xiongba to take several steps back, leaving deep impressions in the ground as he struggled to regain his balance. The unexpected savior of Nie Renwang was none other than Wu Feng, who had wandered enough within Fengyun Cave. Without delay, Wu Feng offered Nie Renwang a blood bodhi he had discovered in the cave, urging him to channel his energy for healing, before moving on without further engagement. "Who are you?" Nie Renwang gasped, astonished that the flames of the fire demon had not claimed Wu Feng's life. "Before me stands the enigmatic figure who I believed had perished in the flames of the fire Qilin, now reappearing effortlessly to rescue Nie Renwang." With a wary expression, Xiongba inquired, "He, I am Tian Wei, the 3rd-generation leader of the Xiaoyao sect. My surname is Wu, my name is Feng, and my courtesy name is Piamiao. You may refer to me as Wu Feng or Master Wu. As for why I was not consumed by the fire Qilin, it is simply because the flames were rather weak." Wu Feng initially presented himself with utmost seriousness, only to follow up with a slightly disappointed sigh. "The Xiaoyao sect? Forgive my ignorance. Could you possibly elaborate on it? Xiongba, having searched his mind only to find no trace of information pertaining to the sect, reluctantly decided to inquire further. Do not blame yourself. Our Xiaoyao sect has always adhered to the principle of seclusion, so it is entirely understandable that you have not heard of us. In fact, I would be more surprised if you had, Wu Feng replied with a serene smile, offering a casual explanation. Without granting Xiongba the opportunity for further questions, Wu Feng proceeded to the crux of the matter. I have heard that the T-Nexia society you established is currently in a state of anticipation, desperately in need of skilled individuals to take charge. Is this not so? At this, Xiongba's mind raced as he pondered the implications of Wu Feng's inquiry, contemplating how to tactfully navigate the situation. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Wu Feng interrupted him, demonstrating that his question had merely been a formality, with no genuine intent to consider Xiongba's response. In the next moment, Wu Feng continued. Addressing himself, I knew that the T-Nexia society lacks capable leaders at this moment. However, there is no need for you to worry, for I have decided to formally join your T-Nexia society. To alleviate your immediate concerns, you may boldly forge ahead, expanding your territory without hesitation. I shall take care of all other matters for you. Chapter 35. Reform of the Heavenly Society, Revised. Humph. You are deluded. My Heavenly Society requires no alliance with any gang. After hearing Wu Feng's words, Xiongba furrowed his brow incessantly, contemplating that if he were to comply with such a notion, he would merely become a lackey. For someone like Xiongba, who aspired to unify the martial world and dominate the realm, being subservient to another was utterly unacceptable. Hence, without a moment's hesitation, he coldly declined. Ah, Master Xiong, I believe you have misunderstood. I was merely informing you, Wu Feng said, a look of astonishment on his face as he gazed at Xiongba. Seeking death at that moment, the realization that he had been played ignited Xiongba's fury, causing him to cast aside all apprehensions and unleash a powerful strike. The heavenly frost fist, towards Wu Feng. Would it not have been better to do this from the start? What significance do words hold when, in the end, a confrontation is inevitable? Facing Xiongba's near-surprise attack, Wu Feng calmly released his invincible aura for defense, subsequently revealing an expression of foresight. With that, Wu Feng ceased to hold back or delay, immediately retaliating against Xiongba. He casually thrust out a palm, summoning a massive hand of true energy, 10 zhang in size, crashing down upon Xiongba. With a thunderous roar, a colossal handprint, approximately 3 feet deep, marred the ground, yet nothing else remained. Xiongba, quick-witted and agile, had narrowly evaded the blow. However, despite his fortunate escape from Wu Feng's initial attack, Xiongba's relief was short-lived. Before he could fully comprehend his narrow escape, Wu Feng had already teleported directly before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Xiongba soaring into the sky, limbs flailing helplessly. Under the impact of Wu Feng's formidable strike, akin to the rising dragon of Lushan, Xiongba ascended until he reached the level of the billowing clouds, whereupon the force of the blow finally waned. In that moment, at the pinnacle of his ascent, Xiongba's expression contorted in agony, lost in a haze. Yet, before he could muster any resistance, gravity swiftly reclaimed him, initiating a rapid descent. As he plummeted, the friction with the air intensified, awakening him from his stupor in excruciating pain. To avoid being reduced to a mere pulp upon impact, he resorted to a desperate self-inflicted blow, adjusting his perilous head-down position. Then, summoning a significant portion of his true energy, he launched a formidable strike towards the increasingly approaching ground. 3 parts returned to origin energy. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending ripples of shockwaves through the air. With a powerful strike, Xiongba generated an explosive shockwave that nearly countered the majority of his downward force, thus averting a tragic demise upon landing. Although the residual force was insufficient to cause immediate death, it could have rendered him severely incapacitated or even paralyzed had fortune not favored him. As he descended to within a mere meter of the ground, Wu Feng, who had remained motionless, finally sprang into action. In a single stride, he reached Xiongba just before impact, swiftly grasping him and preventing a dismal fate just 10 centimeters from the earth. Half an hour later, atop Tianshan Mountain in the headquarters of the Tianlong, Xiongba addressed the assembled members in the council chamber. With a commanding presence, he wasted no time in announcing 2 significant matters. Observing the puzzled expressions of his followers, he continued with an impassive demeanor. The first matter is the establishment of the positions of elder and grand elder. The second is the inclusion of the reclusive sect, the Xiaoyao sect, into our ranks. Time flowed steadily, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Now serving as grand elder for a month, Wu Feng couldn't help but smile when recalling Xiongba's expression as he boldly declared himself the Grand Elder before the gathering of Taidou members. Grand Elder, splendid. A group of patrolling disciples greeted Wu Feng with bows upon seeing his beaming face. Ah, good. Continue with your duties. Wu Feng replied, waving his hand to indicate he had acknowledged them, as he strolled toward the martial arts arena outside the hall. A short while later, as Wu Feng approached the training ground, he heard the rhythmic sounds of practice emanating from a group of young disciples diligently honing their basic boxing techniques. After observing for a moment, he decided to halt their training, intending to formally exercise his authority as Grand Elder and announce important news. From this day forth, the Tianlong disciples will implement a new membership promotion system. Henceforth, all disciples in the acquired realm will be classified as Black Iron members. Those in the innate realm will be bronze members. The helmsmen of the Return to Truth realm will be silver members. The hall masters of the celestial realm will be gold members. And the elders of the shattered realm will be diamond members. As for the gang leader and the Grand Elder, they shall remain exempt from these changes, unchanged in their status. Additionally, I will introduce a contribution point system and a task system to support the membership framework. In other words, from this point onward, any disciple wishing to ascend within the gang must fulfill two specific requirements. One is to obtain the corresponding gang contribution points, and the other is to attain the requisite membership level. Only upon satisfying these two conditions will they be permitted to rise in rank. In the chamber of seclusion, the leader of the gang, Xiongba, was approached by his devoted assistant, Wen Cho, who, with utmost care, presented a meticulously compiled dossier detailing all the recent endeavors undertaken by the esteemed elder. Excellent work, Cho. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, and I am grateful for your unwavering dedication and trustworthiness, Xiongba commended warmly. Now, you should return swiftly. Lingering too long may draw unwanted attention and risk exposure. Having spent the past month in seclusion to cultivate his skills and recuperate from injuries, Xiongba took a moment to praise his loyal confidant before resuming his examination of the documents. A quarter of an hour later, in the former leader's loft, now the elder's quarters, when Cho, having followed the elder's instructions, reported respectfully to Wu Feng, who had just emerged from his own seclusion. Very well, I understand. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall proceed as we have this time, Wu Feng stated with a calm demeanor. Now, it grows late. You should return and rest. Chapter 36. A decade time flows gently, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. In the Hall of Tasks at the Tianxiao Association, a disciple who had just accepted a mid-level Class D task greeted Yangshen, one of the prominent figures among the disciples, with a hint of eagerness. Brother Yang, you have returned. Are you here to hand over your task? Indeed, I recently completed a high-ranking Class C mission to eliminate bandits, and have come to transfer my task. Yangshen replied. Oh, judging by your demeanor, it seems you have acquired a satisfactory task. I shall not disturb you further. Do complete your task promptly. After exchanging a few polite words, Yangshen, having hurried back after finishing his mission, disregarded the conversation and proceeded directly towards the area designated for task transfers within the hall. As for the Hall of Tasks, it is worth noting that the officials sitting at the task transfer desk were meticulously selected and appointed by Wu Feng from the Tianxiao Association. Furthermore, they were endowed with privileges equivalent to those of silver-level members. Manager Wang, it has been a while. Once again, I must trouble you. I hope you can forgive me. Due to the overwhelming number of disciples receiving tasks daily, Yangshen, unwilling to cut in line, approached a familiar official at the transfer desk to complete his task handover. Oh, I thought it was young Master Feng. Such politeness. But it turns out to be you. Yangshen, speak. What do you wish to exchange this time? Would you prefer to convert it into 60 contribution points? Or perhaps exchange it for a martial arts manual as before? I would like to exchange for a martial arts manual once again. The 9E manual located on the second floor of the Martial Pavilion. I would appreciate your assistance. Yangshen, motivated by his long-standing desire for the 9E manual, did not hesitate to choose this highly coveted manual, which was perfectly suited for him. I knew it. Given your preference for solitary combat, how could you have accepted a task that required cooperation? So that is how it is. Very well. With the rewards from your completed task, combined with your accumulated contribution points, you have more than enough to make this exchange. Here. Take this jade token for exchanging for Xian-level martial arts in the Martial Pavilion. Be swift and take your leave. I can only imagine how impatient you must be feeling. Without delay, Manager Wang, known for his amiable nature among the officials, promptly handed Yangshen the token corresponding to the level of the manual he sought. Meanwhile, as Yangshen was heading to the Martial Pavilion, clutching the jade token in his hand to claim the martial arts manuals, one of the original protagonists of this realm. Known as the Undying Crying God, Fengyun was currently in pursuit of the infamous Ghost Shadow, one of the 12 fiends of the Heavenly Pool. After several fierce confrontations, the two parted ways, standing not far from each other in a tense standoff. At this moment, Ghost Shadow, who had been at a disadvantage throughout the battle, was compelled to reveal a fierce expression as he shouted in desperation, Fengyun, do you truly intend to eradicate me completely, forcing me to perish alongside you? Huh? Perish together? What a joke. You think you're worthy of that? With a dismissive grunt, Fengyun unleashed his signature move, the Cloud-Dispelling Palm. As torrents of invisible clouds combined with liquefied true energy surged forth, bombarding the surroundings. This forced Ghost Shadow, who had been dodging and hiding throughout the skirmish, to finally reveal himself. You coward, go die? Join your wretched companions in hell. With the final move of the Cloud-Dispelling Palm, he unleashed the technique, Dark Clouds of Despair. Seeing Ghost Shadow, who had been elusive since the onset of the battle, finally cornered and visible, Fengyun wasted no time in executing the most powerful strike of his practiced palm technique. No please no. Ghost Shadow managed to utter a cry of anguish before his entire form was obliterated in an instant. I still cannot achieve complete control over my final move. Can I? It seems I must engage in even more rigorous practice with Brother Feng or Brother Lang after completing this task. After witnessing Ghost Shadow's body explode under the force of his palm, Fengyun furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. At the same moment, within the heroic king's manor, Master Lu, have you come to a decision? Will you lend me the ice soul or not? Spare me the suspense. At this moment, Duan Lang, alone in the heroic king's manor, impatiently urged the current head of the manor, Lu Yi, while absently rubbing his beloved sword, the fire sword. Well, the ice soul is a treasured heirloom of my Lu family. It cannot be lent out lightly. I regret that I cannot comply at this moment. After a brief hesitation, Lu Yi's expression grew stern, and he firmly declined. Oh, no lending, is it? In that case, it seems I have no choice but to forcefully take it. With the last word hanging in the air, Duan Lang exhibited no further hesitation. He leapt forward, drawing his sword and striking down towards Lu Yi. The fire sword, engulfed in flames, was deftly swung by Duan Lang, cleaving Lu Yi's hastily drawn sword in two. As the momentum of the strike lingered, and just as he was about to cleave Li in two, a voice suddenly resounded. Brother Lang, spare him. Annoyed, he thought, how tiresome, yet another meddler. In that moment, despite his impatient words, Duan Lang complied and refrained from delivering the fatal blow. Instead, he redirected the force of his sword from a downward cut to a powerful strike, sending Li flying into the hall, crashing into a chair. Brother Lang, are you aware of what you just did? Have you forgotten the teachings of our master? You must discern right from wrong and refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Niefeng, who had always watched over Duan Lang since childhood, and who consistently chose tasks in proximity to him, appeared with a serious and earnest expression. All right. I admit my fault. I promise it won't happen again. No, I assure you there will never be a next time. Seeing his closest friend and brother, who often took on a paternal role, displaying such a demeanor, Duan Lang, wise as he was, immediately softened and offered a self-reflection and promise. Very well. I shall trust you one last time, but you must remember every word you have just pledged to me. Do you understand? Niefeng, who had no intention of reprimanding Duan Lang, felt compelled to issue a solemn warning. Understood. Now, may I continue with my task? Duan Lang nonchalantly shifted his focus. Your Excellency, I presume you are Li, the current head of the Xianglong Manor? I sincerely apologize for my junior's rudeness. Please do not take offense. In truth, you may not know this, but Duan Lang's nature is not malevolent. He simply tends to be a bit hasty in his actions. I apologize for any unintended offense caused. Adhering to a philosophy of harmony and amicability, Niefeng first assisted Li to his feet, adjusting his attire before smiling gently as he explained the situation. Chapter 37. The Realm of Fracture. The day had arrived, marking nearly a fortnight since Niefeng had empathetically guided Duan Lang in completing the task of collecting the Ice Soul at the B level. Brother Yun, do take care. The junior disciple is approaching. The wind god leg strikes like the resilient grass in the tempest. To elaborate, this was precisely half an hour prior. As Niefeng returned with Duan Lang to submit their task, he had barely finished when he was abruptly confronted by Fengyun, who had been waiting outside the grand hall. In that instant, without allowing the visibly perplexed Niefeng a moment to inquire, Fengyun seized his shoulder and hastily propelled him towards the waterfall at the back mountain. Throughout the journey, Fengyun remained reticent, his expression inscrutable. It was only upon reaching the rear mountain that he finally, albeit somewhat sheepishly, articulated his intentions. He sought to refine his martial arts through sparring in order to fully master the cloud-dispelling palm. Upon grasping Brother Yun's purpose, the benevolent Nie Feng could hardly refuse. He readily acquiesced and promptly set his plan into motion, initiating with a move known as the Wind in the Tempest, a staple of his combat repertoire. With remarkable agility, he circled Bu Jingyun, observing and waiting for an opening. Thus, it was within this context that Nie Feng issued his initial encouragement to Bu Jingyun. "Come now, Brother Feng, let us engage with all our might, spare no effort," Bu Jingyun declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Very well, then prepare to receive my strike, the raging storm," Nie Feng proclaimed. As his words faded, he momentarily halted before unleashing his extraordinary lightness skill, advancing with unrelenting speed towards Bu Jingyun, delivering a relentless barrage of kicks. In response to the flurry of swift leg strikes, Bu Jingyun remained composed, countering with the Cloud Sea Surge, effortlessly deflecting each of Nie Feng's attacks. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Following the successful parries, Bu Jingyun unleashed the cataclysmic cloud, conjuring formidable gusts of energy that surged toward Nie Feng, directly clashing with his subsequent strike, the Windswept Tower. In an instant, the clash of energies erupted violently, propelling Nie Feng several paces back, halting him only after considerable distance. In this exchange, Nie Feng clearly found himself at a disadvantage, prompting a shift in the tide of battle. Reluctantly, he transitioned from offense to defense, relying on his remarkable agility to evade the relentless onslaught of Bu Jingyun's energy-infused palm strikes. Meanwhile, as the two combatants clashed fiercely, with Duan Lang observing from the sidelines, Wu Feng officially commenced his seclusion, intent on breaking through the bottleneck of his internal martial prowess that had plagued him for over a decade. It is worth mentioning that to facilitate this breakthrough without external disturbances, Wu Feng sought the guidance of Xiongba, engaging in a friendly exchange of martial skills. Following an accidental mishap that left Xiongba incapacitated, Wu Feng departed with a sense of relief, satisfied and resolute. In the secluded chamber of the Grand Elder of the Tianxia Society, Wu Feng sat cross-legged, his palms directed toward the heavens, eyes firmly shut. With meticulous concentration, he began to channel his profound and pure internal energy, executing a series of grand circulations. Gradually, as time elapsed, the pace of his energy flow accelerated until, at a particular moment, it abruptly halted. It was as if a mysterious switch had been activated. His liquefied essence began to boil violently, akin to water on the verge of a rolling boil, emitting steam at a visibly rapid rate. After a brief interval, as the last drop of the liquefied essence evaporated, a sound resonated within Wu Feng's heart, reminiscent of shattering glass. Simultaneously, the mist-like essence in his dantian stirred, swirling frantically toward a specific point, merging like a tornado to consolidate all the misty energy within, along with the external primordial energy drawn in during this process, compressing it into a singularity. Fortunately, this process did not endure for long. It ceased abruptly after about half an hour. At last, has the breakthrough been achieved? Is this the realm of shattering the void? Indeed, it embodies a fundamental transformation, akin to an upgrade and transcendence of life itself. After completing the necessary series of breakthroughs, Wu Feng gently expelled the last remnants of stagnant energy lodged in his throat. Reveling in the profound changes within himself, he expressed his heartfelt joy. With no time to squander, Wu Feng swiftly stabilized his newfound realm and rose to his feet, gradually pushing open the door to the secret chamber. He proceeded directly toward the newly constructed assembly hall, feeling that the moment was ripe to commence the execution of the grand strategy he had meticulously devised over the past decade. Moments later, buoyed by his elevated spirit following the breakthrough, Wu Feng leisurely entered the assembly hall and took his place in the chair that rightfully belonged to Xiongba, patiently awaiting the arrival of his subordinates and disciples, whom he had summoned the moment he emerged from seclusion. In this moment, the figures exuding an imposing presence and a palpable energy were engaged in a fierce confrontation, seemingly relentless from the very beginning. However, standing aside and rubbing his shoulders, Duan Lang was acutely aware that this marked the second encounter of the day between Bu Jingyun and Nie Feng. Just moments prior, it was Duan Lang himself, eager for action, who had taken over from Nie Feng in the ongoing duel with Bu Jingyun. As the two fighters found themselves once again locked in a stalemate, contemplating unleashing their most powerful techniques to determine the victor, a sudden voice interrupted their clash. An envoy from the elder Taishang had arrived, commanding Bu Jingyun, Nie Feng, and Duanlang to immediately proceed to the council hall without delay. Without a moment's hesitation, the messenger, tasked with delivering the summons, shouted loudly upon reaching the rear mountain. "Ah, at this moment, our master has summoned us to the council hall. Could it be that he has finally come to a decision and is ready to implement that long-discussed plan?" Upon hearing the urgent summons, Duanlang, who had previously appeared bored, was suddenly filled with excitement and anticipation, murmuring to himself, "Junior brother Lang, stop dawdling and let's go. If we are late, our master may become displeased." Niafeng, who had unhesitatingly ceased fighting upon hearing the call, reminded Duanlang with an expression of exasperation as he noticed Duanlang standing motionless, lost in excitement. "All right, senior brother Feng, I shall make haste," Duanlang replied. Shuddering involuntarily at the thought of incurring their master's wrath, a chill coursing through him. With renewed determination, he surged ahead, swiftly overtaking Niafeng, known as the god of wind, and dashed after the already distant Jiuding, pushing his lightness skill to its utmost limit. Chapter 38. The world in turmoil. Is everyone present? Wu Feng inquired, gazing down at the throng of disciples below, reporting to the esteemed elder. Aside from a few leaders and several stewards who are currently engaged in missions outside, everyone is indeed gathered, when Shou Chou promptly responded. "Very well, in that case, let us officially commence," Wu Feng remarked after a brief contemplation. "Yes." After acknowledging the command, when Shou Chou straightened up and turned to address the high-ranking members of the Tianxia society gathered at the foot of the steps, proclaiming loudly, "By the mandate of heaven, the esteemed elder proclaims that the time has come for the Tianxia society to strive for supremacy. In order to swiftly liberate the common folk suffering in dire straits, we shall commence full-scale preparations for war, aiming to eradicate all demons, monsters, and malevolent spirits within the realm, restoring peace and clarity to the world. Yes, the esteemed elder is wise. For generations to come, we shall obey your command without hesitation." The assembly of high-ranking members, whether sincerely or merely in feigned homage, responded with a unified expression of loyalty. Meanwhile, on the way to the elder's quarters, Brother Feng, what do you think is so significant that the master could not speak of it openly in the assembly, necessitating our private audience now? Duanlang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he walked alongside Niafeng. "Enough, Duan brother, cease your inquiries. You have asked me several times on this brief journey, and I have already informed you that I do not know. Furthermore, when we meet the master shortly, we shall learn everything," Niafeng replied, somewhat exasperated. "If you are truly eager to know, then let us quicken our pace." Suddenly interjecting, Jiuding, who had been leading the way in silence, urged them onward with renewed speed. Upon witnessing this, Niafeng and Duanlang exchanged glances before promptly following suit, employing their lightness skills to catch up. "You have arrived. Please, take a seat. No need to feign formality in my presence. Feel free to be at ease. After all, as your master who has guided you since childhood, am I not familiar with your dispositions?" Wu Feng remarked with a gentle smile upon seeing Feng, Yun, and Lang, whom he had taken under his wing a decade prior. Before the trio could respond, Wu Feng continued, "Are you not curious why I have summoned you here at this moment? Please enlighten us, master," Duanlang anxiously interjected. "Haha, enough of the jesting. On to serious matters. The reason I have called you here is to convey 3 important instructions. Now lean in closely." Wu Feng elaborated, articulating his directives. "Do you all comprehend this clearly?" he inquired at the conclusion. "We understand, master." "Please rest assured," the trio responded in unison, exchanging astonished glances. As the evening drew near, the 3 of them, after a harmonious exchange of farewells with their teacher, turned without a moment's hesitation and ambled back along the path they had come, each lost in their own thoughts, until they disappeared from view. The following day, at the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance, a multitude of disciples had gathered early in the morning. After a necessary address by Wu Feng, the disciples, filled with fervor, followed their respective leaders one by one as they departed the headquarters, setting forth in various directions with a spirit of combat. Moments later, only Wu Feng and his 3 disciples remained. "Teacher, we shall take our leave now. Please take care of yourself," they said in turn, bidding farewell before hastily making their way towards the direction of Lingyun Cave, unfazed by the crowd that had dispersed around them. The reason for their urgency was a prior agreement among the 3 brothers to first venture to Lingyun Cave to fulfill a secret task assigned by their teacher, to seek out the Xuanwu true skill left behind by the unparalleled martial artist Wu Wudi, over 3 centuries ago, an elusive treasure that had yet to be discovered. Time flowed gently, and 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. At Tianlong, the atmosphere was charged with intensity. "Kill them." At this moment, Hong Yu, one of the 27 branch leaders of the Heavenly Alliance, led his disciples in a fierce charge towards the notorious bandit stronghold of Tianlong. With the precision of a dagger, they cut through their adversaries, laying waste to numerous bandit lairs in a matter of months. Meanwhile, Su Hong, the leader of the Su clan, confronted the situation with urgency. Su Tangzhu, what is your intention? I believe that our Lion King's fortress and your Heavenly Alliance coexisted peacefully. He gazed at the throng of Heavenly Alliance disciples surrounding his fortress. The fierce leader, Bei Yi Guangshi, stood resolute with his 3 brothers, addressing the crowd. Enough with the pleasantries. I have come here to rid the world of your menace. Through years of covert investigation by my spies, I have uncovered your wicked ambitions and the nefarious deeds you and your brothers have plotted. The evidence is so overwhelming that no punishment could suffice for the hatred I feel at this moment. Su Hong, one of the 9 leaders responsible for this territory, lamented before the gathered citizens, and as his words echoed, he surged forward, blade in hand, to engage in combat with Bei Yi Guangshi and his brothers, facing the 4 of them alone in a fierce confrontation. At Lingyun Cave, the rhythmic sound of knocking against the stone walls resonated once more. Wind brother, I can't go on any longer. I must take a moment to rest. Do you truly believe the method our master spoke of is reliable? It has been 3 whole months, yet we have found not a single trace. After months of aimlessly striking the stone walls within Lingyun Cave, Tianlong now wore a visage of nausea, lamenting aloud. All right, if you are weary, you may rest there peacefully. Please refrain from voicing your grievances, particularly regarding our master. In my presence, do you understand? At this moment, even someone as affable as Nie Feng, with a heart as pure as a saint's, found it impossible to suppress the irritation growing within, having spent 3 fruitless months without a single useful clue. He snapped at Tianlong with a tinge of annoyance. Understood. Why are you so fierce, humph? Upon witnessing Nie Feng's genuine anger, Tianlong recoiled slightly, his confidence waning as he muttered under his breath. Thud, thud. The sound here seems somewhat off. As he continued to strike the stone wall in silence, Bu Jingyun's thoughts shifted, and he remarked, all right. Disciples Feng and Lang, cease your quarrel and come listen. I believe I may have discovered a hollow section of the stone wall. Chapter 39. The Siege of Wushuang City, where is it? Is it here? Duan Lang exclaimed, rolling to his feet and approaching Bu Jingyun, mimicking his actions by rapidly tapping on the stone wall. Thud. Thud. Indeed. It's real. Brother Feng, come and try it out. All right, Duan Shitty. Enough of the antics. Step back a bit. Let me see if I can break through this wall, Bu Jingyun replied, not waiting for Nie Feng to come over. As Duan Lang swiftly retreated at the sound of his voice, Bu Jingyun wasted no time. He focused his energy, channeling his true qi along a specific trajectory to gather it in his right palm. With a sudden surge, he struck the stone wall, and instantly, a massive hand formed from his condensed qi shattered the hollow, less than 50-centimeter thick wall, creating a breach that revealed a stone chamber of approximately 100 square meters. Without hesitation, as the dust settled, the 3 of them swiftly leaped into the chamber and immediately noticed the humanoid patterns etched into the stone walls. The moment they beheld the designs, their eyes became transfixed, and they found themselves unwittingly immersed in the profound mysteries of the Xuanwu true skill, instinctively practicing the intricate techniques they envisioned in their minds. Thus, in the ensuing time, Nie Feng instinctively wielded his snow drinking blade to execute the no two-blade technique and fierce strong leg absolute, while Bu Jingyun wielded his sword, capable of slicing through iron, to perform the destined sword path and Xuanwu divine palm. Duan Lang, with his fire lens sword, instinctively executed the destined sword path and osteodragon claw. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day, within the Lingyun cave, in the stone chamber inscribed with the Xuanwu true skill, Wu Feng sat in meditative posture, his eyes closed for an extended period. Suddenly, at a certain moment, a radiant glow enveloped his body, a luminous white light that grew increasingly brilliant as time flowed by, until it completely enveloped Wu Feng, illuminating the entire stone chamber. The intense and dazzling light not only brightened the chamber, but also attracted the attention of Bu Jingyun and his companions waiting outside, inciting the curiosity of the ever-inquisitive Duan Lang, who peered in with eager eyes. Gradually, as seconds ticked away, the light emanating from Wu Feng intensified, reaching a pinnacle that transformed the initially gentle radiance into a searing blaze. Fortunately, this change did not last long. Shortly thereafter, as Wu Feng slowly opened his eyes, the scorching light began to soften, eventually retreating back into his body, leaving no trace behind. The profound skill of the Xuanwu truly lives up to its reputation as a divine art beyond the realm of fragmentation. Indeed, it is remarkably effective and invaluable. As Wu Feng felt the increasingly pure and profound true energy coursing through his body, coupled with yet another minor breakthrough in his martial will, he could not help but commend it from the depths of his heart. However, he then pondered, would gathering more techniques of equivalent caliber, such as the Sacred Heart Sutra, the Crimson Fire Divine Art, or the Heavenly Shift Divine Technique, serve to assist him in advancing further within a short span of time, reaching the realm beyond fragmentation? Yet, setting aside Wu Feng's musings upon his emergence from seclusion, at this moment, the Tianxia Society, which had already claimed a substantial portion of the martial world, had finally arrived at a unanimous decision after 3 days and nights of deliberation. They resolved to take decisive action against the formidable fortress of Wushuang City, an obstacle they could no longer circumvent. At this juncture, Nianren, one of the 3 elders of the Tianxia Society who had been kept in obscurity by Wu Feng until now, was leading all disciples from the 6 halls of the society, excluding the top 3 halls, towards Wushuang City, surrounding it completely, rendering it impenetrable. Ah, who might this be? Is it not the once-renowned Bane Guangdao Nianren? When did he become a mere lackey of the Tianxia Society? From atop the walls of Wushuang City, Dugu Yifang, peering down, scoffed upon recognizing the leader. Humph. Merely boasting with words, I find it beneath me, Dugu Yifang. If you possess the capability and courage, come down and face me in battle. Nianren replied with an expression of indifference. Very well, if that is the case, allow me to experience firsthand just how formidable the Bane Guangdao truly is. With that, Dugu Yifang leapt from the city wall, unleashing the first stance of the dragon descending divine leg aimed directly at Nianren. Excellent. Come at me with your blade. As dozens of leg shadows surged towards him, Nianren did not hesitate. He forcefully countered with a single stroke, instantly unleashing a blade aura of Tianzhong, which effortlessly obliterated Dugu Yifang's flurry of leg strikes, leaving the aftermath to compel him to roll away in disarray. Moreover, before Dugu Yifang could lament his misjudgment of the situation and his underestimation of his opponent's strength, Nianren followed up with another strike. The icy cold energy, formed from the Tianzhong blade aura, sliced towards Dugu Yifang, who had only just regained his footing. Realizing he was ensnared by his opponent's momentum and unable to evade, Dugu Yifang, with no other choice, summoned all his true energy to execute the final stance of the dragon descending divine leg, the thunderous dragon, unleashing a torrent of leg shadows to clash against the chilling blade aura. With a resounding boom, Dugu Yifang managed, for the first time, to gain the upper hand, successfully countering Nianren's second attack and preserving his own life. Amidst the snow, Nianren unleashed a third strike without hesitation, manifesting a chilling blade aura spanning Tianzhong. This attack, swifter and more forceful than its predecessor, exuded an almost tangible intensity. Break through, thunderous dragon. As the formidable blade aura surged towards him, the isolated Dugu Yifang, unable to suppress his turmoil, unleashed every ounce of energy from his own turbulent chi, a consequence of forcibly executing the final move of the dragon subduing leg. He met the icy blade aura that loomed perilously close. In an instant of collision, the frigid blade aura cleaved through the myriad of leg shadows with ruthless precision, scattering them as it surged unyieldingly towards Dugu Yifang, whose face contorted in a fierce grimace. The blade's residual force tore through the city wall, creating a gaping, blade-shaped breach. You are formidable, indeed, he managed to utter, pointing a trembling finger at Nianren in a final defiance. Yet, he could endure no longer. The ferocious blade energy dismembered him, his blood spilling across the ground. Father! Dugu Ming cried out in anguish. Desperately struggling against the grasp of the guardian Shi Wuzuan and the elder Mingwei, do not hold me back. Let me go. I must save my father. Chapter 40. The first encounter with the Sword Saint Young Lord. Please, restrain your anger. I implore you to calm down, Shi Wuzuan urged, his expression a blend of sorrow and indignation. Indeed, young lord, take a moment to breathe. Do not recklessly sacrifice a life in vain. The strength of our adversaries is formidable. Even the city lord cannot contend with them. To seek justice and exact revenge, we must await the arrival of your esteemed uncle, the Sword Saint, lamented Mingyue Laolao, a devoted and steadfast supporter of Wushuang City, her face etched with pain. Ah, where is my uncle? When will he arrive? Why has he not yet come? Dugu Ming shouted in frustration before forcing himself to regain composure. He wiped the tears that streamed down his face and, with a hoarse voice and expressionless demeanor, turned to the 2 guardians, asking coldly, logically, He should have arrived by now, one guardian responded, exchanging a puzzled glance with the other. Attack! The disciples of the Tianlong Society surged toward the gates of Wushuang City, led by Qin Shuang, one of the 9 hall masters. With a single strike of the frosty Long River, he shattered the city gates and charged in through the breach, clashing violently with the defenders stationed within. Seeing the Tianlong Society's forces breach the gates, Shi Wuzuan could no longer remain idle. With a powerful leap, he descended from the city wall and unleashed a palm strike. Buddha moves mountains and rivers, aimed directly at the encroaching Qin Shuang. Seeking death, frosty veil, parting the mist, get away from me. Qin Shuang, having just fought his way through the throngs, was caught off guard by Shi Wuzuan's near ambush strike. In a fit of rage, he retaliated fiercely, encasing Shi Wuzuan and his attack in a frosty prison. With a crack, Shi Wuzuan summoned his inner energy, shattering the ice that enveloped him. He dared not linger and rolled aside just in time to evade Qin Shuang's lethal follow-up. Frosty snowy mountain, perish. Qin Shuang, undeterred by his initial failure, launched another assault, intent on obliterating Shi Wuzuan. However, at that critical moment, Minghua Laolao seized the opportunity, launching a counterattack against Qin Shuang, diverting his attention and forcing him to redirect his powerful strike toward her. With a thunderous collision, the two attacks met, yet it was Minghua Laolao who fell short, sent flying at least 10 yards away before crashing to the ground. A spray of crimson, laced with a chilling essence, erupted from her mouth. Sister, are you all right? Shi Wuzuan rushed to her side, concern etched across his face. Do not worry, I am not yet finished. Help me up, and let us fight together once more. As long as we endure until the arrival of the sword sage, everything will transform, and the situation will reverse for the better, asserted the severely injured elder Minghua with a serious and resolute expression. Very well, today, even if it costs me my own flesh, I shall steadfastly accompany you until the venerable sword sage arrives, declared Shi Wuzuan, gently aiding elder Minghua to her feet, his face adorned with a steadfast demeanor, as if bolstering his own courage. Enough of your ramblings. Since you wish to seek death together, allow me to perform a good deed and escort you on your journey. Scoffed Qin Shuang, who had been indoctrinated with the new ideologies of woofing since childhood, exhibiting zero tolerance for the remnants of the old era that obstructed the advent of a great new age. Frosty snow, perish, she coldly proclaimed, her tone filled with satisfaction after unleashing her most formidable technique, the ultimate and most powerful move of the Tian Shuang fist, known as the Four Styles, enveloped the surroundings with an icy chill that pierced to the bone. In an instant, it spread forth, freezing everything in its path and swiftly approaching the two guardians who were supporting each other. The chilling aura of her strongest strike effortlessly shattered the final combined effort of the two defenders of Wushuang City, encasing them in frost. Just as they were on the brink of being frozen to death, a tremendous sword aura, radiating boundless brilliance, surged forth, instantly tearing through the overwhelming cold and dispersing it, rescuing the two in their moment of peril. Master, are we to merely stand by and watch? And why did you allow the sword sage to depart just now? Questioned Duan Lang, unable to suppress his curiosity after witnessing the entire sequence of events. Enough, junior brother Duan, refrain from speaking too much. The master has his own considerations, responded Nie Feng, closely following behind. Indeed, junior brother Duan, you should temporarily silence yourself. The master will act as he sees fit. Does he require your counsel? Added Bu Jingyun, his expression frosty as he cast a sidelong glance at the master's face. Enough, you three rascals, be quiet. How long has it been? Not only have you learned to perform in unison before me, but you have also acquired the audacity to provoke me with your words. You truly have made progress. Wu Feng exclaimed, a blend of amusement and annoyance illuminating his face. Hee, I knew I couldn't hide anything from your discerning eyes, master. But please don't be angry with us. Duan Lang began to explain, only to be interrupted by Wu Feng, who said, no need for explanations. Do I not know what you three little rascals are plotting? You simply wish to know why I let such a golden opportunity slip away and allowed the sword sage to depart. Indeed, why is that, master? This contradicts the principles you usually impart to us. The reason is simple. At this moment, the sword sage is not yet at his pinnacle. He still lacks the essence I seek in that ultimate strike. Recalling the recent confrontation, Wu Feng sighed and remarked, then turned away and continued walking, saying, you three, hurry and lend a hand to your good brother. Nieren Wang cannot hold out much longer. By the way, please convey a message to the Sword Saint. I eagerly await the emergence of Sword 23, wishing it to possess boundless brilliance. Upon hearing this, the three disciples were momentarily taken aback, then simultaneously responded, eagerly employing their unparalleled lightness of foot to hasten towards Wushuang City. There, Qin Shuang and Nie Renwang were gradually losing their strength, on the verge of being subdued by the Sword Saint. Is this truly the once-renowned Nan Wuming and Bei Jianshen? In comparison, Bei Guangdao fall woefully short. At this moment, pressed by the Sword Saint in combat against both himself and Qin Shuang, Nie Renwang could not help but feel a deep sense of shame, reflecting on his earlier pride for breaking through to Silver Blade Qi. Realizing how exceedingly arrogant he had been. Daring to be distracted while battling with an old master is tantamount to courting death. Enraged, the Sword Saint skipped several exchanges and swiftly executed Sword 21, unleashing 21 glaring sword energies, each at least 10 zhang in size, imbued with ruthless sword intent capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, directly enveloping the already beleaguered Qin Shuang and Nie Renwang. In that critical moment, as it seemed the two were about to meet their demise at the hands of the Sword Saint, the rushing steps of disciples Bu Jingyun and his two companions arrived, each unleashing their recently comprehended ultimate techniques to counter the rapidly approaching colossal sword energies. Black Tortoise Divine Palm, Fierce and Absolute Leg, Heavenly Fate Sword Wei, in an instant. Enormous hands, leg shadows, and fiery sword energies, each measuring several zhang in size, appeared simultaneously, colliding with 7 sword energies and mutually neutralizing each other. Ultimately, most of the energy dissipated into the air, leaving only a small portion to scatter outward, ravaging the area within 100 meters of combat, causing buildings to collapse and leaving a chaotic array of deep craters in their wake. Chapter 41, Sword 23. It is indeed you. Given your presence, it appears that you two are members of the Heavenly Society. Upon witnessing his sword techniques being effortlessly countered by the unexpected trio, the Sword Saint, with a grave expression, spoke in a stern voice. Indeed, you are correct. My 2 brothers and I are currently among the 9 Hall Masters of the Heavenly Society, Nie Feng replied earnestly, having just saved Qin Shuang and Nie Renwang at a critical moment. Very well, then let the master who intercepted us earlier reveal himself. With confirmation of their identities, the Sword Saint coldly declared, exhibiting an air of disdain towards Bu Jingyun, his brothers, and the 2 others present. What arrogance! If you wish to contend with our master, you must first pass through us 3, Duan Lang retorted, clearly provoked. Following a fleeting exchange of glances with Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun, he initiated the attack, unleashing the move Fire Unicorn Devours the Sun, sending forth a blazing sword aura stretching several yards, aimed directly at the Sword Saint. How naive. As he gazed at the incoming fiery sword energy, the Sword Saint effortlessly released a Tenjong sword aura, imbued with unparalleled destructive force, effortlessly dispersing the seemingly formidable attack and redirecting the residual might towards Duan Lang, all while wearing a cold, disdainful expression. Seeing his meticulously crafted moves so easily thwarted, and with the backlash rushing towards him, Duan Lang had no choice but to hastily execute a counterstrike, barely managing to dissipate the remaining energy of the Sword Saint's casual attack. Why are you 2 still standing there? Didn't we agree to attack together? Frustrated, Duan Lang shouted at Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun, feeling as though he had been toyed with. Haha, my apologies, Junior Brother Lang. I was momentarily distracted. I shall join you now. Prepare to receive my move. Treading snow in search of plum blossoms and overwhelming mountains and seas, Bu Jingyun promptly followed suit. Young ones, do you truly wish to court death? Very well. I shall grant you this wish. Observing the trio's reckless charge, the Sword Saint's face revealed signs of impatience as he cast aside his earlier caution. Speaking in a cold, merciless tone, with a single stroke, he unleashed Sword 18, and in an instant, 18 sword auras, each several zhang in size, surged forth, targeting the formidable strikes of Feng, Yun, and Lang. Boom. As anticipated, the sword auras, laden with destructive intent, manifested a crushing force upon contact with the trio's attacks. After a brief moment of resistance, the overwhelming energy shattered their strikes, and the residual force rapidly engulfed them with catastrophic momentum. Good heavens, that is ferocious. Get out of the way, Duan Lang instinctively warned as he witnessed the Sword Saint's formidable sword energy. However, it must be said that the facts have proven Duan Lang's words to be superfluous, as both Bu Jingyun and Nie Feng had already evaded to the sides before he uttered a word. Only Duan Lang himself was a beat too slow, narrowly escaping the swiftly approaching destructive sword energy at the cost of a single hair. The thunderous roar of the sword energy's residual wave, imbued with boundless destructive power, struck down upon a 3-story tavern not far behind the trio after they had dodged, instantly collapsing the structure and scattering it into a tempest of wooden debris. With the first strike failing to connect, the destructive sword energy reappeared in an instant, striking with lightning speed toward the three who had just regained their footing. This second wave of sword energy, possessing an even greater potency than the first, surged from all directions, effectively eliminating any possibility for the three to evade once more. Realizing the gravity of their situation, the trio swiftly understood that they were now in a fight for their lives. In a moment of unity, they formed a triangular formation, standing back to back, each unleashing their most powerful techniques to confront the onslaught of the bone-chilling destructive sword energy. As their four techniques clashed, a series of thunderous roars resonated outward, accompanied by violent waves of energy that devastated everything within a radius of a mile, leaving only a scene of utter desolation in its wake. Without waiting for the clouds of dust and smoke to settle, Jingyun, having chosen to remain behind, watched as Niefeng and Duanlang each took flight after securing Renwang and Qin Shuang, soaring directly toward the outer walls of Wushuang City without a moment's hesitation. You think you can escape? Dream on. Leave everything behind. The Sword Saint, having been pushed back a few steps by the violent air current generated from the previous clash, steadied himself and declared with cold fury. The strongest technique of the Holy Spirit swordplay, wielded in the hands of the enraged Sword Saint, was unleashed in an instant, showcasing immense power, ruthless intent, and an extreme force of destruction that altered the very heavens above. The formidable strike, carrying boundless might and merciless sword intent, surged toward the remaining five figures enveloped in wind, cloud, and wave. In that moment, the five, three lightly wounded and two heavily injured, felt as though their bodies were ensnared in a quagmire, each movement proving to be exceedingly arduous. Cold sweat poured down their faces, and an overwhelming chill enveloped their hearts, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. As they prepared to close their eyes and await their fate, Jingyun, gritting his teeth against the immense pressure of the sword intent, summoned the heavy true qi within him, invoking a fist intent bestowed upon him earlier by Wu Feng in a desperate bid for survival. A formidable fist intent, imbued with an overwhelming aura of authority, abruptly manifested, effortlessly dismantling the relentless sword intent and destructive force wielded by the Sword Saint. This sudden emergence liberated the five individuals, wind, cloud, wave, allowing them to escape with ease. Thud, thud, thud. The Sword Saint, momentarily forced back several steps by this unprecedented display of might, struggled to counterbalance the insistent sword intent within himself, his face a mask of grim determination as he watched the five depart nonchalantly. A mere ungoverned will, I shall shatter you. The resounding fist intent, though glorious, ultimately waned after a brief clash lasting several seconds, before the Sword Saint, enraged, dispersed it into nothingness. However, before the furious Sword Saint could pursue the fleeing figures, a voice echoed across the miles. The Northern Sword Saint, truly deserving of his reputation. Your strength surpasses ours, and I have learned much today. Yet, do not become overly complacent, for my master has entrusted me with a message for you. Expressing his anticipation for the emergence of Sword 23, wishing for the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Chapter 42, Sword 23, Part 2. Sword 23, is it? The Sword Saint fell into a deep reverie, his gaze occasionally flickering with a hint of confusion. However, this state of uncertainty did not linger for long. As he repeatedly murmured the phrase, the fog of bewilderment gradually dissipated, replaced by a fleeting glimmer of inspiration, followed by a moment of radiant enlightenment. In that instant, having grasped that ephemeral insight, the Sword Saint, indifferent to the concerns of others, turned silently on his heel and hastened back along the path he had come, swiftly disappearing from the view of the two guardians of the unrivaled city, while utterly disregarding the mournful cries of Duguming. With unwavering determination, the Sword Saint returned to his secluded meditation chamber. He wasted no time and immediately plunged into profound cultivation, employing the insight he had seized to conduct rigorous deductions and practice, striving to comprehend the transcendent essence of Sword 23. However, unbeknownst to him, as he endeavored to create that unparalleled sword, the heavens above the sword pavilion suddenly swirled with ominous clouds. In an instant, the brilliant sunlight was obscured, plunging the surrounding 10 miles into an abyss of darkness. What is happening? Why has the sky darkened so suddenly? Duguming and the two guardians, who had been pursuing the Sword Saint but lagged far behind, gazed in astonishment at the unexpected celestial phenomenon. Yet, before they could fathom the situation, a tremendous surge of sword intent erupted from within the sword pavilion. It materialized into a colossal sword, soaring skyward, its tip piercing the heavens. The sword's essence radiated an overwhelming will, compelling all beings and objects within a 10-mile radius to bow in reverence. Such might and sword intent. It appears that my guidance has enabled the Sword Saint to grasp the sacred spirit sword technique a tad earlier than anticipated, culminating in a transcendent sword. Truly, he has not disappointed me. At that moment, seated within a branch hall, casually perusing letters and martial arts manuscripts, Wu Feng suddenly lifted his gaze towards the sword pavilion, which lay at least 100 miles away, and exclaimed with admiration, "Has that unparalleled sword finally emerged into the world? The plight of humanity is indeed grievous." At this moment, Wu Ming, who was instructing his disciple Jianshen in an obscure sword technique, abruptly paused and gazed toward the distant sword pavilion, sighing heavily. "Master, what are you looking at? What unparalleled sword?" Observing the sudden halt of his master, Jianshen inquired, perplexed. "It is nothing. Let us continue." Wu Ming, momentarily roused from his contemplation, shook his head and replied with an impassive expression. "Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has elapsed." On this day, the Sword Saint, having fully comprehended and mastered a newly created technique, has officially emerged from seclusion. After imparting a few trivial matters to his nephew, Duga Ming, the Sword Saint strode purposefully towards the headquarters of the Tianxia Society, where Wu Feng currently resided, without looking back. As he traversed the path to the Tianxia Society, the Sword Saint reflected on the overwhelming martial intent he had encountered over half a month ago. To ensure his success, he resolved to embark on a journey of accumulation. After a moment of contemplation, he determined his course with unwavering resolve, making his way towards the Tianshan Mountains, overcoming mountains and rivers with steadfast determination. With each step he took, his momentum and confidence grew, advancing relentlessly on his path. 3 days later, upon reaching the headquarters of the Tianxia Society, the Sword Saint attained an unprecedented pinnacle of power. Calm and unhurried, he ascended the steps to the summit of the Tianshan. Arriving at the grand arena of the Tianxia Society, "You have arrived," he proclaimed, "as you wished. I am here. Are you prepared?" "Everything is as ready as it can be," came the response. "Then what are you waiting for?" "For the optimal moment," was the reply. "Oh, and when might that be?" "It is now." Sword 23. As the Sword Saint's final words resonated, his incredible momentum culminated in a single, powerful strike of the sacred spirit sword technique. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, revealing extraordinary phenomena as sword intent soared into the sky, summoning the formidable forces of nature. The pervasive sword intent enveloped the entire arena, channeling the celestial energy from all directions to form a domain of will, orchestrated by the Sword Saint's spirit, also known as the Sword Domain. The moment the Sword Domain manifested, the surrounding space appeared to freeze, immobilizing all beings and objects within it, leaving only their consciousness capable of thought, while their bodies remained utterly still, subject to the merciless sword intent that filled the domain. Silence, boundless silence. At this moment, the entire arena resembled a painting hung upon a wall, frozen in time, save for the Sword Saint's spirit. Even Wu Feng, who had been prepared, found himself momentarily halted. As he quickly broke free and regained his senses, he discovered that the Sword Saint's spirit had already arrived before him, mere inches away. In that instant, without time to ponder, Wu Feng revealed the manifestation of his years of training, the creation Green Lotus platform, to intercept the Sword Saint's spirit sword, while simultaneously gathering all his true energy to launch a formidable punch towards the corporeal form of the Sword Saint not far away. Upon witnessing this, the Sword Saint, transformed by the essence of the sword, could no longer afford to engage in a head-on confrontation with the Azure Lotus platform. In an instant, he returned to his corporeal form while invoking the powers within his sword domain to conjure a protective barrier. Exercising dominion over his own territory, he effortlessly neutralized the celestial forces amassed in the punch delivered by Wu Feng, subsequently receiving the blow, now stripped down to its purest true energy. Before the Sword Saint could revel in his triumph, Wu Feng surged forward with renewed vigor, unleashing a formidable punch imbued with an overwhelming intent. In a fleeting moment, this fierce assault erupted, driving away the destructive sword intent that had engulfed the entire training ground. It severely constricted the Sword Saint's domain, reducing it to a mere 3 feet around him, before finally coming to a halt, utterly spent. Is this the elevation of martial will? This sensation of commanding everything is indeed quite exhilarating. Wu Feng, who had long since met the requirements for his breakthrough yet had been hindered by the barriers of knowledge, found clarity in this moment. Having personally experienced the full manifestation of the Sword Saint's domain, he was freed from his doubts and, in an instant, transcended. Furthermore, due to his profound accumulation of strength, this breakthrough catapulted him beyond several minor realms, allowing him to surpass the Sword Saint and press his will upon the Sword Saint's domain to its utmost limit. Chapter 43. The Champion of the World Success. My master has achieved a breakthrough. Witnessing the overwhelming aura of power and the majestic intent of the fist that enveloped the entire training ground, Duan Lang, who was observing from the sidelines, could not contain his excitement. Indeed, it has come to fruition, just as my master had envisioned. Nie Feng gazed at Wu Feng in awe, his eyes gleaming with admiration. What is there to be astonished about? Every endeavor my master has undertaken over the years has only been pursued after attaining a solid tenfold assurance. Although Bu Jingyun shared the same exhilaration internally, he maintained a facade of calm indifference, as if he had anticipated this all along. You have been scheming against me from the very beginning, using me to assist you in breaking through your mental barriers. No wonder I have faced no opposition on my path. What audacity! Do you truly fear not the slightest miscalculation might lead to your demise at my hands? At this moment, everything has become clear to the Sword Saint, who questioned incredulously, unable to accept that he had become a mere stepping stone for Wu Feng. You flatter me, esteemed one, and overestimate my capabilities. I have merely followed the natural flow, as if riding the current. After savoring the essence of his newly attained fist intent, Wu Feng smiled humbly at the Sword Saint. With no further delay, Wu Feng raised his hand, drew back his shoulder, gathered his strength, and unleashed his punch in a seamless motion. From a distance, one could observe him charging forward, delivering a steady, ordinary strike that initially manifested as a fist-sized sphere of true energy. As it approached the Sword Saint, it rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal force, measuring 30 meters in size, while continuing to gather the elemental energies from the surrounding 10 miles, growing ever larger. 1 second later, as it reached the Sword Saint, the punch had swelled to an astonishing 90 meters. The immense force, as formidable as a mountain, not only shattered the 100-meter sword conjured by the Sword Saint with a single blow, but also sent him sprawling into a nearby snow-covered peak, resulting in a catastrophic shattering of bones and an abrupt end to his lifelong devotion to the sword. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, reverberating from the collapse of the towering mountain, a sound that reached the ears of the high-ranking members of the Tianxia society observing from afar, leaving them in a state of stunned disbelief. In that moment, the onlookers felt as though something within them had irrevocably crumbled, only to be swiftly rebuilt in the blink of an eye. Such is the way of a true man. How magnificent, how grand. The first to regain composure was Lord Nie, accompanied by Duan Shuai, another of the 3 esteemed elders, both expressing their astonishment in unison. Is the power of the celestial beings truly no more than this? Indeed, what distinction is there between the force of collapsing mountains and that of the divine? Can human potential truly reach such heights? Though my master had previously mentioned it, this is simply beyond belief. It is indeed true. My master once asserted that through relentless cultivation, one can transcend into divinity. At the time, we were rather incredulous, but upon reflection, if this holds true, then the cycles of reincarnation, the underworld, and my master's earlier mention of boundless strength enabling one to achieve anything, including resurrection. In that moment, a myriad of thoughts flooded through my mind, and I silently resolved to devote myself 100-fold more to martial arts training, yearning to attain the realm described by my master where one could bring back deceased loved ones. Time flowed gently, and a month swiftly passed. At this moment, the last visible obstacle, Wushuang City, had been shattered by the Tianxia society, marking the preliminary fulfillment of their grand ambition to unify the realm. Now, only a powerless and unthreatening figure remained, akin to a talisman, the supreme of the martial world, awaiting the Tianxia society to raise the blade and strike. On this day, within the grand hall of the Tianxia society, one of the straightforward hall masters remarked, "I cannot comprehend why we should hesitate. We should simply push through. Can a mere martial dynasty truly pose a challenge to us? That would be unwise," countered the strategist hall master, who always played the role of advisor. "Such actions would strip us of our honor and righteousness, providing our opponents with grounds to criticize us. It would portray the Tianxia society as excessively crude and tyrannical, detrimental to our future governance. Indeed, to act rashly is the worst course of action. Unless absolutely necessary, we should refrain," echoed the Zhatong hall master in agreement. "Well, if that is the case, then nothing can be done. I shall not concern myself with this matter any longer," declared the Li hall master, shutting his eyes in contemplation, clearly intent on ignoring the ensuing discussion. All right, let us not dwell on this foolishness. We shall proceed. Qin Shuang, the hall master overseeing the meeting, interjected to ease the awkward atmosphere. I believe the hall master's perspective is not without merit, though it requires a more tactful approach. For instance, we could assign personnel to assist in maintaining order, allowing the original, dedicated guards to retire and enjoy the tranquility of familial bliss. Naturally, during this time, we may need to eliminate a few misguided loyalists, as an example. What do you all think? Witnessing the escalating debate among the hall masters, Duan Lang, who had remained an observer, could not help but interject, "Brilliant. This strategy is indeed remarkable. We can effortlessly render the supreme leader of the martial world a mere puppet, manipulable at will." At this moment, the indecisive leader of the Ming Hall, witnessing the disciple of the transcendent elder, who has long remained aloof from worldly affairs, speak up, immediately began to flatter and echo in agreement. "Ah, indeed, this plan is truly brilliant, truly brilliant." Following this, as if suddenly awakening to the moment, another leader awkwardly chimed in with agreement. Subsequently, it appeared as though a consensus had been reached. Several leaders, who had previously been embroiled in heated disputes, began to uniformly endorse and supplement the notion. In an instant, aside from Ye Feng, Bu Jingyun, and Qin Shuang, who had been mere spectators, all 5 leaders, including the one who had declared indifference, expressed their unanimous approval. Thus, the assembly concluded with the idea proposed by Duan Lang as its backbone, and the additional inputs from the other 5 leaders serving as branches, achieving a harmonious resolution. The following day, in a bid to swiftly implement the proposals discussed, 4 of the 9 leaders set out early with their subordinates towards the abode of the supreme martial leader. In the subsequent period, no unforeseen events transpired. Everything unfolded exactly as scripted by the 9 leaders of the Tianxia Association. After ruthlessly slaying several hundred misguided loyalists, any overt resistance had essentially vanished. Furthermore, 1/3 of the Tianxia Association, comprised of disciples from each hall, successfully took residence within the martial dynasty, completely replacing the original garrison and ensuring the safety of the region. It is noteworthy that due to the policies long upheld by the Tianxia Association, which abolished, among other things, the feudal slave system, the supreme leader and his family now found themselves in a state of self-sufficiency and abundance. This situation, however, was not solely a consequence of the deliberate machinations of the various leaders. It also stemmed from the supreme leader and his family's continued inability to recognize the shifting realities. At this juncture, the 9 leaders, who had been troubled by the supreme leader's plight, had tacitly reached a unanimous understanding. As long as the supreme leader and his family were not at risk of starvation or other fatal misfortunes, they would be granted a semblance of freedom. Of course, this so-called freedom merely referred to activities under supervision, rendering their existence akin to that of labor reform inmates. Chapter 44. Realms and Heavenly Gates. Time flies swiftly, and a decade has passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 10 years, countless events, both great and small, have transpired in the world. Firstly, it is noteworthy to mention the rebellion that erupted 9 years ago during the establishment of the constitutional monarchy, instigated by remnants of the former dynasty and those loyal to the feudal imperial system within the righteous martial arts community. Although this insurrection was anticipated by the contemporary society and swiftly quelled, it nonetheless inflicted significant losses. For instance, the supreme martial artist and his entire family tragically fell victim to the rebels due to a careless oversight by a duty helmsman. Furthermore, the reclusive Xiong Ba, the leader of the Xiong gang, was interrupted at a critical moment of his cultivation, just as he was on the brink of mastering his technique. This disruption not only led to the failure of his efforts, but also caused him to lose control, resulting in a complete severance of his meridians and the loss of his martial prowess, leaving him in a state akin to that of a comatose individual, bedridden and unresponsive, tragically missing the coronation ceremony. In addition to the above, another significant event occurred 7 years ago when the leader of the Zhu Wu Divine Palace from the Eastern Seas, Zhu Wu Shun, spearheaded an invasion of the Middle Kingdom. Although this incursion was swiftly extinguished by the newly renamed Tianchao Society due to inadequate preparation, several core subordinates of Zhu Wu Shun managed to escape. Consequently, the following year, a resentful Zhu Wu Shun, alongside the confident emperor of the East, joined forces for another invasion, aiming first to seize the dragon vein of the Middle Kingdom and subsequently to dismantle the rule of the Tianchao Society. However, while aspirations may often be grand, reality proves to be ruthlessly harsh. Before Zhu Wushun and the Eastern Emperor could officially launch their offensive or claim any territory, 9 exceptionally powerful council members, serving in the imperial cabinet, preemptively intercepted them at the coastline. This blockade not only thwarted Zhu Wuxin's advance, but also subjected him and his allies to relentless torment by the council members until they were finally released, allowing the invasion to ultimately perish before it could even commence. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that shortly thereafter, following extensive deliberation and debate within the imperial cabinet, the Tianchao officially embarked on the age of great navigation, led by the esteemed council members Duanlang, Yangshen, and Su Hong. Lastly, it is imperative to highlight the unwavering support and continuous promotion of martial arts development by Wu Feng, who was unexpectedly elected as the first president of the imperial cabinet 9 years ago. As a result, in contemporary times, Wu Feng has not only amassed a vast reservoir of diverse martial knowledge, but has also significantly enriched his martial foundation, thereby filling numerous gaps and voids in the progression of martial arts. Since declining to serve another term a year ago, Wu Feng has devoted himself to the Temple of Martial Arts, diligently absorbing and organizing nearly 99% of the martial teachings collected therein. Now, a year has passed, and the breadth of Wu Feng's accomplishments is beyond mere description. Over this period, he has meticulously refined his understanding of all martial disciplines, culminating in the creation of 3 distinctive expressions: 1 fist, unmatched in the world; 1 finger, peerless; and 1 kick, incomparable. Moreover, based on his personal insights, he has preliminarily compiled a classification of martial realms, soon to be disseminated throughout the world, categorized as 9 streams and 9 heavens. Through thorough organization, Wu Feng categorizes the martial realms into 2 major realms and 18 subrealms, namely the 9 streams of mundane martial arts and the 9 heavens of divine martial arts. Specifically, the mundane martial realm corresponds to 9 sublevels ranging from the lowest to the highest, while the divine martial realm corresponds to the 9 sublevels of the heavens. To elaborate, Wu Feng designates any practitioner who has opened 1 to 4 of the 12 meridians as belonging to the 9 streams realm. Those who have opened 5 to 8 are classified in the 8 streams realm, while those who have opened 9 to 12 are in the 7 streams realm. If one has opened any of the 8 extraordinary meridians, they fall into the 6 streams realm, while those who have opened 2 to 3 of these extraordinary meridians are placed in the 5 streams realm. Those who have opened 4 to 6 are classified in the 4 streams realm, achieving the opening of both the Ren and Du meridians, thus connecting the 8 extraordinary meridians and bridging heaven and earth, undergoing the process of marrow washing and meridian cleansing, resulting in a transformation of true energy. Is categorized as the 3 streams realm, also known as the innate realm, characterized by the trait of perpetual vitality, gaining insights into one's martial path, crystallizing a personal martial will, or creating a unique martial art, is regarded as the 2 streams realm, commonly referred to as the master's realm. When one's martial art has reached initial fruition, and their martial will can manifest, enhancing every move and technique, achieving the pinnacle of physical existence in terms of essence, energy, and spirit, is classified as the 1 stream realm, also known as the great mastery of the mundane. When all aspects of essence, energy, and spirit reach their respective zeniths, and one comprehends the alignment with the universe, gradually adjusting and integrating until achieving harmony with the natural world, where every action is accompanied by the power of heaven and earth, is termed the first heaven realm, also recognized as the extraordinary unity with nature. The convergence of heaven, earth, and humanity, along with the synthesis of essence, energy, and spirit, forms an initial manifestation of martial will, culminating in the completion of the Yin spirit and the embryonic emergence of the martial domain, is regarded as the 2nd heaven realm, previously known as the realm of shattering the void. When the martial will becomes tangible, the martial domain is fully realized, the Yang spirit reaches completion, and one resonates with the cosmos, capable of monumental feats such as shattering mountains and splitting peaks, is classified as the 3rd heaven realm, which represents Wu Feng's current level of mastery. With the martial domain fully developed, one can manipulate all things in nature, where the heart and intent are in perfect synchronization, capable of altering natural disasters, embodying a human-shaped nuclear force, and transforming mountains into seas, is known as the 4th heaven realm. Note, this realm is derived from the simulations of Wu Feng. The martial domain has crystallized into its own universe, sanctified with celestial titles, capable of annihilating continents and oceans. A harbinger of apocalyptic calamities, akin to divine beings, known as the realm of the 5th heaven. Note, this realm is extrapolated from the origins of the sword realm, plucking stars and seizing the moon, obliterating heaven and earth, within the minor thousand worlds. This is known as the realm of the sixth heaven. Note, this is a tenuous extrapolation. As for the remaining realms of the seventh, eighth, and ninth heavens, due to Wu Feng's limited knowledge and narrow exposure, he is unable to derive their essence and can only leave them unaddressed for the time being, awaiting a future of broader understanding and deeper engagement with the profound martial path for further refinement and elaboration. Report. Esteemed Chairman Qin, your presence is requested in the Imperial Hall of Deliberation to discuss matters of great importance regarding the Celestial Gate. The original leader of the Tianxia Society, Hong Yu, who now serves as secretary and assistant to Chairman Qin, hastily arrived at the entrance of the martial hall, his expression filled with reverence and admiration. Very well. I am aware. You may return with this message. Inform them I shall arrive shortly. Oh, and by the way, I am no longer the chairman. Do adjust your address accordingly. Wu Feng, having just completed his preparations, responded with calm deliberation after a moment's reflection. Esteemed Chairman, you may not be aware that the very first act of Chairman Qin upon assuming office was to propose your name, proactively nominating you as the Grand Chairman of the Celestial Empire. This title is equivalent to that of a lifetime position, akin to that of a semi-sovereign, and, as expected, received unanimous support from all members. Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, Hong Yu promptly and respectfully clarified. Nonsense, this is absurd. What is this? An emperor or a supreme emperor? Wu Feng inquired with a grave expression. Ah, esteemed chairman, you have misunderstood. The position of Grand Chairman is merely ceremonial and is exclusively yours, established solely for you, and will not be replicated in the future, Hong Yu quickly added in response to Wu Feng's imposing demeanor. Oh, is that so? Very well. I suppose it is a bit of a burden for that fellow Qin Shuang. Let it be as it is. Consider it a one-time occurrence. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Feng shook his head with a bemused smile. Chapter 45. The Celestial Sovereign in the Grand Hall of the Imperial Assembly. The current 9 council members and 1 presiding officer had once again gathered. Teacher, you have arrived. Upon witnessing Wu Feng leisurely entering the hall, the assembly immediately rose in unison, greeting him with respectful salutes. All right, please take your seats. There is no need for unnecessary pleasantries. Let us dispense with formalities. Speak plainly. What pressing matters or dilemmas have compelled you to disturb me once more? Upon entering the assembly, Wu Feng raised his hand to signal the members to remain seated. And without hesitation, he addressed the core of the issue. Ah, indeed. You remain as forthright as ever, teacher. In that case, I shall not delay and will directly present the main agenda of this meeting. Based on fragmented intelligence gathered by our spies across the Divine Land in recent years, 3 urgent matters have emerged that require the Empire to swiftly formulate appropriate responses or, better yet, resolve them without delay to avert future complications. The foremost pressing issue is the formidable force lurking in the shadows of the martial world, the Heavenly Gate. This organization, established by the immortal Emperor Xianjian, or Su Fu, over a millennium ago, demands our utmost caution, as you have long advised us. What? Has the Heavenly Gate officially revealed itself now? Wu Feng interjected, a slight furrow appearing on his brow, his expression turning serious. Yes, teacher. According to reports from our spies, there has been a notable surge of mysterious figures in the vicinity of Ghost Snow Slope recently, and likewise, an increase in enigmatic individuals at Lanhua Temple. Qin Shuang responded earnestly, her tone tinged with gravity. I understand. Please continue. Wu Feng gestured for her to proceed after a moment of contemplation. Certainly, teacher. I shall now move on to the second pressing matter, Qin Shuang replied, lifting the documents in her hand to indicate to the assembly before continuing, similarly. According to intelligence from our eastern counterparts, the enigmatic master of the Hidden Blade sect, who is also the founder of the Su Nu faction, has made his first public appearance, displaying an ambiguous demeanor with unclear intentions. Has the formidable demon goddess brother made an appearance? Or is there any news on his movements? Tianlong, already well informed of the exceptional masters of the world by Wu Feng, inquired at this point. He then recalled, oh, and what of his father, the eldest known ancient being, the Laughing Three Laughs? Has there been any recent discovery regarding him? There have been no useful findings whatsoever. You must understand that with the prowess of these ancient beings, evading detection is entirely feasible, and our current spies lack the capability to uncover their whereabouts. Qin Shuang replied with a resigned smile, her expression reflecting her frustration. Ah, indeed, I have overlooked that point. Brother Qin, please continue, acknowledged Duanlang, realizing he had posed an imprudent question. No matter, the third significant matter pertains to the Empire's experimental research on the bloodline of one of the 4 divine beasts, the Fire Qilin. We have made groundbreaking advancements, designated as Qilin Enhancement Agent 4, which will allow us to expedite the implementation of the Qilin Guard's plan. Additionally, concerning the island of the strongest of the 4 divine beasts, the Azure Dragon, known as Dragon God Island, after years of exploration and inquiries, it has recently been officially located by a patrol vessel of the Empire. After responding to Duanlang, Qin Shuang smiled as he shared the sole piece of good news among the 3 major developments. Wonderful. At last, we have heard an uplifting piece of news. Brother Qin, with your serious demeanor, I feared that something even more dreadful than the previous 2 matters was about to unfold. Nie Feng exclaimed, his previously tense countenance relaxing into a smile. Exactly. Duanlang and his companions chimed in, playfully jesting, except for the suddenly serious Wu Feng. Your Excellency, having listened so intently from your perch, do you have nothing to say? Wu Feng, with a solemn expression, abruptly turned to gaze upward and remarked coolly, indeed, the renowned god of martial arts, Wu Feng, has an astute perception. I merely allowed a fleeting hint of my aura to escape, yet it was not elusive enough to evade your keen senses, which captured and locked onto it in an instant. Speaking of which, after fully recuperating from the aftermath of the injuries inflicted by the invincible Wu 3 centuries ago, the deity, Emperor Shirtan, was awakened not long ago by his disciple, the Divine Mother Luoxian. Upon being informed of all significant events that have transpired in the world over the past decade, Emperor Shirtan, filled with curiosity, set forth alone to the capital of the Celestial Empire. Utilizing his ethereal lightness of being, he sauntered to the Imperial Council Hall, eavesdropping on the discussions about the 3 major matters. Only when Qin Shuang mentioned Dragon God Island did a ripple of disturbance break the calm of Emperor Shirtan's mind, creating a slight fissure in the otherwise impenetrable void he maintained, allowing a faint aura to emerge. Regardless of your identity. Daring to eavesdrop on the Empire's confidential affairs leads only to death. Surrender now. Bu Jingyun, upon seeing the intruder reveal themselves, admonished sharply while unhesitatingly unleashing a powerful strike. With profound and pure internal energy, he thrust his palm forward, causing the elemental forces of the surroundings to surge and coalesce into a massive handprint, measuring several dozen feet, descending upon Emperor Shirtan with the intent to obliterate him utterly. Faced with a fierce and seemingly fatal strike looming overhead, Emperor Shirtan appeared momentarily stunned. As if paralyzed by fear, he stood motionless, allowing the ethereal hand of clouds to descend upon him, leaving an enormous handprint upon the ground while he remained unscathed. How could this be possible? The onlookers, aside from Wu Feng, gasped in astonishment. Have you forgotten what I previously told you about the 7 no-escape realms? Wu Feng remarked, turning to gaze at the now theatrically posturing Emperor Shirtan. I was pondering which formidable master had the leisure to play the role of a gentleman thief, only to discover it was you, the Lord of the Heavenly Gate, Emperor Shirtan, with the blood of the phoenix coursing through your veins. I had been contemplating how to locate you, yet it seems to echo the old adage, one need not search far and wide when fortune smiles upon them. Arrogant and ignorant youth, how dare you utter such insolence before me? I have resolved to make it so that you shall find neither life nor death from this moment forth, exclaimed Emperor Shirtan, fury etched upon his face. With that, he swiftly closed the distance to Wu Feng, launching a powerful punch aimed at incapacitating him instantly. However, Wu Feng's right hand unexpectedly intercepted the blow, halting it in its tracks. Realizing his attack had been thwarted, Emperor Shirtan retreated momentarily, only to immediately launch another assault from behind. With a speed akin to lightning, his attack struck what seemed to be an unsuspecting Wu Feng's back. Yet, before Emperor Shirtan could revel in his apparent success, he sensed an anomaly, as though his strike had connected with nothing but air. In an instant, he recognized the illusion he had effortlessly pierced, and without hesitation, he darted aside to evade Wu Feng's retaliatory punch that followed closely behind. Impressive footwork, indeed. No wonder you are a relic imbued with millennia of inner strength. Wu Feng remarked with an impassive expression as he observed Emperor Shirtan narrowly escape his attack. Chapter 46. The defeat of Emperor Shirtan and the collapse of the Heavenly Gate youngster. You have astonished me. After stabilizing his form, Emperor Shirtan wore an expression of vigilance, his eyes occasionally flickering with hesitation. Amidst the tumult of his thoughts, he resolved, yet, this is where it ends. Soon, you shall understand why the divine is divine. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Shirtan launched another ferocious assault, his speed akin to a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. These phantoms encircled the stationary Wu Feng, attacking from all directions with the ferocity of a torrential downpour. Faced with this relentless barrage, Wu Feng remained unfazed, responding with composure. He returned each punch with a punch and each kick with a kick, countering strike for strike. From a distance, he resembled a steadfast pine tree, rising unyieldingly from a cliff, appearing as if it had taken root, never moving an inch. Even as the tempest of rapid assaults descended upon him like a violent storm, he remained unhurried and serene, effortlessly intercepting each powerful attack with impeccable timing. This scene left the onlookers utterly astounded and speechless. Throughout this exchange, both the breathtaking speed displayed by Emperor Zhantian, a formidable being of the heavenly realm, and Wu Feng's rock-solid stance, which never wavered, showcased an astonishing reaction time that left the spectators in awe, broadening their horizons once more. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows for what felt like an eternity. After enduring countless strikes, the relentless Emperor Zhantian, realizing he could not prevail, momentarily withdrew from the fray, standing a short distance away, gazing at Wu Feng with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. "Youngster, your prowess astounds me, reminding me of someone from centuries past. A person of similar age, who was equally arrogant," he mused. "You mean the unparalleled warrior, Wu Wudi, who nearly took your life 3 centuries ago. Such a pity." Wu Feng replied with a slight shake of his head and a sigh. Then, his expression hardened, "Since he failed to complete his task of ending your life, allow me to finish what he could not." Such arrogance. You seek your own demise. I declare this warm-up game concluded. Prepare to witness the divine might that mere mortals cannot hope to contest. With that proclamation, Emperor Zhantian gently tapped his right foot against the ground, propelling himself into the sky, where he hovered 100 meters above, arms outstretched. In an instant, as he executed this action, the atmosphere transformed, winds surged, and clouds swirled. The very essence of the surrounding world, within a 10-mile radius, surged violently toward him. Under his command, this energy coalesced into a massive hand of profound ice, emanating an eerie chill and ethereal white light, swiftly descending upon Wu Feng with immense force. The formidable hand of Xianjian, as solid as iron, had not yet fully descended. Yet the oppressive force it bore caused all but Wu Feng to falter, with the weaker cultivators collapsing to the ground, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear as they gazed upon the hand that resembled a small iceberg. "Get up, all of you, and leave. Do not continue to disgrace yourselves here." Seeing the guards kneeling in submission, Duan Lang struggled against the overwhelming pressure, laboriously positioning himself to shield the guards from its might, while issuing a fierce command. "Enough, junior brother Duan, do not blame them. The strength of our adversary is truly beyond the ordinary." Following closely behind, Nie Feng, alongside the council members Bu Jingyun and Qin Shuang, approached Duan Lang, uniting to withstand the oppressive force. Although this series of events seemed to unfold slowly, it transpired in mere seconds. As the primary target, Wu Feng stood alone at the center of the looming hand, subjected to a pressure that was magnitudes greater than that felt by those around him. Yet, even amidst such intensity, Wu Feng remained steadfast, standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly unaffected by the overwhelming force, his demeanor calm. The only sign of disturbance was the gentle fluttering of his garments. He appeared entirely at ease, even taking the time to observe his surroundings, a faint smile gracing his lips upon witnessing a moment that pleased him. With his anticipated outcome achieved, Wu Feng did not linger. He slowly raised his fist towards the heavens. This punch, seemingly akin to a child's innocent play, was in truth deceptively swift, striking the massive hand of Xianjian with unexpected force. Upon their collision, a tremendous sound reverberated through the air, echoing for miles, reminiscent of thunder clashing in the sky. The seemingly incongruous encounter between fist and palm, though appearing mundane and weak, concealed an immense and restrained power, bursting forth with a force akin to a bamboo being split apart, shattering the hand into fragments that surged towards the airborne Zhantian. 10,000 blades piercing the clouds. With a resounding boom, the residual force of the punch dissipated, causing Zhantian to furrow his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face as he turned to seek Wu Feng, only to find him vanished. Before Zhantian could ponder further or extend his senses, Wu Feng reappeared at his original position, having taken the fleeting moment to obliterate the large shards of ice into mere dust, thus averting any collateral damage. "After all this time, it has been you on the offensive while I remained on the defensive. Now, I invite you to receive my strike." Returning to his original position, Wu Feng, without waiting for Emperor Zhantian to inquire, directly proclaimed, "This punch, once conceived by me, is being unleashed for the very first time. I invite you to appreciate its might." With that, he unleashed his fist, and an expansive domain manifested. In an instant, everything within a radius of several miles seemed to come to a standstill, as if the surroundings had transformed into a colossal amber, vibrant yet fragile, at risk of shattering with the slightest touch. In this moment, within the entirety of the fist domain, everyone, including Emperor Zhantian, was rendered immobile, frozen in time. With Wu Feng as the sole master, the overwhelming and boundless intent of the punch filled the domain, and with a mere thought from Wu Feng, it coalesced with the formidable forces of nature surrounding them, forming a fist strike of prodigious magnitude. This force surged towards Emperor Zhantian, whose eyes widened in terror. His face contorted in a grimace, struggling desperately to move, yet finding himself paralyzed. As he exerted every ounce of his strength in futile resistance, the impending doom loomed closer, threatening to obliterate him in the next heartbeat. In a moment of sheer desperation, Emperor Zhantian unleashed the most powerful technique of his own creation, the Sacred Heart Formula, in a bid to shatter the confinement of the fist domain and seize a glimmer of hope for survival. However, even this act proved to be in vain, for the outcome had already been sealed the instant Wu Feng's fist was launched. Despite Emperor Zhantian's formidable strike, he could only marginally diminish a fraction of the punch's intent and force. Subsequently, he was swiftly overwhelmed by the remaining might of the punch, leading to his soul's utter disintegration. Had it not been for Wu Feng's desire for phoenix blood, he would have deliberately aimed to avoid Emperor Zhantian's corporeal form with that last punch. At this moment, it would not merely be the vast clouds high above that would have vanished. Chapter 47. The defeat of Emperor Zhantian and the fall of the heavenly gate. In that moment, as Wu Feng slowly retracted his fist, the winds began to stir once more. The birds in the sky flapped their wings again, steadying their suddenly descending forms, while the leaves continued their gentle descent to the ground. With the support of his strength dissipated, the body of Emperor Zhantian plummeted straight down from a height of 100 meters. Master, have you truly reached such a level of power? I feel profoundly inadequate before you. With a mere thought, Wu Feng released the confines of his fist domain, granting freedom back to the onlookers. Amidst the awe still lingering on his face, Jiuding Ji murmured, Master, what realm have you attained now? Having regained his freedom, Tianlong, still bearing the pallor of shock, patted his chest, and, with a blend of curiosity and reverence, inquired, Indeed, Master, have you perhaps achieved a significant breakthrough, reaching the realm of the fourth heaven you envisioned? Following closely, Nia Feng, with a face full of curiosity and excitement, echoed the question. Enough with the baseless speculation. I do not possess such monstrous talent that allows for rapid breakthroughs through two major realms in quick succession, Wu Feng replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation gracing his features. He then continued, However, although I have not made a breakthrough, I am merely half a step away from transcending to the next realm. No breakthrough? That cannot be. If you have not ascended, how could you have vanquished Emperor Zhantian with a single punch, a being whose prowess rivals that of your delineated fourth heaven warriors? Qin Shuang pondered, confusion etching his face as he probed further. Haha, that is quite an insightful question, Qin Shuang. You've grasped the essence of the matter, Wu Feng chuckled, finding Qin Shuang endearing and perceptive. With a smile, he explained in a calm voice, Do you not recall my words? Realm is realm, and combat power is combat power. One must understand that sometimes the realm does not equate to combat strength, especially in the hands of certain exceptional beings. As he spoke, Wu Feng's mind wandered to the various protagonists he had encountered in novels, each possessing extraordinary talents, bizarre bloodlines, or practicing formidable techniques. In their eyes, engaging in combat 1 level higher was standard, 2 levels higher was a full exertion, and 3 levels higher was a life-or-death struggle. At this moment, as these thoughts crossed Wu Feng's mind, he swiftly quelled the arrogance and hubris that had recently blossomed within him, realizing how foolish he had been. Even with all his exertion, he had only just reached the standard of combat 1 level higher. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months flew by. It had been a full 3 months since Wu Feng had obliterated Emperor Zhantian, the master of the heavenly gate, with a single punch before the assembly hall. However, in these past 3 months, the celestial empire has seemingly taken no action, as if nothing had transpired at all. Were it not for the extraordinary battle that occurred 3 months ago, so monumental in its scale that even the common folk within a radius of several dozen miles could sense an unusual disturbance, one might indeed have been thoroughly deceived by the empire's outward facade of inactivity, while secretly, they had already commenced their operations. In the capital of the celestial empire, within the grand assembly hall, the newly elevated chairman, Qin Shuang, who had recently crossed into the second heaven realm, gazed upon the 9 assembly members seated beside him with a beaming smile, expressing his delight. Not merely gains, but immense triumphs, exclaimed Tianlong, who, after assimilating all the martial arts knowledge accumulated over a millennium by the Heavenly Gate, had surmounted his own limitations and reached the second heaven realm, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, this underscores the significance of martial heritage and the severity of those outdated feudal customs that dictate the transmission of knowledge solely through male heirs, remarked the assembly member Yangshen, his demeanor serious yet resolute. Brother Yang is correct. It is high time we take definitive action against those stubborn traditionalists, for this matter has lingered far too long. Indeed, the urgency of this issue cannot be overstated. It is time to issue a final ultimatum. Furthermore, I believe we should also address those martial sects that monopolize martial knowledge, added the usually reticent Bu Jingyun, suddenly interjecting. Does this imply? Began Jianshun, an assembly member formerly known as the legendary figure in the martial world, when he was abruptly interrupted by Bu Jingyun. There is no need for hesitation. You must be well aware of the prevailing trends in the future era. After all, you too graduated as an exemplary student from Baichuan Academy. It is time to relinquish the teachings of your master. Bu Jingyun stated plainly, cutting to the core of the issue. Indeed, junior brother Jianshun, Brother Yun's words hold merit. Should we not discard the dross of the old era? Urged Nie Feng, following suit. But there are no buts in this matter. There is no room for negotiation or dissent, for even the master has consented, Tianlong interjected, his expression one of undeniable authority. Very well, I understand, Jianshun conceded, feeling defeated upon realizing that even Wu Feng had tacitly agreed to the course of action. All right, with that settled, we shall proceed as planned and implement this immediately. Now, let us move on to the discussion of the second proposal. Upon witnessing the sole dissenting voice of Jianshun acquiesce, Qin Shuang firmly concluded the matter. In the eastern realms, amidst a certain mountain range. Are you all prepared? The great demon god, with an enigmatic smile, inquired as he observed his approaching brother. Yes, we are fully prepared. Now we await the favorable winds, replied the equally smiling Xiao Aoshi, with a sense of calm assurance. The grand calamity is set to unfold ahead of schedule, and I wonder if the final outcome will meet our expectations. By the way, have we ascertained the true prowess of the martial deity who unified the realm? The great demon god inquired with an expression of indifference. His strength is indeed formidable. A peerless warrior born once every 5 centuries, not significantly inferior to the invincible Wu from 3 centuries past, replied the proud laughing hero with utmost seriousness. Oh, is that so? That is indeed impressive, worthy of the title of martial deity, remarked the great demon god, standing with hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance with mild interest. It is commendable, however, when compared to your esteemed self, great demon god. The disparity is akin to that between the heavens and the earth, replied the proud laughing hero with an air of arrogance and disdain. Haha, indeed. In comparison to us brothers, what significance does a mere martial deity hold? Just an ant easily crushed. For how could a grain of rice dare compete with the brilliance of the full moon? The great demon god concurred, laughing heartily. In a small village located in a remote area of the realm, an elderly man, his face marred by sores, lamented with a sense of helplessness. How could the grand calamity arrive so prematurely? Something is amiss. Let me calculate. Ah, now I see. Alas, how difficult life is for the common folk. Grandfather, what is the matter? Asked the little girl beside him, her face filled with confusion and curiosity. Ah, it is nothing. Let us return quickly. The elder, jolted back to reality by his granddaughter's words, forced a self-deprecating smile, shook his head gently, and spoke slowly. Chapter 48. A battle to determine the fate of the realm the following morning at the Grand Assembly grounds of the Celestial Empire. Esteemed comrades, how prepared are we? At this moment, Qin Shuang stood prominently on the central dais of the oath-taking assembly, inquiring with a commanding presence. Rest assured, Chairman, we are all fully prepared and await your command to swiftly vanquish all adversaries, the generals directly under the Imperial Cabinet proclaimed in unison. Excellent. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further trivialities. Now, all of you, heed my command. Let us depart. Qin Shuang declared with fervor and determination. Half a day later, in a maritime expanse not far from the Eastern Isles, all troops, I command you to encircle that pirate vessel ahead without fail. We must not allow a single scoundrel to escape. Admiral Huai Kong of the Celestial Empire's Navy bellowed, pointing towards the Xianhua ship in the distance. Yes, we shall obey. The subordinates responded, rallying fervently. Attack! Fire! Open fire and sink it, regardless of life or death. What shall we do? The captain has yet to return. And we, the sixth captain, observing their encirclement by the naval forces of the Celestial Empire, spoke with a hint of concern. What is there to fear? With our strength. Dealing with this mere rabble will require little effort, the fifth captain retorted dismissively. Indeed, they are but a swarm of ants, foolishly attempting to shake the tree. The fourth captain added with an air of arrogance. Enough chatter. The enemy's assault has commenced, the third captain said, his demeanor turning serious as he noted the incoming projectiles from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of cannon fire resonated continuously. Each blazing shell, infused with tremendous force, surged towards the Xianhua ship like swallows returning to their nests. Just as they were about to strike the Xianhua, an array of formidable energies surged forth from within the ship's hold. Blade energy, sword energy, fist energy, leg energy, and finger energy all met the incoming shells head-on. Boom. Thunderous impacts reverberated as the energies collided with the cannonballs, annihilating them in midair, some reducing to mere powder, others cleaved in half, plummeting into the sea below. Continue the bombardment. Do not cease until I command it. I wish to see how much inner strength they can expend, Huaikong remarked coldly. Witnessing the first wave of cannonballs obliterated without inflicting any damage on the Xianhua. Boom, boom. The cannon fire and the sound of air friction continued to rise in a relentless barrage directed towards the encircled Xianhua, a torrential storm of artillery unleashed upon it. Boom. Thunderous explosions echoed once more. Have you all considered your positions? Continuing like this is not a viable strategy. The second-in-command diligently intercepted the incoming projectiles aimed towards their side. His expression grave as he inquired. Very well, I consent. Let us unite and advance towards the enemy flagship ahead. I concur. With this mutual agreement established, the time for hesitation had passed. They charged forth, exclaiming, "Eradicate them." In an instant, the collective unleashed their might. 7 formidable waves of energy, each spanning at least 10 zhong, surged towards the flagship's coordinates with unrestrained fervor. Their momentum was unstoppable, sweeping away the hundreds of cannonballs launched by the Celestial Navy as effortlessly as autumn leaves caught in the wind, breaking through the myriad obstacles that lay before them, and racing directly towards the flagship. Humph! Do they believe they can secure a decisive victory by targeting the general amidst the chaos of battle? Such folly. Send forth my orders at once. The Xuanwu Guard is to mobilize immediately and show no mercy. With a piercing gaze that discerned the enemy's intentions, Huaikong spoke with a serious demeanor, his eyes reflecting disdain. Yes, my lord, I shall relay the command. After all, one trains soldiers for 1,000 days to employ them in a single moment. This was also an opportune moment to evaluate whether the imperial investment in the 5 Sacred Beast Guard was indeed worthwhile. As the messenger quickly departed, Huaikong fixed his gaze ahead, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, in a forest near the coast of the Eastern Isles, the captain of the Xianhua, who had received word of the encirclement by the Celestial Navy, hurried forth in a desperate bid for rescue. Suddenly, a sword energy, ablaze with fierce flames and spanning dozens of zhong, descended upon him, forcing the captain, Xiao Ao Shi, to halt abruptly and raise his hand to gather his energy for defense. This path is obstructed. After dispatching a wave of sword energy, the figure of Duanlang swiftly emerged from the distance, appearing before Xiao Ao Shi within mere moments, halting 3 meters away, one hand resting on his sword and the other stifling a yawn, exuding an aura of languor as if just awakening. You are the Fire Lin Sword Saint. Duanlang, Xiao Ao Shi remarked upon recognizing his adversary, quickly realizing, so, everything that has transpired today was orchestrated by you. Indeed, as you surmised. Thus, I advise you to cease your futile resistance and surrender without further delay, lest I be compelled to exert unnecessary effort. Although he maintained an outwardly relaxed demeanor, Duanlang was inwardly vigilant, offering a nonchalant counsel for surrender. Humph, you arrogant youth, prepare to meet your end. Wan Daosanluo. In that moment, the captain, incensed both by Duanlang's demeanor and the obstruction that impeded his urgent mission, unleashed a furious attack. Instantly, a strike infused with the essence of countless martial arts erupted forth, altering the very atmosphere, stirring the heavens and earth, and causing all around to bow in submission. A tempest arose. The formidable strike surged forth with such rapidity that the vicinity of several hundred zhong fell under its ominous shadow. In this moment, a heavy aura enveloped the scene, an oppressive force locking onto the surroundings. The unyielding Duanlang, refusing to succumb, instantly summoned all his inner strength, countering with a fierce strike. Fire Lin devouring the sun. As the words left his lips, a surge of righteous fury radiated from Tianlong, drawing the elemental energies from the surroundings within a mile radius, coalescing into a colossal blade of sword intent, imbued with temperatures rivaling that of molten lava. This blazing force surged forth to meet the myriad of diverse energy attacks that descended upon him. The clash reverberated violently in the air, the two strikes colliding with tremendous intensity, neither yielding nor retreating, their energies counteracting one another, sending shockwaves that radiated outward, obliterating everything in their path without exception. The once lush and verdant forest was reduced to a desolate expanse of roughly 10 miles in diameter, with a violent explosion propelling him several hundred meters away. Tianlong felt a sharp pain in his chest as he landed, a sudden sweetness filling his throat, and he could no longer contain himself, spewing forth a mouthful of crimson. Meanwhile, the equally propelled Xiao Aoshi, after staggering back over 100 meters, regained control of his body. From a distance, he appeared unscathed, save for his labored breathing, more intense than before. Haha, do you see? This is the insurmountable chasm that lies between you and me, foolish junior. The arrogant leader strode several hundred meters to stand before the half-kneeling Tianlong, sword in hand, basking in a triumphant sneer. Without further hesitation, he launched another ruthless attack, intent on ending Tianlong's life. May the four great evils perish. Arrogant and ignorant youth. Destiny is mine alone, and the sword is my only salvation. As death bore down upon him, at the precipice of life and death, Tianlong summoned his inner power, focusing his will into the divine sword in his grasp. In that fleeting moment, amidst the chaos of thoughts, he resolved to unleash a desperate strike, stirring the elemental forces within a 10-mile radius. He cleaved forth a searing blade of flame, immense in size. Upon contact, the two strikes held for a brief second, yet it was Tianlong's sword, infused with his entire might, that gained the upper hand, cleaving Xiao Aoshi's lethal blow in two, with the residual force hurtling towards him. Humph. Breaking through in the heat of battle? So what? It does not alter your destined demise, for the gap between us cannot be bridged by a mere breakthrough. As the colossal sword approached, Xiao Aoshi disdainfully snorted, retaliating with his own strike. Chapter 49. A battle to determine the realm, the formidable finger. Embodying the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, unleashed a cataclysmic power that effortlessly pierced through the sword of Tianlong, which had transcended its limits. The overwhelming force continued unabated, swiftly advancing towards Tianlong. At that moment, Tianlong, having expended nearly all of his vitality in a desperate strike, could only brace himself against his sword, helplessly witnessing the impending doom emanating from that dreadful finger. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and the atmosphere trembled as a thunderous clash erupted. The sound reverberated, unleashing a tempest that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Trees turned to ash, soil was upheaved, and the earth fractured, sinking 3 feet deep within a radius of several miles. At long last, you have arrived. Had you delayed any longer, you would have had to seek me in the underworld. Tianlong, suspended in midair and flanked by Bu Jingyun and Niafeng, remarked with a mix of trepidation and levity, observing the chaos below. Enough, Brother Lang. It would be prudent for you to speak less and consume the latest Bodhi pill from the alchemy pavilion to recuperate, Niafeng urged with genuine concern. Indeed, Brother Lang. Focus on your recovery here. We shall handle the rest, Bu Jingyun added gently, turning to face the indifferent Xiao Aoshi. Rest assured, my brother will ensure he receives a fitting lesson. Oh, it appears that you two are the revered Yun Saint Bu Jingyun and Feng Saint Niafeng of the Celestial Empire. Impressive indeed, to possess such strength at a tender age. Yet, it is unfortunate that fate often exhibits jealousy towards the gifted. Your time is nigh. You will not survive beyond a mere moment, for you have provoked someone you should never have encountered, the chief declared, his eyes glinting with malice. Are you referring to yourself as that person? Such brazen arrogance. Do you truly believe yourself to be a deity wielding dominion over life and death? Bu Jingyun retorted coldly. Enough, Brother Yun. Our master has advised against wasting words on these soulless relics. We shall engage them directly, Niafeng interjected, his gaze icy as he regarded Xiao Aoshi. With that, he instantly summoned his inner strength, channeling it into his legs, enhancing his speed through his techniques, and surged towards Xiao Aoshi. Observing this, Bu Jingyun wasted no time, following suit with his enhanced cloud-dispersing palm, advancing directly upon Xiao Aoshi. Each strike was more potent than the last, each move swifter. As Niafeng, accompanied by flickering shadows, executed a seamless assault against Xiao Aoshi. From a distance, one could only perceive 3 figures engaging in a relentless clash. Moving with the swiftness of lightning, appearing one moment here and the next several hundred meters away. As time gradually flowed onward, the intensity of their battle escalated, quickening in pace until, moments later, the battlefield was illuminated solely by the radiant hues of three distinct colors, intertwining and converging. In that instant, due to the remarkable synergy between the duo of Feng and Yun, they managed to hold their ground against the formidable Laughing at the World, matching him blow for blow. However, such favorable circumstances are seldom enduring. As their energy waned under the relentless drain of their powers, Feng and Yun ultimately found themselves outmatched by the ancient being, Laughing at the World, who had lived for at least 5 or 6 centuries. Gradually, their strength diminished, and the once tight-knit alliance revealed a chink in its armor, which the seasoned Laughing at the World seized upon, breaking through their combined efforts with a single, decisive strike. Perish. With that, Laughing at the World exploited the fleeting opening, first sending Bu Jingyun hurtling through the air with a powerful palm strike, and then swiftly pivoting to deliver a kick that launched Nie Feng far away. In an instant, both Feng and Yun, grievously injured, landed several hundred meters apart, each tasting blood as they involuntarily coughed up crimson. Brother Feng, it appears our only recourse is to merge our strengths once more and unleash the ultimate technique our master spoke of, the Maha Wuliang. To turn the tide of this battle, Bu Jingyun asserted resolutely, wiping the blood from his lips as he turned to Nie Feng, who was not far off. But, brother you are aware that we have yet to master this technique. If we attempt it, we may not be able to control it, and could inadvertently harm the innocent. Nie Feng replied, a pained expression crossing his face as he envisioned the potential consequences. At this juncture, we can no longer afford to hesitate. If we do not act, not only shall we perish, but so too will our brother Duan. Bu Jingyun declared with a steely resolve. Very well. Though kind-hearted, Nie Feng was not one to be overly rigid. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. No sooner had the words left his lips than he leapt into action, joining Bu Jingyun in the air. Their feet collided in a powerful strike, invoking the might of their respective elemental destinies. Feng and Yun united, invincible in the realm. In that fleeting moment, with their convergence, a tempest arose, the heavens dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The forces of nature within a radius of several dozen miles surged and converged violently, coalescing into a colossal tornado with at least an 18th-level wind force, a sight both magnificent and awe-inspiring. Enough, Brother Lang, there is no need for further resistance. Retreat swiftly. As Nie Feng struggled to harness the immense, oceanic power of the world alongside Bu Jingyun, he urgently called out to the beleaguered Duanlang. With a thunderous roar, the battle reached its climax. Duanlang first seized the opportunity to escape by sacrificing his own injuries, managing to retreat a safe distance. However, unable to endure the pressure any longer, he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, staining the ground before him, and staggered away into the distance. Perish, you malevolent, wicked monster devoid of humanity, he bellowed in fury. Following this, Feng and Yun ceased to restrain the surging forces of nature, commanding a colossal tornado that enveloped the unsuspecting Xiao Aoshi. Despicable youths, you are truly the epitome of foolishness, he roared. Break for me. The four fiends unite as one. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Aoshi was compelled to channel all his internal energy, executing an overwhelmingly powerful ultimate technique. Instantly, the primordial forces of earth, water, fire, and wind converged from miles around, coalescing around him to form an immense manifestation of chaos, nearly 1,000 feet in size. The titanic tornado clashed violently with this force, resembling two colossal giants engaged in a fierce struggle. Each collision unleashed a tempest of energy, devastating the landscape, uprooting trees, and shattering mountains of varying heights. After a brief, yet cataclysmic struggle, the epic confrontation drew to a close. Xiao Aoshi, having reached his limit, found his body and spiritual essence obliterated by the chaotic forces. His corporeal form was reduced to nothingness, and his soul was shattered by the wills of Feng and Yun, scattering into the ether, returning to the cosmos. With the outcome now clear and their foe vanquished, Feng and Yun exchanged a knowing smile. Relieved, they allowed the magnificent forces of nature to dissipate around them, their bodies descending gently to the earth, where they met the ground with a soft thud, leaving behind a pool of vibrant red. As the new year approaches, I wish all friends a joyful new year, filled with prosperity and harmony. Chapter 50, The Battle That Determines the World, Part 2, while the three brothers, Wind, Cloud, and Rain, united in their efforts to confront the leader, at the same moment in a rural expanse of the Eastern Isles, the sun, a vibrant crimson orb, descended languidly towards the distant western horizon. The evening glow permeated half the sky, and as time flowed gently, the dripping red sun finally vanished beyond the horizon, heralding the silent arrival of twilight. Should I refer to you as Zhang Wu, or the great demon god? Perhaps I should simply call you by your name. Xianjian. Having arrived early, I observed the transformation of the ordinary farmer, Zhang Wu, diligently toiling in the fields. It was only with the onset of dusk, as nightfall cloaked the land, that I suddenly inquired, "How did you discern my identity, given that I believed I had concealed myself so adeptly?" Once wholly committed to the guise of a humble farmer, the hunched figure of Xianjian straightened, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, his gaze becoming icy and indifferent. Does that truly matter? Indeed, it matters little now, for after I eliminate you, I shall extinguish all those who possess knowledge of this affair. The great demon god, with a self-satisfied grin, spoke coldly. With that, he launched his attack, the mysterious Four Absolutes, Sun Feng Fist. It is no wonder that the mysterious Four Absolutes, a supreme martial art crafted by the ancient being Xiao Sen Xiao, who has roamed the earth for over 4 millennia, harnesses the primal forces of the universe, wind, thunder, fire, and rain. This technique effortlessly draws upon the ceaseless vitality of nature, elevating its wielder to unparalleled heights. As the great demon god, Xianjian, unleashed his power, the very heavens trembled and the earth quaked within a 10-mile radius. The natural force of wind surged forth, gathering violently, akin to a tempest of 12 typhoons. As it followed the trajectory of his fist, sweeping towards Wu Feng, who stood a mere 10 paces away, the tumultuous winds transformed into a barrage of dense wind blades, hurtling towards Wu Feng with relentless precision. Confronted by the onslaught of countless wind blades and a giant fist extending several hundred feet, Wu Feng remained composed, his body resolute and unmoving. With mere thoughts, he summoned a protective shield, meticulously refined and enhanced over the years. With a resounding crash, the air filled with clouds of dust and debris, collapsing buildings and swaying trees, while fissures marred the landscape for miles around. Moments later, as the haze began to dissipate, a stunned Xianjian exclaimed, "How is this possible?" To witness Wu Feng stand unscathed in the aftermath of his formidable punch left him astounded. "Indeed, you are worthy of being the mightiest boss in Wind and Cloud 3. The force of that punch was truly remarkable. I dare say it ranks among the strongest I have ever encountered. Although it fell just short of shaking my invincible aura, you deserve my commendation." Gently brushing off the dust that had settled on his shoulder, Wu Feng remarked with a hint of mockery, "What great boss? Nonsense. I refuse to believe your claims of invincible defense. Perish before me." The 4 absolute heavenly techniques, Thunderclap Fist. The unyielding demon god, without the slightest hesitation, summoned his inner power with a mere thought and unleashed the most potent strike of the 4 absolute techniques with ferocity directed at Wu Feng. Boom! Accompanied by the full force of the demon god's blow, a tempest arose within 100 miles, winds howling as clouds gathered swiftly in the sky, forming a colossal mass of darkness that enveloped the 10-mile radius below, turning the once dimly lit earth into a pitch-black void. Had it not been for the successive roars of thunder and the flickering flashes of lightning that illuminated the heavens, this place would have been utterly devoid of light, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. In an instant, as the demon god exerted his utmost strength, bolts of lightning, as thick as a bottle's neck, descended from the heavens, surrounding the massive fist of power and racing towards Wu Feng. Witnessing the onslaught of lightning, akin to 1,000 thunders converging, Wu Feng remained unperturbed, his heart steady. Astonished yet composed, with unwavering calm, he summoned his invincible aura to counter the impending cataclysmic strike. Crack! Boom! The earth-shattering sound erupted, scattering in all directions, resonating across 1,000 miles, the echoes lingering in the air until they gradually faded away. Due to the sheer magnitude of the demon god's blow, Wu Feng was thrust back 10 miles, demolishing at least 100 robust trees, dozens of tall buildings, and several hills along his path, carving a straight trench that stretched for 10 miles before finally coming to a halt. Huff huff, surely, this must be the end. After expending all his energy in that ultimate strike, the exhausted demon god, panting heavily, fixed his gaze on the distant figure 10 miles away. "I'm truly sorry. I fear I must disappoint you once more." Step by step, appearing to move slowly yet swiftly, Wu Feng materialized before the demon god, continuing, "What? How can it be still unharmed? This is impossible. Who are you? I already told you, didn't I? To shake my invincible aura. You still lack 1,000,000 points, Wu Feng replied with an expression of indifference. He then turned slightly, raising his gaze to the slowly ascending full moon, and continued, As for who I am, haven't you already guessed? Haha, you have fallen into my trap, Shinjo Wushin Wufeng. You have missed your chance. The great demon god gazed at the resplendent full moon that had already risen, laughing maniacally with an expression of triumph. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wufeng, with an unruffled demeanor, interrupted him with a calm tone. Since you have sufficiently rested and recuperated, let us proceed. Allow me to witness the extent of your power under the full moon's influence. Indeed, you are deliberate. You were aware of the unique characteristics of my martial arts in advance, the great demon god remarked gravely, his caution evident. Otherwise, why would I engage in such a lengthy discourse with you, if not to witness the mightiest strike of the four supreme techniques at their pinnacle? Wufeng replied, his tone imbued with an air of nonchalance. Humph, exceedingly arrogant, young one. You shall soon bear the consequences of your hubris, enduring a lifetime of pain and regret. Prepare to perish. For elements of heaven and earth, wind, thunder, fire, and rain, united as one. With a fierce roar, the great demon god unleashed a merciless assault. His face twisted in a savage grimace. Chapter 51. The battle that determines the world with a thunderous roar. The ultimate technique of the great demon god unleashed a tumultuous storm, transforming the very heavens and earth, causing the forces of nature within a 100-mile radius to surge wildly. In a fleeting moment, colossal tornadoes, thousands of feet in size, coalesced, enveloping the landscape in a tempest of dark clouds crackling with lightning. Alongside an immense sea of fire that illuminated the night as if it were day, accompanied by a torrential downpour that struck like daggers. In an instant, under the unrestrained power of the great demon god, the natural forces of the world converged to create a scene reminiscent of the primal chaos at the dawn of creation, where the elemental powers wreaked havoc upon all existence. Boom, rumble, crackle. Faced with a strike that surpassed natural disasters 1,000-fold, Wufeng, after a moment of astonishment, unfurled a 3-foot invincible barrier of energy that enveloped him from all angles. He remained unyielding as waves of searing flames crashed against him, undeterred by the titanic tornadoes that twisted and collided, and seemingly oblivious to the relentless barrage of rain that fell like blades. Exuding an air of calm composure, Wufeng only revealed a hint of surprise and anticipation when the thunderous clouds above unleashed their fury. Boom! Bolts of lightning surged towards him, as if he were undergoing a tribulation, each strike more powerful than the last. Beginning with 1,000,000 volts, the voltage doubled, escalating to 2 million, for million, 32 million, 56 million, and ultimately reaching 1,240,000,000 volts. It was only when the great demon god's own strength and realm proved insufficient to conjure a more potent thunderstrike that the onslaught reluctantly ceased. Moments later, after enduring the scorching flames, the rain of blades, the ferocious winds, and the relentless thunder, the area surrounding the battlefield lay in ruins. Within 100 miles, everything was annihilated. Broken walls, shattered stones, lifelessness pervaded the air. A desolate wasteland remained. Ha! Ha! Finally dead, it is over, ha! As the clouds of dust settled, the great demon god surveyed the once hilly terrain, now transformed into a vast crater. And after confirming the absence of all life apart from himself, he gasped for breath while laughing triumphantly. Yet, before his laughter could fully escape his lips, a sudden crack echoed through the desolate expanse, the sound of crumbling stone and rolling debris resonating ominously, piercing through the stillness of this barren land. How could this be? As Wufeng emerged suddenly from the abyss, suspended in midair, his body remained unscathed, showing no signs of injury. The great demon god abruptly halted his maniacal laughter, his entire being seemingly frozen in disbelief. I cannot believe this. It cannot be real. I must be dreaming. Yes, I surely have yet to awaken. Haha. In a state of utter shock, the great demon god, overwhelmed by the crushing blow to his worldview, covered his face with his hands, desperately uttering words he himself struggled to accept, attempting to use self-hypnosis to evade the harsh reality before him. For a moment, he appeared almost mad. Oh dear, have you truly lost your wits? Your spirit is far too fragile. Wufeng remarked with a look of genuine concern for the fallen warrior's reputation. Rather than let you languish in folly for eternity, I shall bestow upon you a grand farewell, preserving your name for posterity. Without further delay, Wufeng gathered his energy and launched a perfectly executed punch towards the great demon god, unleashing an immense wave of force that compressed the air around him, forming a cannon of compressed air that traversed the 100 meters to strike the great demon god down. Just as this air cannon was about to make contact with the still raving great demon god, he suddenly leaned back, narrowly evading the lethal blow at the last possible moment. How did you see through my ruse? The great demon god stammered. Wu Feng interjected, let me finish your thought for you. Not allowing the great demon god a moment to regain his composure, he continued. I cannot fathom whether you are the fool, or if I am the simpleton for believing such an obvious charade. This moment brings to mind countless scenes from television and film where defeated villains feign enlightenment, only to be generously forgiven by naive protagonists and their companions. I shall fight you to the bitter end. The four heavenly extremes unite, enraged by what he perceived as a dual insult to his acting prowess and intellect. The great demon god leapt into the air, standing defiantly 100 meters above, beneath the moonlight. In his fury, he unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, and without hesitation, turned to flee towards the distant ocean. Now you wish to escape? Alas, it is too late. After enduring your numerous attacks, it is only fitting that I reciprocate with one of my own. Should you withstand this punch and survive, I shall spare you, he declared. Prepare for the unrivaled might. With that, he launched his fist forward, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura of power surged forth, enveloping the surrounding area for miles, akin to a colossal tidal wave, consuming everything in its path. The vast expanse, spanning 100 miles, was permeated with an overwhelming aura of martial intent, which had materialized into a visible realm of force. The moment it manifested, it rendered everything within that space frozen and solidified, akin to amber, save for the flow of consciousness. Everything else was left untouched, with no exceptions. From a distance, one could observe the great demon god, in a moment of haste, unleashing a formidable attack imbued with hurricanes, lightning, rain of arrows, and flames. As this assault surged toward Wu Feng, it abruptly came to a halt, suspended motionless in midair. Moreover, the vast and unyielding martial intent, having solidified the incoming onslaught in an instant, surged forward, radiating outward at an astonishing speed, swiftly overtaking the fleeing great demon god. No. In that fleeting moment of being pursued, the great demon god could only utter a despairing wail, and was subsequently rendered powerless, encased in the expansive martial intent, which permeated his entire being. Alas, what a pity! Had you mustered the courage in that final moment, exerting all your strength and risking everything, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. Wu Feng shook his head, lamenting. With that, he wasted no further time. Turning away and making his way toward the locations of Bujingyun, Niefeng, and Duanlang, moving at a steady pace. Within mere seconds, he vanished from the sight of the great demon god, whose head was yet to dissipate entirely. Chapter 52, The World of Winds and Clouds. Conclusion and return. Moments later, Wu Feng strolled towards them from a distance. Though his pace appeared leisurely, it was, in reality, as if he were traversing the very fabric of space and time, arriving simultaneously with his spoken words. So how do you feel after this battle? Have you truly come to grasp the extent of your own strength, or does your heart still swell with pride? He teased gently, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the three brothers, now leaning on one another for support. Master, please refrain from mocking us. We have recognized our errors. Duanlang replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, Master, I have finally comprehended the profound truth of beyond the mountains. There are higher mountains, and beyond people, there are greater people, Niefeng added with a reflective sigh. Master, after this battle, I have become acutely aware of my own inadequacies. Thus, I humbly request your permission to resign from my position as a council member upon my return, so that I may devote myself entirely to the martial path and strive to reach the supreme realm of martial arts you once spoke of, to rescue my mother. Bujingyun implored earnestly, determination etched on his face. Yun, there is no need. Enough. Both of you, cease your chatter. Wu Feng interjected authoritatively before Duanlang and Niefeng could offer their reassurances. He then turned to Bujingyun, his expression grave. Have you thought this through? Are you certain you will not regret this decision? I have no regrets. I am resolute in my choice, and I hope you will grant me this wish, Master. Bujingyun replied, kneeling before him, his gaze unwavering. Very well, so be it. Rise, Wu Feng said after a moment of contemplation, his heart softened by compassion, though tinged with resignation. With that, Wu Feng, devoid of enthusiasm, set off towards the Xinzhou Navy, which awaited him at the shore after successfully completing their mission. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was late July of the 19th year of the Celestial Empire. By this point, 30 years had elapsed since Wu Feng first arrived in this realm, 19 years since the establishment of the empire, and a decade since the downfall of the malevolent mastermind behind the Great Calamity. It is worth noting that after Wu Feng and his 3 disciples vanquished the 2 hidden instigators of the Great Calamity a decade prior, they returned to announce 2 earth-shattering events within a month. Firstly, Wu Jingyun, who held a significant position as one of the 9 council members of the Imperial Central Council, unexpectedly resigned, choosing to retire to focus on his martial training. Secondly, the following month, the Empire led a month-long dragon-slaying campaign involving various martial artists and sect masters. Despite the heavy toll on the participating martial experts, nearly all of whom suffered grievous losses, the campaign ultimately achieved its anticipated objective, returning the severely injured colossal azure dragon to the Celestial Empire in its entirety. It is worth mentioning that the devastating dragon-slaying war resulted in heavy casualties among the martial arts experts, which in turn led to the downfall of a small faction of incorrigible conspirators. These individuals, who had previously spread rumors and created chaos within the empire, harbored ambitions of usurping power and restoring the previous dynasty. However, stripped of their formidable protective support, they were apprehended en masse by imperial spies shortly before the arrival of the following year. Consequently, with the absence of these petty saboteurs undermining progress from the shadows, the Celestial Empire experienced a period of unprecedented prosperity and rapid development in the ensuing years, akin to a remarkable leap forward. To this day, the Celestial Empire has not only achieved complete unification of the entire Eurasian continent, but has also embarked on an unparalleled era of maritime exploration and adventure. Furthermore, it has made strides towards realizing its lofty initial goals and noble ideals of establishing a world of equality, freedom, and harmony for all. In the heart of Shenzhou, the newly established entertainment city of Leking, there exists a bustling 3-story tavern named Uli Inn. At this moment, the establishment is abuzz with life, filled to capacity with a diverse array of leisurely patrons from all corners of the world, creating a scene reminiscent of a teeming sea of humanity. Ahem, quiet down, everyone. The time has come. The 3 lists shall be unveiled. At the center of the tavern stage stands an elderly man in a gray robe, slender in build, yet with a bright spark in his eyes and pronounced temples, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, as he calls out loudly. Old Go, is it true that the most enigmatic of the 3 lists, the Celestial List, will be revealed this time? A well-dressed middle-aged man, evidently familiar with the elder, eagerly poses the question. Indeed, Old Go, is it true? The 3 lists have existed for at least a decade, yet only the mortal list and the earthly list, representing the realms of ordinary masters and terrestrial immortals, have been disclosed. The Celestial List, which is said to be comparable to the divine beings of legend, has never been unveiled. A robust young man in his 20s, embodying a carefree spirit, expresses his discontent. Absolutely. It is indeed so. In an instant, before the man named Old Gu can respond, the crowd within the inn murmurs in agreement and approval. All right, everyone, please settle down. I shall indeed disclose the legendary Celestial List this time. Old Gu gestures with both hands to quell the noise, affirmatively responding. Now then, I won't indulge in pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point. This time, I shall unveil all 3 lists simultaneously. Old Gu declares directly, with a flourish. 3 scrolls, one representing the mortal list in green, the earthly list in white, and the celestial list in gold, cascade down from above, unfurling gracefully. As the crowd gazed upon the celestial rankings, they beheld the first on the heavenly list, the primordial deity who created humanity and mended the heavens, the great goddess Nuwa. The second was another ancient god, who observed the heavens and surveyed the earth, the great sun deity. The third was the ancient emperor of humanity, the progenitor of culture, the yellow emperor Xianyuan. The fourth was the ancient demon emperor, who ravaged the living, the fierce Qiyu. The fifth was the god of the future, who defied the fabric of time, the deity of the half. The sixth was the ancient swordsman, whose sword intent shaped worlds, the master of the sword realm. As for the rankings from 7th to 36th, they remained vacant and undecided. On the earthly list, the first was the martial god of the divine land, Wufeng. The second was the beloved of the city, the martial Saint Guan Yu. The third was the 12 bewilderments, known as Xiao San Xiao. The fourth was the true skill of the Xuanwu, Wudi. The fifth was the reincarnated sword saint, Lu Mia Er San. The 72nd was the sword-bowing manner, Bai Bai Ao Bai. On the human list, the first was the reincarnated sword saint, Long Air. The second was the boundless divine palm, Butian. At the foot of the Leshan giant Buddha, beside the entrance of Lingyun Cave, Niafeng looked at Wufeng, who stood by the river, tears welling in his eyes as he softly murmured, "Master, must you truly depart? Can you not stay?" "Yes, master, could you not remain?" "Enough. Jingyun, do not speak. My mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion, Wu Feng declared with unwavering resolve. With that, Wu Feng, both speechless and slightly irritated, added, "Moreover, did we not agree upon this long ago? The most important thing is that I shall not be gone forever. However, master, if after your departure, some ancient fiend stirs up a catastrophic upheaval, what then?" Tianlong said, worry etched upon his face. "Heh, you rascal, are you trying to be clever? With your current strength, if you join forces, you would not be invincible. But you would at least possess the power to face half a god," Wu Feng replied, both amused and exasperated as he pointed at Tianlong. "Enough. I understand your reluctance. But let us not dwell on it any further." Years of cultivation allowed Wu Feng to swiftly calm his tumultuous emotions, regaining his tranquil demeanor as he spoke softly. "Master," in that moment, the three brothers gazed at Wu Feng, who stood with his back to the river, his presence emanating an increasingly ethereal aura. Suddenly, an unbidden premonition surged through their hearts, as if he might vanish with the wind at any moment, casting a shadow over their spirits. "Feng Lang do you remember the first time we met? Do you recall what you said upon seeing me?" The garments fluttered chaotically in the river breeze, creating a resonant sound. As the figure of Wu Feng grew increasingly ethereal, as if he might vanish with the wind at any moment. With a hazy gaze, he gently inquired, "Immortal?" Suddenly reminded, Tianlong and Nie Feng echoed his words in unison. "Indeed, now this immortal must ponder from whence I came and to where I shall return." Enough jesting. Wu Feng turned to cast a profound glance at the three, then, with a serene smile, he said, "Yun'er, Feng, Langer, our destinies as master and disciples have intertwined. Until we meet again." As his words faded, Wu Feng, devoid of any lingering attachments or concerns, willed his thoughts, instantly activating the fully charged progress bar of his golden finger. In that moment, as silently as he had arrived, he departed without a trace, vanishing into thin air. Chapter 53. Journey through the Starry Sea in the world of Dragon Ball. Within the North Galaxy on Earth, a radiant sun cast its golden rays upon the landscape. At this moment, in a pristine forest on the western continent, a myriad of animals frolicked joyfully or instinctively engaged in activities beneficial to their well-being. Amidst this lively scene, a robust male Tyrannosaurus rex, intent on asserting dominance over a female of its kind, was suddenly interrupted by the unexpected appearance of a figure materializing between them. This uninvited guest was none other than Wu Feng, returning triumphantly from the tumultuous world of Fengyun. After an absence of 30 years, he had finally returned to the homeland he cherished most dearly. However, before Wu Feng could indulge in a moment of nostalgia to express his sentiments, a foul and aggressive force surged towards him, accompanied by an enraged roar that echoed through the forest. With a resounding crash, the male Tyrannosaurus rex instinctively lunged at Wu Feng, its formidable jaws clashing against an impervious energy barrier that Wu Feng had unconsciously summoned. In an instant, the creature's razor-sharp teeth shattered, scattering across the ground. The pain from its broken fangs elicited a harrowing cry from the male T-Rex, which thrashed its massive head in agony, retreating from Wu Feng as if aware it had provoked an insurmountable foe. Yet, it was too late. The moment Wu Feng laid eyes on the two dinosaurs, he had silently resolved to seize the opportunity presented by fate. His first meal upon returning would be the long-forgotten delicacy of dinosaur meat. Moments later, by a babbling brook adjacent to the ancient forest, Wu Feng effortlessly dealt with the unfortunate pair of dinosaurs while reflecting on the myriad of experiences he had gained through his journey. One undeniable realization emerged. The goals he had set prior to his crossing had not only been achieved, but had far surpassed his expectations. Now, back in the Dragon Ball universe, he reveled in the overwhelming vitality coursing through his liberated body, feeling an aura that was over 200 times more potent than before. Wu Feng could not help but feel a surge of elation. If his combat prowess prior to the journey was approximately 3,600, it now soared to around 750,000, placing him well above the average level of the elite fighters in Universe 7. In fact, he even eclipsed the infamous Frieza, the tyrant of the Frost Demon race, in his standard form, positioning himself as a formidable force within the cosmos, capable of commanding respect among the powerful. Moreover, as long as he refrained from provoking exceptionally dangerous individuals, he believed he could thrive, basking in prosperity and freedom. While the significant enhancement of his strength was indeed a source of great joy for Wu Feng, there were other delightful discoveries that awaited him beyond this. After another traversal, Wu Feng finally comprehended and confirmed a significant matter concerning his existence, particularly the temporal ratio between the world of traversal and the Dragon Ball universe. In a mundane world devoid of extraordinary elements, also known as a semi-plane, 1 year equates to merely 1 second in the Dragon Ball realm. In a lower-tier world, such as a world infused with low martial, low magic, or low illusion elements, 1 year corresponds to 1 minute in the Dragon Ball universe. In a primary world, referred to as a minor thousand worlds, like the intermediate martial world Wu Feng first traversed, 1 year translates to 1 hour in the Dragon Ball cosmos. Following this pattern, in a mid-tier world, or intermediate thousand worlds, 1 year equals 1 day in the Dragon Ball realm. In an advanced world, the ordinary great thousand worlds, 1 year corresponds to 1 month in the Dragon Ball universe. In a superlative world, the pinnacle great thousand world, 1 year is equivalent to 1 season in the Dragon Ball realm. Finally, in a top-tier world, the perfect great thousand world, 1 year aligns with 1 year in the Dragon Ball universe. As for the eternal supreme worlds directly managed by the exalted pathways, they remain unmentioned for now. Having initially clarified the temporal ratios of the traversed worlds in his mind, Wu Feng promptly unleashed his perception, enveloping the entirety of Earth in an instant. Selecting the essence of an individual from a distant city as his target, he activated his instantaneous movement. In a flash, Wu Feng's figure vanished, only to reappear at the original spot within less than a second. Had one not been watching intently, accompanied by the diverse array of spices that suddenly appeared in Wu Feng's hands, they might have believed he had never moved at all. It was utterly inconceivable that, in less than a second, Wu Feng not only glanced at a calendar to confirm his absence for a month, thus validating his inferred temporal ratio, but also conveniently acquired the barbecue spices he required. After meticulously preparing everything needed for the barbecue, Wu Feng, with a mere thought, extended his right hand, combining his middle and index fingers to unleash a razor-sharp blade composed of energy, approximately 1 meter in length. From a distance, it appeared as though Wu Feng wielded the blade with astonishing speed, leaving behind a flurry of blurry afterimages, densely filling a space of less than 10 cubic meters. In this manner, within mere moments, the concentrated energy blade of Wu Feng had sliced through 2 enormous Tyrannosaurus rexes, each measuring at least 7 or 8 meters in size. He began to relish the fruits of his labor. Shortly thereafter, after savoring his first meal upon returning, Wu Feng wasted no time in continuing his series of instantaneous movements. In the previous moment, he was near his uncle, the esteemed Wu Taidou, confirming his uncle's safety and witnessing his steady improvement in strength. In the next instant, he found himself within the Lianshan Valley, observing his family members diligently engaged in various mundane tasks or undergoing arduous training. After quietly watching for a while and ensuring that his relatives were safe and in good health, Wu Feng no longer hesitated and activated his teleportation once more, silently departing without a trace. Upon his next appearance, Wu Feng arrived on a small island, glancing at the island's current master, his junior brother Wu Tian, before departing again. Reappearing, he found himself near a grand martial arts arena named Xianlu, spanning over 1,000 square meters, located in the heart of a bustling metropolis. After a brief look at Tao Baihe, he again activated his teleportation without a moment's pause, vanishing into silence once more. Thus, utilizing the convenience of his teleportation, Wu Feng visited each individual in turn. After finishing his visit with the last junior brother who had already embarked on his journey, he made his way directly to the Korin Tower, where he exchanged a substantial quantity of Sinzu beans with the Korin sage. At that moment, after bidding farewell to the Korin sage, Wu Feng no longer hesitated. He unleashed his full perception, and in the blink of an eye, he traversed the entire solar system, heading towards the Hanoi star region. At last, he sensed a presence. Very well, it is you. With that thought, Wu Feng instantly activated his teleportation, his figure flickering briefly before he entirely vanished from the Korin Tower. Chapter 54. Journey through the starry sea in a distant, unnamed galaxy not far from the solar system. There exists a planet renowned throughout the cosmos for a singular individual. At this moment, before a grand palace on the planet named after a figure known as Zuno, a cacophony of voices fills the air, creating a lively atmosphere. With a sudden flash of teleportation, Wu Feng materializes at this location. As he arrives, what first captures his attention is an interminable line composed of a myriad of bizarre extraterrestrial beings, resembling a serpentine dragon in its winding form. Where am I? How could there be so many aliens, all dutifully queuing? Wu Feng muses to himself, his expression a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment as he surveys his surroundings. Silence, everyone. Please, quiet down. It is now time for the next candidate, Mr. Kabuzachi. Kindly follow me, Mr. Kabuzachi. At that moment, an alien with a round face, large ears, A bald head and rosy lips, adorned in a red and yellow attire, emerges from the palace. He peruses a small booklet in his hands while calling out in a monotonous voice. As he finishes his announcement, he instinctively turns to leave, only to halt halfway. Turning his serious gaze towards Wu Feng, who is meandering nearby. "Excuse me, sir, the one wondering about." "Yes, you. Please adhere to the rules and join the queue properly. Otherwise, Lord Zuno shall not entertain any inquiries from you." Lord Zuno? That name rings a bell. Wu Feng contemplates. "Ah yes, I recall now. I never anticipated that my journey through the Starry Sea would commence on the very planet of this remarkable individual, reputed to possess omniscience and an understanding of all things." Reflecting on the descriptions of Zuno from the original text, Wu Feng is struck by a sense of astonishment. He then realizes that, while this situation is unexpected, it aligns with his prior expectations. After all, the galactic patrolman, Gark, who bore a striking resemblance to Ultraman, mentioned that Zuno's planet was not far from the solar system. As Wu Feng sifts through his long-buried memories, he suddenly comprehends the situation. Throughout this process, apart from the initial directive, he had entirely disregarded Zuno's servant, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zuno himself, save for their size. "Sir, are you even listening to me?" The servant, resembling a larger version of Zuno, exclaims, his face now tinged with irritation as he observes Wu Feng remaining still. "If you have heard me, please comply with Lord Zuno's regulations and join the line. Well, perhaps it is best to avoid causing any trouble while abroad. Exercising caution is never a mistake," Wu Feng concludes, resolving to proceed with prudence. In the tumultuous realm where the formidable Wu Feng resided, he was initially incensed by the words he heard. However, he swiftly recalled that he was on someone else's territory, perhaps home to formidable individuals or arcane methods. To avoid any potential mishap that could lead to his downfall, Wu Feng chose to stifle his anger, continuously persuading himself internally. Although he was aware from the original narrative that Zuno's power was not particularly formidable, certainly not reaching the level of a Super Saiyan 2, as evidenced by the intimidation from the apprentice god of destruction Zemasu in Universe 10, he recognized that Zuno possessed at least the strength to command a significant faction or some peculiar abilities. After all, how could such a multitude of extraterrestrials from various planets remain so compliant without a modicum of power? Zuno? Perhaps it would be wiser to let that matter rest for now. He resolved to revisit it once his own strength had amplified. With that thought, he decided to move on to the next destination. After casting one last glance at the lengthy queue that seemed to stretch almost 1,000 miles, Wu Feng deliberated and chose not to pursue the matter further. He would continue his original quest of traversing the cosmos in search of formidable opponents for battle experience, while also seeking to witness the renowned planets from the narrative, Yadrit and Metama. With his mind made up, Wu Feng, having discreetly noted the essence of Zuno and his attendants, activated his instantaneous movement, vanishing abruptly before the watchful eyes of the crowd, just as he had arrived. Half a day later, in a bustling urban street on the planet Aura, was this truly the renowned trade star of the universe? Indeed, it thrived with vibrant blossoms and a ceaseless flow of people, radiating an atmosphere of exuberance. After traversing numerous planets, Wu Feng arrived at this illustrious celestial body. Observing the myriad of spacecraft entering and departing, he could not help but marvel. Having completed his musings, Wu Feng wasted no time and proceeded directly to a large store specializing in spacecraft, intent on executing his preordained plan to purchase a vessel. Shortly after entering the store, without waiting for the sales personnel to deliver their customary greetings, he candidly stated, "I require the fastest, most efficient spacecraft available, and it must include a gravity adjustment chamber. Greetings. In accordance with your specifications, we currently do not have any ready stock to meet your needs. A special order will be necessary. May I inquire if you are in urgent need? If not, a deposit of 10% will suffice, and you may expect to wait approximately a month," replied a saleswoman with blue-green skin and a professional smile. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggested. How much must I deposit?" Wu Feng, after a moment's contemplation, resolved with a calm demeanor. "Greetings. According to your specifications for the customized spacecraft, a total of 100 Xingchenbian is required, which means you must first provide a deposit of 10 Xingchenbian." Upon hearing this, the alien saleswoman, resembling a lizard found on Earth, transformed her previously warm smile into an even more radiant expression. "Xingchenbian? Isn't that a universal currency? Do you not accept universal coins here?" queried Wu Feng, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Not at all, dear guest, you have misunderstood. We certainly accept universal coins issued by the Galactic Federation. However, on the planet Aura, we have traditionally conducted transactions using Xingchenbian. I hope you can understand. she replied. No need to apologize. It is my fault for not clarifying beforehand. Please, do enlighten me on the exchange rate between Xijin and universal coins, Wu Feng said, waving his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm and his tone gentle. Certainly, esteemed guest. On Aura, the usual conversion rate is 10,000 universal coins for 1 Xijin, meaning you will need to deposit 100,000 universal coins, she informed him. 100,000 universal coins, is it? Very well, here you go. Let us proceed with the transfer, Wu Feng replied nonchalantly, pulling out a crystal card he had acquired on his journey while opening an account at the Cosmic Bank. Without a hint of regret or reluctance, he handed it to the saleswoman, his expression one of indifference. His lack of concern regarding the expenditure was not due to an elevated disdain for money, nor was it because he possessed wealth beyond measure. Rather, the funds contained within the crystal card were entirely derived from his encounters along the way. After all, it is human nature to feel little remorse when spending money that was not earned through one's own toil, is it not? Chapter 55, Journeying Through the Starry Seas, Part 2. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. On this day, Wu Feng arrived as promised, having gathered the necessary funds through a series of daring endeavors and strategic maneuvers over the past month. With a single payment to the extraterrestrial saleswoman before him, he departed, leaving her with a wave, as he drove away in the spaceship that now fully belonged to him. A moment later, in the vast and boundless expanse of space not far from the Olastar system, a uniquely designed, brand-new spaceship was careening through the cosmos at great speed. As a novice pilot, Wu Feng, guided by the ship's user-friendly artificial intelligence, practiced cautiously. However, due to his lack of experience, he narrowly avoided colliding with numerous commercial spacecraft traveling to and from Ola. While traversing a meteor zone, he shattered hundreds of meteors, large and small, before the ship's AI issued warnings. Reluctantly, Wu Feng exited the vessel, relying on his profound inner strength to convert his energy into a protective aura, shielding himself from various cosmic rays and harmful radiations. He repelled all potential threats, allowing him to float safely in the void of space. After a brief moment of acclimatization, he wasted no time. With a mere thought and a wave of his hand, he unleashed a barrage of energy beams, obliterating the obstructive meteors, which disintegrated into cosmic dust and faded away into the ether. Having cleared the path in an instant, Wu Feng instinctively dusted off his hands before promptly returning to the cockpit of his spaceship, relishing the novelty of piloting for the first time. Yet, 3 hours later, after once again acting as the universe's janitor, the initial excitement began to wane. He switched to the intelligent control mode, his face a mask of boredom as he exited the cockpit and entered the gravity chamber, eager to experiment with the most notable training method from the original text. Curious to see if it would prove beneficial for him at this moment. To be on the safe side, he decided to approach this systematically, starting with double Earth's gravity. Grasping the control button for the gravity settings, Wu Feng contemplated briefly before decisively abandoning the reckless idea of cranking it up to 500 times Earth's gravity. Instead, he opted for a more cautious incremental approach to test his limits. A beep echoed as double gravity enveloped him. It felt almost negligible. Perhaps the multiplier was too low. He increased it to triple gravity, another beep. Still no significant pressure. He pressed on to quadruple gravity. Was it still too low? 5 times the gravity. Have I finally begun to feel a significant difference? Yet, it is still insufficient. I shall continue. 200 times the gravity. Have I truly reached my limit? 413 times the gravity? At this moment, under the immense pressure of gravity, my face flushed and my body trembling, Wu Feng muttered laboriously, enunciating each word with effort. Beep. After enduring this extreme limit for a while longer, Wu Feng, no longer hesitating, pressed the control device in his hand to deactivate the gravity apparatus. Huff, huff, tick, tick. At this moment, drenched in sweat, Wu Feng gasped for breath, his legs spread apart, his back hunched, his head bowed towards the floor of the chamber, allowing the sweat that soaked his clothes to drip continuously onto the ground. After a brief moment, as he gradually regained his composure, Wu Feng straightened up, unsteadily opened the bathing chamber designated for post-training cleansing, and took a much-needed shower. The following day, after a night of rest that restored his full energy, Wu Feng, having hastily consumed a sumptuous breakfast, returned to the gravity chamber without hesitation. He adjusted the gravity to 400 times and commenced yet again the arduous and monotonous journey of training. This tedious and uninspiring regimen did not last long. Merely 3 days later, Wu Feng was interrupted by the intelligent reminder he had set for himself. Has the first designated checkpoint arrived so soon? Time truly flies during training. Coming back to his senses after the interruption, Wu Feng reflected quietly. Well, I might as well swiftly mark each planet as per the original plan. It won't take much time anyway. With this thought, Wu Feng promptly deactivated the gravity set at 420 times, entered the cleansing chamber for a brief wash, and then opened the spaceship's door. He leaped forth, landing on a desolate planet of similar size to Earth, devoid of any signs of life. Boom! Wu Feng descended in a straight line, creating a massive pit at least a meter deep in the barren ground beneath him. According to my initial plan, encountering a lifeless planet such as this is quite manageable. I simply need to find a few inconspicuous spots to conceal the energy spheres imbued with my essence that I had prepared beforehand. With a decisive thought, Wu Feng instantaneously released his mental energy, rapidly moving his figure while continuously scouting the planet below. It did not take long. Within a short span, Wu Feng had thoroughly surveyed the area and quickly compared it in his mind against the pre-selected hundreds of suitable locations. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Wu Feng chose the 10 areas with the broadest coverage to hide the energy spheres, serving as a beacon for future teleportation. Having completed everything, Wu Feng was satisfied, knowing that this arrangement not only facilitated future travels, but also provided a strategic retreat against insurmountable foes or those who might resort to self-destruction, effectively averting the potential demise of Earth or other life-sustaining planets. Time, like an arrow, swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months slipped away amid Wu Feng's relentless training and busyness. At this moment, having just marked the final desolate planet in the neighboring solar system, he promptly concealed his spacecraft on the moon through instantaneous teleportation. Without hesitation, he activated the teleportation once more, arriving at a notorious stronghold of space pirates known as Skullstar, located in the western region of the northern galaxy. Upon his arrival at the infamous lair of interstellar marauders, Wu Feng was quickly detected by the extensive surveillance systems that enveloped the planet, prompting an immediate alert from the artificial intelligence that informed nearly the entire region. Warning, warning, an intruder has breached the perimeter at Jack City, outside the Caribbean Grand Hotel, at the intersection of Black Pearl Avenue and Gold Avenue. The local pirate lord is requested to initiate capture immediately. Is this the extent of my exposure? Wu Feng mused, bemused. Isn't this a lawless planet overrun by bandits and brigands? Must it truly keep pace with the advanced facilities of the universe? Shouldn't it be a cacophony of chaos, bloodshed, and relentless slaughter, devoid of any semblance of order? Observing the orderly scenes before him, Wu Feng couldn't help but engage in self-doubt, incredulously reflecting on the situation. Chapter 56. Battle. 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 Hurry. Hurry. Let us hasten to witness the spectacle about to unfold. Yet another Na'vi fool, emerging from who knows where, seeks to impose their so-called justice, recklessly intruding upon our domain. Ha ha. Indeed, let us go. Let us go. Let us quickly discover which audacious soul dares to disrupt our realm of miscreants. Yes, 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 we must hurry, for if we tarry, we shall miss the extraordinary combat of one of the notorious 10 kings of villainy, Aurelia. Though the outcome is all but predictable, I still hope that this reckless individual can manage to endure a tad longer. Upon hearing the resounding alarm that echoed across the entire planet, the denizens of the Chaos Star did not behave like those of other worlds, frantically fleeing in panic. Instead, they exhibited a familiar demeanor, eager to arrive at the scene to witness the commotion and revel in the excitement. Meanwhile, Aurelia, the demon king who governs one of the 10 kingdoms of the villain star, was engaged in a beneficial physical exercise. Alas, it has scarcely been a moment since the last fool ventured forth, and now another has brazenly trespassed into my territory. Truly, it is infuriating. Aurelia, amidst a crucial moment, upon hearing the alarm, was instantly enveloped in a visage of fury and impatience. With a mere flick of her hand, she unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating several robust alien women, whose appearances defied earthly standards of beauty, leaving not a trace behind. Subsequently, clad in a combat-ready attire, she soared furiously towards the location of Wu Feng. The sounds of gunfire rang out, tat-tat-tat, swoosh, kaboom, rumble. Within mere seconds of Wu Feng's appearance, a relentless symphony of artillery erupted, encompassing the area within a mile radius in a torrent of destructive firepower. The overwhelming bombardment persisted for a quarter of an hour, rendering the vicinity shrouded in smoke and obscuring any clarity regarding the situation within. Is he dead? Surely he must be. After enduring such a barrage for so long, there has been not a whisper of movement. It seems he has surely met his end. One of the subordinates of the Demon King, the city defense officer Salima, shook his head and sighed. Alas, I did not anticipate that this intruder would be so feeble, unable to withstand even the initial wave. What a disappointment. Let us withdraw, let us withdraw. Wait, Lord Salima, look, that person. They have not perished. Indeed, Lord Salima, that individual not only remains alive but appears utterly unscathed. At that moment, a vigilant soldier from the defense forces, his face a mask of disbelief, stammered, swallowing hard at the end of his sentence. Calm yourselves, everyone. Follow my command. 3, 2, 1, run. Upon witnessing the unblemished Wu Feng, who had not shifted an inch from his position, the seasoned Salima, maintaining his composure, issued the order. In the blink of an eye, he dashed towards a nearby building, with his subordinates swiftly dispersing in various directions, their movements so practiced it seemed they had rehearsed this escape 1,000 times. Finished and ready to flee, are we? Such a delightful notion. Wu Feng raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of cold light in his eyes, as a faint smile graced his lips. With a deliberate motion, he lifted his hand towards the center, and with a mere thought, a key wave the size of a sesame seed expanded into one akin to a watermelon, containing the destructive power to obliterate a vast expanse. As the energy coalesced, Wu Feng unleashed the watermelon-sized key wave into the air, erupting forth like a sea urchin, striking down the fleeing Salima and his defense forces into ashes. Meanwhile, the demon king, Orila, who arrived slightly late, beheld the scene and bellowed in fury, impudent rogue. You seek death. Prepare to perish. Demon annihilation wave. With a swift and furious attack approaching, Wu Feng remained unperturbed, his heart steady and his eyes calm, as he conjured a defensive barrier composed of the unmatched ki emanating from his very cells. He withstood Orila's wrathful strike, capable of easily piercing a planet, firmly holding the explosive ki wave at bay just 3 feet before him, immovable. At that moment, unwilling to prolong the standoff, Wu Feng extended his hand, effortlessly grasping the incoming ki wave and crushing it with a gentle squeeze, dispersing it into the air. Who are you truly? With your strength, you should not be a nameless entity. The cunning demon king, Orila, felt his pupils constrict with alarm as he warily inquired, witnessing his furious ambush thwarted and obliterated by Wu Feng. Do you not think that uttering such futile words now is far too late? Wu Feng remarked indifferently, dusting off his left shoulder. In an instant, he appeared before Orila, delivering a punch imbued with overwhelming force, sending the unprepared demon king hurtling away. With a forceful punch imbued with tremendous might, Orila was propelled into a catastrophic collision, demolishing at least 100 towering skyscrapers and numerous mountains, large and small, before finally exhausting her energy and coming to a halt. As she landed, Orila instinctively clutched her chest, a sweetness rising in her throat, causing her to expel a copious amount of crimson blood. Ah, my blood! You have truly provoked me, and this is unforgivable. I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces. Perish by my devastating attack. Having emerged as the Demon Queen in a fierce competition for the title of the 10 Pirate Kings, hosted by the Interstellar Pirate Emperor several centuries ago, Orila had never sustained any injuries nor shed a drop of blood until now. Suddenly, as if spurred by an unseen force, she descended into a frenzied assault against Wu Feng, who was advancing towards her. In the face of Orila's onslaught, which seemed to come from all directions at once, Wu Feng remained utterly unmoved, silently raising a protective barrier and allowing Orila's relentless attacks to wash over him without yielding an inch. As time passed, Orila's vigor began to wane, her rapid assaults gradually slowing and ultimately faltering. Have you reached your limit? Very well, I've observed enough, Wu Feng remarked with a calm demeanor. In an instant, Wu Feng, previously motionless, vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared, already intercepting Orila midway through her desperate retreat, sensing the impending danger. Where do you think you're going? Allow me to escort you, he declared, unleashing a devastating energy wave capable of obliterating vast landscapes. This attack struck Orila, who was unable to react or evade in her moment of high speed, annihilating her without leaving a trace. The residual force continued to pierce through the sprawling mountain ranges and traverse the boundless oceans of the planet. Thus, one of the 10 pirate kings, known as the Demon King Orila, left behind nothing but a haunting scream of despair as she met her end. Esteemed watchers, after observing for so long, do you not intend to reveal yourselves? Wu Feng inquired, noting the absence of any would-be saviors among those who had been secretly watching Orila's demise unfold. Chapter 57, Battle, Battle, Battle. Suddenly, 9 beams, emanating an astonishing aura and possessing the power to effortlessly obliterate a planet, simultaneously targeted the position of Wu Feng as their focal point, launching forth in unison. In the face of this unexpected onslaught from all directions, Wu Feng's demeanor shifted, He no longer maintained the nonchalance he had previously feigned to impress others, instead opting for survival. In a fraction of a second, he propelled himself downward, leaping with remarkable speed just as the attacks were about to reach him, successfully escaping the encirclement and ascending to an altitude of 100 meters. Suspended in midair, he glanced down at the once tranquil ground where he had stood, now transformed into a colossal crater spanning thousands of miles, reminiscent of an impact from a celestial body. This catastrophic outcome was averted only because the 9 adversaries had sensed the impending danger at the last moment, redirecting their collective attack skyward. Had they not done so, the villainous planet, scarcely smaller than Earth, would have undoubtedly met its demise in that singular, united strike, reducing it to mere meteors and shooting stars. Having evaded an attack without retaliating was not in Wu Feng's nature. After narrowly escaping the life-threatening assault, he resolved to take the initiative and launch a counterattack. From a distance, Wu Feng appeared to blur before an instant later, he found himself confronting the weakest of the 9. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful blow to the alien, resembling an oversized cockroach from Earth, sending it hurtling dozens of miles away. Its momentum only ceasing after demolishing countless buildings and uprooting thousands of trees, carving a straight path through the unknown forest that extended for over 10 miles before colliding with several mountains nearly 1,000 meters high. Is the body so fragile? He mused, as the unfortunate being met its end in a swift demise. In the next heartbeat, Wu Feng approached the second weakest adversary, his astonishment mingled with relentless motion. He unleashed another formidable punch, one potent enough to shatter the moon, aimed directly at the alien, which bore a striking resemblance to an oversized fox. The creature barely had time to cross its arms in a futile attempt to block the incoming strike. Yet, the immense disparity in strength rendered its efforts meaningless. Upon impact, the force of Wu Feng's blow shattered its arms as if struck by a meteor. Then, in a swift motion, he was propelled away by a single punch, soaring through the layers of air with a velocity akin to that of a rocket, plunging headlong into the vast expanse of outer space, transforming into a star, ultimately vanishing from sight. Moments later, due to the significant disparity in strength, Wu Feng swiftly dispatched 6 of the 9 adversaries, whose battle power ranged from over 100,000 to below 300,000. This left him with 3 formidable opponents, boasting battle powers exceeding 390,000, 460,000, and 530,000, respectively, to engage in a slow yet enriching practice session to accumulate experience. Curse you! Who exactly are you? Why have I never heard of you before? When did such a powerhouse emerge in the universe? At this moment, the remaining 3 stood back to back, forming a defensive triangle. The strongest among them, Damark, the renowned pirate king of the Evil Star and simultaneously the elusive, crownless monarch of the Evil Star, regarded Wu Feng with a mixture of caution and indignation. Just because I have not heard of you does not imply your existence is non-existent. The universe is vast, teeming with experts. How much can one truly know in a lifetime? Not to mention the likes of Moro and Majin Bu, who possess nearly unparalleled strength capable of conquering the universe, or the recent formidable figures such as King Cooled of the Frozen Demon Clan, the Grand Elder of the Namekians, and the top fighter from the Western Galaxy, Rib Ramen, each boasting battle powers exceeding 10 million. Huh, what nonsense. Moro and Majin Bu are mere fabrications from the older generation, nothing but tricks to deceive. And as for King Cooled, do you think I have not encountered him? A mere battle power of 47,000. This merely illustrates that your so-called Grand Elder and Rib Ramen are not worth mentioning. As Damark rapidly coordinated an offensive against Wu Feng, he scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. 47,000. Truly a shared sense of dark humor. One must commend the familial connection. However, if the standard is 47,000, then the final form after 3 transformations would approximate over 12 million in battle power. How enlightening. At this moment, Wu Feng deftly countered the trio's relentless, high-speed attacks, responding with punches and kicks, leaving a flurry of afterimages in the air around him. Meanwhile, he simultaneously pondered quietly within, contemplating the situation. Cursed be it, engaging all 3 of us, yet he dares to divide his focus, seeking death. With a swift exchange of glances, the trio seized the opportunity presented by Wu Feng's momentary distraction. Without hesitation, they leaped back, forming a triangular formation, and unleashed their most devastating techniques with all their might aimed at the central figure of Wu Feng. Ah, so you are truly desperate. Very well, let it be so. Let me conclude this battle with a long-hidden, unparalleled technique that has yet to make its debut. The Extreme Fist Onefold. As Wu Feng's voice fell, an extraordinary aura abruptly emerged. An oppressive weight descended with a thunderous force, dispersing through the air and creating visible ripples that swept away the remnants of the destroyed surroundings, which had long since been reduced to ruins. In an instant, as Wu Feng's words echoed, a terrifying wave of energy coalesced in his hand, rapidly expanding from the size of a soybean to that of a basketball. Subsequently, with a mere thought, the basketball-sized energy wave unleashed 3 unparalleled energy blasts, each hurtling towards the oncoming waves of energy from 3 directions. Upon their collision, the incoming energy waves were swiftly crushed and sent back along the path from whence they came, striking the trio who were now filled with horror, drenched in sweat, and twisted in despair. The energy surged through the 3 unwilling adversaries, annihilating them in an instant, and with remaining vigor, it pierced through the majestic mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles behind them. It then breached the vast, boundless ocean, revealing a seabed that extended for countless miles before finally dissipating into the depths of the earth, 1,000 miles below the surface. Chapter 58. Battle. 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 In the aftermath of the conflict, witnessing the cataclysmic devastation wrought by his final strike, Wu Feng could not help but feel a twinge of guilt and sorrow. The once magnificent landscapes, now marred by his own hand, lay in ruins, and he lamented the relentless suffering and enslavement endured by the indigenous life on this planet at the hands of merciless cosmic marauders. Oh, how remarkable that you managed to evade death in such dire circumstances. Before Wu Feng could fully indulge in his reflections and depart to fulfill his mission with the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, where a handsome reward awaited him, a faint presence suddenly registered in his perception. To his astonishment, it was none other than the notorious Damark, the leader of the 10 cosmic pirate kings, who was supposed to be utterly obliterated. Upon realizing that Damark still clung to life, Wu Feng swiftly approached the severely injured figure, now reduced to a mere upper body, writhing in agony and contorted in rage. Damark, upon seeing his imminent demise, understood that escape was no longer an option. "Damn it! I will ensure your death. You will pay for this," he hissed, a sinister laughter escaping his lips. "Even in death, I will take you down with me." In despair, Damark clenched his teeth, resolute in his decision. The moment Wu Feng's silhouette materialized before him, he pressed a button hidden within his palm, ostensibly for protection, yet in truth, it was a mechanism to awaken his brother's dormant healing chamber. With a malevolent sneer, he spat. "Oh, since you have uttered your last words, farewell." "No, I misspoke. It shall be a final parting." Having endured Damark's final utterance, Wu Feng wasted no further time. He raised his right hand, palm directed at Damark, and swiftly conjured an energy sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, launching it without hesitation. With a resounding explosion, the once formidable Damark, now merely a torso adorned with pink skin and protruding spines, was obliterated into nothingness, reduced to dust that danced upon the winds. Simultaneously, as Wu Feng unleashed the energy wave, a voice echoed from hundreds of miles away. "Stop! You must cease this at once," cried the self-proclaimed king of villains, Donadard, as he hurried toward the scene. Upon witnessing his brother's impending doom at Wu Feng's hands, he strained every ounce of energy within him, desperate to accelerate his pace and save his only remaining kin. However, the progression of events often diverges sharply from one's desires. Donadel, the renowned king of cosmic pirates, acknowledged by various cosmic factions and feared by countless space marauders, ultimately found himself a step too late, helplessly witnessing the demise of his last remaining kin. "Ah, I wish for your death." Donadel seethed with unrestrained fury, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he unleashed a relentless barrage of energy waves capable of obliterating planets towards Wu Feng, who stood at a distance. With remarkable ease and composure, Wu Feng deftly evaded the onslaught of these formidable yet erratic energy blasts, his movements fluid and unpredictable, darting left and right with unparalleled agility. No matter how hastily Donadel accelerated his attacks, Wu Feng consistently anticipated and dodged them with grace. As time progressed, the consequences of Donadel's reckless discharge of energy waves manifested catastrophically across the villain's planet. The landscape lay ravaged, marred by apocalyptic storms, tornadoes, and the fiery eruption of volcanoes that threatened to engulf the entire continent. Towering tsunamis loomed, ready to inundate the land, while the very earth itself began to fracture. All signs indicated that the infamous villain's planet, notorious for centuries, was on the brink of destruction and annihilation. This is dire, if this continues. The villain's planet shall surely disintegrate and explode. There is no more time for games. I must conclude this battle now. With a decisive proclamation, Wu Feng unleashed his ultimate technique, Extreme Fist, doubled in potency. In an instant, 2 indistinct figures entwined in the air erupted with a tremendous force. sending one figure hurtling at least a kilometer away before it regained its balance. Ah, did you think you alone possessed the means to amplify your strength? Transformation. Attack. Witnessing Wu Feng's sudden surge in power, Donadel, of the same lineage as Dodoria from the original tale, was unwilling to be outdone. He recklessly activated his trump card, transforming and unleashing his full might as he charged once more at Wu Feng. With explosive energy, the two combatants resumed their fierce confrontation in the skies, their duel escalating into a desperate struggle. Their figures blurred as they entered a state of high velocity, leaving behind only faint remnants of their clash in the form of varying shadows in the air. Amidst their escalating combat, the sky crackled with lightning, weaving through the space between the two moving figures. With a thunderous roar, the tremendous force of their collision caused the very air to rupture in a cataclysmic explosion. A colossal shockwave surged forth, accompanied by a deafening roar that spread rapidly in all directions. It first struck two figures, once inseparable, who had reached their limits and could no longer endure, causing them to retreat swiftly and distantly. Following this, the astounding shockwave radiated outward from the epicenter of their clash, enveloping a vast area of 1,000 miles in continuous clouds and swirling dust, obliterating everything in its path. Simultaneously, the downward sweeping gust effortlessly shattered the earth within a radius of 3,000 to 4,000 miles, rendering it as fragmented as shattered tempered glass. Phew, you are formidable. Cough, cough. You are the strongest adversary I have encountered in my battles thus far. Come, let us deliver a final strike to determine our fates and unveil the truth. Planetary annihilation bomb. Ah, very well. A strong warrior deserves a grand conclusion. Allow me to express my utmost respect with all my might. Extreme fist, triple. In an instant, a radiant energy beam, as wide as a basin and emitting a blinding white light, surged forth to confront an equally dazzling turquoise energy beam. Zing. Boom. For a brief moment, the two strikes met in a stalemate before the beam of white light broke the deadlock, unleashing its force and swiftly overwhelming the opposition. It consumed the defenseless Donadad, whose face contorted grotesquely, veins bulging, leaving no trace behind. The residual force, unabated, sliced through all obstacles, mountains and seas alike, on the evil man's star. As effortlessly as a knife through tofu, it surged straight into the cosmos, annihilating an array of meteors, large and small, drifting through the void, before plunging into a lifeless planet slightly larger than Earth, aligned with the evil man's star. Boom. In that moment, a magnificent explosion erupted in the cosmic expanse, tens of light years away from the galaxy housing the evil man's star, blossoming into a breathtaking display of vibrant colors, dazzling beyond compare, and radiantly brilliant. Chapter 59. The Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Panting heavily, Wu Feng leaned forward, hands resting on his thighs, sweat cascading down his face. Indeed, had he truly reached the limits of his physical endurance, surpassing them threefold? At this moment, he reflected on all the battles he had endured, absorbing the lessons learned amidst his fatigue. Without further delay, Wu Feng bit down hard, crushing the celestial bean he had held in his mouth since before the fight, swallowing it whole. In an instant, the injuries that marred his body and the nearly depleted energy were wholly restored. Upon regaining his vitality, Wu Feng promptly expanded his senses, enveloping the now devastated evil star in its entirety. After a brief moment, confirming the absence of any lingering life signs, a faint smile of satisfaction crept across his face. Though fleeting, this expression revealed his elevated spirits, for it signified that he had successfully completed one of the top 10 S-class missions that had plagued the headquarters of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance for 3 centuries. Furthermore, it indicated that this once destitute Wu Feng was on the precipice of becoming a small fortune in the cosmos, akin to possessing a living planet. Nearby, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, stood the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, a premier power under the command of the Galactic King, though independent from the Galactic Patrol. Greetings, Mr. Wu Feng. Regarding the recent S-class mission you accepted and completed, eradicating the pirate stronghold on Evil Star, we require a brief period for verification and documentation. Please bear with us momentarily, said a receptionist at the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance headquarters, a striking extraterrestrial beauty whose features aligned with Earth's general aesthetic, her voice gentle and soothing. Very well. I shall peruse the mission hall in the meantime and return shortly, Wu Feng responded after a moment's contemplation. With that, he wasted no time and made his way towards the mission hall, determined to examine the other unresolved S-class missions that he had not had the chance to review previously. Upon entering the hall, Wu Feng's gaze was immediately drawn to the crystalline display screen at the center, showcasing S-class and above missions. Wisely aware of his limitations, He disregarded the tasks classified above S-Class and focused his attention solely on the S-Class missions. S-Class mission: eliminate or capture the leader of the Frozen Demon Clan, Kurd Wong. In the Northern Galaxy. Status: pending completion. S-Class mission: annihilate or apprehend the sentient mechanical star, Big High, drifting in the Northern Galaxy. Status: pending completion. S-Class mission: exterminate the demon general, Imondus, who has escaped from the demon realm, along with his subordinates. Status: pending completion. S-Class mission: eradicate the malevolent Namekian Shrag, who has occupied Shragstar, along with his demonic followers. Status: pending completion. S-Class mission: annihilate all ruthless criminals residing in the lair of cosmic pirates on the evil star. Status: undetermined. Non-repeatable. S-Class mission: assist the great cosmic scientist in a century-long exploration and research of black holes. Status: undetermined. Non-repeatable. S-Class mission: investigate and map the mysterious and unknown Gamma-73 nebula. Status: pending completion. S-Class mission: eliminate the juvenile monster, Edge, that has escaped from the demon realm. Status: pending completion. S-Class mission: destroy the evil creature, Demon Pwai, on the planet Pandetta. Status: pending completion. S-Class mission: capture the fugitive swordsman, Gokua, who is fleeing through the cosmos. Status: pending completion. After a moment of careful perusal, Wu Feng furrowed his brows incessantly. It dawned on him that he had traversed into a hybrid version of the Dragon Ball universe. At this moment, contemplating the various malevolent and formidable bosses he would inevitably face in the future, he felt a throbbing headache, yet could not help but harbor a flicker of competitive spirit and anticipation. Hello, Mr. Wu Feng. Following our investigation, we have confirmed that you have indeed completed the S-Class mission. Please proceed with the formal handover of the task so that you may promptly receive your reward. The alien female receptionist, with her yellow-green skin, expressed a hint of surprise, her face adorned with a bright smile, her voice melodious as she spoke rapidly. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng did not hesitate and naturally presented his mercenary badge, resembling a bank card, crafted from an unknown crystal. Yes, and by the way, could you also assist me in processing my mercenary rank advancement? Certainly. Please hold on while I handle your mercenary rank promotion, replied the alien female receptionist, her smile unwavering as she readily agreed. With that, she gently pressed her palm against the counter, and instantly, a virtual projection appeared in midair. At this moment, the receptionist paid no heed to Wu Feng's astonished yet relieved expression, but instead, directly pointed at the void interface, opening a display. She then proceeded to operate a series of incomprehensible programs with remarkable speed. A moment later, the alien female receptionist ceased her rapid maneuvers and turned to Wu Feng, stating, Mr. Wu Feng, due to your unique circumstances, after special approval and comprehensive calculations from headquarters, you will be promoted directly from the lowest F-class cosmic mercenary to a B-class cosmic mercenary, becoming the fastest-ranked mercenary in history. Congratulations. Oh, could you kindly elaborate on the specific classifications within the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance? Wu Feng inquired nonchalantly, accepting the brand-new mercenary badge handed to him by the female extraterrestrial. His curiosity piqued. Not at all, Mr. Wu Feng, you are far too courteous. My duty is to address any inquiries related to cosmic mercenaries like yourself, she replied, briefly outlining her responsibilities. She continued, within the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, mercenaries are categorized into 9 distinct levels, ascending from F, E, D, C, B, A, S, X, to Z. Notably, the first 3 tiers generally correspond to combat powers ranging from 100 to 10,000, while the middle 3 tiers correspond to combat powers exceeding 10,000 yet below 1 million. The latter 3 tiers, particularly the S level, align with combat powers exceeding 1 million but below 100 million. The X level typically corresponds to combat powers between 100 million and 1 billion. As for the final Z level, which epitomizes the deity of mercenaries, it remains an enigma, as only Lord Silas, from 10 million years ago, has ever attained this rank. Additionally, it is customary for cosmic mercenaries to advance levels by completing a set number of tasks. Upon finishing 3 F-level missions, one is automatically promoted to E-level. After 9 E-level missions to D-level, and after 27 D-level missions to C-level. Following this logic, completing 81 C-level missions elevates one to B-level, 243 B-level missions to A-level, and 729 A-level missions to S-level. For advancement to X-level, which is above S-level, one must not only complete a fixed number of 2,187 S-level missions, but also possess the requisite formidable strength to qualify for promotion. Lastly, to ascend to the legendary Z level, the cosmic mercenary deity, one must fulfill two criteria: harbor a sense of justice and possess an unparalleled strength that rivals that of the divine. Chapter 60, S-Class, King of Mercenaries in the Higher Star System. On the planet Hail, a cataclysmic roar echoed through the air. This life-filled world, now steeped in the aura of slaughter and resembling a hellish realm, was being mercilessly bombarded by an unrelenting barrage of energy cannons unleashed by Wu Feng. "Curse you, you audacious fool! How dare you wreak havoc on my territory?" The enraged demon lord, Imondus, propelled himself into the sky with a surge of fury. Gathering his energy for a devastating strike aimed directly at Wu Feng, his face contorted with rage. As the lethal energy projectile hurtled toward him, Wu Feng felt an immediate threat to his life. Without hesitation, he executed a swift evasive maneuver, ascending to a height of 10,000 meters. From this vantage point, he gazed down upon his assailant, Imondus, while casting a fleeting glance at the destructive energy orb that had just narrowly missed him. The dark violet sphere, laden with an aura of annihilation, collided with a towering peak that pierced the clouds, erupting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated across the landscape. The shockwave compressed the air, creating visible ripples that spread like a colossal tsunami, engulfing everything within a radius of several thousand miles. When the dust finally settled, a vast crater remained, rendering Hail akin to a decayed apple with a bite taken out of it. The cataclysmic blast failed to disrupt the fierce confrontation between the two combatants. Wu Feng, having evaded the attack, swiftly shifted into a powerful offensive stance, launching a series of rapid strikes aimed at Imondus' vital points. Initially, Imondus struggled to defend himself amidst the onslaught until, utilizing his extraordinary combat prowess, he gradually regained his footing and began to turn the tide of battle. Launching a counterattack with tremendous force, with a punch that could obliterate a planet, Imondus unleashed a devastating blow, the air around him crackling with energy. In that moment, Wu Feng, recognizing the imminent danger, unleashed his ultimate technique, amplifying his power threefold. As their fists collided, an earth-shattering sound erupted, and the air around them fractured like a spider's web, radiating outward in a chaotic display of force. From a distance, it appeared as though the very fabric of space had shattered. For a brief moment, their fists remained locked in a fierce struggle, but ultimately, Imondus' strength, though formidable, could not match Wu Feng's amplified might, and he faltered first in their fierce contest. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Wu Feng exerted himself once more and was instantaneously propelled away, crashing headlong into a towering mountain, approximately 3,000 to 4,000 meters high, situated 1,000 miles distant. Upon colliding with the mountain, it crumbled and collapsed under the force of his impact. As the residual energy waned, he pierced through a multitude of peaks, both grand and diminutive, until his strength was utterly exhausted, coming to rest in a clearing within a mountain gorge, lying completely still, resembling a lifeless form. Had it not been for his subtle perception detecting a faint trace of life still lingering in Edmund's body, he might have been completely deceived by Edmund's guise. With clarity in his heart, Wu Feng chose not to unveil Edmund's disguise. Instead, he devotedly extended his senses, meticulously reconfirming the absence of any presence of the native inhabitants of Hailstar, leaving only scattered remnants of demonic energy throughout the planet. Resolute, he ascended rapidly into the high skies, and within moments, he transcended the atmosphere of Hailstar, gazing down upon the ravaged planet ensnared by malevolent energies. Raising his right hand slightly towards Hailstar, he silently concentrated a sphere of energy within his palm. In mere seconds, the energy orb expanded to the size of a grinding wheel, emanating a formidable power. Following his final exhaustive search, Wu Feng slowly opened his eyes, tinged with fatigue, his expression shifting to a state of chilling indifference. With a mere thought, the colossal energy sphere, previously suspended, was launched towards Hailstar. With a swift whoosh, carrying the full might of Wu Feng's power, the energy blast, potent enough to annihilate the entirety of Earth, surged forward at a velocity reminiscent of light itself, plunging directly into Hailstar. Upon contact with the planet's surface, it sliced through the crust as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, continuing unhindered until it reached the molten core. Then, with a thunderous roar, an explosive sound reverberated throughout the entire Isher star system. In that moment, within Wu Feng's perception, it seemed that even the vacuum of space could not stifle the cataclysmic echoes of the explosion. The laws of physics momentarily lost their significance. The detonation of Hailstar unleashed a shockwave that obliterated surrounding meteors, comets, and satellites into mere dust, subsequently hurling the utterly defenseless Wu Feng several million miles away. Only then could he stabilize himself, gazing in trepidation at the distant hailstar, which erupted with continuous explosions, akin to a colossal floral display of flames. Entranced, he found himself captivated by the spectacle, while simultaneously overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the unleashed power. In this moment, experiencing the intensity of a planetary explosion up close, Wu Feng was reminded of his own insignificance, while profoundly understanding the vast reservoir of energy contained within a planet. This is a force potent enough to obliterate even the mightiest beings in an instant, a monumental power that exists beneath the divine level. In this moment, Wu Feng, thoroughly convinced of this, silently pondered within his heart. The explosion of the planet, as resplendent as a firework, possessed the same ephemeral nature, lasting but a fleeting few seconds. A mere flash in the vast cosmos. After reveling in the celestial display, Wu Feng did not linger. With a swift teleportation, he departed and reappeared on the medium-sized life-bearing planet, Taganai. Without excessive delay, on Taganai, he casually hunted a few fierce beasts for his main course of barbecue. Spending an hour indulging in the feast before activating his teleportation once more, arriving at the headquarters of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Having learned from his previous experience, this time Wu Feng did not teleport directly into the mission hall. Instead, he materialized beside the entrance, proceeding only after passing the door's scanning protocol. Not long had passed since his last visit when he stood once again before the alien receptionist. Without waiting for her habitual professional smile or the tiresome greetings, he straightforwardly declared, "All right, Renedy, I've had enough of the pleasantries. Any more would be irksome. Now, as before, kindly assist me in processing my mercenary rank promotion." "Certainly, esteemed warrior, Mr. Wu Feng. Please hold on for a moment while I take care of the formalities," Renedy responded with a gentle smile, her tone soft and soothing. A short while later, she addressed him, "Esteemed Mr. Wu Feng, greetings. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully completing an S-rank mission after a month's interval. Secondly, congratulations on your advancement. You have now ascended to become the 631st S-rank Cosmic Mercenary since the establishment of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Lastly, I sincerely congratulate you on receiving the privilege of the title King of Mercenaries." Renedy gazed at Wu Feng with admiration and awe, her face brimming with a joyful smile. Chapter 61. Returning fully loaded. Is it really the 631st? Wu Feng inquired, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. "Indeed, esteemed Mr. Wu Feng. Do you find this number excessive? On the contrary, I believe it is not excessive but rather insufficient. As far as I am aware, the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance has existed for at least 10 million years. Given that time frame, it is astonishing to think that such a vast universe has produced only one S-rank mercenary every century. This is quite hard to fathom," Wu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. "Mr. Wu Feng, you may be misunderstanding the situation. The reason for this is that throughout the years, many individuals have met the requisite standards for strength. Yet the number of A-rank mercenaries has not met the required task quota," came the explanation. "However, that still does not make sense. Were there truly no sufficient missions during their existence? I know for a fact that there are numerous millennial tasks available in the guild's mission hall." Wu Feng continued to question, increasingly perplexed. "Mr. Wu Feng, you might not be aware that 40 years ago, before the reform of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance headquarters, mercenaries could only undertake tasks corresponding to their own rank. Furthermore, being a mercenary is a perilous profession. Over the years, many qualified individuals aspiring to ascend to S-rank have met untimely ends along the way. Additionally, many impatient A-rank mercenaries have simply abandoned their pursuits. After leaving the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, some chose to wander the starry seas, while others established their own factions, becoming lords in their own right. Still, others opted for a life of seclusion. In summary, a multitude of reasons have contributed to the dwindling number of mercenaries remaining who qualify for S-rank ascension," Renedy explained, her demeanor calm and her tone gentle. "Oh, I see. So, I have indeed arrived in a fortunate era. Otherwise, perhaps I would have followed in the footsteps of those individuals and given up my endeavors as well," Wu Feng remarked, a look of realization on his face as he jested. Without waiting for Renedy to finish her smile, he promptly inquired, "Now, could you elaborate on the privileges associated with the title of King of Mercenaries?" "Certainly, Mr. Wu Feng. The title and privileges you have been granted as the King of Mercenaries is a special honor conferred upon you by the Alliance headquarters after considerable deliberation. Could you elaborate further?" "Of course, Mr. Wu Feng. Specifically, you have been awarded the honorary title of King of Mercenaries, which signifies your newfound prominence. you will become a well-known figure throughout the cosmos. Additionally, beyond this honor, you have received several privileges. First, a dedicated reception staff exclusively at your service. Second, you will no longer need to personally undertake tasks to claim them, as you can now do so directly through a communicator. Third, you have been granted the privilege of receiving your task rewards in full, without any intermediary deductions. At last, there remains one final point, and indeed the most significant one. Following a thorough deliberation at headquarters, you have been granted access to a portion of the Alliance's intelligence, allowing you to share all non-S-grade information gathered by the Alliance. The Alliance headquarters truly holds me in high regard. Upon hearing this last piece of news, Wu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Renedy, and with an ambiguous tone, he mused. It was not until Renedy could no longer bear his gaze and lowered her head, retreating into her ample bosom, that Wu Feng finally averted his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned to leave, slowly uttering, "Thank you." Olastar, the capital of commerce. Having successfully completed 2 S-grade bounty missions, Wu Feng's purse now brimmed with wealth, enabling him to advance his plans further. Adhering to the principle of not troubling 2 masters with a single task, Wu Feng returned to the very shop where he had purchased his spaceship. As he stepped inside, it came as no surprise that the swift-eyed salesperson recognized him immediately. Without missing a beat, the eager salesperson hurried over to greet him warmly. "Greetings, esteemed customer. What can I assist you with this time? Please feel free to share your needs without hesitation." "Very well. In that case, I would like to order 10 spaceships identical to the last ones. And also prepare for me a detailed instructional video on crafting the most basic version of a spaceship and a gravity chamber." Without a moment's thought, Wu Feng promptly articulated his premeditated purchases. "Certainly, esteemed customer. Please hold on for a moment while I make the necessary arrangements and calculate the total price along with the deposit." After a brief interval, the salesperson returned, "Greetings. Dear customer, I have completed all the necessary reports, and the items you require are currently being produced overnight. It is expected that they will be ready in 3 days. How does that sound? That works for me. I am in no rush. Take your time with the production. This gives me the perfect opportunity to explore and acquire what I need on Olastar." "Very well, that shall be settled. Here is your deposit. I shall return in 5 days to collect my goods." Wu Feng spoke with a smile, his eyes reflecting an undeniable authority, his demeanor calm and his tone nonchalant. With that, Wu Feng wasted no more time, took his crystal card, and departed without a backward glance. Time flows like light, and the years weave swiftly, before long. 5 days had passed in a blur. True to his word, Wu Feng arrived punctually at the large spaceship sales establishment, without delay or disruption. After settling all outstanding payments with the salesperson, he boarded one of the spaceships, initiated the launch sequence, and swiftly set off towards his predetermined destination. As the spacecraft, piloted by Wu Feng, ascended into the cosmos, 9 unmanned vessels brimming with an array of diverse cargo seamlessly activated their intelligent navigation systems and followed suit. After indulging in the thrill of flight for an extended period, Wu Feng nonchalantly exited the cockpit, switching to autopilot mode, and made his way directly to the gravity chamber. There, he set the gravitational force to its maximum of 500 times Earth's gravity, commencing his monotonous yet steadfast training regimen. Time swiftly slipped away, and 3 months elapsed unnoticed in the midst of Wu Feng's rigorous practice. At that moment, just as he was about to continue his routine, the alarm aboard the spacecraft blared suddenly, interrupting his meditation. The ship's AI, which Wu Feng affectionately named Xiaojie, was merely following the preset reminder, notifying him that they had arrived in the solar system. "Did we arrive so soon?" Wu Feng gasped, somewhat incredulous. "It feels as though only a brief moment has passed." "Master, you need not doubt. Indeed, 3 months have transpired since you commenced your training," Xiaojie affirmed in response to Wu Feng's musings. "All right, Xiaojie. I was merely expressing a fleeting thought, not questioning your reliability. By the way, please prepare the bathwater for me. I will need it shortly," Wu Feng replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. "Understood, master. The bathwater is being prepared," Xiaojie confirmed dutifully. "Very well. In 15 minutes. Once we reach the surface of the earth, please summon me," Wu Feng instructed calmly. "Affirmative. Your command has been received. Rest assured, master," replied the AI with precision. A little over a quarter of an hour later, having emerged from the bathing chamber, Wu Feng donned his attire and cast a glance back at the 9 spacecraft laden with an assortment of extraterrestrial inventions and cutting-edge technology. Satisfied, he promptly commanded, "Xiaojie, set a course directly towards the Qilian Mountains on Earth." Chapter 62. The intersection of martial arts and science on Earth. In the northern region within the heart of the Qilian Mountains, lies the Lianshan Valley. At this moment, the friends and neighbors of Wufeng are as industrious as ever. The children aged between 5 and 16 years are gathered in the central circular area of the valley, diligently training under the guidance of Wufeng's second uncle, Wushan. Nearby, a number of toddlers, not yet 5 and just learning to walk, are playfully imitating their older siblings' movements. Despite their occasional tumbles, they rise without a whimper, joyfully continuing their mimicry. Meanwhile, the peaks where Mutaito once instructed Wufeng are now occupied by teenagers over the age of 16. As Mutaito stands atop the peak, overseeing the martial arts training of the youths, a sudden buzzing interrupts his admonitions. What is this? A new type of aircraft? With a look of puzzlement and caution, Mutaito gazes at the 10 hovering spacecraft above. Wait, something feels off. You rascal, did you not think to give a heads up before returning? In an instant, Wufeng appears beside Mutaito, his demeanor calm, yet brimming with joy. Uncle, it has been ages. As expected, your strength has significantly increased, and your aura has regained its vitality. How wonderful. Enough with the pleasantries. Let me see the results of your training over the past year. Taidou interjects, cutting to the chase. In the blink of an eye, Taidou launches a powerful punch at Wufeng, who, seemingly unfazed, effortlessly catches his uncle's fist with one hand, anchoring it in midair. Impressive, indeed. Prepare yourself, Mutaito exclaims, praising Wufeng as he swiftly transitions from a punch to a palm strike, simultaneously sweeping his legs towards Wufeng's lower body. This entire sequence unfolds in a mere second, with Mutaito's flurry of attacks met by Wufeng's impeccable defenses, leaving the onlooking youths in awe, their eyes wide with amazement. However, as time progresses, Mutaito deliberately accelerates the pace of their duel, rendering the spectators unable to follow the rapid exchanges, transforming their observations into a blur. As Mutaito unleashes the full extent of his power, Wufeng, filled with astonishment, begins to awaken a sense of fighting spirit within himself. In a moment of intense confrontation, the two combatants leaped into the sky to avoid harming the innocent, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. With no superfluous dialogue, they immediately engaged in fierce battle upon reaching such heights, exchanging blows, fist against fist, palm against palm, leg against leg, in a rapid succession of collisions. From a distance, one could only perceive two figures radiating hues of azure and white, moving at astonishing speeds as they intertwined and clashed. In one fleeting moment, they were entangled in place, and in the next, they collided thousands of meters apart, only to separate instantaneously and entangle once more, locked in a relentless struggle. The air, unable to withstand the continuous onslaught, erupted with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the atmosphere. This immense pressure created visible rippling shockwaves, violently expanding outward, wreaking havoc on everything in their path. The thick white clouds that enveloped the area were suddenly dispersed, revealing an overwhelming brilliance of light that cascaded downwards. The snow, blanketing nearly 2/3 of the towering peaks, shattered in an instant, unleashing a cataclysmic avalanche that buried the remaining third, exposing the underlying grandeur. With another clash, the weary warrior, Wu Taidou, was forcibly propelled downward from the heights, plummeting several thousand meters before regaining his composure. Once he stabilized himself, a bittersweet smile graced his face as he shook his head and sighed, swiftly reappearing atop the colossal peak where he had previously stood. Determined to cease the battle, he refrained from prolonging the confrontation, and seeing his resolve, Wu Feng also relented, gradually tempering his burgeoning fighting spirit before teleporting beside Wu Taidou. Before Wu Taidou could utter a word, Wu Feng exclaimed in awe, "Uncle, you truly astonish me. It has only been a little over a year." The elder warrior scoffed. "What is there for you to be surprised about? If anyone should be astonished, it should be me. In just over a year, your strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. It's simply extraordinary. Well, speak freely. How much of your true power did you unleash in that battle? No need to hold back out of respect." Wu Taidou asked, his expression earnest as he leveled a serious gaze at Wu Feng. About 30%. I suppose," Wu Feng replied, his eyes drifting, a hint of hesitation in his tone. "Indeed, I assure you, there is no deception here. Truly, it is more authentic than gold itself. I guarantee that I speak of merely 30% of my strength, and I am not misleading you," Wu Feng declared with unwavering conviction, while secretly contemplating that the 30% he referred to was, in fact, merely a fraction of that. Upon hearing this, Wu Taidou cast a penetrating glance at Wu Feng before waving his hand dismissively, saying, "Very well, let us assume your words hold truth. Off you go. Quickly visit your second aunt. She has been greatly distressed during your absence this past year." "Oh, I understand. Then, dear uncle, and to all my younger siblings, I shall see you shortly," Wu Feng replied. With that, He wasted no further time and leaped gracefully down the mountainside, heading directly towards his second uncle's residence in the valley. Observing this, Taidou silently regarded him for a moment before turning away with a look of satisfaction. His expression now serious as he addressed the curious onlookers. The crowd, filled with intrigue, instinctively lowered their heads under the weight of his authoritative gaze. Before he spoke in a tone that was both calm and undeniably commanding, "Continue your training." Chapter 63. The Intersection of Martial Arts and Science. Part 2. Time flows endlessly, slipping away in the blink of an eye. At this moment, it has been a full 6 months since Wufeng returned to Lianshan Valley. During this half-year span, aside from the first month of Wufeng's return, where he indulged himself in an extended leisure break, the days passed quietly without any unforeseen events. After a month of carefree relaxation, Wufeng officially set his plans into motion at the beginning of the second month. He first registered a high-tech research and development company under the name of all the residents of Lianshan Valley. Following a month dedicated to establishing the company, he launched several alien high-tech agricultural products in the subsequent month that benefited the public. Eventually, after a period of cultivation and a surge in popularity, he introduced several advanced high-tech products that catered to various aspects of society. As of today, 6 months later, this enterprise, known as the Lianshan Valley High-Tech Research and Development Group, has rapidly transformed into a globally recognized, publicly listed corporation, firmly establishing itself as a titan in the business world and reigning supreme at the pinnacle of global commerce. The astonishing speed of its development can be attributed to 2 principal factors. Firstly, the company possesses formidable intrinsic strength, consistently unveiling a groundbreaking product each month that serves the public good. Secondly, any forces or nations that dared to impede the company's swift ascent faced uniformly astonishing consequences. On the night of such incidents, they would be escorted by several martial arts experts to witness a dazzling fireworks display, only to be returned afterward. It has been proven that anyone not lacking in sense would, following such a spectacle, inevitably issue a public apology the very next day, followed by a commitment to assist wholeheartedly. Moreover, some astute individuals would even seek ways to ingratiate themselves with the company. Although no entity has successfully joined the ranks, Wufeng, in a show of goodwill, made minor concessions and formed a so-called mutual defense alliance with several powerful corporations. Within Lianshan Valley, what was once a rugged mountainous region has now transformed into a flat expanse of rocky terrain, adorned with over 100 residences constructed from concrete, stones, and timber, all bearing the distinctive charm of Lianshan Valley. Nearby, a cluster of quaint villas stands alongside 10 robust gravity training rooms designed for spacecraft, located not far from the expansive circular training ground within the valley. Observing the profound changes that have unfolded in Lianshan Valley, and witnessing the genuine smiles of friends and family, Wufeng felt a deep sense of satisfaction before he instantaneously transported himself to his uncle's martial arts arena. In an instant, Wufeng arrived and, casting a glance at the newly renovated and resplendent martial arts hall, strode in without a hint of hesitation. He made his way directly toward the gravity chamber reserved solely for Taidou. Moments later, as Taidou emerged from the gravity chamber, dripping with sweat, he glanced at Wufeng and, while leisurely heading toward the bathing area, inquired without preamble, "Well, what brings you to the dojo this time? Surely there must be something significant for us to discuss?" With a playful demeanor and a feigned air of sorrow, Wufeng replied, "Ah, must I always have pressing matters to visit my dear uncle? Ah, so you have nothing urgent to discuss this time? That's splendid. You may wait here for a while. Once I have finished bathing, we can enjoy a good chat," Taidou said, and without waiting for Wufeng to respond, he entered the bathing room, closing the door behind him with determination. Observing Taidou's unhesitating action, Wufeng pressed his hand to his forehead, resignedly murmuring, "All right then, I shall wait. For who am I to question my uncle?" After some time, in Taidou's bedroom, Wufeng asked, "Are you saying that the first World Martial Arts Tournament will officially commence next year? Isn't that a bit rushed? You must understand that your junior disciples, along with a few arrogant youths from the valley, may not be adequately prepared at this moment. My dear uncle, you worry excessively. I have already devised a solution for this predicament," Wufeng responded with a smile. "Oh, do enlighten me. I am curious to see how you plan to ensure those inexperienced youths won't be trampled by the seasoned martial artists on the competition stage, ultimately securing the champion's throne," Taidou remarked, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor as if contemplating some unseemly tactics. "Uncle, this matter is quite simple and far less complicated than you imagine. We merely need to divide the tournament into 2 categories, youth and adults," Wufeng explained, his expression a blend of bemusement and exasperation. "Is that so? Well, that is indeed a commendable solution. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. If you have no other pressing matters, you may take your leave, Wu Taidou stated. Ah, uncle, that's rather unkind. I haven't even had a sip of water yet. Wu Feng protested. Tell me, are you leaving or not? Must I chase you away? Wu Taidou asked. Please, do not be like that. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, uncle. With that, Wu Feng concentrated his thoughts and activated his teleportation, vanishing from Wu Taidou's presence in an instant. In the next moment, I found myself once again in a bedroom of a quaint villa belonging to Wu Feng in the Lian Mountain Valley. Time, ever fleeting, flows gently and unnoticed. At this very moment, it has been a full 5 months since Wu Feng established a world-leading enterprise, and unbeknownst to many, we have now entered the first month of the second year following Wu Feng's return. At this juncture, on this medium-sized island, nestled amidst mountains in the central western part of the earth, a multitude of martial arts masters from across the globe, accompanied by a throng of curious onlookers, opportunists, and enthusiasts, have gathered. 3 months ago, the Lian Mountain Valley High-Tech Research Group invested heavily in a 10-minute promotional advertisement, simultaneously broadcasted worldwide. This once obscure island has now surged into the limelight, welcoming a vibrant spring. Meanwhile, across various regions and broadcasting stations, dear listeners, welcome to our timely news segment. I am your old friend, Anitart, and without further ado, let us delve directly into today's topic, the inaugural World Martial Arts Championship. Meticulously orchestrated by the universally acknowledged leading enterprise, along with the substantial prizes awarded to the top 10 contenders in both the youth and adult categories. Chapter 64, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. At this moment, upon the island aptly named Battle Isle by Wu Feng himself, a medium-sized landmass signifying the arena of combat. The central area had been meticulously transformed into a venue reminiscent of an enlarged Roman Colosseum a month prior. During the construction, Wu Feng anticipated that martial artists with combat prowess exceeding 100 points would execute movements far beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans. Hence, from the outset, the design incorporated extraterrestrial high-tech cameras to ensure the ability to synchronize slow-motion playback at any moment. Moreover, the entire competition arena, particularly the crucial contest platform, was constructed from the hardest material in the cosmos, thunder steel. Notably, Wu Feng had even utilized a wish from the Dragon Balls for this purpose. At the registration and qualification testing area for the martial arts tournament, a serpentine queue of aspiring contestants stood, bustling yet remarkably orderly, devoid of chaos. Greetings. Please strike this testing machine with vigor. If you can illuminate the light on the device, you shall be officially registered as a contestant, one of the guides, dispatched by Lian Mountain Valley High-Tech Corporation to oversee the registration process, politely explained to the first hopeful in line. Is it truly that simple? Watch me, boasted the muscular young man, evidently a fitness trainer, brimming with confidence as he prepared to strike the machine. With a resounding thud, he unleashed his blow, however. To his dismay, the machine remained unresponsive, not a single light illuminating its surface. This cannot be. Again, I refuse to believe this. Light up. Light up. What? The stubbornly determined man continued to strike with all his might, yet his efforts proved futile as the machine remained inert. Observing this, the guide gently interjected, Sir, according to the tournament regulations, each contestant is permitted only 3 attempts. Could you please step aside to allow the next participant to try? Fine, I shall step aside. But I am curious to see how many can make this wretched machine light up, he grumbled, reluctantly moving aside to observe. Once the robust man complied, the guide mechanically turned to the next contestant, inquiring, Hello, may I ask your name and age? I am Wu Tian, 26 years of age. Very well. Please strike the machine with force. With a thunderous crash, followed by a series of beeping sounds, the machine gleamed with brilliant light. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? A robust man watching from the sidelines was momentarily struck with disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. Observing this, the guide paid no heed to the astonished man but quickly turned to Wu Tian, a broad smile adorning his face, and congratulated him, saying, Congratulations, Mr. Wu Tian. You have qualified. Please proceed to the waiting area. All right, Wu Tian replied calmly, his tone measured, and with that, he turned and walked towards the competitors' waiting hall. Now, everyone, please quiet down. The next contestant. Without further ado, the guide, having composed himself after the earlier shock, continued with a professional smile, calling out, Bang. Not lit. Disqualified. Next. Bang. Lit. Qualified. Congratulations. Next. Not lit. Disqualified. Next. Qualified. Congratulations, Mr. Tao Baiha. Next. The last contestant, qualified. Congratulations, Ms. Wu Fei. After an extensive morning of preliminary assessments, only a mere 400 contestants ultimately qualified to officially participate in the martial arts tournament, a lamentably small number. This starkly illustrates the decline and decay of the martial arts community on Earth. It is noteworthy that, according to statistics, the total number of applicants from around the globe reached an impressive 50 to 60,000, yet only a scant few hundred managed to pass the preliminary selection. It is also worth mentioning that among these fewer than 400 qualified individuals, a significant portion hailed from the dojo of Mutaito and Lianshan Valley, indicating that had it not been for Wu Feng's recent busyness, gathering even 100 contestants for this competition would have posed a challenge. That afternoon, at precisely 1 o'clock, the host addressed the audience. Dear viewers and esteemed guests, greetings. I am Franz Siegel, the host of this tournament. Welcome to the inaugural World Martial Arts Championship, brought to you by the cutting-edge enterprises of Lianshan Valley. Now, due to time constraints, I shall refrain from further preamble. Let us welcome the first contestant, Jonathan Chetrelin, alongside his opponent, Marion Casal, to the stage, with the announcer's resounding call echoing across the 40 by 40 square meter ring. Two muscular figures strode confidently from opposite sides of the arena, ascending the steps to the platform with purpose. Standing approximately 10 meters apart, they regarded each other with solemn expressions, the atmosphere thickening with palpable tension. As they assumed their starting positions, upon hearing the host's signal to begin, both contestants surged forward, colliding within a mere 5 seconds. Then, they embraced each other, pulling and tugging fiercely, before tumbling onto the arena, entwined and rolling about for quite some time. Eventually, just as the host was on the verge of dozing off, yawning repeatedly, it was determined that Jonathan's endurance was slightly inferior to Marion's, leading to his inevitable defeat. The outcome was clear. The victor of this contest was Marion Casal. Let us all extend our congratulations to him. The quick-witted host promptly declared the result without hesitation and then announced, "Now, let us welcome the second pair of contestants to the stage." In an instant, having prepared for their entrance, Tao Bai and the world champion of Sanda, Ormond, leapt gracefully onto the 3-meter-high platform with ease and elegance. Likewise, the golden-haired host signaled the official commencement of the match. With a swift motion, Tao Bai, who had been training alongside her brother for some time and had made significant strides in martial arts, launched a tentative straight punch using 30% of her strength towards her opponent. At that moment, faced with the rapidly approaching punch, Ormond realized that evasion was out of the question. With a flash of insight and drawing on his extensive combat experience from countless battles, he summoned all his might to deliver his most powerful punch, meeting her blow head-on. As their fists collided, Ormond felt as though he had struck a small car speeding at 100 miles per hour, finding himself utterly defenseless and being hurled backward, plummeting off the platform. Chapter 65. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Due to the abruptness of the outcome and the dramatic turn of events, the audience, perplexed and bewildered by the circumstances, erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. This is too contrived. Indeed, if you were to stage a match, it would not unfold in such a manner. Goodness, it seems you have grown too complacent, throwing caution to the wind. Is this a blatant mockery of our intelligence? Are you brazenly insulting our intellect? Cough, everyone. Please quiet down. If there are any doubts, kindly refer to the big screen for a slow-motion replay. I hereby solemnly assure you, on behalf of Lianshan Valley High-Tech Enterprises, that we engage in no deception, nor do we fix matches. Everything in this competition is fair, just, and transparent. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared on the floating projection screen above the arena. The general manager of Lianshan Valley High-Tech Enterprises, Wu Shan. As soon as he appeared, he quelled the noise with a serious demeanor and promised, "Enough of the superfluous chatter. Let us now observe the true specifics of the recent match." As Wu Shan concluded his statement, the screen began to slowly display the astonishingly swift punches of Tao Bai, akin to a meteor, accompanied by scientific analyses of the punch's force and vivid comparisons to real-life scenarios. Oh, so that is how it is. Martial arts can indeed reach such heights? Unbelievable. Indeed, this is truly astonishing. I feel enlightened. Regardless, I have resolved to practice martial arts and become. This cannot be. I refuse to believe it. For it defies scientific laws. Cough. All right, everyone, please settle down. The competition must continue. Kindly maintain your composure, the blonde host urged energetically. Once the crowd quieted, he continued, "Enough of the preliminaries. Let us proceed with the tournament. Now, I invite the third pair of contestants to take the stage." With that, two figures leapt gracefully from a distance of approximately 10 meters, landing upon the arena, eliciting an enthusiastic roar from the crowd. "Cousin Fei, will you choose to walk down willingly now, or shall I be the one to kick you off? Humph, cousin Jing, do not speak too soon. We shall see who ends up being thrown off. Oh, then my cousin shall wait and see. Prepare yourself for the shadow flicker fist. With those words, Wu Fei sprang into action, traversing the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye, arriving before Wu Jing. Without allowing Wu Jing a moment to react, Wu Fei's figure shimmered, and in an instant, a series of seemingly tangible shadowy images erupted, encircling Wu Jing in a whirlwind of motion. Yet, rather than displaying any hint of panic at being surrounded, Wu Jing calmly closed her bright eyes, centering herself and focusing intently on listening. In but a moment, it appeared she had discerned something, as a subtle smile graced her lips. She swiftly pivoted, launching a powerful punch towards a specific direction, her thoughts echoing, as I suspected. Unchanged as ever, heedless of past lessons. Bang! With a resounding impact, Wu Fei's well-practiced ultimate technique was suddenly exposed to a flaw, resulting in an unexpected breakthrough. Startled, Wu Fei instinctively crossed her arms to shield herself, desperately attempting to halt her backward slide to maintain her balance and avoid tumbling off the stage. Perhaps by the grace of fortune, just as she was on the verge of falling, her last reserves of strength surged forth, stabilizing her precarious stance. That was a close call. With a deft maneuver, Wu Fei regained her footing at the center of the arena, while continuously evading Wu Jing's relentless onslaught. Her heart still racing as she patted her relatively flat chest, murmuring to herself. Although she had lost the advantage of the first strike, Wu Fei, now steadied, chose not to succumb to despair. Instead, she maintained a vigilant defense, searching for any openings in Wu Jing's barrage of attacks in hopes of reversing the tide of battle. Yet, after a brief while, she found no opportunity to exploit Wu Jing's vulnerabilities and alter the increasingly unfavorable situation. This was not due to Wu Jing's flawless technique, which flowed seamlessly from one move to the next without a single gap, nor was it attributable to a sudden increase in Wu Jing's strength during the contest, but rather a reflection of Wu Fei's own inadequacies. Despite several instances of recognizing openings in Wu Jing's assault, she lacked the requisite power to capitalize on them and turn the tide of battle. From a distance, one could see two figures, as swift as lightning, colliding incessantly upon the stage, each encounter marked by a swift separation. In a breathtaking display of speed invisible to the naked eye, two women engaged in combat, each strike resonating with a ferocious sound that echoed throughout the arena, leaving the bewildered onlookers in a state of astonishment and confusion. "Oh no, it's over, it's all over. My prize money is gone," one lamented. As the saying by Lu Sun goes, what is held for too long must inevitably be lost, and indeed, this was swiftly proven true. Wang Fei, who had been relegated to a defensive position, found herself gradually succumbing to fatigue and distraction, leading to a momentary lapse in her guard. The seasoned Wu Jing, who enjoyed a commanding advantage, seized this opportunity with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly breaching Wang Fei's defenses and delivering a merciless kick that sent her plummeting from the stage. Without a glance back, Wu Jing turned and departed, leaving Wang Fei seated on the ground, wearing an expression of desolation, muttering softly to herself. Could someone please explain what just transpired? How could two seemingly evenly matched opponents, locked in fierce battle just moments ago, so abruptly determine a victor as if it were mere child's play? At that moment, a bewildered spectator, struggling to comprehend the spectacle, inquired, "Aren't you able to watch the slow-motion replay on the big screen? Instead of pretending to understand, you should realize that they were not evenly matched at all." The amused audience member responded with a chuckle. "Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death so you can rightfully inherit my substantial tab?" As the outcome was declared, the announcer proclaimed, "The victor is none other than Wu Jing, hailing from the esteemed martial arts sanctuary. Congratulations, Ms. Wu Jing," he continued. Adhering to the principle of brevity, now, without further ado, let us welcome the next pair of contenders to the stage. Chapter 66, The Greatest Martial Arts Tournament, Part 2. Time slips away swiftly, and before one realizes it, the once bright sky gradually dims. The sun descends towards the horizon, leaving only a sliver of its form, yet to disappear. Evening quietly approaches, and twilight is imminent. Meanwhile, the competition, which has persisted throughout the afternoon, is drawing to a close. To avoid delaying dinner, the final match of the youth elimination round of the martial arts tournament officially commences now, exclaimed the blonde host, whose voice had grown hoarse from hours of shouting without a sip of water. As the host's words echoed, the last pair of contestants, who had been waiting impatiently, simultaneously appeared on the stage and quickly performed a respectful fist salute upon their meeting. After the ceremonial gesture, without further ado, both competitors launched themselves towards each other with remarkable speed, covering several meters in mere seconds, colliding at the center of the arena. In an instant, the two engaged fiercely, unleashing their full strength in a flurry of punches and kicks. The vast arena was filled with varying shades of afterimages as they exchanged blows, each strike resonating with tremendous force. The shockwaves from their powerful encounters caused the sturdy platform to tremble, eliciting a sense of astonishment from the blonde host, who found himself shaking uncontrollably in a corner of the stage. Wow, unbelievable. Look at that. The force of their battle is actually shaking the arena, which weighs over 1,000,000 tons, exclaimed an audience member who had been intently watching the match, suddenly rising in surprise. Indeed, the platform is moving. This is astounding, proclaimed a youthful, passionate teenager, filled with fervor. This is impossible. It defies the laws of physics, remarked a renowned physicist, bewildered. On the balcony high above the martial arts tournament, a contemplative Wu Feng observed the two fighters, who were locked in a fierce struggle, resembling sworn enemies. It's surprising that despite the passage of years, the relationship between my cousins, Wu Xian and Wu Yan, remains unchanged, he inquired of his uncle, Wu Taidou, beside him. Humph, those two brats have been at odds ever since that incident. Their animosity has never waned, and no amount of persuasion has worked. Wu Taidou replied with a huff, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory. Is that so? Don't Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu take any action? If this continues, they may truly become enemies, Wu Feng remarked, frowning slightly, his dissatisfaction evident. Why is it that one can manage momentarily, yet cannot maintain control indefinitely? Addressing only the symptoms rather than the root causes ultimately proves futile. Oh, is that so? If that is the case, then allow me to take charge. Such a prevailing atmosphere must not be allowed to flourish. Wu Feng approached the railing with measured steps, his expression grave and his tone ominous. Very well, young man. Since you are eager to take the reins, then do so. By the way, feel free to act boldly, as long as you ensure that no one loses their life in the process. Wu Taidou remarked with a smile after casting a glance at the fiercely contested arena, where combatants fought as if their lives depended on it. Amidst the thunderous claps of lightning, two figures engaged in a rapid exchange on the stage, momentarily parting before swiftly darting to opposite edges of the arena. After a brief pause and nearly simultaneous gathering of energy, they launched themselves at one another with a sudden burst. The resounding clash reverberated throughout the arena, creating an echo so deafening that the thousands of spectators instinctively covered their ears in an attempt to mitigate the sharp pain of the overwhelming sound. Moments later, tick-tock, tick-tock. The two combatants, having been forcefully pushed back to the sides of the arena, found their bodies drenched in sweat mingled with crimson blood, dripping incessantly to the ground. Gasping for breath, Wu Xian, exhausted and hunched over, struggled to catch his breath as he queried, "Should we continue, Xiaoyan?" Observing his younger brother, who knelt on the stage, head bowed and hands propping him up to avoid collapsing, Wu Xian felt a pang of helplessness. His tone, though plain, carried an undertone of pleading. Hearing this, Wu Yan instinctively clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead in a display of frustration. Damn it, damn it. I've lost again, yet again, so close, just a fraction away. Why must it be like this? Thud, thud, thud. In this moment of blind determination, Wu Yan remained oblivious to the underlying reasons for his plight, consumed by an overwhelming sense of resentment as he pounded the unyielding arena floor in a fit of self-inflicted rage. Cough, cough. May I ask, Wu Yan, do you wish to continue the competition? If not, I will officially declare Wu Xian the victor of this match. The blonde host, steadfast in his duty, forced himself to suppress his fear and approached Wu Yan, trembling slightly as he spoke carefully. Ugh, humph, next time, I will absolutely not lose to you again. You must wait for me. Wait for me. In that moment, filled with fury and discontent, Wu Yan spat his defiant words before resolutely turning on his heel and staggering back down the path he had come. As I bear witness to this scene, the heart-wrenching sentiment within Wu Xian compels him to instinctively reach out in an attempt to retain what is slipping away. Yet, as the words linger on the tip of his tongue, he finds himself at a loss, ultimately allowing his outstretched hand to droop in futility. He gazes at the receding figure with a heavy heart, murmuring softly, "Xiaoyan, what distress drives you to this?" Alas, a night passed in silence, and the following day dawned bright and clear, the sun shining radiantly in the azure sky. Dear audience, let us now welcome the first pair of competitors from the non-youth category to the stage. After a night of rest, the golden-haired host, his voice restored to normalcy, expressed his excitement. In a bid to not be underestimated by the younger generation, these two venerable masters of the martial arts, the last of their kind on earth, made their entrance with a speed that resembled teleportation. Please, Brother Lu Yuan. Please, Master Duo Fa. In an instant, they moved, traversing a distance of several meters to the center of the arena, engaging in combat with remarkable swiftness. Their strikes, as rapid as bullets, exchanged in a flurry of movement. In mere moments, the residual images left by their quick exchanges filled the arena, creating the illusion of a crowd densely packed upon the stage. This captivating spectacle left the ordinary spectators surrounding them in awe, their mouths agape in astonishment. However, unlike the oblivious onlookers, the formidable martial arts champion observing from the open balcony discerned an anomaly. What are these two old fellows up to? A grand martial arts exhibition? Clearing his throat, he remarked, Uncle, I suspect that you might be right. Their actions are clearly a ploy for promotion, an advertisement of sorts. Upon observing the scene, Wu Feng could only shake his head in bemusement. Chapter 67. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Conclusion. Alas, what a farce. At such an advanced age, one ought to possess a modicum of dignity. The esteemed Master Wu, unable to bear the sight any longer, leapt into the air, descending with formidable force upon the two combatants in the arena. With a thunderous crash, the unsuspecting pair, caught off guard by Master Wu's abrupt intervention, were violently swept away by the overwhelming gust of energy, plummeting to the ground below the stage. May the Buddha bless you. Calm yourself. Do not be angered. Master Wu, not only do you disregard the rules of the competition, but you also dare to launch a clandestine assault on me and Master Duo. You two old codgers, I extend my respect for your seniority and refrain from quarreling over this recent incident, granting you the courtesy of face. Do not test my patience. Were it not for the fond memories of past guidance, I would not deign to intervene in your affairs. I sincerely hope you recognize the situation and withdraw promptly. Otherwise, should my nephew take action, the consequences may well be dire. As Master Wu spoke with a stoic demeanor, he simultaneously ruminated on his thoughts. Sir, might I beseech you to adhere to the competition rules and refrain from causing disruption? The blonde host, though quaking within, feigned composure and inquired softly. Very well. Master Wu replied after a brief moment of contemplation, a hint of hesitation crossing his features. He sighed deeply, resolutely declaring, from this moment forth, anyone capable of compelling me to retreat a single step shall be crowned the champion of this martial arts tournament. Oh dear uncle, do as you wish. It could serve as both a deterrent and an exemplar, a dual benefit indeed. Wu Feng shook his head slightly, then casually reached for his phone and dialed. All right. I understand now. There is no need to intervene further. Moreover, let all subsequent proceedings follow the directives of that esteemed elder on stage. Meanwhile, on the platform, the elderly gentleman was about to articulate a request when the ringing of a phone interrupted him, cutting off his words. After a brief moment, the host, having concluded the call, cast a bewildered glance at the grave-faced Master Wu and announced with utmost seriousness, Dear audience members, due to unforeseen circumstances, and following the consent and approval of the organizing party, the rules of the upcoming matches will undergo comprehensive adjustments, transitioning to a defensive and offensive format. This implies that the individual who can maintain control of the arena until the end shall be deemed the ultimate champion, murmured an audience member well-versed in the law. Does this not resemble the underground fight clubs? Exclaimed another, a frequent visitor to such illicit venues, with wide eyes of astonishment. Indeed, this has spiraled into chaos, and such a shift undermines the very fairness of the competition. Questioned a perceptive spectator. Why bother with so much? Isn't it enough that it's visually appealing? Remarked an indifferent spectator, drawn to the commotion. Moments later, Master Duofa re-entered the arena, without a moment's hesitation, launching the first strike. Instead of attacking the central figure, Taidou, he chose to circle around him at a rapid pace, conjuring a colossal tornado within mere seconds, aiming to confine Taidou to a space of less than 1 square meter. While lurking within the swirling winds, waiting for the opportune moment. Seeing no other changes, Taidou, who allowed his opponent to unleash his ultimate moves, displayed a look of disdain. Humph, mere flashy tricks, aesthetically pleasing yet utterly useless. Allow me to shatter this. Without even glancing, he confidently unleashed a punch directed towards the upper left, steady and unhurried, akin to a child's playful jab. This seemingly slow punch was clearly discernible to the ordinary spectators present, who had already broadened their horizons. A technique recognizable to the naked eye could only be deemed sluggish. Thud splash. The methodical punch did not miss as the audience had anticipated. Instead, it struck Master Duofa, who had been reveling in his concealed position within the tornado, with surprising precision. How could this be? Master Duofa gasped in disbelief as he was sent flying. having seemingly propelled himself towards Mutaito's fist. Next, who will step up? Without acknowledging Master Duofa's astonishment, Mutaito resumed his stance, arms crossed behind his back, expressionless as he coldly addressed the crowd. I shall. I am Lu Yuan Yixing, and I humbly seek your guidance, Grandmaster. Observing Lu Yuan Yixing, who emanated an overwhelming swordsmanship aura, serious yet polite, Mutaito felt a sense of appreciation. You are quite impressive, far surpassing your shameless uncle by at least tenfold. You truly embody the spirit of a swordsman. Thank you for your kind words, Grandmaster, Lu Yuan Yixing replied, feeling unworthy. Please, allow me to demonstrate. Very well, proceed. With that, Mutaito ceased his chatter, closing his eyes in anticipation of his opponent's move, upholding the principle that if he were to strike, it must be earth-shattering. Lu Yuan Yixing unleashed a single sword thrust, pouring all his strength into the attack. The latent sword intent surged forth with the thrust, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that sent chills down Mutaito's spine, even from 3 zhang away. The lightning-fast sword strike shattered the sound barrier upon release, causing the air to explode around it. In an instant, the blade sliced through layers of air resistance, arriving before Mutaito's eyes. Yet, mere inches from Mutaito, the formidable sword was abruptly halted by 2 fingers that deftly clamped down upon it, coming to an instantaneous stop. Witnessing his all-out effort thwarted so effortlessly, Lu Yuan Yixing's face reflected sheer astonishment as he murmured to himself, is the disparity truly this vast? After a brief moment of astonishment, before Wu Taidou could utter a word, Lu Yuanxing bowed deeply, his face adorned with admiration. Senior, you truly deserve to be a grandmaster of martial arts. I concede and accept my defeat. Farewell. Indeed, you performed admirably. Continue to strive for improvement, Wu Taidou replied with a calm demeanor. He then called out to the crowd below the arena. All right, next contestant. Time passed swiftly, fleeting like a whisper. The moments of overwhelming victories always seemed to rush by, and due to the undeniable disparity in strength, there was not a single contender who managed to make Wu Taidou budge, even by a single step, throughout the entire competition. Consequently, Wu Taidou, having decisively triumphed over all other participants, rightfully claimed the title of champion in the inaugural martial arts tournament's non-teenage category. He was awarded a staggering prize of 100 million and a prestigious opportunity to study at the sacred land of martial arts for 3 years. Although these accolades held little significance for Wu Taidou at that moment, he nonetheless went through the motions of the necessary formalities, mindful of the greater picture for the future. Chapter 68. Organization and summation. Time swiftly passes, and a month has already elapsed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, it has been over half a month since the conclusion of the inaugural World Martial Arts Tournament. According to the original plan, this should be the date marking the end of the tournament. However, due to the intervention of Wu Taidou, the competition for the non-youth group, which was supposed to mirror the youth division requiring a fortnight of elimination rounds to determine the ultimate champion, was abruptly condensed to a mere single day. Wu Feng, having witnessed the youth competition that spanned half a month, personally adorned the champion, his 3rd disciple Tao Baihe, who is yet to reach 30, with the champion's badge. After imparting a few words of heartfelt encouragement, he strode away towards Lianshan Valley, his face illuminated with uncontainable joy and satisfaction. During this period, Wu Feng instinctively overlooked the need to console his 2nd disciple, Wu Tian, who narrowly lost to Tao Baihe by a mere technique, as well as his elder cousin Wu Lin, who had secured 3rd place, watching him with wide-eyed astonishment. On this radiant day, with the sun shining brightly and the sky exceptionally clear, Wu Feng, having returned from a half-month seclusion, finally completed the preliminary organization and summation of his martial arts principles. Utilizing a combat power testing device invented by extraterrestrial beings, he delineated his fighting capacity at various stages or corresponding intervals. For instance, prior to breaking through to the innate realm, his apparent bloodline potential limit stood at 150 points of combat power. After transcending to the innate realm, following a thorough cleansing and transformation, his visible bloodline potential limit increased to 300 points. Upon breaking into the Return to Truth realm, this limit rose to 900 points. After achieving the unity of heaven and man, the 1st heaven, his potential limit reached 600 points. Following the breakthrough to the 2nd heaven, the theoretically conceptualized void-breaking realm, it escalated to 18,000 points. Upon reaching the 3rd heaven, this limit soared to 108,000 points. Finally, after transcending to the 4th heaven, his apparent bloodline potential limit peaked at 756,000 points. It is worth noting that the so-called apparent bloodline potential limit refers to a state achieved through relentless and diligent training, where no further enhancement in strength is possible. This is what is termed as the physical shackles. Such physical constraints are universally present among nearly all life forms in the cosmos, suggesting that, aside from a few exceptional entities, every being inevitably encounters these bodily limitations. The only distinction lies in the varying shackles that different races, or, more specifically, different individuals possess. For instance, individuals of inferior bloodlines may find themselves ensnared upon attaining a mere 10 points of combat prowess, while those of moderate blood potential might only face such constraints after reaching a staggering 1,000 points. Even more astonishing are those with exceptional or mutated bloodlines, who may only encounter limitations upon achieving millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of billions of points. This illustrates the paramount significance of bloodlines within the Dragon Ball universe, as well as the immense importance of one's lineage. Moreover, where there exists overt blood potential, there must also be latent blood potential. Latent blood potential, as the term suggests, lies concealed deep within one's body or lineage, challenging to unearth remnants of ancestral heritage. These fragments, inherited from forebears, vary greatly in utility and reliability, often hinging on whether one's ancestors possessed extraordinary prowess. At this moment, Wu Feng, reflecting on these thoughts, feels the undeniable truth of bloodline supremacy within the Dragon Ball realm, coupled with a profound sorrow for his fellow Earthlings, who share the plight of inferior bloodlines. However, it is comforting to know that absolutes do not exist amidst the chaos. A glimmer of hope remains, allowing those of lesser lineage to transcend their constraints through arduous, almost purgatorial training and the profound comprehension of esoteric martial realms. This transformative journey, capable of elevating one's bloodline to divine dimensions, was imparted long ago, shortly after the birth of life within the cosmos, by the first celestial beings of each planetary realm. It is noteworthy that the martial arts of the Dragon Ball universe were not initially discovered by ancestors themselves, but rather were taught by the deities of various planets. The ancestors merely refined and expanded upon this knowledge through the diligent efforts of generations of exceptional warriors. Upon meticulously studying the legacies left by the celestial beings of Earth, Wu Feng comprehends that this path to divinity is one of gradual progression, attainable through a series of disciplined practices. Were it not for the exceptionally high demands on insight and talent that this celestial pathway imposes, coupled with the extensive time required for mastery, Wu Feng might have already ascended to the role of Earth's celestial deity, sparing him from the relentless grind of daily training. Instead, he could embrace the elegance of a sage, meditating daily to grasp higher cosmic dimensions, continuously evolving his spirit. It is worth noting that the legacies of Earth's celestial beings indicate that higher dimensional realms can indeed assist warriors in breaking free from their limitations. Wu Feng understands clearly the significance of these dimensional realms for warriors within the Dragon Ball universe. For any warrior aspiring to attain true divinity through cultivation, the dimensional realm represents an insurmountable barrier that must be traversed. Only those warriors who have attained the divine realm of dimensional boundaries may be truly regarded as gods, possessing an almost eternal lifespan, akin to the exalted beings of the great Kaishin. Generally speaking, a warrior in the dimensional realm of mortals must traverse 6 dimensional boundaries to ascend to true divinity. These boundaries, from the lowest to the highest, correspond to the following: the immortal level dimensional boundary linked to celestial beings, the divine level dimensional boundary associated with heavenly gods, the Yama level dimensional boundary related to the ruler of the underworld, the Kai level dimensional boundary tied to the king of worlds, the great Kai level dimensional boundary corresponding to the great Kaishin, and finally, the God level dimensional boundary corresponding to the Kaishin. It is noteworthy that each level of dimensional boundary correlates with a specific range of combat power. For instance, the combat power range for the immortal level dimensional boundary is between 109,999 points. The divine level dimensional boundary spans from 10,000 to 999,999 points. The Yama level dimensional boundary ranges from 1 million to 99,999,999 points. The Kai level dimensional boundary encompasses 1 billion to 1,999,999,999 points. The great Kai level dimensional boundary extends from 10 billion to 99,999,999,999 points. As for the Kaishin level dimensional boundary, or the God level dimensional boundary, its profound enigma and uncertainty preclude any precise expression of combat power. It is only known that the disparity before and after a breakthrough is immense, akin to an insurmountable chasm. There are 3 crucial points regarding the aforementioned classifications that Wu Feng deems necessary to elaborate upon. First, achieving the corresponding dimensional boundary does not instantaneously confer the associated combat power. Relentless and arduous training is essential to attain it. Simply put, the true function of a higher dimensional boundary is merely to elevate the previously constrained limits of one's physical form. In Wu Feng's perspective, among the deities governing creation in the seventh universe, only the Great Kai and the Great Kaioshin possess matching prowess. The others seem to squander their existence. Second, this principle does not apply to beings endowed with formidable bloodlines and extraordinary talents. Entities such as Scions, Namekians, and the Frisia race can disregard dimensional boundaries, advancing seamlessly through their inherent strengths. Third, the God-level dimensional boundary differs fundamentally from other dimensional realms. It represents a transformative process from qualitative change to quantitative change. The distinction between the state before and after the breakthrough is as stark as that between heaven and earth. Furthermore, due to the nature of the God-level dimensional boundary, it is imperceptible to any aura. All of one's power remains supremely contained. Therefore, in comparison to the state prior to breaking through the God-level dimensional boundary, both overall combat power and power utilization are worlds apart. Chapter 69. Limits and Rebirth. The following day, dawn broke with a clear and refreshing atmosphere. After sitting in meditation on the highest peak of the Chilean mountains for an entire day and night, Wu Feng slowly opened his slightly fatigued eyes and let out a gentle sigh. Is it still not working? What exactly is missing? He murmured, furrowing his brow in exhaustion after numerous attempts that yielded no results. Never mind, I shall try one last time. If I still cannot succeed. Shaking his head, Wu Feng resolutely muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes once more, allowing himself to drift into a state between sleep and wakefulness, gradually visualizing a pattern of a blue lotus. With practiced ease, Wu Feng quieted his mind and entered a meditative state, conjuring a unique soul image, a vast blue lotus platform radiating a soft azure light. This seemingly tangible blue lotus platform floated serenely upon the ocean of his soul, continuously absorbing the liquefied spiritual energy surrounding it, nurturing, developing, and growing. Although this immense blue lotus platform occupied nearly 1/10,000th of the entire soul sea and was still drawing in nourishment, it showed no signs of growth as it had in the past. It felt as though it had reached a certain limit or perhaps had become saturated, as if it were encountering some form of obstruction. After multiple attempts, Wu Feng had developed a vague sense that something essential was missing, preventing the cultivation of his soul visualization from unfolding as he had anticipated. Gradually, petals of the blue lotus began to unfurl atop the expansive platform. Moments later, Wu Feng, having once again failed in his attempt, felt utterly exhausted. His chest heaved, his spirit waned, and his eyes appeared bloodshot, the weight of his fatigue rendering him unsteady and on the verge of collapse. I can't go on. I have reached my limit. It seems I can no longer attempt this, he thought, recognizing his dismal state and paling complexion. At this moment, fully aware of his limitations, Wu Feng chose not to push himself further. He slowly rose, staggering slightly, and made his way into the secluded stone chamber a few paces away. Reaching his bed, he collapsed and fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps it was due to the intense pressure he had placed upon himself, teetering on the brink of collapse, that Wu Feng slept for an uninterrupted span of 7 days and nights. During this time, his second aunt, who had been bringing him meals, was greatly alarmed. Had it not been for the timely discovery by Mutaito that Wu Feng still had a pulse, preparations for an extravagant funeral might have already been underway. 7 days later, having fully recuperated his energy and spirit, Wu Feng opened his eyes to find the concerned face of his second aunt, who had cared for him since childhood, looming before him. Her expression filled with worry. Standing beside Aunt Air was Uncle Wu Shan's family, while elder Uncle Wu Taidou leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, gazing at the sky. Witnessing this tender, wordless scene, even Wu Feng, who had long attained a state of tranquil detachment, could not help but feel a ripple of warmth within. Are you hungry? Come on, don't linger in bed any longer. Get up. Aunt Air, Lulan, said with a kind smile, playfully urging him. Yes, hurry up and eat. Your aunt knew you would awaken today and started preparing your favorite dishes before the rooster crowed. Uncle Wu Shan remarked with a hint of annoyance. All right, I'll eat. Wu Feng wanted to mention that he had already mastered fasting, but upon seeing Aunt Air's expression of concern, he refrained from further words and began to eat heartily. You little rascal, at least you know what's good for you, Wu Taidou, who had recently reached the fasting realm of inner strength, silently thought to himself upon witnessing the scene. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, atop the highest peak of the Chilean mountains, Wu Taidou stood facing the horizon, hands clasped behind his back on a rock near the cliff's edge. After glancing at Wu Feng, he slowly spoke. How long do you intend to leave this time? Well, I can't say for certain, uncle. One thing you must understand is that the universe is vast. Trying to capture a fugitive in the boundless cosmos is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. So, before Wu Feng could finish, Wu Taidou interrupted. All right, you needn't explain further. I understand. Just go and return swiftly. No need for farewells. With that, Wu Taidou turned away, leaping gracefully towards his dojo, disappearing in an instant. Observing this, Wu Feng swallowed the excuses he had prepared, a bitter smile crossing his face. Well, I suppose that saves me from offering reasons. Sigh, so be it. I shall take my leave. After a moment of contemplation, he activated his unremarkable, singularly functional ability, akin to a purple progress bar representing a virtual character's health in a game. As with previous instances, this function, far more profound than mere instantaneous movement, allowed Wu Feng to vanish without a trace, leaving no sign of his departure. Since the time of Dayu's establishment of the 9 provinces thousands of years ago, it remains difficult to ascertain which province is the strongest in the current land of the 9 provinces, with opinions widely varied. However, if one were to discuss which province is the most prosperous and resplendent, it would undoubtedly be the majestic Yangzhou, known for its soaring cranes. When mentioning Yangzhou, it is impossible not to reference the foremost sect, Qinghu Island, which governs 9 of the 13 prefectures in Yangzhou, along with the second-ranking sects, Guyuan sect and Tie sect. Let us set aside other matters for now and focus on Jiangning Prefecture, entirely under the control of the Guyuan sect, where there exists a place called Yiqing. Within the borders of Yiqing lies a vast mountain range, known as Dian Mountain. Nestled within its embrace, at the midpoint of the twin peaks, resides a fathomless cold pool, named Bihan Pool. This enigmatic pool is home to a myriad of mystical beasts, including a dragon of ancient lineage, known as Zishi, who has existed for no less than 5 or 6 millennia. On this particular day, as Zishi slumbered peacefully, having once encountered the legendary figure of Dayu, a sudden deafening noise jolted him awake. The ancient dragon, who had been dreaming blissfully, with bubbles rising from his nostrils, was instantly filled with rage upon being so rudely awakened. With a fierce determination, he resolved to exact revenge on the audacious soul who dared to disturb his tranquility, vowing to rend the culprit into pieces to assuage his wrath. Unbeknownst to him, the source of this disturbance was none other than Wu Feng, who had been directly transported to the presence of the violet dragon by a mysterious force. Without a moment's hesitation, Zishi lunged at Wu Feng the instant he materialized. However, the ancient dragon's might, merely equivalent to the realm of the harmonious unity, the innate golden core of this world, was swiftly repelled by Wu Feng's instinctively awakened protective aura, sending Zishi careening into the towering cliffside. The impact unleashed a torrent of boulders, creating a thunderous cacophony reminiscent of a cataclysmic landslide. In an instant, Wu Feng, having been startled awake from the mesmerizing sights encountered during his temporal journey, had no intention of lingering in the cold depths of the pool. He leapt forth, rising into the air several dozen meters above the surface, where he floated momentarily, attempting to unleash his vast mental force, capable of enveloping a 1,000-mile radius. He quickly sensed a multitude of presences, varying in strength. Among the powerful entities was a black-purple dragon, akin to the pinnacle of the third heaven, not far beneath him, alongside a golden tortoise guarding a palace at the bottom of the pool. Weaker energies emanated from the foot of the mountain and the nearby county, comprising ordinary citizens akin to 7th or 8th-rate martial artists. Chapter 70. The beginning of the initial battle. As Wu Feng busily observed and gathered information about this world steeped in martial arts, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a colossal dragon claw that surged toward him. In an instant, a tempest arose, revealing an enormous serpentine dragon, at least 20 zhang in length, radiating a mystical azure glow, hovering in the sky 100 zhang high. Instinctively, it began to draw upon the surrounding moisture, rapidly forming a cloud mass of no less than 300 or 400 zhang, shrouding the summit of the twin-headed mountain in darkness. From the heart of the cloud, a massive dragon claw emerged. Although its speed was not particularly swift, visible to the naked eye, when Wu Feng instinctively attempted to evade, he found himself firmly ensnared by the forces of the surrounding world. Caught off guard, Wu Feng had no choice but to unleash his invincible, indomitable aura, bracing himself for the onslaught of the claw. With a resounding crash, the demon dragon, Zishi, swiftly retracted its now swollen claw, emitting a series of pained, gasping roars. The rumbling of the mountain echoed as debris cascaded down, revealing Wu Feng, unscathed and composed, supported by his unyielding aura. It goes without saying that Wu Feng was not one to endure a beating without retaliating. In a flash, Wu Feng appeared before the massive head of the demon dragon Zishi, and before the dragon could react, he propelled a fist, enveloped in pure and formidable energy, straight toward it. The strike sent Zishi crashing into one of the towering peaks of the twin-headed mountain, snapping a summit several hundred zhang high in half. The thunderous sound reverberated across 100 miles, as immense boulders and debris fell with the might of a landslide, affecting the surrounding 10-mile radius. In the wake of Wu Feng's furious blow, countless beasts and creatures that had inhabited the Daiyin Mountain for generations suffered an unforeseen calamity, with casualties beyond counting. Alarmingly, the relentless aftermath of the landslide eventually reached the foot of the mountain, impacting the innocent villagers of Tingjia Village and Lijia Village who had lived there for generations. Meanwhile, at the moment of the landslide, Tingjia Village was celebrating its annual festival. In the spacious training grounds, over 100 tables were set up, filled with villagers ranging from the elderly with white hair and wrinkled faces to newborn infants. They gathered joyfully, feasting on meat and drinking heartily, their laughter echoing as they remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. But little time passed before the satiated villagers, led by the current patriarch, Tianlong, commenced the afternoon festivities, preparing to test the children who had reached the age of 6. At first, Tung Qinghu lifted 60 pounds with remarkable ease. However, before the clan leader, Tung Yunlong, could finish his words of praise, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, interrupting him and startling nearly all the young and strong members of the Tung family. With expressions of disbelief and a hint of panic, they turned their gazes toward the direction of Dine Mountain. Before they could inquire of their leader, the ground trembled violently, causing the pebbles beneath them to dance. The tables scattered throughout the training ground shook in unison, while the domesticated fowl within the village flailed and squawked in confusion. In mere moments, the clan leader dispatched a group of family members to investigate the cause of the disturbance. A few minutes later, one of the scouts returned, face pale with terror, running frantically while gesturing and shouting, "Leader, it's bad news. Everyone run. The mountain is collapsing. The mountain god is furious. We must flee quickly, or it will be too late." "What? How could this happen?" Tung Yunlong exclaimed in shock, quickly regaining his composure. He shouted urgently yet calmly, "Tung Yonglei, Tung Yongxiang, Tung Yongfan, Tung Yongyo, you must assist the elderly, pregnant women, and children in evacuating the village. The rest of you follow me. We will buy them more time to escape." The thunderous noise grew ever closer, and the ground began to shake violently. Tung Yunlong led a group of brave souls who anchored themselves to the earth, resisting the tremors. Armed with heavy iron weapons, they valiantly shattered the first falling boulders that threatened to crash upon their retreating family members. Yet, the respite was short-lived. In a mere moment, a torrent of debris surged forth, and at that instant, the group was confronted with an overwhelming flow of rocks capable of engulfing the entire village. Expressions of horror and despair spread across their faces as they realized there would be no escape this time. They roared defiantly, charging headlong into the approaching deluge, hoping to delay its advance for even a fleeting second to grant their loved ones a moment longer. Suddenly, a wave of realization hit Wu Feng as he observed the aftermath of the mountain's collapse, poised to engulf the two villages at its foot. He swiftly snapped to attention, propelling himself to the summit of his speed, reaching the base of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch into the towering torrent of debris, cleaving it down the middle and diverting most of the flow toward the uninhabited sides. Following this, he deftly positioned himself at the forefront, erecting a massive barrier of air to hold back the remaining torrent, preventing it from breaching the village. A rumble echoed through the air as a colossal torrent relentlessly collided with the immense wall of energy, radiating a pearlescent glow, producing a cacophony that was deafening to the ears. The cacophony jolted Ting Yulong and his companions, who were in a daze, as well as Li Huajun's group nearby, into awareness. They gazed intently at Wu Feng, who stood at the forefront, hands pressing gently against the void, emanating a pure, cloud-like luminescence. They were momentarily entranced, rendered speechless, until at last, the torrent on the mountain subsided, losing its vigor. Only then did Wu Feng recite a mantra and retract the formidable energy that had formed the wall. Upon turning, Wu Feng surveyed the scene of devastation, littered with dismembered limbs and severed arms. His gaze fell slightly, and after inhaling deeply, he spoke slowly. "It is due to my battle with the demon dragon that you have suffered. This burden is mine to bear. Though I acted quickly to amend my mistake, it ultimately came too late, resulting in... Alas, it is of no use to dwell further on this matter. As a gesture of recompense, I shall grant each of your two villages a promise. Should you decide upon your specific requests, you may seek me at the Beyond Pool of Dine Mountain. As soon as his words fell, Wu Feng did not wait for the crowd's reaction, but swiftly flew towards the recovering demon dragon, Zishi, still brimming with fury. Sensing Wu Feng's rapid approach, Zishi soared into the air, defiantly charging forward. A thunderous clash ensued, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking. Yet Wu Feng stood unyielding in the void. Zishi was sent crashing into a lake nestled among the mountains, creating a monumental wave that engulfed everything nearby. With a roar, Zishi, dazed and covered in mud, shook its head vigorously to rid itself of the grime before plunging into an abyss halfway up the mountainside. Realizing that it alone could not contend with Wu Feng, the demon dragon sought the assistance of its old neighbor, the golden tortoise, to join forces against this terrifying and aberrant beast clad in human skin. Indeed, after their encounter, Zishi regarded Wu Feng as a truly fearsome and twisted creature. Despite Wu Feng's inability to wield even a fraction of the power of heaven and earth, he had effortlessly overpowered Zishi, a beast of significant prowess. Had Zishi not possessed an extraordinarily gifted nature, could it truly be considered a mere human? In that moment, Zishi instinctively overlooked Wu Feng's human attributes, such as his essence, speech, and physical appearance. Chapter 71. The conclusion of battle in the blink of an eye, they traversed the abyss and arrived at the underwater palace of the demon dragon, Zishi. There, they immediately spotted the golden dragon turtle in a slumber. Roar, roar, roar. Stop pretending to sleep. Rise and assist me in this fight. Roar, roar. I refuse. I wish to sleep. No, I am tasked with guarding the flood palace. I am too occupied. The golden dragon turtle, having already been roused, feigned sleep, but upon realizing it could not conceal its ruse, rolled its eyes and donned an expression of loyalty and duty. Roar, 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 roar. Scram, stop your act before me. We both know each other well. Hurry up and come out to confront that perverse beast outside with me. The demon dragon Zishi, both exasperated and amused, called out the turtle's pretense. Roar, roar, roar. I'm not listening. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not moving from here. The golden dragon turtle thought to itself, not wishing to seek trouble. In an instant, it curled its entire body into its golden shell, remaining unmoved despite Zishi's furious protests and scolding, firmly resolved not to emerge. After a brief moment, witnessing the golden dragon turtle's apparent resignation, Zishi, in a fit of indignation, decided to confront Wu Feng alone. With determination solidified, Zishi moved swiftly, soaring high into the sky, riding the clouds as it raced towards Wu Feng with great speed. Upon reaching a distance of 3 zhang from Wu Feng, Zishi, leveraging its diving velocity, executed a powerful tail sweep while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of black and purple icy wind from its gaping maw, enveloping an area of 100 zhang. The fierce cold wind, once released, froze everything in its path, turning solid before dissipating into ash in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Feng dared not be complacent. Attempting to withdraw and evade to the side, he suddenly discovered that his body was ensnared once more in a quagmire, firmly gripped by the seemingly boundless forces of nature surrounding him. In that critical moment, even if Wu Feng wished to exert all his strength to break free as he had done previously, time was no longer on his side. In utter desperation, Wu Feng, feeling exceedingly frustrated, summoned his indomitable protective barrier once more, bracing himself against Zishi's relentless onslaught. Crack! Boom! The 3-foot spherical barrier enveloping Wu Feng was first encased in the black and purple icy wind, freezing him into a large, oval mass of ice with a diameter of approximately 1 zhang, before Zishi, channeling all its might, delivered a forceful strike that sent him flying. The immense power caused the icy shell encasing Wu Feng to shatter, scattering fragments everywhere, revealing a 3-foot transparent protective shield within, where Wu Feng remained unharmed, yet visibly distressed. His brow furrowed in frustration and confusion. Boom, boom, boom. The launched Wu Feng, propelled by an immense force, pierced through 3 towering peaks, each standing around 500 to 600 meters high, before crashing directly into a tributary of the Yuanyang Grand Canal. The massive river instantly erupted with waves nearly 100 meters high, splashing against the banks, and subsequently returning some ancient, weathered stones back into the flowing water. Gleelu. Like an arrow, Wu Feng broke through numerous obstacles, reaching the riverbed, where he shattered a sunken stone, creating yet another immense pit at the bottom of the river. With stability regained, Wu Feng wasted no time. In an instant, he leaped out of the water, soaring into the 100-meter-high void above. Casting a distant glance at the approaching demon dragon Zishi, he swiftly maneuvered beside it, unleashing a furious uppercut. In an instant, The unprepared Zishi was sent flying, akin to a launched rocket, ascending rapidly into the sky. Before Zishi could reach its apex and exhaust its strength, Wufeng deftly positioned himself directly above the swiftly ascending dragon. His hands crossed into a formidable fist that came crashing down. This caused Zishi's previously arched body to contort into a U-shape, its enormous eyes bulging as it expelled a torrent of dragon saliva, plummeting rapidly downward. Yet, before Zishi could touch the ground, Wufeng, still seething with rage, teleported once more, arriving ahead of Zishi on the ground, and immediately delivered another uppercut. Thus, up and down, back and forth, this continued for a quarter of an hour. Finally, having released much of his pent-up fury, Wufeng ceased his assault, allowing Zishi to land safely, creating a serpentine pit approximately 3 fathoms deep. With a thunderous crash, as the debris and mud splashed back towards him, Wufeng waved it aside and turned to the nearby river, addressing the old turtle. Why didn't you seize that excellent opportunity to save your companion? Knowing that its concealment had been discovered, the golden dragon turtle emerged from the water, cautiously floating to a halt 3 paces in front of Wufeng. After casting a quick glance at the pit where Zishi lay, bruised and swollen, struggling to draw breath, it trembled and replied, "Roar, roar, roar. I am not foolish enough to confront that brainless dragon, fully aware that I cannot win. Furthermore, it dawned on me that while your strikes are fierce, they are not fatal. This indicates you never intended to slay that foolish dragon. If that is the case, why should I foolishly approach and invite punishment? I am no fool after all." The golden dragon turtle silently contemplated. "Ah well, perhaps I overestimated you, thinking you had mastered this foreign tongue of humanity." Upon hearing the varied roars of the golden dragon turtle, whether light or heavy, slow or urgent, Wufeng, who had yet to master the language of beasts, instinctively covered his forehead and muttered, "Ow, hiss, Although Wufeng could not comprehend the golden dragon turtle's utterances due to his unfamiliarity with beast language, the dragon demon, Zishi, who belonged to the same beast category, understood perfectly. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through its body, it let out a furious roar in response. Still has the strength to call out to me. It seems I was rather lenient." With a crackle, at that moment, Wufeng mistakenly believed that the dragon demon, Zishi, was challenging him, expressing its unwillingness to submit. He turned his body slightly, conversing with Zishi while stretching his muscles, producing a series of cracking sounds. Swish, swish. Upon hearing Wufeng's words, before the golden dragon turtle could explain the roars, Zishi, disregarding its intense pain, hurriedly swung its ever-growing dragon head back and forth, so swiftly that it stirred up a gentle breeze. What is this? Just a moment ago, it was quite defiant with its resolute roars. Why has it cowered so quickly? Wufeng, preparing to administer another session of massage to the dragon demon, wore a perplexed and astonished expression. Hiki, observing this, the golden dragon turtle immediately erupted into a rather strange and comical laugh. At least, Wufeng pondered uncertainly, it should be laughter. Chapter 72. The conclusion and summary. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. On this particular morning, a gentle breeze wafts through the air, and the warm rays of the rising sun illuminate the surroundings. Dian Mountain, formerly known as Shuangtou Mountain, is now referred to as Billion Mountain, a name recently bestowed upon this martial peak. At this moment, Billion Mountain has been excavated by Wufeng, revealing 2 spacious caverns, each approximately 70 to 80 square meters, serving as his residence for the foreseeable future. It is noteworthy that adjacent to this dwelling, aptly named Xiaoyao Residence by Wufeng in honor of its historical significance, lies the serene Bihan Pool. The reason for this arrangement is that Wufeng, having subdued the demon dragon Zishi, intends for it to become the guardian beast of the Xiaoyao sect in this realm. Had it not been for the golden dragon tortoise's deep sense of nostalgia, it would have flatly refused to leave its post until the wishes of the ancient Yu had been fulfilled. Wufeng has already envisioned it as another guardian beast for the Xiaoyao sect, and although he is not presently insisting that the golden dragon tortoise assume this role, he is nonetheless confident that it will ultimately succumb to this destiny. After expending some effort to clean and adorn the future headquarters of the renowned Xiaoyao sect, Wufeng began to meticulously cross-reference and summarize the information gathered over the past few days with his memories. Firstly, in light of his previous battle with Zishi, during which he found himself in precarious situations due to the forces of heaven and earth, he was compelled to withstand powerful attacks. Through experimentation, Wufeng discovered that this realm treats beings like himself with a marked distinction. In essence, if Wufeng were to confront entities of the virtual realm or above, he would find himself at a disadvantage, constrained by the forces of heaven and earth. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Wu Feng could still rely on his formidable strength, comparable to the mightiest beings in this realm, to vanquish or eliminate any being beneath the pinnacle of power. However, this would inevitably provoke a backlash from all the formidable beings in this realm, and even if they could not breach his defenses, they might succeed in sealing him away. Recognizing that mere brute force would not suffice, Wu Feng resolved to temporarily remain in seclusion, immersing himself in the martial arts of this realm until he could attain the virtual realm himself, thus gaining mastery over the forces of heaven and earth, rather than merely struggling to manipulate them. At that time, the Xiaoyao sect would truly rise to prominence. Reflecting on this, Wu Feng cast a glance towards the location of Tang family village, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Oh, the true protagonist of this realm is on the verge of being born. How fortuitous. With this, the tides of fate are in hand, securing an invincible position from the very beginning. Time swiftly passes, and since the fierce battle between Wu Feng and the demon dragon Zi Shi on the Yin Mountain, 3 months have elapsed in tranquility, devoid of any significant events. On this day, as dawn broke, Wu Feng sat cross-legged atop by Lian Mountain, absorbing the morning's purple aura. Shortly after he commenced his meditation, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of approaching footsteps. 10 miles away from the summit of Bailian Mountain, 4 figures, a venerable elder, 2 robust men, and a youthful boy, were making their way at a steady pace toward the mountain. Wusun, Jinfu, I shall reiterate once more when you arrive. You must be obedient and respectful, do you understand? Li Huijuan, the patriarch of the Li family, expressed his concern through repeated admonitions throughout their journey. Understood, grandfather. I will be obedient and respectful, please rest assured. Li Jinfu replied, his demeanor consistently dutiful, revealing no signs of impatience. Ah, that is well, very well indeed. Moreover, you must firmly remember that this rare opportunity was procured by the lives of your uncles and elders. You must not let it go to waste, understood? Yes, grandson comprehends, and shall keep it in mind, Li Jinfu affirmed with unwavering determination, his gaze resolute. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Everyone, prepare yourselves, straighten your attire. Li Huijuan instructed as he took the lead, assisting his grandson Li Jinfu in tidying his clothes and hair. After ensuring they were adequately prepared, the quartet, guided by Li Huijuan, cautiously entered the man-made gorge of Bailian Mountain. Upon stepping into this evidently crafted canyon, their eyes were immediately drawn to the chilling Baihan pool directly opposite them. Adjacent to the pool stood 2 intricately carved stone dragon pedestals, flanking a grand stone door adorned with mysterious and complex patterns. As they ventured further, they noticed a smooth, mirror-like round marble table beneath an ancient pine tree, accompanied by 2 cylindrical stone pedestals, each about half the height of the table. At that moment, as their gazes fell upon the table, they were startled to discover 4 steaming cups of freshly brewed tea placed at each corner, corresponding to the pedestals. Before they could ponder this mystery, a voice imbued with an ethereal quality echoed, "Esteemed guests, you have journeyed far. Please, take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea to refresh yourselves and clear your minds." Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances, uncertain and hesitant about whether to heed the voice's invitation, contemplating if such an action might be deemed too presumptuous. Ultimately, after a brief moment of hesitation, the patriarch, Li Huijuan, stamped his foot lightly, gritted his teeth, and with an expression akin to one heading to the execution ground, took the lead. Stepping forward with a tremor in his stride, he seated himself, and without a hint of hesitation, grasped an unfamiliar teacup, consuming its contents in one swift motion, disregarding the fact that it was still scalding hot, at least around 60 to 70 degrees. Witnessing this scene, Wu Feng could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Ah, old sir, is it customary in your region to drink tea so boldly, especially while it is still piping hot? Do you not find it scorching?" Upon hearing Wu Feng's inquiry, Li Huijuan instantly realized his misjudgment and misunderstanding. Hence he ceased his pretenses, using both hands to fan his mouth, gasping for air. Concurrently, Li Jinfu, observing the situation, hurried over, gently patting his grandfather's back and soothing his chest. "Oh, child, please stop. That is of no help. Allow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Feng lightly leaped from the summit of Bailian Mountain, in the blink of an eye, arriving before the panting Li Huijuan. With a subtle gesture, a stream of slightly frigid true energy, which, according to the nomenclature of this world, should be referred to as true essence, surged into Li Huijuan's body, swiftly alleviating his discomfort. "I was reckless, and I am deeply grateful for your assistance, esteemed one," Li Huijuan expressed, immediately bowing in gratitude as he felt completely restored. However, before he could fully kneel, Wu Feng waved his hand, gently halting him with a soft wave of true energy. Old sir, there is no need for such formalities. It was merely a trifling effort. You may address me as Master Wu or Sect Leader Wu, whichever you prefer. Without waiting for Li Huijuan to respond, Wu Feng continued, Old sir, have you come prepared with any requests you wish to present to me? Ah, no. I mean, Sect Leader Wu, I indeed have a request in mind, but... As he spoke, Li Huijuan's expression revealed a hint of struggle, and his words faltered. Old sir, you need not hesitate. Speak freely. Rest assured. No matter how excessive your request may be, I shall not take offense. Please, do share. Wu Feng encouraged, maintaining a gentle smile. However, I fear it may cause you trouble. I wish for you to accept my grandson, Li Jinfu. I do not ask that he becomes your disciple. I merely hope you can take him under your wing, or as a subordinate. With determination, Li Huijuan bit his lip, closed his eyes, and poured out the words he had long prepared. Upon finishing, he opened his eyes, casting a hopeful glance at Wu Feng before immediately lowering his head. Unable to bear the gaze, anxiously awaiting alongside his grandson, filled with trepidation. Is that truly all? So simple? Wu Feng, initially expecting a more demanding request, chuckled softly upon hearing those words. Very well. For now, I shall not seek any subordinates or servants. Let your grandson remain with me for a period to learn the craft. If, I say if, your grandson earns my approval in certain aspects, I shall accept him as a disciple with a recognized name. However, should he gain my approval in most respects, I would gladly welcome him as a formal disciple. What do you think? Certainly, that is entirely agreeable. We have no objections at all. Everything shall proceed as you have suggested, replied Li Huijuan, filled with delight. Chapter 73. 6 years' time flows like a gentle stream, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. Gasping for breath, clad in a heavy armor forged from pure purple gold weighing approximately 1,000 kilograms, Li Jinfeng perseveres, urging himself onward with a firm resolve as he runs and climbs around Billion Mountain, sweat pouring down his brow. Meanwhile, as Li Jinfeng steadfastly engages in his daily training, the majestic Dian Mountain welcomes the arrival of an elderly man, 2 robust youths, and a young boy, a quartet who are none other than Tianlong, the patriarch of Tengjia village, along with his 2 disciples, Ting Yonglei and Tung Yongfan, accompanied by the prodigious Tung Qingshan, who had astonished all at the recent 6-year ceremony with his extraordinary talent. A moment later, having completed his daily burden training and after a refreshing wash, Li Jinfeng was about to meditate as per his usual routine on the Hanyu platform when he heard his mentor's voice. Jinfeng, my disciple, pause your cultivation for a moment and assist me in welcoming our distinguished guests from afar. Yes, master. Li Jinfeng responded promptly, not daring to delay, and swiftly made his way to the junction where Billion Mountain meets Dian Mountain. Within moments, he spotted the 4 esteemed visitors approaching from the direction of Xiaoyao residence. It was indeed Tung Yunlong and his 3 companions. Before long, Tung Yunlong and his party stood before Li Jinfeng. In that instant, the keen-eyed Tung Qingshan, brimming with energy, scrutinized the tall and robust figure of Li Jinfeng, who exuded a fierce and commanding presence. You must be Li Huijuan's grandson, Li Jinfeng. You've grown quite tall and formidable. I remember when you were a child, visiting your grandfather. I even held you in my arms. Tung Yunlong greeted with a warm, familiar smile. Yes, Grandfather Tung, you are not mistaken. I am indeed Li Jinfeng. He replied politely. Without waiting for Tung Yunlong to speak again, he stepped aside to lead the way, saying, Well then, Grandfather Tung, let us proceed swiftly. Otherwise, my master will grow anxious. As Li Jinfeng spoke, he led the way at a steady pace, maintaining silence throughout the journey, except for the initial exchange. After traversing more than a mile of mountainous terrain, they arrived at the grand stone gate constructed 4 years prior outside Xiaoyao residence. Grandfather Tung, please wait here momentarily while I inform my master, Li Jinfeng said earnestly, adhering to the customary reception protocol. However, he was interrupted by a voice from Wufeng. Jinfeng, no need for formalities. Simply escort them to the reception hall to meet me. Indeed, as the teacher was interrupted, Li Jinfeng promptly acknowledged and ceased further conversation. He approached the grand stone doors, each weighing around 10,000 pounds, and with a slight exertion of his hands, the doors creaked open effortlessly. Please follow me, he beckoned. After opening the colossal doors, Li Jinfeng turned to the 4 individuals and led the way to the reception hall established 5 years ago, where Wufeng awaited their arrival. Before long, under Li Jinfeng's guidance, the 4 stood before Wufeng. Upon encountering Wufeng, whose appearance remained unchanged in his memory, Ting Yunlong instinctively prepared to offer his respects. However, before he could bend down, Wufeng swiftly waved his hand, effortlessly halting Tung Yunlong's intentions. Old friend, There is no need for such formalities upon our meeting, Wu Feng said with a gentle smile. Oh, I see. Then I shall humbly comply, Tung Yunlong responded, appearing both surprised and honored. Very well, my old friend. It has been 6 years since we last met. You have come this time with a request, have you not? Wu Feng inquired, his expression revealing that he understood. Indeed. You are correct. My request is that you accept my grandson, Tung Qingshan, just as you did for that child, Li Jinfeng, Tung Yunlong said cautiously. His eyes filled with eagerness. That is certainly possible. However, you must understand that my disciple, Jinfeng, was not accepted as my named apprentice without rigorous trials akin to hell itself. It was only after enduring such tribulations that I recognized him as my disciple. Wu Feng stated with a hint of seriousness. Upon hearing this, Tung Yunlong felt a sudden pang of anxiety, regretting that he had not inquired about the specifics beforehand. His face was fraught with urgency as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Grandfather, I too can endure any tests and trials, just like big brother Li Jinfeng. A youthful voice suddenly interrupted, alleviating Tung Yunlong's awkward predicament. My dear grandson, have you truly considered this? It will be exceedingly difficult, very arduous indeed, Tung Yunlong said. Crouching down and placing his hands gently on Tung Qingshan's shoulders, his expression grave and earnest. However, before Tung Yunlong could finish, Tung Qingshan, eyes filled with determination, interjected, Grandfather, I am not afraid. Fixing his gaze on his grandson's resolute eyes for a moment, Tung Yunlong rose decisively and addressed Wu Feng with respect. I entrust my grandson Qingshan to you for all that lies ahead. We shall take our leave now. Very well, Jinfeng, please see off my old friend and the others. Wu Feng replied, maintaining a gentle smile throughout the exchange. Moments later, only Wu Feng and Tung Qingshan remained in the room. You are Tung Qingshan, are you not? Wu Feng inquired casually, playing with the crystal teacup in his hands. Yes, teacher, the young Tung Qingshan replied, his youthful face brimming with innocence. Ah, you little rascal. You certainly know how to climb the bamboo pole, and you've already called upon the teacher. With a teasing demeanor, Wu Feng delightedly bantered with Tung Qingshan, who was desperately attempting to disguise himself at that moment. The following day, as dawn barely broke, thick fog enveloped the mountains, refusing to disperse. Beside Bailan Mountain, in the vast training ground he had carved out 5 years prior, 2 figures, one large and one small, were engaged in a series of movements. Little brother Qishan, the teacher has instructed me to guide you through some fundamental practices. Pay close attention and follow my lead. If you encounter anything you do not understand, feel free to stop me and ask, do you understand? Li Jinfu spoke with a gentle tone, tinged with a hint of seriousness. Okay, big brother, I understand. Tung Qingshan replied earnestly. All right, watch closely first, then, and next. Once he received confirmation, Li Jinfu commenced a slow-motion practice of yoga intended for body conditioning and foundational training. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in their teacher-student exchange, Wu Feng, seated in a resplendent stone chamber practicing his internal cultivation, had arrived at a significant juncture, with a sound akin to something long obstructed being suddenly released. A resonance echoed from the depths of Wu Feng's soul, swiftly resonating throughout his entire being. Ah, is this what they call the realm of true self? Indeed. It is formidable. No wonder it has held me back for 3 long years. As enlightenment dawned upon him, he broke through yet another critical barrier in his internal cultivation realm, his face alight with joy and contemplation. Well, the most challenging barrier has now vanished. I shall continue to strive, aiming for a direct leap into the ethereal realm, and then, with great might, reshape the universe. In this moment, after nearly 6 years of silence in this world, Wu Feng felt a surge of restlessness and impatience. After a brief interlude, propelled by a spirit that transcended the limits of this realm and the immense essence within him, Wu Feng successfully comprehended what this world termed the return to simplicity, reaching the pinnacle of the innate golden elixir realm. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, his internal cultivation did not advance further. This stagnation arose from Wu Feng's understanding of the Tao within the cosmos, which had yet to meet the criteria for breaking into the ethereal realm. Chapter 74. The departure of Li Jinfeng. Time flows swiftly like a river, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. On this particular evening, in the courtyard beside the Yangshen and Bihantan, 2 figures, one large and one small, are engaged in a series of peculiar postures. The larger figure, while performing, casts sidelong glances at the smaller one. Moments later, as dusk descends, a series of sounds reminiscent of firecrackers, accompanied by the cracking of bones, echoes through the air. Li Jinfeng, flushed and invigorated, along with Tung Qingshan, is once again enveloped in a profound sense of exhilaration. Ahem, both of you come here. I have matters to discuss. Wu Feng suddenly interjects before the two can fully bask in the lingering pleasure of their experience. Startled by his words, both individuals exchange puzzled glances. And upon realizing they share the same expression of confusion, they hesitate only briefly before responding in unison, "Yes, master." With that, they suppress their bewilderment and cautiously step into the inner chamber where Wu Feng is seated on a white jade cushion. Upon seeing him, they promptly bow in respect, greeting. Disciple Li Jinfeng pays his respects to you, master. May I inquire what you wish to command us? Indeed, quite commendable. After merely 3 months of practice, you have already attained the remarkable state of unified sinews and open meridians. Well done, Wu Feng praises, directing his attention to Tung Qingshan after surveying their physiques. Thank you for your kind words, master. I am humbled, Tung Qingshan responds, suppressing his curiosity as he steps forward. Excellent. You remain neither arrogant nor impetuous, which is worthy of praise. Continue in this manner, and you shall not be far from truly becoming my disciple, Wu Feng encourages with a hint of a smile. Turning slightly to regard Li Jinfeng, who has been patiently awaiting his turn to speak. Jinfeng, do you know how long you have been studying under me? Reporting to you. Master, I have been your disciple for over 6 years, Li Jinfeng replies earnestly. Indeed, it has been more than 6 years. I remember when you were but a naive child of not yet 14, and now, not only have you matured, but your coming-of-age ceremony is also upon us tomorrow. Wu Feng reflects with a sense of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, a sense of unease stirs within Li Jinfeng, prompting him to hastily respond, Master, have I done something wrong recently to upset you? Please grant me another chance. I assure you I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my training and tasks from now on. Please do not cast me away. You. How should I even begin to address you? Always jumping to conclusions before allowing others to finish their words. Entertaining wild fears of your own making, Wu Feng chuckles. Wu Feng chuckled as he pointed at Li Jinfeng, playfully chastising him. My disciple has gone astray in thought. I beg your forgiveness, master. Realizing he had frightened himself once again, Li Jinfeng hurriedly admitted his fault. Very well, I harbor no ill will this time. For your speculation holds a measure of truth, Wu Feng replied. I am but a dullard, please enlighten me, master. Indeed, I have summoned you abruptly from your cultivation for 2 significant announcements. First, concerning your coming-of-age ceremony that I just mentioned. Second, Jinfeng, you are hereby officially graduating as a disciple. This means, starting tomorrow, you may descend the mountain and return home. Master, I do not wish to go home yet. I implore you to reconsider and allow me to continue my training by your side. Li Jinfeng, who had yet to achieve his personal aspirations of becoming a formal disciple, clenched his teeth and suppressed the urge to return home, resolutely speaking his mind. That is not an option. My decision is final, and there is no room for debate, Wu Feng said with a solemn tone, imbued with authority. Why yes, master. I shall obey your command, Li Jinfeng replied, lowering his head, his expression somber and voice subdued. At this moment, seeing that Li Jinfeng had finally acquiesced, Wu Feng nodded with satisfaction and casually remarked, I have never disclosed the formal or specific criteria for accepting disciples into our free and easy sect until now. Allow me to elucidate. With a brief pause, Wu Feng glanced at the 2 pairs of attentive ears before continuing. To become a direct disciple of the head of our sect, one must fulfill 3 essential criteria. First, one must possess exceptional talent or insight. Second, one must be unmatched among peers or capable of overcoming more formidable opponents. Third, one must exhibit unwavering perseverance and determination. To possess one of these qualities qualifies one as a named disciple. To possess 2 qualifies one as a formal disciple, commonly referred to as an inner disciple. To possess all 3 qualifies one as a direct disciple. After imparting this information in a calm manner, Wu Feng fell silent and entered a meditative state to cultivate his spirit. The 2 disciples, recognizing the moment, chose not to disturb him further and quietly exited the inner chamber, each returning to their respective quarters in silence. Reflecting on every word Wu Feng had just spoken about becoming his disciple, the night passed without conversation. The following morning, the 2 brothers, having risen early, stood at the foot of Billion Mountain, bidding a reluctant farewell. After exchanging their farewells, Li Jinfeng took one last deep glance at Billion Mountain before striding resolutely towards Lijiazwang at the foot of Dine Mountain, without realizing that Wu Feng had appeared atop Billion Mountain. Observing Li Jinfeng's retreating figure until it vanished from sight, Wu Feng subsequently faded away as quietly as he had arrived at the summit. Time swiftly turned once more, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. At this moment, in Yangzhou, Jiangning Prefecture, Yicheng, within the splendid Wanxiang Tower, the atmosphere was abuzz with fervent excitement. The latest edition of the Jiuzhou 4 rankings had finally been released for sale. Here, 400 taels. Hurry, give me a copy. I wish to be the first to behold it. Quickly, bring me one as well. In no time, nearly everyone was clutching several copies, quietly perusing through the pages. Among them, some members of the martial world, upon encountering sections that piqued their interest, could not help but exclaim loudly. For instance, the lean, middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, who had been the first to purchase a book, exuberantly shouted, "Ha! Just as I suspected. The Thunder Club's Li Jinfu has indeed defeated the third-ranked Barjian, Zhu Qianqiu. Is that true? Is it a hoax? Let me see, it is indeed genuine. Indeed, his rate of advancement is astonishing. Yes, it has barely been less than a month since he last defeated the 9th-ranked Thunderblade, Wu Yu, with 10 strikes. Precisely. To be exact, it has been 27 days. However, upon closer reflection, one would realize that since Li Jinfu decisively eliminated the 2 elders of the Xiaoyao Palace 3 years ago, his goal has remained unwavering, to conquer all the masters on the Earth ranking. At this moment, a thin, middle-aged man with a pair of mustaches spoke earnestly. Chapter 75. The pinnacle of the Earth ranking in the heart of Yuzhou, within the Grand Yuan City and the majestic Jiuding Hall, several influential figures, who hold the fate of Yuzhou in their hands, convened. Have all the arrangements been made? Inquired Huang Tianqin, the foremost figure of the Yuhuang sect and the highest-ranking elder. As he opened his previously closed eyes, his tone indifferent. Rest assured, Master Uncle. I have already issued the necessary orders, and I believe everything is now underway, replied Yutanghai, one of the 3 pinnacle experts of the Yuhuang sect. Master, if I may speak candidly, I feel we might be overreacting. He is merely an insignificant insect of the postnatal realm. Even if he were to ascend to the top of the Earth ranking, what difference would it make? To us, he remains but a trivial pest that can be easily extinguished, commented Lu Xia, a fellow elder of the Yuhuang sect and a master of the virtual realm, furrowing his brow in confusion. Ah, Lu Xia, are you not aware of the incident involving the Xiaoyao Palace 3 years ago? Huang Tianqin responded, his voice laced with curiosity and surprise, before turning his displeasure towards his disciple, Tonghai. Has this matter not been adequately relayed to your senior brother Lu Xia after all this time? Master Uncle, you misunderstand. Over the years, you have remained in seclusion and may not be aware that since 4 years ago, senior brother Lu has been in closed-door training, only emerging just yesterday. Thus, I have not had the chance to provide him with the details, Yutanghai explained with a rueful smile. Indeed, that clarifies the situation. I cannot fault you, Yuji. Lu Xia nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, Tonghai, you may now elucidate the matter to Lu Xia, Huang Tianqin instructed in a calm tone. Yes, Master Uncle. Yutanghai replied with a nod, then turned towards Lu Xia with a smile. Senior brother Lu, are you not curious as to why Master Uncle and I place such importance on an individual who is yet to reach the innate stage? Indeed. That aspect has left me quite perplexed, Lu Xia admitted. Allow me to enlighten you. He has, in a mere 3 years, continuously defeated or slain 72 peak postnatal experts on the Earth ranking. Yutanghai remarked with a tone of admiration, aware that he himself had never come close to such prowess. Is that all? While indeed impressive, to describe it as unprecedented would be an exaggeration. However, if that were the extent of his abilities, it would still fall short. Lu Xia's expression remained composed, though a flicker of intrigue crossed his face. What if I told you that he possesses a guardian from the realm of virtual beasts, along with a mysterious master capable of inflicting grievous harm from a distance of 1,000 feet? At this point, Yutanghai's countenance shifted, and his voice unwittingly carried a note of profound reverence. What? A phantom beast from the realm of illusion unexpectedly assumes the role of a guardian for a postnatal martial artist. Moreover, as you just mentioned, to inflict injury upon a formidable being at the peak of the illusionary realm from a distance of 1,000 zhang, if I am not mistaken. Even a master of the profound void would find such a feat unattainable. Or perhaps that individual, akin to the mighty brother of Shun Gong Tu from the God-shooting mountain, is an archer? In this moment, the astonishing revelation shook Lu Xia to the core, disrupting his previously tranquil demeanor as he furrowed his brows and speculated in uncertainty. Despite his inner comprehension, he knew that if his conjecture held any truth, the Yuhuang sect would not be exhibiting such a posture of imminent confrontation today. Huh, Brother Lu, do you truly believe that if that person had employed an arrow at the time, we would need to respond in such a manner? Yutanghai remarked with a wry smile, continuing regardless of Lu Xia's increasingly grave expression. According to reports from our spies embedded in Qingzhou, The strike that severely injured the former master of the Carefree Palace was an immensely powerful fist strike, roughly 100 zhang in size. Furthermore, shortly thereafter, I covertly observed the residual effects of that strike, as well as the injuries of the former master, all of which undeniably pointed to a detached fist force. At this moment, devoid of any lingering hope, Lu Xia was rendered speechless by the shock. Enough, you two need not be so alarmed. Even if his strength has indeed reached that of the former Northeast King, Huang Tian, do we not have a revered elder stationed here? Huang Tianqin, witnessing his two fellow illusionary realm experts falter before the battle had even commenced, felt compelled to offer encouragement, albeit somewhat insincerely. Indeed, we, the Yuhuang sect, have a revered elder in attendance. What is there to fear? Both Yu Tahai and Lu Xia's eyes brightened, their confidence surging as they spoke in unison. Oblivious to any discrepancies, such as the true strength of their revered elder or the enigmatic master of Li Jinfeng, who might surpass Hong Tian, they instinctively neglected or dared not dwell upon the possibility of encountering an ultimate powerhouse. Meanwhile, in Yuzhou, Qingyang County, within the county city, the latest issue recently published by the Wanxiang sect, ranked 7th on the Earth ranking, had actually defeated the second-ranked Zhantian Bang, Li Jinfeng, a week prior. At this moment, they were embroiled in a fierce battle with the top-ranked disciple of the Yuhuang sect, the formidable Ding Wan Yu Tianjiang, striving to seize the top position on the Earth ranking and achieve one of their two predetermined goals of invincibility among peers. Boom. Having clashed for a considerable duration on the martial arts stage within the city, both combatants were acutely aware that the testing and warm-up phase had come to an end. Consequently, almost simultaneously, they unleashed a powerful strike, colliding midair, the air around them swirling and howling. Bang! After the fists clashed with a resounding impact, both warriors experienced immense recoil, forcing them to step backward, one step at a time, as they retreated, until both individuals had retreated to the very edges of the arena. With no further ground to yield, they finally unleashed their power. With a forceful stomp, one of them shattered the surface, which was as smooth as a mirror yet as solid as rock beneath, causing his foot to sink deeply into it, anchoring himself firmly at the arena's perimeter. Brotherly, if my memory serves me right, the entire arena appears to have been constructed from obsidian rock, comparable to tempered iron, does it not? Inquired a formidable postnatal peak expert, capable of ranking among the earthly elite, pointing towards the arena with a mixture of disbelief and awe as he addressed his companion. Indeed, the two combatants on the stage transcended the realm of imagination, resembling humanoid beasts. As a fellow master within the earthly ranks, I found myself overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat while witnessing their fierce exchange, akin to confronting a being of innate prowess. The individual referred to as brotherly, deeply affected, managed a self-deprecating smile. Clang! The sound of their weapons clashing resonated sharply, echoing the intensity of their battle, a stalemate fraught with tension. Witnessing the impasse, Yu Tianjiang resolved to no longer conceal his abilities, opting to unleash his signature move, heaven-shaking 3 blows. Perceiving that his opponent had resorted to his ultimate technique, Li Jinfu hesitated no longer and responded with his own unique martial art, a fusion of various schools of thought. Boom! The two techniques collided, resulting in an explosive uproar. Crack! After another exchange, a crisp sound pierced the air, revealing that Yu Tianjiang's heavy weapon, the Fangtian Huaji, which weighed over 100 pounds, could not withstand the tremendous force and had fractured under the impact. Who are you? Li Jinfu managed to inquire after steadying his rapid breaths. Is the earth-shaking staff actually asking for his opponent's name? A knowledgeable expert from the earthly ranks expressed astonishment, recalling that Li Jinfu had previously dismissed the importance of knowing the names of those he had bested. Are you planning to humiliate me further upon learning my name? Yu Tianjiang growled, gripping the now-broken Fangtian Huaji tightly, his eyes ablaze with intensity. No, I ask your name because your strength warrants such an inquiry. With that, Li Jinfu wasted no time, turning on his heel and leaping down from the arena, striding away from Qingyang County without a backward glance. Chapter 76, The Internal Martial Arts. Unexpected gains in the vicinity of the Yuyang Grand Canal, within a villa estate named Li Garden in Liang City, Sunan County, Yangzhou. Li Jinfu was presently engaged in recuperation and rejuvenation, meticulously gathering his energy in preparation for an impending breakthrough into the innate realm. A full month had elapsed since Li Jinfu hastily returned from Yuzhou. During this month, apart from the indispensable daily practice of his internal arts, he appeared to have relaxed entirely, spending his days either painting or fishing by the river. It was only on this day, after a month of mental repose, that he concluded this seemingly leisurely period, swiftly shedding his languor and contentment, his expression transforming into one of resolute calm. With a newfound clarity and an unprecedented state of readiness, Li Jinfu sensed that the moment had arrived for him to transcend into the innate realm. With this thought, he bid farewell to the inner lake of the estate and decisively strode into his retreat chamber. Meanwhile, as Li Jinfu prepared for his secluded breakthrough, an unforeseen yet anticipated fortuity unfolded at Wufeng, located in the serene Xianyang mountain at the abode of Xiaoyao. Just an hour prior, Tung Qingshan had fabricated a tale, claiming to have inadvertently crafted a martial art known as Xingyi Quan, intending to present it to Wufeng for evaluation. Initially, Wufeng regarded the renowned martial art with a casual indifference, merely adopting a stance of curiosity. However, after a thorough examination, Wufeng was astounded, if not captivated. In that moment, he acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated the legendary internal martial arts of the past. The internal martial arts, developed by the sages of successive eras on Earth to adapt to the natural environment, possessed a unique essence that distinguished them from others. For Wufeng, this revelation opened a previously overlooked path concerning the cultivation of physical vitality. It was as if he had filled a gap in his martial journey, further refining his own understanding of the way. Realizing this, Wufeng eagerly inquired with his disciple, Tung Qingshan, about the intricate principles of Xingyi Quan, before hastily leading him to the training ground for practical application. After half an hour of diligent practice, during which Tung Qingshan fully cooperated in numerous repetitions, Wufeng felt he had grasped the essence of the art. Satisfied with his progress, he instructed Tung Qingshan to halt and return to rest, choosing instead to remain behind and delve deeper into exploration and study on his own. After a brief moment, Wufeng began to discern subtle sensations within his body. Despite the initial perplexity, he meticulously mirrored all the movements and breathing patterns of Tung Qingshan that he had just recorded, executing them with flawless precision. As he continued this practice, the areas that had previously eluded his understanding gradually became clear. Moreover, Wufeng experienced novel sensations and insights, further unraveling the mysteries inherent within the human body. Thus, unbeknownst to him, an entire day passed, and Wufeng was pleasantly surprised to discover that his seemingly stagnant strength had indeed grown. While he had not achieved a breakthrough in his realm, this transformation brought him joy, as it signified that his foundation had become more robust, and he was inching closer to a state of perfection. For someone with lofty aspirations like Wufeng, establishing an unassailable foundation that would enable him to journey further and build higher was far more gratifying than merely ascending another level. Consequently, Wufeng temporarily set aside his daily contemplations aimed at breaking through the virtual realm, redirecting all his energy toward the internal martial arts, or rather, the path of vital energy and blood within internal martial arts. Time flowed swiftly, and half a year elapsed as Wufeng devoted himself to the study of this path. On a particular morning, the sky was clear, the autumn breeze invigorating, and the falling leaves returned to the earth. At the sight of the carefree dwelling atop Billion Mountain, the evergreen pines thrived, the foliage flourished, and the cold pool remained unchanged. At that moment, on the expansive martial arts training ground not far from the cold pool, two figures, one large and one small, maintained an unusual stance, utterly motionless. Only when the sun ascended to its zenith did these seemingly sculpted figures gradually begin to move, slowly completing their practice. Qingshan, how do you feel? What do you think of the foundational training form I created, which combines the three-body stance of Xingyi Quan with internal cultivation techniques? Wufeng asked with a proud smile. Master, you truly live up to the title. I am in awe, and words fail me. Tung Qingshan replied sincerely, having felt the internal energy cultivation and the circulation of vital energy within his body throughout the morning. Ah, indeed, a commendable and honest child. Enough of the jesting. I shall return to my meditation now. You continue your diligent training. Without further regard for the now exasperated Tung Qingshan, Wufeng made his way toward the second stone chamber. Thus, the practice related to the path of vital energy and blood had reached a temporary conclusion. Wufeng recognized that with his current physical strength, continuing to train without abundant resources was futile. Therefore, whether to ensure the smooth progression of his previous ambition to unify the 9 provinces or to allow himself to train without reservations to enhance the path of vital energy and blood, he understood the necessity of careful planning. One cannot escape the pressing and vital necessity of comprehending the profound truths of the universe, thereby transcending into the ethereal realm and mastering the elemental forces of nature, liberating oneself from all constraints and shackles. Although it is said that with his significantly heightened prowess, Even without grasping the truths of the cosmos or breaking through to the ethereal realm, Wu Feng could, through sheer strength, dominate the entire world and all its factions. Nonetheless, as one who has never been known to abandon his pursuits, Wu Feng resolved to adhere to his original plan. The primary reason for this determination was that he had recently sensed that his breakthrough to the ethereal realm was imminent. The years spent in cultivation often pass unnoticed. On this day, it happened to be Tung Qingshan's 12th birthday. Having previously arranged with Wu Feng, Tung Qingshan was joyfully celebrating this occasion with his family at his maternal grandfather Tung Yunlong's residence, situated at the foot of Dine Mountain. Moments later, after the family had feasted and Tung Qingshan had enjoyed the longevity noodles prepared by his mother, they officially transitioned to the main topic of the gathering. Tung Yunlong, the head of the family, with a hint of concern, inquired once more, "My dear grandson, are you truly certain about this?" "Grandfather, please rest assured. I am not deceiving you. The Xingyi Quan is indeed a creation of your grandson, and it does not constitute the unauthorized dissemination of our family's secret techniques. You may freely allow the villagers to practice it. There will be no issues," Tung Qingshan replied with a solemn and earnest demeanor. Witnessing Tung Qingshan's serious expression, which left no room for doubt, Tung Yunlong slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and allowed his myriad worries to coalesce into a single affirmation. "Very well. Tomorrow I shall gather everyone to inform and implement this matter." "Grandfather, it is not for me to say, but it was high time for this to happen," Tung Qingshan exclaimed, revealing a look of approval as if to say, "At last, you have made the right decision." Chapter 77, Battle. The masters of the heavenly rankings in Yangzhou, within the county city that serves as the headquarters of Qinghu Island. There stands a magnificent 5-story establishment known as the Wuhua Inn. At this moment, the inn, reputedly financed by a highly esteemed and influential figure on Qinghu Island, is bustling with an overwhelming din of voices. "Brotherly, have you heard the news?" "Indeed, I have, and not only have I heard it, but I also had the privilege of witnessing that remarkable battle firsthand a fortnight ago." "Remarkable indeed. Oh, dear Brotherly, might you elaborate on the details of that extraordinary encounter?" "Well, to be candid with you, my friend, if one were to scrutinize the matter closely, the battle was not particularly thrilling or noteworthy." "Oh, forgive my ignorance, but might I inquire why that is?" "Because the entire confrontation lasted merely a minute, and Zhantian Li Jinfu struck just 3 blows to decisively overpower his opponent and claim victory." "What? How could that be?" "No, wait, I see now. That explains how Zhantian's ranking has surged from the 36th position to the 21st in just 6 short months." Meanwhile, at a table by the window, 2 patrons, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, were engrossed in their spirited discourse when a voice of astonishment rang out, instantly silencing the entire inn. "Ah, it seems that the great figure from the heavenly rankings, Zhantian Li Jinfu, just passed by the entrance." This single exclamation prompted a flurry of activity as patrons hurriedly rose to peer outside. At that moment, due to their advantageous position near the window, a tall man surnamed Zhang quickly turned to his companion, a young man surnamed Li, and together they spotted a formidable figure approximately 10 paces away, an imposing youth, unmistakably reminiscent of Zhantian. From his silhouette and weaponry, it does bear a resemblance, but is it truly?" Zhang began, only to be interrupted by Li. "It is he, Zhantian Li Jinfu," the young man declared with unwavering certainty upon recognizing the familiar silhouette and the menacing iron staff strapped to his back. "Yet, I find it curious, what brings Zhantian here at this time? Could he be here to challenge Zhao Danshen, ranked 10th, or Gu Yong, the 7th rank master? But that doesn't seem right. According to my investigations over the years, Zhantian should be aiming to conquer both the heavenly and earthly rankings one by one." Li mused, his expression betraying uncertainty. Fortunately, before the man surnamed Li could engage in futile contemplation, a voice erupted within the tavern, instantly awakening and clarifying the confusion. "Ladies and gentlemen, if this old man's memory serves me right, 10 years ago, the individual ranked 20th on the heavenly list should be none other than the esteemed law elder, Yu Wenliafeng, from Qinghu Island, correct?" As soon as these words were uttered, the patrons, stirred from their long-dormant recollections, erupted into exclamations of astonishment. Subsequently, a considerable number of them clamored for the waiter to settle their bills. A smaller group, however, tossed a banknote or a gold ingot onto the table and, without even finishing their meals, dashed directly towards the headquarters of Qinghu Island. In a matter of moments, the once bustling tavern had emptied, leaving behind only the beleaguered waiter and accountant, while even the tavern's proprietor had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Li Jinfeng, Having strolled to the entrance of Qinghu Island's headquarters, cast a cursory glance at the magnificent edifice, resplendent in its grandeur and solemnity, before diverting his attention entirely. Before the ancient island master and his entourage, who had already received notice, could emerge to offer their greetings, Li Jinfeng raised his palms, facing upward, and slowly moved them upwards until they reached his throat, whereupon a thunderous roar erupted from his mouth. The lioness roar technique unleashed a shockwave that rippled through the air, creating undulating waves akin to water, surging towards Gu Yong and his companions, who had just stepped outside, prepared for formal pleasantries. What do you mean by this, thunderous fellow? Gu Yong, leading the charge, swiftly formed a protective barrier with his innate true essence to fend off the sonic assault, his expression one of incredulity. Seeing his casual probe effortlessly thwarted by Gu Yong and the others, causing no harm whatsoever, Li Jinfeng chuckled nonchalantly. Haha, it's nothing. I merely wished to test the sturdiness of Qinghu Island's architecture. Humph, brotherly, you jest. With the power of your earlier strike. I dare say that only structures forged from 10,000-year-old mysterious iron could withstand it unscathed, Gu Yong retorted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Haha, you are gravely mistaken. Alas, ignorance is indeed frightening. My junior brother does not deceive me, Li Jinfeng scoffed, recalling how he had yet to inflict any damage upon the two stone doors of the carefree abode or the palace beneath the lake of Tianlong. Li Jinfeng. Cease your empty boasts. Very well, I shall not engage in pleasantries any longer. Speak plainly, what brings you here today? Gu Yong inquired. His brow furrowed slightly as he flicked his sleeve, demanding with righteous conviction. Ah, you feign ignorance with such clarity. I grow weary of this banter. Summon you Wen Liafeng at once, so I may resolve this matter swiftly and depart, Li Jinfeng declared, exuding an air of audacious confidence. With a disdainful snort, let me, you and Lu Feng, wield my sword and teach you a lesson today. Before the island master, Gu Yong, could utter a word, you and Lu Feng, ignited by Li Jinfeng's arrogant demeanor, could no longer contain his fury and brandished his sword, declaring his intent. Very well, come forth. Observing the swift blade lunging directly towards him, Li Jinfeng, without a moment's hesitation, marveled aloud and, in an instant, clenched his right hand into a fist. He summoned the innate true essence within him, concentrating it upon his fist, and struck towards the oncoming sword with tremendous force. The impact of Li Jinfeng's nearly 700,000 gene physical strength, combined with the explosive power of his innate true essence, created a blow as formidable as Mount Tai descending upon Yuan Lufeng. In that moment of collision, Yuan Lufeng felt an irresistible force surge towards him, and soon found himself, along with his sword, sent flying. With a resounding crash, the once majestic and opulent structure, previously safeguarded by Gu Yong and a few others, succumbed to destruction under the impact of Yuan Lufeng. Despicable scoundrel, seeking death. The elder law enforcers, who had been merely spectators, witnessed the spectacle and were incensed, unaware that Li Jinfeng had purposefully directed Yuan Lufeng into the headquarters. They were filled with righteous indignation, eager to exact vengeance upon Li Jinfeng. However, before the elders could take action, Gu Yong, the island master, suppressed his own burning rage and, gritting his teeth, commanded, everyone, stand down. One-on-one, a fair match, no interference. Island master. Do you not comprehend my command? I said, no outsiders shall intervene in this battle. Return to your positions. Gu Yong, sensing the increasingly potent murderous intent from above, urgently addressed the law enforcers, his visage cold and unyielding as he bellowed. At that moment, just as Gu Yong was preventing the elders from intervening, Yuan Lufeng, emerging from the rubble with anger etched upon his face, swiftly unleashed his sword technique once more, aiming a horizontal slash at the seemingly unguarded Li Jinfeng, who was rife with vulnerabilities. Due to the incredible speed and the absence of air resistance, this strike approached almost silently. Aside from the sound of the sword itself, propelled by the surging innate true essence, it was near perfection, a swift, precise, and fierce blow, embodying strength, intent, and momentum. Chapter 78, Battle. Masters of the heavenly rankings at this moment, Yuan Lufeng, wielding a sword infused with all his emotions, felt an unparalleled sense of comfort and focus, as if he had become one with the entire universe. Under the immense pressure exerted by Li Jinfu and the weight of his own honor and disgrace, he subtly transcended a minor bottleneck, achieving a preliminary state of unity with the cosmos, a capability exclusive to those of the ethereal realm. Although Yuan Lufeng understood that this extraordinary state could not endure for long, merely a fleeting moment, this was sufficient for him at present. Moreover, after experiencing this brief epiphany, He believed that once there was one, there would be another. As long as he continued to savor this moment, he would ultimately be able to grasp it again. When the time came for him to re-enter this exceptional state, it would signify his breakthrough into the ethereal realm. As his thoughts swirled, envisioning a future replete with promise, Yu and Lufeng momentarily paused, plunging back into a state of profound contemplation, merging seamlessly with the vastness of the universe. This, Elder Hu, a fellow law enforcer from Qinghu Island, wore an expression of incredulity. Indeed, just as you imagined. This is the unity with the void that one must experience to break through to the ethereal realm. I never expected Elder Yuan to take the lead. Elder Gu Yong remarked with admiration. If that is the case, does it not imply that in this battle, Elder Yuan could emerge victorious? Elder Tai, the weakest among the law enforcers of Qinghu Island, said, his face beaming with delight. By all accounts, it should be so, after all. Elder Yuan now possesses the strength equivalent to that of a half-ethereal being. Except for Gu Yong, who is the strongest in terms of both power and insight. Zhantian observed with a tone of uncertainty. Yet one fears. Before he could finish, the fierce battle, which had seemed evenly matched, revealed to the discerning eye that Yu and Lufeng held a slight advantage. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events occurred, like light and dust. Yu and Lufeng wielded his sword with such finesse that countless sword shadows sprang forth, enveloping Li Jinfu entirely. In an instant, Li Jinfu was compelled to frantically unleash a flurry of punches, striking out to disperse the torrent of incoming sword intent. Boom. Though Li Jinfu valiantly countered with forceful attacks to scatter the onslaught of sword intent, he ultimately could not match Yu and Lufeng, who was now in a state of unity with the cosmos. Seizing a fleeting opening, Yu and Lufeng unleashed a vicious sword chi that struck Li Jinfu, just as he instinctively raised his fists before his head, sending him careening backward. Li Jinfu crashed through a row of dozens of houses and two inns, barreling into a large tavern, and left a straight 1,000-meter-long trench in the hard stone pavement before finally coming to a halt. Phew. Spit. That was powerful. Finally, it has become somewhat interesting. I truly hope you can endure a bit longer in the coming moments. Li Jinfeng glanced at his hands, which were pierced and revealing glimpses of bone. And a flicker of a smile broke through his otherwise expressionless face. In that moment, as a gesture of respect and acknowledgement for the formidable prowess displayed by Yu Wenliafeng, Li Jinfeng slowly drew out his weapon, the thunderous staff, from behind his back. The instant the weapon was in his grasp, his demeanor transformed dramatically. The slight laziness that had characterized him moments before vanished, replaced by an aura of might, dominance, ferocity, and solemnity. Without waiting for the thick clouds of dust to settle, Li Jinfeng, fueled by his formidable presence, locked onto Yu Wenliafeng, who stood 1,000 meters away, wearing an expression of vigilance and wariness. For Li Jinfeng, determined to unleash his full strength, the distance of 1,000 meters was traversed in less than 3 seconds. The resounding clash of weapons echoed, reverberating through the surroundings, causing the ordinary onlookers, gathered at a distance of 100 zhang, to feel a sudden buzz in their heads, some unable to maintain their footing. In quick succession, before the spectators could regain their composure, Li Jinfeng struck again with immense force, bringing his staff down with a heavy blow. In an instant, under the tremendous power, Yu Wenliafeng was driven into the ground, his body sinking, leaving behind a square meter of shattered stone, which splintered like a spider's web, extending hundreds of meters outward. Thus, within just 2 strikes from Li Jinfeng, the outcome of the battle had already been determined. However, there was a lingering fear that he might be an anomaly, akin to the beast King Wu Ho, a creature defying reason. Witnessing the battle that had turned so swiftly, Gu Yong murmured in shock, suddenly jolted back to reality. He leaped forward to where only the blood-soaked head of Yu Wenliafeng remained on the ground, ignoring Li Jinfeng, who stood nearby, sighing and shaking his head in disappointment. Gu Yong immediately took action. He summoned all his innate energy, channeling it into his sword to create an indomitable sword aura, and aimed to slice through the area surrounding Yu Wenliafeng's position. A moment later, after Gu Yong's intervention, the gravely wounded Yu Wenliafeng, who was on the brink of death, was rescued and rushed to the finest physician on Qinghu Island for treatment. Throughout this ordeal, Li Jinfeng's murmurs of discontent regarding Yu Wenliafeng's frailty went entirely unnoticed. Fortunately, Li Jinfeng was not particularly perturbed. After a brief moment of grumbling, he found the situation tedious and departed without a backward glance. 3 days later, in the city of Yongzhou, where the Ying family resided, Li Jinfeng, having traveled leisurely for 3 days, stood before the enormous, tightly shut city gates. Filled with a sense of confusion, Fortunately, before Li Jinfu could ponder for too long, a lithe figure leaped down from the towering city wall, blocking his path with determination. You are the one known as the shocking staff, Li Jinfu, who dares to challenge the heavens and the earth. Although the question was posed, the undertone was unmistakably affirmative. Who are you? Why do you obstruct my way? Li Jinfu inquired with a furrowed brow, his expression darkening. Haha, do you not know who I am? After our encounter, you shall find out. Prepare to receive my blade. Let me witness the strength of one who has been bested by the second ranked on the list, against a half-step into the virtual realm, declared Ing Haojiang, ranked 19th on the celestial list, his face a mixture of bravery and defiance. As he spoke, without the desire for further dialogue, Ing Haojiang began to gather his energy for his most formidable strike. However, he was abruptly met with a powerful punch from the visibly impatient Li Jinfu, sending him crashing against the city wall 100 feet away. With a thunderous crash, a large indentation shaped like a character appeared in the wall. Insane, Li Jinfu remarked, nonchalantly retracting his fist and brushing it against his clothing, his expression betraying his disinterest. Having said that, he turned away, first confirming his direction with care, then striding purposefully towards his next target without hesitation. Simultaneously, atop Dian Mountain, at Billion Peak. In the tranquil abode of Xiaoyao, Teng Qingshan, who had recently celebrated his 12th birthday, found himself laboriously enduring the tenfold gravitational field generated by the golden tortoise. After observing Teng Qingshan's training under such immense gravity, Wu Feng noted no adverse effects and thus chose to divert his attention elsewhere. In an instant, he withdrew a fragment of his focus and immersed himself in comprehending the 5 elemental paths of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, aspiring to achieve a breakthrough into the pinnacle of the virtual realm. Mastering the powers of the earthly and heavenly realms, he would naturally soar through the skies, no longer reliant solely on his formidable mental strength to suspend himself in the void as he had upon his arrival. It must be mentioned that had it not been for Wu Feng's grand ambitions and sudden whims to achieve a breakthrough into the pinnacle of the virtual realm, he could have transcended long ago. Although the simultaneous comprehension of 5 paths exponentially increased the difficulty, preventing his ascension thus far, Wu Feng stumbled upon a delightful revelation during this period. Through his continuous understanding of the universe, his mental prowess, or rather, his spiritual essence, had grown increasingly profound, enriched by the depth of his insights into the paths of existence. Unbeknownst to him, he had shattered the bottleneck in his soul cultivation, causing the immense azure lotus platform at the heart of his spiritual sea to gradually sprout a phantom petal. Chapter 79, Revelation and Divine Retribution. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. Suddenly, without any forewarning, the sky above Dian Mountain, once clear and devoid of clouds, became shrouded in a dense canopy of dark clouds, as if conjured from thin air. In mere moments, the entirety of Dian Mountain was engulfed. Within the thick blackness, flashes of lightning surged forth, accompanied by thunderous roars that resonated through the air. In the fleeting moments when the lightning illuminated the scene, the previously dimmed Dian Mountain was bathed in a ghastly pallor. This was the first manifestation of the thunderous retribution, a divine punishment summoned by the consciousness of the Jiuzhou world, a culmination of the forces of heaven and earth. It arose because Wu Feng had abruptly ascended to the pinnacle of the void realm, surpassing the highest limits of strength within the Jiuzhou world, rendering him a malignant anomaly or perhaps a bug in the system. Before his breakthrough into the void realm, Wu Feng had not yet harmonized with the universe, remaining a genuine native of the Jiuzhou world under the shroud of the Golden Fingers progress bar. However, upon transcending into the void realm, he unveiled his essence as an outsider, exposing his soul's aura unreservedly to the consciousness of the Jiuzhou world. Once this was laid bare, it was needless to say that the consciousness of the Jiuzhou world was enraged, and the manifestation of this fury translated into the ominous spectacle of darkened skies and roaring thunder. Oh no, I have truly been careless. Have I unwittingly brought this upon myself? Wu Feng, sensing the impending doom, instinctively covered his forehead with one hand while clenching the other into a fist, striking the rocky ground in a fit of regret and bitter laughter. Enough of this overthinking. I shall take this as a lesson learned. Realizing that lamentation was futile, Wu Feng sought solace in self-reassurance. Gazing at the tumultuous black clouds above Billion Mountain, which rapidly coalesced into colossal bolts of lightning reminiscent of writhing dragons, Wu Feng inhaled deeply. First, I must withstand this trial. Everything else can wait. As if charged with immense power, a lightning bolt, as thick as a chopstick, descended upon Wu Feng, who stood resolutely at the summit of Billion Mountain. With a crackle, Wu Feng, unprepared to deflect the strike, braced himself and accepted the bolt of lightning. In a moment of reckless inspiration, he intended to harness the divine retribution to temper his body and refine his essence. However, the ensuing reality proved that Wu Feng had overestimated his understanding. He was still oblivious to the stark difference between divine punishment and heavenly tribulation. The lightning of divine retribution was imbued entirely with destructive force, devoid of any trace of vitality. In contrast, the lightning of heavenly tribulation was a test from the heavens, designed to assess whether beings met the requisite standards, often merging both destructive power and the forces of creation. Among the distinctions present, the heavenly Tao calibrates the corresponding proportions of heavenly tribulation lightning based on the actual circumstances of the tribulation bearer. For instance, those burdened with severe karma often face a near-death experience, characterized by a destructive force of 90% and a mere 10% of life-affirming energy. Conversely, individuals rich in merit typically encounter a scenario of 9 lives to 1 death, comprising 90% of creative power and only 10% of destruction. Moreover, in exceptional cases, those who achieve a level of merit that stands unparalleled may be directly favored by the heavenly Tao, receiving preferential treatment and bypassing the tribulation altogether. Unfamiliar with the distinction between divine punishment and the tribulation as commonly perceived, Wu Feng attempted to emulate others by transforming peril into fortune. The outcome is evident in his current state, with hair standing on end, his body emitting sparks of electricity, and smoke billowing from his mouth, making his predicament abundantly clear. Damn, I knew it was all a deception. Claims that crossing the tribulation is as simple as bathing, or that one can refine one's body while facing tribulation, or that one can refine while undergoing the tribulation. I truly believed in such nonsense. Overcome with discomfort throughout his entire being, Wu Feng could not restrain his exclamations, uttering fragrant curses. Teacher, what is happening? Is he using lightning to temper his body? Tung Qingshan, already captivated by the sudden celestial anomaly, felt a surge of confusion upon witnessing Wu Feng's unwavering stance against the heavenly lightning. Before he could fathom the reason, another bolt of divine punishment descended from the heavens, crashing down with a resounding roar that echoed for miles, startling all who heard, including both powerful entities and beasts of the virtual realm, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Yet, the only one unfazed was Pei San, the foremost expert in the current era, who had already sensed the unusual celestial phenomena from a distance and was racing towards the scene. As he beheld a lightning bolt twice the size of the previous one approaching, Wu Feng urgently summoned the pure and refined energy within him, healing his wounds inflicted by the heavenly lightning while simultaneously expelling or dissipating the chaotic energy ravaging his body. Just as the second bolt of divine punishment was about to strike him, in a critical moment, Wu Feng managed to mend nearly all his injuries. He raised his fist and struck the impending bolt of divine punishment, resulting in a resounding clash that led to Wu Feng's furious blow triumphantly obliterating the lightning. This astounding display left Tung Qingshan momentarily speechless, his mouth agape in shock, wide enough to accommodate a large goose egg. In response to Wu Feng's earlier aggressive action, the dense black clouds that had enveloped an area of nearly 300 miles began to consciously constrict and compress. Moments later, they had shrunk to a radius of 30 miles, thick with dazzling lightning, swirling ominously as they brewed. In a moment of hushed anticipation, a bolt of divine punishment, as thick as a barrel, thundered down from the heavens. Witnessing the colossal punishment of thunder, defying all reason, descending upon him, Wu Feng's pupils involuntarily constricted, and he inwardly lamented, "This time, I have truly ventured too far. Alas, my impulsiveness has led me astray. Why provoke anyone when I could have simply avoided the wrath of the heavens? And now, I face the consequences." With a thunderous roar, regardless of his inner turmoil and regret, Wu Feng had no choice but to once again meet the strike with his fists. The resounding clash revealed a clear disadvantage for him. Not only was he left scorched and battered, but the very ground beneath him, the Billion Mountain, had been inexplicably diminished, appearing pockmarked and intermittently sparking with electric fire. As if sensing that the previous strike had failed to obliterate its target, the dark clouds above began to constrict once more. Within mere moments, the entire expanse of the ominous cloud cover had condensed into a radius of 3 miles. The air crackled with energy as the now concentrated storm clouds grew increasingly oppressive, their weightiness capable of suffocating even a seasoned martial artist. From within this turmoil, massive, visible lightning dragons began to emerge, coiling and twisting, their menacing forms exuding a terrifying ferocity.